Louwen has traversed dimensions. However, he possesses no recollection of the journey that brought him to this world, save for an overwhelming power. His memories resurface only within the confines of a dungeon world. With his unmatched strength, he systematically vanquishes the original bosses within this realm, ultimately ascending to the throne as the supreme ruler and strongest boss of the dungeon. Louwen sits upon the throne of the final boss. He has yet to fully comprehend his current circumstances when an invitation from a chat group arrives. Thus begins the saga of Louwen's legendary exploits across myriad realms. Chapter 1. The Supreme being invited by the chat group. Louwen thrusts the eternal spear, Gungnir, into the ground and takes his seat upon the throne amidst the ruins of the Golden Palace, reflecting on his past experiences. Once an ordinary individual residing on Earth during a trip with friends, he witnessed a brilliant seven-colored meteor streaking across the sky, its brilliance unmasked even by the daylight. His subsequent memories are shrouded in obscurity. He is certain he endured numerous adventures, yet they elude him. His consciousness awakens in a snow-covered expanse, aimlessly traversing the desolate landscape. The biting cold of the blizzard fails to affect him in the slightest. It is then that he encounters the colossal ruins of a grand palace, a testament to its former magnificence, now marred by the scars of fire and conflict, leaving only devastation in its wake. Venturing within, Louwen comes face to face with an enormous wolf, its towering figure radiating an eerie green flame from its eyes. Though the reason escapes him, Louwen instinctively recognizes this beast as a creature of the undead, reanimated by dark sorcery. Without hesitation, the giant wolf lunges at him, its formidable strength evident despite lacking widespread attack capabilities. Louwen harbors no doubts about its ability to obliterate any modern nation. Faced with the spectral wolf, Louwen, deprived of his memories, finds his invulnerable form more than capable of subduing the creature. After extinguishing the soul fire in the wolf's eyes, he delves deeper into the palace and soon discovers a resplendent golden spear embedded in the ground. As he lifts the spear, a torrent of knowledge floods his mind, not the memories he has lost, but rather information regarding this place and its world. This realm is known as Blue Star, existing in an era akin to Earth's, yet distinct in its blend of advanced technology and the pursuit of formidable power through dungeon challenges. That N01 knows the origins of these dungeons, but through their trials, the inhabitants of Blue Star acquire extraordinary abilities and immense strength. Those who emerge victorious from these trials are referred to as transcendents, classified into 9 distinct levels corresponding to 9 tiers of dungeons. These dungeons are birthed from legends and myths, previously unknown to the people of Blue Star until their emergence. The dungeon wherein Louwen finds himself is a 9th tier dungeon, known to the denizens of Blue Star as a mythological dungeon. The golden spear he now wields is the very Gungnir once held by the supreme god Odin. With his thoughts settled, Louwen brandishes Gungnir and begins to survey the dungeon. Exiting the Golden Palace, he acknowledges Fenrir, who lies prostrate before him in a gesture of submission. Upon grasping the nature of his surroundings, Louwen, armed with Gungnir, seeks out surviving figures such as Hel and Surt, offering them the choice of allegiance or subjugation. The goddess of death, Hel, recognizing the futility of opposing Louwen's invincible might, swiftly opts for submission. Fenrir, resurrected by Hel, follows her lead. Most of the surviving beings and deities are culpable for the cataclysm known as Ragnarok. While Louwen's forceful dominance may elicit outward compliance, their inner thoughts remain a mystery. Yet, Louwen is indifferent, as long as they refrain from causing disturbances. Louwen arrives at a precipice overlooking a scorched expanse, with molten lava continuously flowing beneath. Atop the cliff, a fire giant, several hundred meters tall, is impaled by a colossal flame sword. This feat, naturally, is attributed to Louwen himself. When Louwen encounters Surtur and presents him with the choice of submission, the fire giant erupts in a thunderous laughter, brandishing his flame sword to incinerate the diminutive human before him. In response, Louwen deftly deflects the sword with Gungnir, impervious to its searing heat, then leaps forth to deliver a devastating blow, scattering Surtur's form. As Surtur reconstitutes, he beholds the diminutive figure wielding the eternal spear advancing toward him, ultimately meeting his demise upon the cliffside. Louwen, as is his custom, traverses the cliff, He has attempted to subdue Surtur on numerous occasions, each time failing, and has since chosen to disregard him. Today, however, is different. Surtur struggles to move, though the Twilight sword remains lodged within him, rendering him immobile. As Louwen curiously observes, Surtur's expression wrestles with unspoken words. Just as Louwen prepares to depart, Surtur finally overcomes his pride, pleading, "Great new king of the gods, I comprehend my folly. Forgive me, I am willing to serve you as your sword, vanquishing your foes, if only you grant me my freedom." Louwen smiles, floating before Surtur. "Remember your words today, giant. I could subdue you once, and I can do so again." With that, he strikes the guard of the Twilight sword with Gungnir, liberating Surtur from his binds. The fired giant gazes at his hands, overwhelmed with emotion. Only upon hearing Louwen call his name does he regain focus. Surtur retrieves the fallen Twilight sword and kneels before Louwen, offering his submission. At that moment, Louwen senses an impending presence and turns his gaze toward the horizon, then addresses the kneeling Surtur. A band of invaders approaches from the south. They are not formidable. Go and deal with them. The invaders, of course, refer to the Blue Star inhabitants attempting to conquer the dungeon. Surtur nods. "Rest assured, Divine King, I will not allow these intruders to disturb you." With that, he departs, wielding the Twilight sword toward the dungeon's entrance. Should any dungeon unit perish, they will respawn upon the challenge's conclusion, while Blue Star inhabitants killed within the dungeon merely lose some experience upon there. In that instant, he feels something enter his being, and before he can investigate further, a new interface appears before him. You are invited to join the chat group. Do you agree? Yes or agree? Louwen furrowed his brows, silently gazing at the interface, his eyes fixated on the agree option. As he concentrated, the agree choice vanished, replaced by a no option. Relieved, Louwen relaxed his furrowed brow, confident that this entity was no match for his unparalleled power. He promptly selected yes. Chapter 2. Thor, are you my father? Welcome, Supreme God of the Eternal Night. Thor, the God of Thunder, has joined the chat group. The invincible Electric Princess. Welcome to the newcomers. You're the second batch to join. Judging by your names, you both seem to be deities. Fallen Angel, whether you're a god or not is irrelevant. Are there any intriguing light novels or games in this new world? The invincible Electric Princess. Am I the only mortal among angels and gods in this group? Fallen Angel, you're not exactly a mere mortal with your electric powers. You could easily subdue any embarrassing demon here. Thor, the God of Thunder. Haha, a wielder of lightning powers indeed. I am the son of Odin, Thor, the God of Thunder. Thor, the God of Thunder. Wait, why am I being referred to as Thor, the God of Thunder? Thor, the God of Thunder. And who are you all? Why am I seeing this? Louwen caressed his Gungnir, pondering the identity of this Odin's son. Intriguing, yet this fellow seemed rather foolish. As he perused the chat history, it became evident that this God of Thunder had likely never experienced Ragnarok. Otherwise, his demeanor would not be so carefree. After all, during Ragnarok, most of the Aesir had perished, leaving only a handful behind, and even the Thunder God himself had met his demise alongside Jormungandr. Next, he turned his attention to the other two speakers in the group, who felt strangely familiar. To validate his suspicions, Louwen began to converse in the chat. Supreme God of the Eternal Night, the invincible Electric Princess. Are you Misaka Mikoto? The invincible Electric Princess. The invincible Electric Princess. How do you know my name? Are we from the same world? Misaka Mikoto and the Fallen Angel had previously discussed that the other's world lacked an Academy City, and they were from different eras. Thus, they concluded that this chat group might connect different worlds. The fact that this Supreme God of the Eternal Night could name her indicated they likely shared a world. Louwen understood indeed. There were characters from the films he had seen before his transmigration. To confirm further, he continued to engage in the chat. Supreme God of the Eternal Night. Fallen Angel, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the innocent Gabriel White from Angel School, right? Fallen Angel, what? You can't be a high-ranking angel from the celestial realm. Supreme God of the Eternal Night. Not quite. If anything, I belong to the Norse pantheon, akin to Thor in that mythology. Thor, the God of Thunder. What nonsense! There's only one supreme god in the Aesir, and that is the great king of the gods, Odin, Supreme God of the Eternal Night. Supreme God of the Eternal Night, please share your name. Thor, the God of Thunder. You ignorant one. Do you not even know my name? Remember it well. Thor Odinson, the great son of Odin. Thor the god of thunder. Make sure you remember this name, for when I defeat you, do not forget to whom you plead for mercy. Thor the god of thunder. Just wait. IOW. In the Marvel Universe, within Asgard, Thor, while exercising and inputting voice commands, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side. Looking down, he saw a brilliant golden spear grazing his waist, its tip emerging from his body without a trace of blood. Thor's eyes widened. Although it appeared slightly different than usual, he could still recognize it as Gungnir, the weapon of Odin, the All-Father. Thor the god of thunder. Gungnir, supreme god of the eternal night. I apologize, Father. I did not recognize you earlier, but was it truly necessary for you to stab me with Gungnir? Supreme god of the eternal night. No. You are mistaken. I am not the supreme god of your world, nor Odin. I would be more accurately described as Odin's successor. Thor the god of thunder. Are you Loki? Father only has 2 sons. Did he pass the throne to you? Louwen waved, retracting Gungnir from an unknown universe. He did not dwell on the fact that he could hurl Gungnir beyond the confines of the universe, as it felt entirely ordinary to him. What truly piqued his interest was Thor's statement, suggesting that in his world, Loki was Odin's son. Such a world could only be the Marvel Universe in Louwen's mind. This rendered the situation all the more fascinating. Supreme god of the eternal night. I am not Loki, rather. In my world, Loki is Odin's sworn brother and one of the instigators of Ragnarok. Thor the god of thunder. Who are you then? Wait, what did you say? Ragnarok. Observing Thor's comment in the group, Louwen was certain that he was indeed unaware of Ragnarok, as he continued to exhibit such a light-hearted demeanor, showing no awareness of the impending apocalypse, supreme god of the eternal night. I am merely an outsider from the east who fortuitously arrived in this world. Since this realm has been perpetually cloaked in night, and after acquiring Gungnir and subduing the surviving gods from that war, I have been revered as the supreme god of the eternal night, AS for Ragnarok. Louwen contemplated Gabriel's world contained the existence of the celestial realm, suggesting that accounts of Ragnarok might differ. Thus, he reached out to another modern individual in the chat, Supreme God of the Eternal Night, the invincible Electric Princess. Please search online for some myths and legends of Norse mythology and share them in the group for Thor to peruse. Misaka Mikoto, who was engrossed in the chat history, suddenly felt called upon by this newcomer, her body tensing as she hurriedly set out to fulfill the request. She sought information regarding Norse mythology. At that moment, Misaka Mikoto was with her 3 companions. Upon receiving this task, she turned to the computer whiz, Shirai Kuriko, whose head was adorned with flowers. Shirai, could you assist me? Please find some records about Norse mythology online. Misaka Mikoto clasped her hands together, addressing the girl across from her. Shirai Kuriko nodded, retrieving her portable computer and swiftly locating content related to Norse mythology. She handed the computer to Misaka Mikoto and inquired in her soft, sweet voice, "Are you interested in these topics, Misaka-senpai?" While Misaka Mikoto was focused on how to upload the information to the chat group, she casually replied, "Not particularly, it's just something my friend asked me to help with." Suddenly, Shirai Kuriko's gaze sharpened, her expression turning wary as she asked, "When did you gain a new friend? How come I'm unaware? Are you beginning to distance yourself from me? Please don't do that." Shirai Kuriko lamented, for to her, a super fan of Misaka Mikoto, the notion that Misaka had friends unknown to her felt akin to the sky collapsing. Ignoring the distressed Shirai Kuriko, Misaka Mikoto proceeded to upload the searched information to the chat group, employing the same method she had used previously when sharing light novels with Gabriel. Thor promptly clicked on the link, and the chat group automatically translated the various languages. Louwen also clicked in, eager to compare the content against that of his own world. A moment of silence enveloped the chat group. Chapter 3. The joy of spoilers. The information regarding Norse mythology that Misaka Mikoto shared in the group was brief, and the members quickly perused it. Thor, the god of thunder. How can this be? How could my father, the invincible king, perish by the jaws of a wolf? The supreme god of the eternal night. Regarding Ragnarok, your understanding may differ. You might inquire with Odin in your realm. He should enlighten you on certain matters. Thor, I shall consult my father about this. Additionally, I would like to know, is this how Ragnarok unfolds in your world? Louwen remained silent, merely sending a series of images to the group. The members clicked on the photos, the first revealing a colossal palace, now in ruins. The supreme god of the eternal night. This is the desolation of the golden palace. The second image depicted an enormous tree, immeasurable in diameter, dwarfed by the surrounding peaks. Yet, at this moment, the great tree had been reduced to charcoal, standing like a dark pillar amidst the scorched earth. The supreme god of the eternal night. This is Yggdrasil, the world tree. It was first eroded by the venomous fangs of the despairing dragon Nidhogg, and then ignited by the twilight sword of the fire giant Surtur, leaving only these remnants. The group continued to the third image, the most harrowing of all. The battlefield was strewn with charred corpses, both of gods and giants, and the congealed blood had stained the cracked earth a deep crimson. The invincible electric princess. What is this? Is it hell? Why are there so many dead? At just 14, Misaka Makoto had never witnessed such sights. Her face turning pale as nausea overcame her, prompting her to retch. This startled Shirai Kuriko, who quickly guided her to an ice cream shop to sit down. The fallen angel. No, I can attest. Hell is nowhere near as terrifying. Thor, where is this? The supreme god of the eternal night. It is the battlefield of gods and giants. Though the war has long ended, the scene remains as it was in those days. Thor, no, I shall not allow such a fate to befall Asgard. Supreme god of the eternal night, tell me, what can prevent Ragnar K? Asgard shall reward you handsomely. The supreme god of the eternal night, Ragnar K is destined to occur. It is the power of fate. To prevent it, one must transcend destiny. However, while it cannot be stopped, it can be postponed. Upon hearing that Ragnar K could not be averted, Thor's fist clenched in frustration, only to brighten at the prospect of postponement, eagerly inquiring in the group. Thor, what must be done? The supreme god of the eternal night, while it may be complicated for other realms, it is rather straightforward for yours. In other worlds, Odin's death is inevitable. Yet in yours, it is precisely his demise that triggers Ragnar K. Thus, ensuring your father's survival is paramount. Thor, isn't that simple? If not for Ragnar K, my father could not possibly perish. The supreme god of the eternal night, you truly are naive. Do you not realize that while the Asgardians are long-lived, they too have a lifespan? Odin will age. Thor, I understand, but how much time does father have left? The supreme god of the eternal night, what era do you currently inhabit? I require the time of Earth, that is Midgard. Thor, I must consult Heimdall. He can perceive all that transpires across the 9 realms and will surely know the time of Midgard. With that, Thor exited the conversation, leaving the group in silence. Shortly after, the fallen angel Gabriel spoke up, addressing Louwen. The fallen angel. I have been meaning to ask, supreme god of the eternal night. Why do you seem so familiar with us, despite our differing worlds? The supreme god of the eternal night. That is an astute question. It is quite simple, really. Just as you have gleaned Thor's possible experiences from Norse mythology, I have acquired knowledge of you in a similar fashion. The invincible electric princess. Surely, this cannot be true. Gabriel can be justified as an angel, but I am merely a student with superpowers. How could I possibly feature in mythology? The fallen angel, perhaps not only in mythology, but also in novels and anime. I believe I have encountered a similar narrative in a book. The invincible electric princess, am I, then, a character from a novel or anime? Do I truly exist, or am I merely a fabrication of someone's imagination? The supreme god of the eternal night. There is no need to be so troubled by philosophical ponderings. Simply know that your life is indeed real. Moreover, I suspect Gabriel is not troubled by such questions. Perhaps she is currently engrossed in a game in a dimly lit room, so there is no need for concern. The fallen angel, forget it. It's all your fault. I'm not chatting with you anymore. I'm going to focus on my game. Meanwhile, in the realm of the fallen Gabriel, the petite golden-haired angel lay despondently in a dim room littered with debris, engrossed in her game, muttering, "Ugh, so weak. Come on. You're really weak. Now you know who the real boss is." As Louwen noted, Gabriel seemed unfazed by the notion of being a character from an anime or novel. The invincible electric princess. Haha. Indeed, I have been overthinking it. By the way, since you possess such knowledge, you must be aware of the plot, right? Could you share some spoilers? The supreme god of the eternal night. I can, but I have long since departed the original world, so I can only relay what I remember. What would you like to inquire about? The invincible electric princess. Recently, there has been a case known as the Void Explosion, where a manipulator of heavy ions has been causing explosions throughout the city, and we have been unable to apprehend them. The supreme god of the eternal night. That seems to fall under the purview of your disciplinary committee, does it not? The invincible electric princess. Well, that is true. But 2 of my friends are members of the committee, and if this continues, someone is bound to get hurt. the supreme god of the eternal night. Have you already experienced the duties of a disciplinary committee member through the armband of Shirai Kuriko? The invincible electric princess that indeed happened yesterday. Does it relate to the case? The supreme god of the eternal night, yesterday. Did you not rescue a frail boy with glasses from being bullied by delinquents? The invincible electric princess. I do recall that. He complained about why the disciplinary committee did not arrive before he was bullied. The supreme god of the eternal night, precisely. That individual is the instigator of the void explosion incident. The reason you have not detected him is that you have been investigating high-level ability users. While he is merely a level 2. The invincible electric princess. I see. Thank you for the information. I shall inform Kuriko and the others. I must take my leave. The supreme god of the eternal night. Wait. Louwen gazed at Misaka Makoto's now gray avatar, muttering to himself, very well, I shall inform her about the imaginary number later. Chapter 4. Instance. Fimbulwinter Louwen exited the chat group interface, turning his attention to the source of a dull thud behind him. There stood Surtur, wielding the Twilight Sword. Slowly approaching Louwen, each of his colossal strides causing the ground to tremble. Upon reaching Louwen, Surtur knelt on one knee, reporting, Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty. All intruders have been reduced to ashes. Louwen nodded, commending, Well done. Now, go and enjoy your freedom. With that, he turned his back and walked towards the Golden Palace. As he arrived at the Golden Palace, a blue head flew towards him, its visage dreadfully grotesque, its face as pale as death, with wild hair and beard standing on end, resembling strange horns. The head spoke with a tone tinged with flattery, Your Majesty, I have just witnessed the clash between the fire giant and the invaders. It seems more accurate to say that they are here to gather intelligence rather than to pass through us. In my opinion, they are merely a band of scouts, and their main forces may arrive at any moment. I urge you to prepare accordingly. Louwen silently regarded the floating head, which met his gaze without flinching. After a lengthy pause, Louwen finally spoke. Loki, you were the first to pledge your allegiance to me, and you have demonstrated the most unwavering loyalty in recent days. Yet, your identity as the god of deceit and one of the instigators of Ragnarok makes it difficult for me to place my trust in you. What is it that you truly seek? Indeed, this floating head belonged to Loki. In the recent battle, his head had been severed by Heimdall, who subsequently met his demise at the hands of Loki's severed head. Loki lamented, resembling a loyal subject misunderstood by his sovereign. My liege, what ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I genuinely submit to you. If I desire anything, it is merely that my fragmented form may alleviate your burdens. Louwen remained noncommittal. If that is the case, then proceed with your arrangements. With that, he turned and returned to his throne, closing his eyes to rest. In the realm of Blue Star, amidst the North Sea, a colossal aircraft carrier housed some of the world's most formidable beings. It could be said that among any 10 individuals found here, 9 would be extraordinary beings of level 80 or above. Theoretically, an aircraft carrier is a state secret, inaccessible to foreigners or people from various nations. However, since the advent of dungeons, the global landscape has shifted, technology has diminished in significance during warfare, and extraordinary beings have become the dominant force in conflicts. The once mighty aircraft carriers of the old era now appear as mere toys before high-level extraordinary beings. In this world, where individual prowess reigns supreme, class distinctions are no longer dictated by wealth. Nations have united to form a new federation. Within a chamber of the aircraft carrier, extraordinary beings of level 90 gathered. The leader of this operation, Lei Dongfang, president of the Extraordinary Beings Association of the new federation, stood to address the assembly. A middle-aged man with a squared jaw, he surveyed the crowd and began. The 100 extraordinary beings present here represent the strongest combat power of our time. We have convened for a singular purpose, to assault the mythic dungeon known as Fimbulwinter. We have previously ventured into this dungeon. However, as you may have heard, it has recently undergone a significant update, introducing a level beyond our current comprehension. Whispers filled the room as the attendees acknowledged this information, which had prompted them to set aside their affairs and respond to the call of the new federation. They believed that after reaching level 90, their growth had plateaued. But the prospect of surpassing that threshold ignited their hopes. They thought that conquering this dungeon might grant them the breakthrough they sought. Seeing their reactions, Lei Dongfang raised a hand for silence. Before gathering everyone, the Federation had dispatched officials to investigate the dungeon, and the findings were grim. He scanned the crowd once more and continued. We all know that the primary objective of the Fimbulwinter dungeon revolves around a mythic level wolf. At most, there might be a mythic creature's head that appears as a rare occurrence. Thus, in terms of the main storyline, Fimbulwinter is among the simplest mythic-level dungeons. However, the difficulty of its side quest is exceedingly high. The Realms of the Dead, the Battlefield of Doom, and the World Tree each feature mythic-level challenges that surpass the main quest. Our exploratory mission primarily seeks information regarding the Supreme God of Eternal Night. To this end, our 100-member team will be led by 10 level 90 extraordinary beings, with the remainder being of levels 70 to 80. The attendees nodded in agreement, recognizing that such a team was sufficiently equipped to tackle mythic-level dungeons, capable of clearing nearly all but the most formidable challenges. Lei Dongfang sighed in resignation. Yet we have yet to confront the ultimate foe that awaits us at the dungeon's entrance, the Battlefield of Doom's fire giant, Searcher, standing hundreds of meters tall. He is impervious to the attacks of those below level 90, rendering levels 70 and 80 virtually ineffective. Each strike he delivers inflicts significant damage. Even the level 90 players can only manage a feeble defense. Most alarming is his divine power, the Sword of Flame. Described in the skill's lore as possessing the temperature of the sun, it is known as the sword that incinerates worlds. Following the unleashing of this sword, all extraordinary beings present were reduced to mere ashes. Challenge failed. A heavy silence settled over the room as everyone contemplated Lei Dongfang's words. An extraordinary being from the western continent of the New Federation furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, the threshold for this dungeon challenge is level 90. Are there any other stipulations?" Lei Dongfang replied, "There have been numerous precedents for dungeon updates. Side quests transforming into main quests is not uncommon. These changes are generally tied to the dungeon's narrative. However, we have found no mention of the Supreme God of Eternal Night within the background story. The only reference we discovered was to the deceased Supreme God, Odin, the All-Father. Therefore, we cannot rule out the possibility that other side quests may guard the main storyline of Fimbulwinter." Upon hearing this, a deeper silence enveloped the room. The aircraft carrier, with extraordinary beings clearing the ice, soon arrived at a small island in the North Sea. This desolate isle was one that could not be found on maps. However, with the entrance to the mythic dungeon Fimbulwinter appearing on this island, the new Federation quickly deployed heavy forces to secure it. Each dungeon represents a precious resource for the entire world, especially a mythic level 1. Leading a group of level 90 extraordinary beings, Lei Dongfang disembarked on the island. The station general greeted them warmly and, upon seeing Lei Dongfang, began to flatter him. "You are all among the pinnacle of humanity, and President Lei is indeed the foremost among them. With your presence, this dungeon shall pose no issue. Your accommodations have been arranged. Please rest here overnight before we commence." In response, Lei Dongfang merely smiled. This dungeon's intensity was unprecedented, yet the team composed of the new Federation's top extraordinary beings was equally unparalleled. Addressing the general, he remarked, "Momentum is key. We must not falter. The turbulence of the sea matters little to us. Let us begin without delay. Please lead the way." The general, seeing no resistance, promptly guided the group to the dungeon entrance. The portal appeared as a circular form suspended in the air, resembling ripples on the surface of water. As Lei Dongfang approached the entrance, he observed the assembly of level 90 extraordinary beings behind him. There were both men and women, their skin tones varied, wielding an array of weapons, both cold and hot. Together, they embody the diverse visage of humanity. Responding to Lei Dongfang's gaze, they nodded in affirmation. With that, he hesitated no longer and reached out to open the dungeon. Chapter 5, The Sword of Cataclysm, Leviathan Dungeon Name, Fimbulwinter Background, in the Iron Forest. The ravens feast upon the stars. Beneath the ruins of the Golden Palace, the oaths of the gods murmur. Loki has broken free from the shackles of serpent venom. Fenrir's fangs shatter the rainbow bridge. Searcher's flame sword cleaves through the eternal night. The golden armor of the gods melts into tears. And as the bones of all beings pave the new earth, tender shoots emerge from the roots of Yggdrasil. Mortal hands shatter the spindle of prophecy. Gungnir's rusted spear tip heralds dawn. The world tree's rings consume the ashes of twilight, as the spear wielder picks up the shattered silver of the supreme crown. Main quest objective: Supreme God of Eternal Night Louwen, the devouring wolf Fenrir, the god of deceit Loki. Side quest objectives: Fire giant Surtur, goddess of death hell. Dragon of despair Nidhogg. Dungeon capacity 100. Recommended level 100. As everyone absorbed the information regarding the dungeon, they collectively swallowed hard upon seeing the recommended level of 100. Taking a deep breath, Lei Dongfang began to issue commands to the group. instructing them to form into teams of 10 as previously arranged. Additionally, one should assess the extent to which one's strength has diminished within the instance. The captain of Group 2, a burly figure, struck a nearby stone with force, shattering it into fragments, yet his brow furrowed in concern. Captain Lei, a single punch from me could have obliterated a mountain in the outside world. Yet here it barely suffices to break a mere stone. Lei Dongfang frowned, pondering the severity of their debilitation within the instance. At that moment, however, the leader of Group 10, the esteemed first mage of the new federation, Orlana, offered a contrasting perspective. Her serious visage, marked by the wisdom of 40 years, bore a hint of surprise as she calmly articulated, "No, it is not that we have weakened. Rather, the very strength of this world exceeds that of the outside. My magical energy flows unchanged, and the enhancement spells upon myself remain potent, yet the magic I release into the surroundings lacks its intended might. This is not a weakening of my magic, but rather the overwhelming power of this realm." Before Lei Dongfang could articulate his next thought, he noticed the members of the team casting wary glances behind them. In response, he swiftly turned to see a brilliant fire illuminating the horizon, casting light upon the eternal night. Yet, this rare illumination did not bring joy to the onlookers, for they understood the implications of this fiery manifestation. It heralded the arrival of one of the instance's formidable foes, the flame giant Surtur. The group swiftly assumed a defensive formation, waiting for the heavy footfalls of Surtur to draw near before making any rash movements. Surtur, upon observing their demeanor, let out a derisive laugh, then crouched down, bringing his fiery visage closer to their ranks. "Intruders, how dare you venture into the realm of the Supreme God? Prepare to feel the divine grace of the Supreme through the flames that shall consume your very forms." Standing at the forefront of the formation, Lei Dongfang gazed into the approaching giant's fiery face, sensing the heat emanating from Surtur, which surpassed even that of molten lava. The words of Surtur were lost on him, as he did not comprehend, nor did he wish to. This was one of the instance's peculiar traits. The creatures within communicated in a language incomprehensible to the inhabitants of Blue Star, rendering any possibility of understanding futile, regardless of whether they spoke the same tongue. Consequently, peace between the two realms was seldom achieved. Once Surtur concluded his fiery declaration and received no response, he scoffed coldly. Raising the twilight sword above his head, he brought it down with tremendous force. The Blue Star mages and Transcendents unleashed a kaleidoscope of energies to form a protective shield. The impact of the colossal sword sent flames erupting outward. However, the magical shield merely dimmed slightly. Observing this, Surtur raised his sword again to strike, repeating the action relentlessly. Some mages began to bleed from their mouths, yet they stubbornly maintained the energy shield. Lei Dongfang anxiously glanced toward a man with a bare torso, his skin adorned with bizarre red patterns, and shouted, "Are you ready?" The man nodded in affirmation. With this, Lei Dongfang commanded, "Groups 2, 3, and 4, advance. The rest, retreat." Upon receiving the order, the nearly exhausted mages and those not designated swiftly employed their quickest means of retreat. Surtur, intending to deliver a crushing blow to shatter the faltering shield, found his adversaries dispersing. With a cruel smile, he tossed the twilight sword, Levatin, into the air and began to invoke divine power. This sword is the calamity of fire. This sword signifies the end. This sword can incinerate stars and sever the cycle of rebirth, embodying the dusk flame that consumes the 9 realms. This is the calamity sword, Levatin, that burns all things to ashes. Although Surtur himself was not a deity, his strength rivaled that of the gods, earning him the recognition of the instance's world. Thus, he wielded the ultimate divine means of unleashing his powers. Flames surged forth, and at the center of Levatin, a fireball, radiating the heat of the sun, suddenly expanded. Surtur anticipated that even if he could not annihilate everyone, he would at least reduce most to ashes. However, as the light receded and the intense heat faded, Surtur was astonished by the scene before him. Across a vast expanse, the snow and permafrost vanished, replaced by molten earth, where lava flowed freely. Standing where the Blue Star inhabitants had once been was a colossal spirit entity, 100 meters tall, composed of energy. Within its transparent form floated dozens of Blue Star Transcendents, united in purpose. Though their physical stature paled in comparison to the flame giant, their collective presence was formidable. This was their preparation against Surtur, a giant spirit formed by the psychic connection of dozens of psychic transcendents. While it may not defeat this mythic behemoth, it could certainly delay him. Surtur roared in fury, charging forward. while the spirit giant responded with a silent yet defiant roar. Lei Dongfang gestured to the majority of his remaining comrades, urging, "Let us press onward. Defeating the main line will lead us to victory. Surtur may possess immense power, but there is surely none greater." In saying this, Lei Dongfang not only bolstered his companion's spirits, but also sought to reassure himself. The group nodded, diverting their attention from the titanic clash as they hastened toward the Golden Palace. In a shadowy realm unseen by the Blue Star inhabitants, Loki, reduced to a mere head, observed the battle between Surtur and the spirit giant, shaking his head with a disdainful chuckle. Foolish brute, he can only impede so many. He then cast his gaze toward the direction the Blue Star group was heading, whispering softly, "My child, Hela, though your strength may not match that of this brute, your performance shall undoubtedly surpass his. In due time, you will certainly draw the Supreme God's gaze, for only the Supreme can grant us true reality." Chapter 6. The Realm of Death and the Goddess of Death. The Blue Star group soared through the air, crossing an invisible threshold in an instant. All became acutely aware of their surroundings as the once dark snowy plains vanished, replaced by an even deeper abyss of darkness beneath the sea. Within this underwater realm, the Blue Star Transcendents felt no sense of suffocation. Despite their ability to survive without oxygen, they were familiar with the sensation of drowning. Yet here, that feeling was absent. Instead, they were met with a bone-chilling cold and an instinctual, primordial fear, akin to death itself. Accompanying this sensation was an invisible pressure compelling them to descend toward the dark earth below. The moment they landed, before they could steady themselves, skeletal hands emerged from the abyss, reaching out to grasp them. Lei Dongfang peered intently at the ground beneath, realizing it was not solid earth but a multitude of black, stacked skeletons. As the group descended, the hollow eyes of the skeletons ignited with soul flames. Their levels ranged from 1 to 70 or 80, rising like waves of darkness, charging toward the Blue Star inhabitants. In response, the Transcendents unleashed a few casual attacks, obliterating swathes of the approaching skeletons. Orlana, with a flick of her wrist, emitted a beam of light that annihilated every skeleton within its radius. Yet, despite her prowess, a frown marred her brow as she approached Lei Dongfang with caution. "Have we inadvertently entered a side realm of death?" Lei Dongfang smashed a skeleton beneath him, replying gravely, "The specifics remain uncertain, but we must remain vigilant for any potential side threats." After saying this, he noticed Orlana's silence and turned to find her expression filled with terror. "What has happened?" he asked anxiously. Orlana took a deep breath. "We may have already encountered it." "Where? Why can't I see it?" Lei Dongfang searched frantically, but found no trace of the entity Orlana spoke of. "There is no need to look further. You will not find it. From the moment we stepped foot here, we were subjected to divine power release. This entire realm of death embodies the divine will of the goddess of death, Hela." She inhaled deeply, locking eyes with Lei Dongfang as she solemnly declared, "We cannot escape." Faced with this outcome, Lei Dongfang fell silent for a moment before inquiring of Orlana, "Has this place become an independent world?" Orlana nodded, affirming the truth of his statement. Such a divine authority, liberated in this manner, is exceedingly rare across the globe, with many remaining unaware of the divine realm, often referred to as the God Kingdom, which exists in isolation, now nearly impervious to intrusion. "No, there are means," Lei Dongfang suddenly proclaimed, producing 2 golden cards. Each time a Transcendent from Blue Star conquers a dungeon, they receive various reward items, categorized into 5 ranks distinguished by color: white, green, blue, purple, and gold, from lowest to highest. What Lei Dongfang presented were 2 golden mythical items. He handed the golden cards to Orlana, cautioning her, "You and Elder Li are the primary forces facing the final challenge. These are 2 dungeon escape cards. The Federation has very few, and to obtain 2 from a single dungeon is already a remarkable limit. Their original purpose is to allow 1 person to exit the dungeon world. However, the Federation Academy has recently discovered that the dungeon world possesses certain similarities to the God Kingdom. Perhaps you can utilize these escape cards to leave this realm." Orlana accepted the 2 cards without uttering a word, merely nodding in acknowledgement towards Lei Dongfang. She then called out to the crowd, "Elder Li." A gaunt figure silently appeared beside them, his entire form, even his eyes, obscured by black cloth, rendering his identity and age indistinguishable. Though his physique suggested he was a man. Upon Elder Li's arrival, he silently accepted the cards handed over by Orlana. The 2 then simultaneously activated the dungeon escape cards. Orlana felt a fleeting sensation before she and Elderly found themselves standing on a land blanketed by night and snow, devoid of the endless black skeletons and the ever-looming sense of death. Yet, upon emerging, Orlana did not feel a sense of relief. For before her lay an imposing army composed of countless undead. The formation was regimented and boundless, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, beyond her estimation, stretching back into the black void, rendering the multitude of undead she had previously encountered in the realm of death insignificant by comparison. More disheartening for Orlana was the sight of a pale ship anchored at the center, heavily guarded by the army. Her keen eyesight discerned that the vessel was constructed entirely from human nails, and upon it sat a woman at the helm, gazing at her and Elderly. The woman was taller than an ordinary person, draped in a black cloak, wielding a sickle. Her visage was half that of a beautiful, divine maiden, and half that of a grotesque, blue-skinned skeleton. In an instant, Orlana recognized her as Hela, the goddess of death, mentioned in the intelligence reports. In that moment, Hela regarded the two with calmness, one hand grasping the sickle while the other caressed the hellhound, Garm. Just as Orlana and Elderly prepared for a desperate struggle, Hela waved her hand, parting the army to create a wide passage. Addressing the vigilant and perplexed duo, she stated, "By the will of the supreme god, you may pass through here to meet the king of the gods." Orlana could clearly see a profound respect etched upon the feminine side of Hela's face. Although unable to comprehend the words spoken, she gestured for Elderly to follow her. The two proceeded directly through the ranks of the undead army, indifferent to Hela's potential deceit, for if she truly wished to eliminate them, the outcome would be no different regardless of her intentions. The countless undead soldiers and the goddess of death, the weaker-than-searcher, were far beyond their capacity to confront. Under the watchful gaze of innumerable soul flames, Orlana and Elderly traversed the path through the army until they finally arrived at the dilapidated Golden Palace. It was only upon reaching the palace doors that the undead army ceased. Upon pushing open the palace gates, they were greeted by one of the primary foes, Fenrir, the devouring wolf. Flanking Fenrir were two slightly smaller wolves, his offspring, Hati, who devours the moon, and Skll, who devours the sun. The three wolves glared menacingly at the pair, yet refrained from any action without the command of the supreme god. As they gazed deeper into the hall, they beheld a young man draped in a deep blue cloak, seated upright upon the throne. Beside him stood the resplendent Gungnir, gleaming with golden light. At that moment, the young king of the gods was engaged in animated discussion with Loki, the trickster god, who was incessantly advising him. "Your Majesty, these two mortals are hardly worth your effort. Either Fenrir or his offspring could easily annihilate them." "Stop, Loki," Louwen interjected, raising a hand to silence the incessant chatter. "I have my own considerations. My apologies, Your Majesty." With Loki's prompt acquiescence, Louwen turned his attention away from him, rising to withdraw Gungnir from its resting place beside him as he descended the steps of the throne. Orlana opened the recently updated dungeon information, revealing details about the final foe. Name, Louwen. Title, Supreme God of the Polar Night, King of the Gods. Level, 100. Skill 1, Hall of Heroes. In times past, countless heroes perished alongside the old god Odin, leaving only the ancient, desolate Hall of Heroes. Now, with the new god ascending to the highest throne, the King of the Gods re-emerges, and the honored dead shall once again return to Valhalla. Effect: those who perish in battle within the Fimbulwinter dungeon shall become heroes in the Hall of Heroes, under the command of the King of the Gods. As long as the hall exists, the heroes are indestructible. This effect lasts until the dungeon concludes. Skill 2, Spindle of Fate. The three fates have presented the Spindle of Fate to the Supreme God of the Polar Night as a token of submission, signifying that his authority can govern destiny. Effect: the Supreme God of the Polar Night possesses the ability to manipulate probabilities. Skill 3, Divine Authority Release. Gungnir, symbolizing the irrevocable fate of a shooting star. It is the spear of certain destruction. Effect: once thrown, this spear will inevitably strike its target. If cast by the Supreme God of the Polar Night, Gungnir will pierce through barriers of time, space, and worlds. Upon reading this outrageous description, Orlana realized that passing this dungeon was likely unattainable, setting aside the unprecedented level of 100. The sheer magnitude of the skills alone rendered them insurmountable against one named Louwen. The existence of an indestructible army in the Hall of Heroes, the manipulation of fate, and the divine authority of guaranteed destruction were threats beyond what Blue Star could contend with. Nonetheless, Orlana and Elderly steeled themselves for battle, for they had come this far, and it was imperative to make an attempt. Opposite them, Louwen did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, He thrust Gungnir into the ground and called out, Valhalla. The Hall of Heroes manifested, calmly rising in the air, larger and more magnificent than the Golden Palace. The rafters of the palace were adorned with spear shafts, and the roof was covered with shields, boasting 540 doors through which 800 individuals could pass simultaneously. Within the vast emptiness of the hall, several transcendent beings from Blue Star sat uneasily upon benches strewn with an array of weapons and armor. They had been slain in battle but, unlike usual, did not exit the dungeon directly. Instead, they found themselves in this grand palace. Here, there was an abundance of meat and an endless supply of ale, yet this could not soothe the unease of the Blue Star inhabitants. Their sole desire was to escape this place. As they pondered their situation, one of the 540 doors swung open. They intended to observe for signs of a trap. Yet their bodies moved uncontrollably toward the doorway. Upon exiting, their first sight was that of Orlana and Elderly, who were on high alert. In the midst of Orlana's astonished gaze, the newcomers joyously called out to her, and Elderly while unhesitatingly raising their hands to launch an attack. Confronted by an onslaught of various attacks, Orlana tightly gripped her staff as a golden realm expanded from her center. However, its expansion halted once it enveloped Oldly. This was Orlana's signature skill, Golden Nullity. Within this form, those ensconced within were placed in a separate dimension, where no attack could reach them. While the caster could strike at will, it could be said that each time Orlana employed this ability, she was invincible. Yet, her companion, Oldly, was no ordinary individual. He possessed the ability to perceive a deathline invisible and intangible to others, whether living or inanimate. Once the deathline was severed by Oldly, the concept of death would be forcibly triggered. Thus, the duo could be considered the strongest force against singular opponents. Faced with these two, the several extraordinary beings from Blue Star were swiftly vanquished. However, after their demise, they re-emerged from the Hall of Heroes. Orlana realized that the situation could not continue as it was. Oldly's abilities were not without cost. Each severance of these 90 extraordinary beings drained a significant amount of his energy, and if this persisted, he would soon be exhausted. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Ignoring the attacks from the heroes, they charged directly toward Louwen. Louwen merely observed. Orlana and Oldly approached Louwen without impediment, surprised at how simple it all seemed. Everything was going too smoothly until Oldly positioned his dagger at the death line without any reaction. Yet, as Oldly's dagger descended, nothing transpired. No matter how much force he exerted, the death line remained utterly unmoved. Is your confidence derived from this? A language incomprehensible to others. Yet Orlana clearly discerned the disdain within it. What followed plunged Oldly into profound self-doubt. Louwen extended his hand and grasped his own death line, inspecting it with indifference. Then, with a casual gesture, he severed it. According to Oldly's experience, Louwen should have perished by now. Yet, no change occurred. The severed death line simply drifted down and vanished, leaving Louwen unchanged. If this is all you are capable of, then I am sorely disappointed. With that, Louwen hurled Gungnir toward Oldly. A flash of golden light pierced the still ethereal Oldly. Louwen beckoned, and Gungnir returned to his hand. Orlana turned in shock to see Oldly collapse heavily to the ground, disbelief etched on her face as she glanced at the staff in her hand. The opponent had slain Oldly as if her golden nullity had no effect whatsoever. Louwen shook his head, expressing disappointment in these so-called extraordinary beings from Blue Star. Holding the tail end of Gungnir, he strode toward the dazed woman at the doorway. Realizing that he could disregard her golden nullity, Orlana ceased maintaining her feudal ethereal state. The golden radiance rapidly converged in her hand, forming a shield. Orlana was convinced that this shield, forged from golden nullity, would at least afford her a chance to struggle. However, she soon comprehended that the chasm between them was greater than she had anticipated. Facing the shielded Orlana, Louwen merely swept his spear horizontally, the spearhead striking her with the force of a hammer, sending her flying and shattering her shield in an instant. Orlana's utmost defense could not even halt his advance. Louwen approached the entrance, stroking Fenrir's larger-than-life head, instructing, "Go, Fenrir, eliminate that intruder." With that, he turned his back and continued toward the other two battlefields. Chapter 8. Louwen, your father does not have long to live on the battlefield between the extraordinary beings from Blue Star and Surt. Louwen, having slain the last extraordinary being forming the giant spirit, gazed down upon Surt, who knelt on one knee, resting on his sword. I failed to stop all the intruders, allowing them to disturb your majesty. This is my sin. Please punish me, your majesty. Louwen simply smiled and reassured him. You have done well, Searcher. There is no need for shame. Rise. Louwen was not merely attempting to placate a subordinate. The truth was indeed, as he stated. 100 top extraordinary beings from Blue Star were sufficient to clear any dungeon. The achievements prior to Louwen's intervention during Fimbulwinter had been commendable. Thus, it could not be said that Surtur and his companions were weak. Rather, the opposing faction was formidable. After dealing with the invaders, Louwen returned to the shattered Golden Palace. The dungeons of Blue Star were merely that, dungeons. Even if all invaders were eradicated, there would be no rewards. Sitting upon the throne, Louwen opened the chat group and perused the messages. Aside from a few initial lines from Thor, the remainder comprised idle chatter among Jabari, Misaka Mikoto, and Thor, discussing everything from life in Academy City to the current state of the celestial realm. The supreme god of the Polar Night. I'm here. The god of thunder Thor, you finally logged in. I was beginning to think you had perished. The supreme god of the Polar Night. Recently, a group of invaders attacked me, and I spent some time playing with them, thus I missed the group messages. The fallen angel. Huh? Aren't you the supreme god? Who would dare challenge you? Is it from another pantheon? The supreme god of the Polar Night. How should I put it? My world is somewhat unique. It resembles a game world with players and dungeons. The fallen angel. Oh, I see. You're engaged in a guild war, right? I'm familiar with that. Would you like me to strategize for you? After all, I am a gaming expert. The supreme god of the Polar Night. Not quite, actually. I am part of a dungeon, and the attacking group consists of players. The fallen angel. What? The invincible electric princess. What? The god of thunder Thor. What? The supreme god of the Polar Night. What are you all surprised about? The fallen angel. In my impression, dungeons are those that remain ever in one place, endlessly repeating instructions. But yours, the invincible electric princess. Same here. The god of thunder Thor. I couldn't resist clicking after seeing the one at the end of their messages. The supreme god of the Polar Night. Never mind. Such matters cannot be clarified in a moment. Let us get back to business. Thor, have you consulted Heimdall? What is the current time on Earth? The god of thunder Thor, I asked, and Heimdall said Midgard is currently in the year 2008. Since learning that as long as his father does not die, Ragnarok will not occur, Thor has become less concerned about this matter. After all, he subconsciously believes Odin will not die, even though Louwen had informed him that Asgardians have a lifespan limit. Thor had never considered the possibility of Odin's death. Consequently, he felt quite relaxed while messaging. The supreme god of the Polar Night, is that so? I just calculated. Odin should have about 10 years of life left. The god of thunder Thor? The god of thunder Thor? Are you joking? My father is alive, and well, how could he possibly die in such a short time? Within the Marvel Universe, in Asgard, during a banquet, Thor's eyes widened in fury as he sent that message, feeling that the supreme god of the Polar Night was cursing his father. His companion, Volstagg, sitting beside him, noticed Thor put down his wine cup, glaring angrily at his plate. Jokingly, he said, Thor, what's the matter? Have you had too much mead? Ha ha. Thor ignored him, suddenly rising and, under the gaze of everyone in the banquet hall, shouted toward Odin at the head table, Father, someone just told me you can only live for 10 more years. Just listen to how ridiculous that is. After speaking, the anger on his face subsided somewhat, replaced by laughter, as if he found the absurdity of the claim amusing. However, no one else in the banquet hall shared his laughter. Odin's single eye fixed sternly upon Thor, asking with authority, Thor, my child, who told you this? After speaking, he turned his single eye towards Volstagg, who had just been conversing with Thor. Volstagg hastily explained, Great Odin, I swear on my honor, I never uttered such words. Odin then shifted his gaze to his youngest son, Loki, who raised both hands in protest, Please, father, I would never discuss such matters with that fool. Nevertheless, Odin continued to regard him with skepticism, while Loki maintained a nonchalant demeanor, harboring an increasing discontent towards Odin. In Loki's eyes, Odin consistently favored Thor and displayed an unmistakable distrust towards him. At that moment, Thor stepped in front of Loki, shielding him from Odin's scrutinizing gaze. Father, please do not speculate further. The information I received was not from anyone present but from an outsider to Asgard. Upon hearing Thor's words, Odin ceased his inquiries and signaled for the banquet to proceed. The guests resumed their revelry, drinking and feasting, oblivious to Thor's earlier predicament. Thor blinked in confusion and turned to Loki, asking, Why does it seem that no one cares about what I just said? Loki simply scoffed, mocking, Everyone in Asgard knows about this except you, the fool who, despite being the crown prince, remains utterly oblivious to the situation. How can this be? Thor exclaimed, struck dumb. Standing frozen in place, at a loss. Odin and Frigga exchanged glances, sighing. They did not intervene with Loki's remarks, as it was high time for Thor, the future God King of Asgard, to comprehend the present circumstances. However, Odin was not inclined to conclude the matter so easily. The revelation from an outsider that the God King of Asgard was nearing death raised significant suspicions. He resolved to uncover the identity and intentions of that individual. In the chat group, Thor, the god of thunder, exclaimed, "Supreme God of the polar night, what you said is true. My father is indeed dying. What should I do?" Louwen observed Thor's message, recognizing the turmoil within him. The supreme god of the polar night replied, "Calm down. I previously mentioned that Odin has 10 years left to live. While 10 years may seem brief to you as guardians, it is not an insignificant duration within this chat group. I have stated that, in my recollections. You are all characters from anime and film. In various worlds, there exist means to extend life or even achieve immortality within 10 years. This group will certainly attract individuals from such realms. Moreover, you must understand that you possess potential equal to Odin's. Strive to enhance yourself. When you evolve from the god of thunder into the true god of storms, Ragnarok will not pose a significant challenge for you." Chapter 9. The live streaming feature unveiled recently, the chat group had grown quieter. Ever since Thor became aware of Odin's impending demise, he had remained mostly offline, only occasionally logging in to greet others. When asked about his activities, he merely replied that he was awakening his potential. Misaka Makoto had also been absent for the past few days. As for the fallen angel, Kaori, being a homebody, preferred gaming over chatting. This state of affairs persisted for several days until Misaka Makoto sent a message, "Supreme God of the Polar Night, are you there? I have an urgent matter." The Supreme God of the Polar Night responded, "I am currently examining this chat group. What is the issue?" Misaka Makoto continued, "Are you familiar with the concept of the imaginary number?" The Supreme God of the Polar Night replied, "Ah, you mean that? I didn't get the chance to inform you earlier and then forgot. The imaginary number refers to an audio recording. In the plot I have seen, your friend Satan Ruko uses the imaginary number, and those who do so fall into a coma. I cannot recall the specific reason, but just keep an eye on Satan Ruko." Misaka Makoto urgently replied, "But it is already too late. Satan has fallen into a coma due to using the imaginary number. Do you have any solutions?" Upon seeing this message, Louwen, who was lounging on his throne, straightened up. Recalling the plot, he began to compose a response. The Supreme God of the Polar Night stated, "I recollected that the mastermind behind the imaginary number is someone named Kahara Harumi. You should know her as well." Misaka Makoto exclaimed, "Kahara Harumi is finished. Shirai Kuriko has gone to find Kahara-sensei to seek a method to awaken Satan. She is unaware of all this." The Supreme God of the Polar Night reassured her, "There is no need for excessive concern. Although your friend may be restricted in movement by Kahara Harumi, she should not be harmed. After all, in my memories, Kahara Harumi does not seem to be a malevolent individual." Misaka Makoto retorted, "What are you joking about? Because of her actions, over 1,000 people like Satan have fallen into comas. Moreover, there are more than 10,000 individuals in the Academy City who could fall into a coma at any moment. Is such a person not a villain?" Seeing Misaka Makoto so agitated, Louwen merely shook his head, understanding the perspective of the 14-year-old girl. Her friend had fallen into a coma, and there was no way to awaken her. Over 1,000 others shared the same plight. To the justice-driven Misaka Makoto, Kahara Harumi was undoubtedly a great villain responsible for this chaos. The Supreme God of the Polar Night replied, "Indeed, this cannot be justified. However, you should know that those who are unconscious are not in danger, and upon awakening, they will not suffer any lasting effects. I recall that her actions were intended for a group of children. Now, go inform the security personnel in your Academy City. Shirai Kuriko should be kept close by Kahara Harumi. Oh, one more thing, be cautious. Kahara Harumi has connected the brains of over 10,000 individuals through a diffusion field. Although this power does not belong to her, and she cannot utilize the computational strength of so many minds, it is still something to be wary of. Her current power should be no less than 5. Misaka Makoto acknowledged, "Understood. I have already spotted Kahara Harumi. She is currently engaged with the security personnel. If I defeat her, I should obtain a solution to the problem. For Satan and those who have fallen into comas, I will definitely defeat her." The Supreme God of the Polar Night cautioned, "Wait, Misaka Makoto, do not rush. Initiate a live stream." Live stream? Live stream? Even the typically silent Kaori became intrigued. Does our group have this function? The supreme god of the polar night replied, do not worry. I have been tinkering with this for the past few days, and it is nearly ready. Louwen continued to operate on the chat group interface, and just as he completed the final step, the chat group displayed not a success message but rather, unknown plugin detected, incompatible with this system. Please remove. Seeing this notification, Louwen took a deep breath, covered his face in silence for a moment, and then suddenly erupted, thrusting his gungnir into the chat group interface. Once the spear tip pierced and lifted, a prompt appeared. Ding, plugin installation complete. Louwen nodded in satisfaction. The supreme god of the polar night announced, all done. Misaka Makoto, you may begin now, young lady. Misaka Makoto, unaware of the prior events, noticed that shortly after the prominent figure in the group spoke, a new icon appeared in the chat. While marveling at the prowess of the supreme god, she clicked the icon. Live stream initiated. The chat group interface bifurcated. One half displaying the usual messages, while the other half transformed into a camera that followed Misaka Makoto's movements. The supreme god of the polar night has joined the live stream. Kaori has joined the live stream. Louwen observed the live stream, watching as Misaka Makoto, holding a green frog-patterned flip phone, communicated with Shirai Kuriko while dashing down the stairs towards the expressway. As Misaka Makoto arrived on the highway, she surveyed the scene with astonishment. The security personnel lay sprawled in disarray on the ground, incapacitated but miraculously alive. With sheer determination, Kiyama Harumi had single-handedly annihilated an entire squad of fully armed guards. Scanning her surroundings, she finally spotted the unconscious Shokahu Misaki within a blue sports car. Rushing forward to check on her, Misaka reassured herself that Shokahu had merely fainted from the aftermath of the battle and posed no threat to her life. Turning her gaze, the dust began to settle, revealing Kiyama Harumi clad in a white lab coat, her back turned towards Misaka. Among the 7 level 5 espers in Academy City, Misaka Makoto was one of the few. Kiyama turned, the wind on the highway causing her coat to flutter dramatically. Surely, you have never faced an opponent like me, she declared. Do you believe you can thwart a mind that possesses the collective intellect of 10,000? Of course, I can, Misaka exclaimed, electricity crackling around her as she charged at Kiyama. In response, Kiyama activated her powers, and the two clashed fiercely. It must be said, Kiyama's multifaceted abilities proved to be quite a challenge. Misaka's strength was formidable, being one of the rare level 5s, yet Kiyama consistently countered her attacks with diverse powers. Conversely, every time Kiyama struck, Misaka narrowly evaded her blows. The collective consciousness of 10,000 minds endowed Kiyama with computational prowess equivalent to that of a level 5 esper, allowing her to wield their abilities without restriction. As they battled, she employed techniques such as slicing, heavy particles, and spatial teleportation. Their skirmish obliterated the highway beneath them. Yet they remained undeterred, continuing their fierce confrontation. Chapter 10. The meteor that soars against the tide. Kiyama Harumi gazed at Misaka Makoto, buried beneath the rubble, murmuring to herself, I thought you would be more formidable. Is this all there is? Level 5, feel free to blame me. With that, she turned to leave. In the chat group, Fallen Angel, how could she fall so easily? Where are the teammates? Someone help. God of Eternal Night, why are you merely watching? God of Eternal Night, are you truly not a traveler from another world? Your grasp of the tropes is remarkable. Fallen Angel, what do you mean? God of Eternal Night, do not worry, the railgun is not so easily defeated. Just as if to validate Louwen's assertion, the camera in the livestream captured Misaka Makoto swiftly emerging from the debris, directly embracing the waist of the now-turned Kiyama. I've got you. Impossible. Did you create a shield using magnetism to block my attack? Fallen Angel, so it was all an act of feigning death? At point-blank range, Misaka unleashed a powerful electric shock, which, although ineffective against the fool, the protagonist Kamihotoma, should surely be enough to incapacitate Kiyama. As Kiyama prepared to retaliate, Misaka shouted. Too late. A surge of electricity erupted, akin to a creeper explosion in Minecraft, causing Kiyama to lose consciousness instantly. With a sigh of relief, Misaka suddenly heard the voices of children resonate in her mind. Teacher, teacher, teacher. She was then drawn into Kiyama's memories. Within those memories, Misaka witnessed the tragic experiences of Kiyama. Her students were not ordinary espers, but subjects selected by the higher-ups of Academy City for the Ability Body Crystal Experiment. This experiment aimed to forcibly elevate ability levels through extreme measures such as drug stimulation and brain surgery, with the goal of creating artificial geniuses. During the process, The students suffered from severe brain overload and fell into a permanent coma, becoming mere vegetative beings with only life signs. As their supervising teacher, Kiyama was initially unaware of the experiment's dangers until the tragedy unfolded, and the city concealed the truth, refusing to provide resources for their treatment. In response, she developed an audio program named Fantasy's Hand, capable of linking the brains of espers, forcibly connecting their brainwaves into a distributed computing network by inducing a state of coma. Upon witnessing this, Misaka instinctively stepped back, disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Kiyama. "Did you see all of this?" Kiyama lay on the ground, clutching her head in agony. Why? Why would they do such a thing?" Misaka asked, bewildered. That experiment, cloaked in the guise of diffusion field control experiment, was, in truth, a detonation experiment for analyzing the patterns of uncontrolled abilities. The true objective was to probe the conditions that led to loss of control by stimulating the diffusion force field. The incident had been orchestrated from the beginning, a revelation that dawned on me later. Those children have never opened their eyes again, remaining in slumber ever since, treated as disposable lab rats. But if that were the case, just alert the security personnel. Misaka attempted to reason, yet her understanding remained incomplete. 23 times. That was my application to utilize the tree diagram designer, aimed at finding a method to restore the children and simulating the cause of the incident. If I could access the computational capabilities of the tree diagram designer, I could save them, allowing them to run freely in the sunlight once more. But my applications were rejected, a total of 23 times. The ruling council is equally culpable. They would never allow the security to intervene. Kiyama's fury towards the researchers, the security personnel, and the ruling council was palpable. Even so, you shouldn't resort to such desperate measures, Misaka stated, but even she felt her words falter. What do you know? Kiyama shouted. I would do anything to save those children, even if it meant becoming an enemy of the entire city. Suddenly, Kiyama raised her head and screamed, clutching her head in agony. Seeing her in such distress, Misaka hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong?" "The network is out of control," Kiyama cried before collapsing into unconsciousness. A green light emanated from her head, resembling an umbilical cord. From this green glow, a grotesque, energy-formed fetus materialized. In the chat group, Thor, God of Thunder, joined the livestream. Thor, livestream? What an Odin-esque name is this? Having just completed training with Odin, Thor clicked on the chat group upon noticing the livestream announcement, only to be startled by the peculiar sight before him. God of Eternal Night, the Beast, also known as the Fantasy Beast, manifests when the network spirals out of control, combining the consciousness of over 10,000 users with the diffusion force field, ultimately taking form as a sentient monster. God of Eternal Night, the invincible electric princess, take heed. Although the Fantasy Beast may appear in its fetal form, enveloped in a protective membrane, it will grow into a twisted creature with tentacles and a massive body, its form continuously shifting. Thor, what a terrifying creature. Fallen angel, how adorable. God of Eternal Night? Thor? Invincible electric princess? Invincible electric princess, God of Eternal Night. How do we defeat this thing? God of Eternal Night. Quite simply, a single shot will suffice. Thor, just like that cross-world strike that hit me in the kidneys? God of Eternal Night. Precisely. Though its power will be significantly greater. Invincible electric princess, our worlds are a bit distant. Hold on, Gungnir will arrive shortly. Invincible electric princess, understood. Leave it to me. Closing the chat group panel before her, Louwen rose from his throne, grasping Gungnir as he exited the Golden Palace. Outside, he lifted the resplendent Gungnir in a javelin-throwing motion. Gazing upon the eternal, pitch-black sky, Rovin earnestly unleashed his divine power for the first time. This spear is eternal. This spear embodies divine authority. This spear can pierce the causal fabric of destiny. It is the meteor spear that rends the firmament. Behold, the infallible and annihilating divine spear, Gungnir. With a surge of strength, Gungnir soared into the heavens like a comet defying gravity. Outside the dungeon, a group of level 90 transcendent beings, having failed to conquer the winter of Fimble, gathered on the island at the dungeon's entrance, reflecting upon their recent ordeal. Just as their discussion reached a fervent pitch, a resplendent meteor shot forth from the dungeon entrance. Its brilliance overshadowed even the sun. The meteor flickered once before vanishing beyond the horizon. What was that? A young transcendent stammered, while the others, though less shaken, shared his astonishment. The meteor's radiance was not merely dazzling. The immense energy it carried made them feel insignificant. Orlana, who had been transfixed since the meteor's emergence, finally regained her composure, took a deep breath, and slowly articulated, "The meteor spear." Someone nearby inquired, "Do you know what that is, Elder Orlana?" "If I am not mistaken, that should be the ultimate divine release of the winner of Fimbul, Gungnir. I still vividly recall the effects of the skill. If this spear were thrown by the supreme deity of the polar night, Gungnir would transcend time, space, and worldly barriers to pierce its target." All present were rendered speechless. Having never imagined that a dungeon could breach the confines of reality and launch an attack into the real world. Chapter 11. The birth of cooperation. The swollen and distorted fantasy beast emitted a bizarre and shrill roar, compared to its initial form resembling a colossal fetus. The fantasy beast had now ballooned to over 10 meters in height, its body grotesquely adorned with abnormal limbs and tendrils. Mikoto Misaka unleashed a powerful electric strike upon the beast, tearing a massive gash in its flesh. However, as a torrent of mysterious substances gushed forth from the wound, the fantasy beast's form rapidly healed, expanding further still. In the chat group, Thor the Hammer God. To be fair, the fantasy beast looked quite adorable when it first appeared. The invincible electric princess. Don't let such a creature lower your aesthetic standards. Supreme deity of the polar night. Is your attack not yet launched? Supreme deity of the polar night. Patience. Let the spear fly for a moment. It should be good now. Prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Mikoto Misaka eagerly looked skyward, while the fantasy beast, puzzled by the sudden upward gaze of this formidable human, raised its necklace head to peer at the heavens. The surviving guards, alongside Haruno Sakura and Shiri Hatsuke's, also turned their gazes toward the azure sky. Yet, nothing transpired. The invincible electric princess. The invincible electric princess? Are you messing with me? Where's the spear? Supreme deity of the polar night. That's strange. My calculations should have been accurate. The attack should have reached by now. Let me check. I understand now. Gungnir has been intercepted by the demon gods of your world. At that moment, outside the realm of the magic ban, several powerful entities gazed in horror at the golden spear approaching their world at nearly infinite speed. They united their powers, interweaving energies to form a colorful barrier. Faced with an attack capable of shattering any physical law, no elaborate spatial barriers or seemingly invincible conceptual defenses could rival this simple yet effective defense. The colorful barrier stretched across billions of kilometers, yet its thickness was merely a few centimeters. Though it appeared thin and fragile, it could withstand the force of a supernova as easily as a firecracker. Almost instantaneously, as the colorful barrier formed, Gungnir collided with it at near infinite speed. The barrier rippled, ultimately halting Gungnir's advance. As the powerful demon gods relaxed, countless tiny cracks suddenly appeared on the barrier, centered around the spear's tip, before it shattered dramatically. The demon gods watched helplessly as the golden spear continued its inexorable advance, no longer attempting to impede it. In that moment of interception, they realized that this spear symbolized a fate that even they could not defy or alter. Within the world, Mikoto Misaka twisted her neck, sore from gazing upward for so long, while the fantasy beast simultaneously lowered its head and let out a piercing shriek. Just when everyone thought nothing further would occur, an unexpected transformation took place. All light in the world suddenly vanished, not disappeared, but was suppressed. The only sight remaining was the meteor plummeting from the heavens at incredible speed. Upon reaching Earth, Gungnir lost its otherworldly velocity and descended like a true meteor, striking the fantasy beast with pinpoint accuracy. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The fantasy beast, which had been shrieking moments before, fell silent the instant it was struck. As Gungnir fully penetrated the beast's inflated body, darkness receded, and the world was once again illuminated. Mikoto Misaka hurriedly turned her gaze toward the fantasy beast, envisioning that such a colossal strike would leave it utterly obliterated. However, to her astonishment, while the fantasy beast did cease movement, there were no signs of death. Just as her confusion grew, the beast's body, now gradually shifting into a material form, suddenly expanded, transforming back into a clear, transparent energy entity. This energy coalesced rapidly, before materializing into a human shape of normal proportions. The figure gradually solidified, ultimately becoming a person, in stark contrast to the grotesque fetal form of the fantasy beast. The individual before Mikoto Misaka donned a pristine white robe, was barefoot, bore a halo above their head, and sported a pair of white wings. Their features transcended gender, embodying a perfection that adhered to human aesthetic ideals. Mikoto Misaka stared, entranced at this flawless being, only to be jolted back to reality as she noticed the golden spear, which had fallen from the sky, gripped in their hand. With a cautious tone, she demanded, "What exactly are you?" "Fear not, it is I, supreme deity of the polar night. Fear not, it is I." Mikoto Misaka gazed in bewilderment as the figure spoke in unison with the supreme deity of the polar night in the chat group. "This is my first time controlling another body. It feels somewhat unfamiliar," the deity admitted. "Are you truly that supreme deity of the polar night from our group?" Mikoto Misaka hesitantly inquired. "Just give me a moment to adjust," the deity responded, before continuing. "Indeed, that is correct. You need not refer to me as the supreme deity. It is merely a title. My name is Louwen." The voice was devoid of fluctuation, yet to Mikoto Misaka, it was the most melodious sound she had ever heard. "Then Louwen, what is the meaning of all this?" Mikoto Misaka questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Louwen's perfect visage bore a momentary look of vacancy before he elaborated. "First and foremost, rest assured that those who were rendered unconscious by the fantasy hand will awaken shortly." Mikoto Misaka exhaled in relief. "As for why I did not directly eliminate the fantasy beast but instead occupied its body, this was a conclusion reached after much contemplation. It would be simple to kill the fantasy beast, but what then? Those who awaken will still be a group of low-powered or powerless individuals." Louwen paused, then continued. "As the saying goes, if I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. They have already experienced high abilities through the fantasy hand. Reverting them to their former selves would be a painful process. Consider your friend, Ruko Satan. What do you think her feelings will be upon awakening?" Misaka Mikoto's eyes flickered momentarily as she hesitated, saying, "I understand your intention, but the side effects of the imagined breaker." Louwen nodded, acknowledging her concerns. "I comprehend your apprehension. However, my method fundamentally differs from the imagined breaker. I will construct a cooperative system centered around this humanoid form, which embodies the ideal of over 10,000 hearts. Within this system, the core will not forcibly intervene in the brains and spirits of individuals within the network, thus avoiding any risk of coma. The essence of the cooperative system will revolve around unity, mutual assistance, loyalty, and inclusivity among all participants. The closer an individual's actions and thoughts align with these four tenets, the stronger their position within the cooperative system will be, granting them access to greater powers." Upon hearing Louwen's explanation, Misaka Mikoto's eyes brightened momentarily, only to furrow her brow in contemplation. Chapter 12, New Members. Misaka Mikoto's expression shifted with realization this way. Those with malevolent intentions can be excluded from the system. Moreover, within this framework, the more powerful an individual is, the more they adhere to these four principles, and those capable of upholding them are unlikely to be malicious. However, as if struck by a thought, Misaka Mikoto's brow knit in concern. The closer one is to the core, the greater their power, yet computational capacity cannot be conjured from thin air. Wouldn't this lead to a form of oppression of the marginalized by those closer to the core? Not at all, Louwen replied. Even those without abilities possess significant potential. They simply lack the means to harness it. Furthermore, while the cooperative system permits free entry and exit, once individuals join, they may appear to be diverse personalities. Yet in a certain sense, they have already become part of this cooperative system centered around that humanoid form, thus reflecting an individual. Additionally, Louwen's cooperative body placed the Gungnir before him, saying, "Isn't my original body still here? If any issues arise, I can resolve them with my invincible strength." After speaking, Gungnir soared back to Louwen's original body. Its brilliance diminished as it returned, losing its ethereal radiance. Following these events, the cooperative Louwen's eyes dimmed, and he waved goodbye to Misaka Mikoto with mechanical precision before vanishing. Simultaneously, the originally vacant gaze of Louwen's original body sparked with life, revealing that the relationship between the cooperative Louwen and the original body was not that of a mere avatar, but rather that of a current body and a reserve one, akin to a person's left and right hands, both under the control of the same consciousness. Thus, there is no need to worry about an avatar developing autonomous awareness and staging a ludicrous betrayal after comprehending the essence of life. After all, no one's right hand would suddenly acquire its own thoughts and slap its own face, would it? In the chat group, Fallen Angel, this must be a joke. Such absurd blows can only be resisted by the Almighty Father in our world, right? Thor, I am grateful for the mercy of the Great One. Now I realize how gentle that previous shot to my lower back truly was. Although, in terms of results, Gungnir merely pierced the body of the imaginary beast without catastrophic effects, both the overwhelming suppression of all light upon its arrival, leaving only its own brilliance, and the feeling of irresistibility contained within that strike, made both Jabari and Thor, two mythic beings, acutely aware of its terrifying nature. Supreme God of the Polar Night, basic operations are essential. However, there is something even more crucial. System prompt. The Supreme God of the Polar Night invites the cooperative Louwen to join the chat group. Fallen Angel, huh? Fallen Angel, what is happening? Why can you, Louwen, invite people directly? The invincible electric princess. Yet, thinking about it, it makes sense, after all. Louwen could forcibly add functions to the chat group before, so inviting someone should be simple for him. Supreme God of the Polar Night. I thought the chat group allowed for inviting others. Can't you all do that? Fallen Angel. The invincible electric princess. Thor. Does this guy truly understand the extraordinary nature of his existence? In the days that followed, Louwen continued to study the chat group. Thor remained steadfast in his pursuit of becoming a true god of thunder. Only Misaka Mikoto and Jabari, two young girls with ample free time, incessantly teased the seemingly artificial intelligence-like cooperative Louwen within the chat group. To this, Louwen's original body paid little mind. System prompt. Blank. Wandering little broken ball, flying mouse joined the chat group. The invincible electric princess. Welcome, newcomers. Fallen Angel. Welcome, newcomers. Newcomers, take note. This is a chat group linking different worlds. If you encounter anything like celestial collisions, biohazard crises, alien invasions, or solar explosions, you can reach out to the Supreme God of the Polar Night. He is a good person and will assist you in resolving issues. However, be cautious. If he inadvertently exerts too much force, both you and your problems might be resolved. Supreme God of the Polar Night, silence. You fallen angel who always seeks to sound the doomsday horn at the slightest displeasure. I just logged in and saw your slander against me. I wield far greater control over power than you can imagine. Supreme God of the Polar Night, blank, wandering little broken ball, please introduce yourselves. Your usernames feel strangely familiar. Wandering little broken ball, blank, brother. It seems we have encountered a group of players eager to challenge us. Blank, indeed, sister. But why is our conversation appearing directly here? At that moment, in a dim room devoid of sunlight, the weary blank siblings gazed with uncertainty at the transparent panel before them. The sister, white, clung to her brother's arm, speaking in a soft yet steady voice. Brother, it seems we have encountered something extraordinary. Could it be aliens? The equally weary blank responded lethargically, aliens are irrelevant. More importantly, sister, it appears that our identity as siblings has been exposed. Supreme God of the Polar Night, do not be alarmed. I have stated that this is a chat group linking different worlds. Sending messages through consciousness is quite normal, is it not? Supreme God of the Polar Night, if I am not mistaken, you two must be the renowned undefeated gaming experts, the blank siblings, correct? Just a moment. Let me make an adjustment. Wandering little broken ball. Everyone. System prompt. The nickname blank has been changed to empty by the Supreme God of the Polar Night. System prompt. The Supreme God of the Polar Night invites white to join the group. Empty. This doesn't feel right. If, as you say, this is a chat group linking different worlds, how can you so easily discern our identities? Are you also from our world? Supreme God of the Polar Night. Explaining that is rather complicated. You can seek out the older group members for clarification later. For now, just know that I possess extensive knowledge about many different worlds. Wandering little broken ball. Everyone, may I have a moment to speak? Supreme God of the Polar Night. You aren't what I suspect, are you? If so, please clarify. Upon the throne, Louwen observed the group member, wandering little broken ball, with a mix of curiosity and excitement. Wandering little broken ball. I am a planet. Indeed, the kind you would understand as a planet, and I am approximately 6 billion years old. However, prior to being drawn into the chat group, I only had memories. My self-awareness emerged only after joining. Wandering little broken ball, but all that is not of great importance. What matters is that the Supreme God of the Polar Night, please help me. Crying, Chapter 13, Louwen. I possess considerable wealth. The invincible electric princess. What is the matter? What could compel a planet to seek assistance? Moreover, 6 billion. Such a familiar number. Wandering little broken ball, are you Earth? Wandering little broken ball. Indeed, the humans upon me refer to me as such. Within the realm of the magical prohibition, in the Academy City, Misaka Mikoto, while strolling, suddenly found her expression stiffening as she gazed at the ground beneath her feet. If it truly is the ball beneath her feet, it signifies that she and all of humanity must confront a calamity that even the planet fears. Sister, why are you silent? Don't frighten Black Co. Upon noticing Misaka Mikoto staring blankly at the ground, Shirai Kuriko called out repeatedly, but received no response. In a flurry, she embraced her, rubbing against her smooth chest with an enamored expression. Sister 1T, resist now. Should we engage in some thrilling games tonight? With no time to indulge Kuriko, Misaka Mikoto promptly confirmed in the group chat. The invincible electric princess. Wandering little ball. Is there a place called Academy City on you? Wandering little ball. I just checked, and there is no such place. The invincible electric princess. You scared me. I thought my world was facing a disaster. Upon realizing it was not her world, Misaka Mikoto sighed in relief, zapping Shirai Kuriko, who had clung to her, and tossed her aside, continuing to inquire in the chat. The invincible electric princess. What catastrophe could cause Earth to seek help? Wandering little ball. Recently, scientists on my end discovered that the sun is rapidly aging and expanding into a red giant due to an imbalance in its internal nuclear fusion reactions, leading to an impending catastrophic helium flash. This disaster will obliterate all planets within the solar system, including Earth. Everyone in the group understood the implications of a helium flash. A rapid and violent fusion explosion of helium within the sun, a horror they had only encountered in science fiction. Wandering little ball. Humanity predicts the helium flash will occur in approximately 100 years, but solar activity has become abnormal, causing a sudden drop in Earth's surface temperature and environmental degradation. I and the humans here are facing an extinction crisis. Thus, the supreme god of the polar night. Please help. I heard that you can resolve even a supernova explosion, so you must be able to handle the sun, right? Observing the plea from the conscious Earth within the chat, Louwen contemplated before responding. Supreme god of the polar night. Wandering little ball. What time is it there now? Wandering little ball. It's 2044. Why do you ask? Supreme god of the polar night. Then there's no rush. There is still ample time before the sun erupts. I will think of a way to address your solar crisis during this period. If I cannot devise a solution, I may have to relocate you and the humans with you to the nearest star. Wandering little ball. All right. Please be swift. This volatile sun might explode at any moment. Kong, can a planet truly be relocated? Is that within human capability? By silly brother, of course not. Haven T, you seen their username? They are a deity. Kong, but will our Earth face a solar crisis at that time? Flying squirrel, I don't think so. Just returning home after work. Suzuki Satoru munched on some unappetizing synthetic food while participating in the suddenly formed chat group. His world grappled with severe environmental pollution and resource depletion, a rigid social structure, and immense pressure on the ordinary populace. Thus, burdened with guilt at work, he dared not pause to delve into the chat group, merely glancing at it while working. It was only after returning home that he had the opportunity to respond to the messages. The contents of the group seemed utterly unbelievable to him. Deities, a living Earth, different worlds. These concepts appeared like tales from a fantastical dream. Nonetheless, the panel that only he could see lent some credibility to it, and deep within him, he harbored a fervent hope that it was indeed true. Economic recession had led companies to exploit employees. As an ordinary office worker, Suzuki Satoru endured long hours and lacked benefits, with minimal contact with friends or family. His sole solace was the Guild Angel gown within the game. If this chat group was as miraculous as it appeared, he had found an escape from reality. Flying squirrel, it's already 2138 here, and despite numerous environmental crises, a terrifying crisis like a solar helium flash has yet to arise. Supreme god of the polar night. Flying squirrel, that name is familiar. It strikes a chord. It's you, Angel Gown. Flying squirrel. Huh? I don't recall having that title. Supreme god of the polar night. You are indeed the flying squirrel from the great tomb of Nazareth, correct? That is indeed the case. It's impressive that a deity knows my situation. However, that seems to be my identity in the game, and the game is shutting down in a month. So neither the great tomb of Nazareth nor Angel Gown will exist soon. Supreme god of the polar night. Fantastic. There is still a month until it shuts down. Flying squirrel. Does the deity wish to experience the game before it ends? If so, I can guide you, as despite my grim reality, I am renowned in the game. However, we are not in the same world. How would you play? Supreme god of the polar night. I indeed wish to experience it. However, more importantly, you should focus on your circumstances. To my knowledge, after the game, you will traverse with the great tomb of Nazarick, and at that time, your powers, wealth, items, and all within the tomb will become real. Supreme God of the Polar Night. So, strive diligently to ensure a better life after the traversal. And do take me along. Flying Squirrel. Is that truly possible? Supreme God of the Polar Night. Would I deceive you? Now go resign from your job and take this to play the game. The Supreme God of the Polar Night sent a designated red envelope to Flying Squirrel. Even if you say that, Flying Squirrel received the red envelope from the Supreme God of the Polar Night, as he beheld the profusion of gold and silver treasures scattered across the floor. His astonishment rendered him speechless. In that moment, he finally believed in the authenticity of the chat group, unlike before, when he casually responded. Suzuki Satoru now approached Louwen with newfound reverence. Flying Squirrel, deity, these. Honestly, I hesitate to accept them, even if I worked a lifetime. I could never repay such riches. Supreme God of the Polar Night, accept them, enjoy the game. Supreme God of the Polar Night, as the sovereign of the 9 realms. The King of Gods, though I dwell in a palace resembling ruins, it is merely a fade. In truth, my wealth spans the seas, and what I provide you is but a drop in the ocean. Chapter 14. The New World at the southern end of the World Tree. After posting in the group, Louwen ceased chatting with his companions and began to study the game. As for the Wandering Earth situation, there was no immediate urgency. The mountain-moving project was still over a decade away, and the departure of Earth was a distant future. Though significant, it was not pressing. However, SM-Pin enclosure was a singular opportunity that could not be missed. The game's name, pronounced Yggdrasil, indeed referred to the dead world tree near the Golden Palace. Thus, Louwen naturally found himself beneath the world tree. Once charred to charcoal in the twilight of the gods by Searcher, the world tree still stood, its towering trunk resembling a black wall. Upon reaching the base of the world tree, Louwen was greeted by a thunderous roar, followed by the sound of chains being pulled taut. Approaching the source of the noise revealed a massive black dragon, its scales as dark as charred wood, its body serpentine and twisting, exuding an air of oppression. This creature bore the characteristics of both dragon and serpent, its mouth lined with sharp fangs designed for gnawing at the roots of the world tree. Its claws, sharp as blades, could shred roots and potentially attack the undead. This was the despair dragon Nidhogg, gnawing at the roots of the world tree during the twilight of the gods. As the ebony dragon beheld a humanoid creature approaching, it struggled with even greater fervor, its immense strength causing the chains forged from URU metal to clatter ominously. Even the world tree, soaring into the heavens, swayed slightly under the strain. Yet, before Nidhogg could wriggle free, Louwen, with a grim expression, drew forth Gungnir, ascending to hover above Nidhogg. He struck down with the golden spear, which descended like a club in the dragon's increasingly fearful gaze. The blow, delivered by the god of war, sent Nidhogg plummeting to the ground, the impact shattering a section of the roots of the world tree, which, despite being carbonized, remained tougher than any known metal. As Nidhogg landed, the earth trembled beneath it. However, it dared not struggle further, lying still upon the ground with a clear gaze. Louwen slowly descended before Nidhogg. Ignorant beast, do you not even recognize your master? Though he was smaller than a single tooth of Nidhogg, his mere presence instilled a sense of submission in the dragon. Louwen placed his hand upon the thick chain, thicker than Nidhogg's neck. Strange motes of light floated forth, and one segment of the chain shimmered and then detached. The bindings that Nidhogg loathed were thus removed, and it let out a low, excited growl, eager to rise and spread its dark wings across the sky. However, upon seeing Louwen standing silently, it fell back to the ground once more. Nidhogg understood that this human was the one who had confined it beside the world tree, the very one who could grant its freedom, yet could just as easily imprison it again if disobeyed. Louwen, satisfied with Nidhogg's compliance, nodded approvingly. Rise. Nidhogg complied, obediently lowering its head. Louwen leaped atop the dragon's head, gently tapping Gungnir against it. Take me to the southernmost roots of the world tree, to the new world established by the remnants of the old gods and mortals. Nidhogg let out a growl and soared towards the southern tip of the world tree, thousands of kilometers away. In the twilight of the gods, the flames of the fire giant Surtur engulfed the 9 realms, leading to the mutual destruction of gods and their foes, plunging the universe into chaos. The earth sank into the ocean, stars fell, yet the world tree endured, becoming a lifeline for continued existence. Odin's children, Vidar and Vali, alongside the surviving gods and the last 2 mortals, established a new world at the southernmost point of the world tree, a place untouched by anyone before. The sun goddess Sl's daughter inherited her mother's divine role, guiding the new sun to illuminate the world. Yet, all this remained fragile and diminutive. Among the surviving old gods, some retained powers rivaling the former chief deities. But they dared not reveal themselves before their erstwhile enemies, leaving most of the world shrouded in darkness and snow. In this lush new world, rivers flowed clear. Sunlight bathed the land, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. A few shepherds sat upon the grass, their rugged appearances adorned in Viking-style attire. Among them lay a barrel of mead, and the shepherds took turns drinking heartily from horn cups, under the careful watch of the gods. The number of mortals had grown from 2 to an entire village. In this harmonious new world, mortals lived in peace. "Hey, Half, look up at the sky. Is that not a black eagle?" exclaimed a stout, bearded shepherd, pointing towards the distant horizon to an elderly shepherd with graying whiskers. "Let me see." The old shepherd Half replied, squinting his bleary eyes after drinking, unable to discern clearly, only noticing a dark spot rapidly enlarging. Suddenly, Half's eyes widened in realization. It was no black eagle. He shouted to his companions, "Run! It is the ebony dragon, enemy of the old world gods." Upon hearing this, the shepherds abandoned their flock, hastily fleeing towards the village, where they believed the gods would surely triumph over the black dragon. Louwen, standing atop Nidhogg, watched the fleeing mortals without pursuit. His goal was to locate the gods of this new world, and through them, find the remnants of the partially living world tree to establish a connection for the game server. With the emergence of the once great adversary Nidhogg, the gods would undoubtedly come. Louwen merely needed to wait. It was not long before the earth trembled, and figures descended from the sky. Louwen surveyed the scene, noting that at the forefront were Odin's sons, the god of silence and nature, Vidar, and the god of vengeance, Vala. Following them were Thor's sons, the god of strength, Magni, and the god of courage, Modi. "Is it just the few of you?" Louwen inquired as he descended from Nidhogg's head, under the tense gaze of the gods. Turning to the decayed patch of grass behind him, he gestured for Nidhogg to ascend into the air, his spear striking the ground. Golden light spread forth, banishing decay, and the grass revived with new life. With these actions complete, Louwen approached the anxious gods with a smile. Vala, in a state of heightened tension, nearly loosed an arrow from his bow, but was halted by the god of silence, Vidar. Louwen turned to Vidar, speaking kindly, "I know you, Vidar. After Odin was devoured by Fenrir, you avenged him by slaying the wolf. Logically, you should be the new king of the gods. What do you think of my ascension to the throne through sheer force?" Louwen inquired with curiosity. Chapter 15, Activation. Vidar glanced between Louwen's benevolent smile and the soaring Nidhogg, ultimately focusing on Gungnir in Louwen's hand. After a long pause, he planted his broadsword into the earth and signaled for his companions to lower their weapons. He attempted to soften his tone, but the pride of being Odin's son restrained him. Ultimately, he spoke stiffly, "I understand that though I am the son of the God King, my power pales in comparison to yours. Your rise to the throne of the gods is the will of the people and an inevitability of fate." Seeing Louwen remain silent, simply gazing at him, Vidar bowed lower. "We welcome the presence of the supreme god. What commands do you have for us, your majesty?" Vidar's humility stemmed not from Louwen's status as the king of the gods or Nidhogg's presence above, but from Louwen's power. To avoid detection by external foes, the gods periodically dispatched scouts to gather information from the outside world. Among all the reports, the tales of this supreme god were the most compelling. The intelligence indicated that Louwen wielded Gungnir, vanquishing one enemy of the gods after another. Vidar even knew that powerful invaders occasionally emerged from the world, referring to the extraordinary beings from the Blue Star who entered dungeons, and each time, it was this supreme god who intervened to safeguard the new world's inhabitants. Vidar was acutely aware of who protected them. After all, the radiant golden light that descended from the heavens could only emanate from Gungnir. Thus, he dared not oppose Louwen. Satisfied with Vidar's attitude, Louwen spoke. "Lead me to the portion of the world tree that still lives." Vidar's eyes widened, and though he wished to protest, he ultimately only trembled, guiding the way ahead. The surviving part of the world tree had become a young sapling, and he could only hope that this supreme god did not intend to take the new world tree away. After all, they lacked the strength to stop Louwen. Without the new world tree, the new world built upon it would swiftly wither. Louwen followed Vidar into the village. Some mortals observed them from a distance, but made no further move. In the heart of the village stood a lush tree, tall and straight. Though it appeared remarkably grand compared to ordinary trees, it was still merely a sapling in comparison to the world tree. As Louwen approached, the crown of the world tree sapling shimmered with scattered lights, coalescing beneath its boughs into the figure of a human child. The child crafted by the sapling was androgynous, its features indistinct. After a slight bow towards Louwen, it stood silently. Louwen scrutinized the figure before inquiring, "How shall I address you, newborn world tree?" There was no verbal reply, but a message resonated in Louwen's mind. "Great king of the gods, I am but an extension of the previous world tree. Thus you may continue to call me Yggdrasil." Louwen nodded. "Yggdrasil, I come to you seeking assistance under your identity as the world tree. Fear not, for there shall be no peril. You are the supreme deity. Whatever request you make, I shall endeavor to fulfill," Yggdrasil replied, kneeling on one knee, exuding a palpable reverence. After consulting with the world tree itself, Louwen hesitated no longer. He casually affixed the pre-prepared client of the chat group to a branch of the world tree. Yggdrasil gazed at the intricately structured, glowing cube suspended from its form, deep in contemplation. It could not comprehend the nature of this object. Initially, upon witnessing Louwen hanging the luminous entity, it assumed it to be a nascent world. After all, in its ancestral memories, the previous world tree bore worlds upon it. Yggdrasil focused intently. The glowing cube was nearly weightless and devoid of any formidable energy. Yet, to its astonishment, it sensed another realm through this cube. Unlike any of the 9 realms before the twilight of the gods, this was a new world. Once Louwen completed the installation of the client, he connected it to the chat group in his mind through the power of causality. The principles of this operation were unknown, lacking theoretical basis, yet Louwen felt assured. And thus it came to pass effortlessly. Within the chat group, Supreme God of the Polar Night, Image Supreme God of the Polar Night. All right, everyone. The game client has been established on the world tree. Let us see if we can enter the game. Fallen Angel, you mean I can play a game that transcends my era by countless years with immense freedom? Supreme God of the Polar Night. Indeed. Moreover, in this game, everyone in the group can indulge freely, without concerns for finances. All expenses shall be covered by me. Fallen Angel, hooray. Invincible Electric Princess, hooray. Thor the Hammer God, hooray. Wait, hold on. What did you say you built that client on? The world tree? Supreme God of the Polar Night. Precisely, the world tree. However, the original world tree was mostly consumed during the twilight of the gods. This is merely a sapling, incapable of supporting worlds, only suitable for constructing simple game clients. Supreme God of the Polar Night. Now, let us not overthink it. Let us play the game. Thor the Hammer God. I don't want to. Time is of the essence. I must continue training. Fallen Angel. Thor, are you foolish? Didn't you hear Louwen's earlier explanation? If we stay in the game until the last night before it shuts down, our power within the game will translate into reality. Isn't that faster than your slow training? Thor the Hammer God. True, but even if I gain immense power, I cannot accept abandoning everything I have now to inhabit another body. Supreme God of the Polar Night. Worry not. I have considered this. In my design, your powers will overlap with you, and you can traverse between your world and the world post-transformation through the chat group and game client. Now then, Wandering Little Ball, Void. White, let us enjoy the game. Wandering Little Ball. Can even I play this game? Void, sister, it's a new game. White, yes, brother, shall we play? Void, of course. Such an opportunity cannot be refused. After all, in the game, Void and White shall never be defeated. Supreme God of the Polar Night. Then, let us begin. Chapter 16. No one understands better than me. Leaning against the world tree, Louwen settled down as Yggdrasil stood attentively beside him. He opened the newly added game module in the chat group. After a brief loading animation, a welcome message appeared. Welcome to the game. Please enter your nickname. Louwen pondered for a moment, troubled. Naming was not his forte. No one understands better than me seemed fitting enough. As a deity in a mythic level instance, he indeed possessed great understanding. Next was the choice of race. Having been human for so long, it was time for a change in experience. However, Louwen preferred a race resembling humans, finding the thought of a flying squirrel skeleton too peculiar. After consideration, he decided on the dragonkin, which closely resembled humans, distinguished only by a pair of dragon horns atop their heads and dragon wings at their backs. He adjusted his features to mirror his original appearance in reality. As for his class, he hesitated briefly between Gunner and Mage before ultimately choosing Mage. As the saying goes, Gunners are fortunate, and he did not wish to become a victim of misfortune. After creating his character, he entered the game. Louwen surveyed his surroundings as the game neared its closure. The novice village was sparsely populated. Within the chat group, Supreme God of the Polar Night, is everyone ready? Fallen Angel, ready. Invincible Electric Princess, ready. Thor the Hammer God, one wandering little ball, one void. Are you all ready? I'm already level 10. White, me too. Flying Squirrel, what a genius game. Supreme God of the Polar Night, I've also arrived at the novice village. That cloaked undead is me. Louwen closed the chat group and looked around. Spotting a towering skeleton. Approaching it, he greeted, you must be Flying Squirrel. Greetings, I am the Supreme God of the Polar Night from the group. Oh, you are the esteemed deity. A dragonkin. Are you looking to join my Ains Olgown guild? Flying Squirrel, a top player in the game, was somewhat cautious in addressing Louwen, given the reverence inspired by both Louwen's divine identity and the wealth he casually offered. Louwen, while attempting to locate other group members in the novice village, replied, no, I plan to establish my own guild. Flying Squirrel breathed a sigh of relief. If Louwen had indeed wished to join his guild, it would have posed quite a challenge. Unable to find group members merely by sight in the novice village, Louwen reopened the chat group. Supreme God of the Polar Night, everyone, please report your game names and races. Fallen Angel, Chief Archangel of the Feather Folk. This race is quite similar to angels. This nickname seemed a bit off, yet not entirely incorrect. Thor the Hammer God, I initially wanted to use Thunder God, but the game indicated that name was taken, so I had to settle for Asgard as Thunder God. Curse it. I will make that person who took the name taste my lightning once I find them. Misaka Makoto, I didn't expect someone better would already take the name Railgun. My race is human. Wandering Little Ball, my race is also human, and my name is Gaia. Void, mine is Void, and my race is human. White, mine is White, and my race is human. Louwen took note of everyone's details and proceeded to send friend requests to the group members. After they all accepted, he sent a party invitation to them in Flying Squirrel. In the party channel, no one understands better than me. Everyone, I am Louwen. Let us all gather. Void and White, return as well. Let us have Flying Squirrel lead us through a dungeon. Void, hurry up. White and I are preparing to farm some gear in the dungeon to challenge the wilds. Flying Mouse, I must remind both of you that the lowest level in the wilderness is 30. White, as long as Blank is with us, there is no foe we cannot overcome. No one understands better than I. Blank, your dungeon is an exception. Nearby the novice village. At the entrance of the first novice dungeon, Flying Mouse observed a group of level 1 fledglings behind him, then nodded at the two slightly more seasoned novices in their teens. Everyone get ready. I am about to open the dungeon. With that, Flying Mouse's skeletal hand pushed open the creaking wooden door, allowing a radiant light to spill forth. The group felt a fleeting sensation before the white light dissipated, revealing them within the dungeon. Dungeon, Goblin Hideout recommended level, 30 dungeon limit, 10 players loot. As they entered the dungeon, they immediately encountered a patrol of goblins. Upon spotting them, Flying Mouse's skeletal jaw clicked, and he sent a laughing emoji in the chat channel. Back in my rookie days, I also faced these goblins, and they gave me quite a hard time. While Flying Mouse lamented in the chat, the Blank siblings leapt out of the party. They were both in their teens. While the Goblin Patrol boasted levels of at least 15, with the Goblin Captain a formidable level 20. However, this slight level disparity was inconsequential to the Blank siblings. To Flying Mouse's astonishment, they swiftly dispatched the entire group of goblins with their seamless movements and unparalleled reflexes. Flying Mouse, impressive indeed. He was well aware of the game and its monsters. Thus, he could discern the exceptional skill displayed by the siblings. Observing from the sidelines, Louwen felt a surge of excitement. He patted Flying Mouse on the shoulder and messaged in the chat. No one understands better than I. You prepare your defensive spells here. I shall venture forth to demonstrate powers beyond this world. After sending the message, he unfurled his dragon wings and soared into the sky. Behind him, Flying Mouse reached out as if to stop him. Flying Mouse, wait. You're only level 1. The goblin archers will shoot you down. Yet, Louwen did not respond. Leaving the others exchanging glances, watching as Louwen became a mere speck against the sky. Shifting perspective to Louwen, he hovered above the goblin hideout. Opting not to use the initial level 1 spell, he raised his left hand, causing the entire dungeon, both monsters and players, to feel a tremor in the space around them. Just as they were bewildered, the tremor intensified. Finally, Flying Mouse understood that this disturbance was not localized. It spread throughout the entire dungeon realm. As the tremors grew more frequent and severe, a small rift appeared above Louwen. when the rift emerged. The tremor momentarily ceased before erupting with even greater intensity. Accompanying this surge, the space around the rift shattered violently, expanding into a colossal fissure. From within, a terrifying black dragon had emerged. Chapter 17. The Spindle of Fate. Nidhogg thrust his head through the rift, his terrifying presence causing the world to tremble. The black dragon's maw opened wide, a staggering amount of chaotic energy gathering, ready to unleash its breath. As the energy peaked, a massive beam erupted from the dragon's mouth, striking the mountain that housed the goblin hideout, obliterating it instantaneously. But this was not the end. As the beam fully penetrated the ground, a violent explosion erupted, accompanied by a corruption that obliterated all in its path. In that moment, the entire dungeon realm was devoid of life, save for the players. The dungeon had been cleared. In 10 minutes, they would be forcibly ejected. With a wave, Louwen dismissed Nidhogg from the game world and turned to his companions, flapping his dragon wings as he returned to their side. Satisfied, Louwen shook his arms, a joyful smile on his face. He opened the voice channel and inquired, "How was that, everyone? Was my summoning spell not impressive?" Kagabiri gripped her staff tightly, her white wings fluttering unconsciously behind her as she stared at the vast crater where a small mountain once stood. "You must be hacking. This is absolutely unfair." Facing Kagabiri's accusation, Louwen merely shrugged. "Impossible. I assure you, I am not hacking." Beside him, Flying Mouse tapped a few times on the dungeon interface, causing several treasure chests to appear on the ground. "Divine One, come and open the chests. Actually, I prefer if you just call me Louwen. Referring to me as Divine One feels too distant." He noticed a golden chest among the white and green ones, standing out distinctly. "This," said Flying Mouse, stroking his pointed jawbone, "is the novice's first completion reward. When the party leader clears a dungeon for the first time, there is a chance to receive it." He shook his skull head. "But do not get your hopes too high. According to the official game statement, such golden rewards can yield world-class items, but for a low-level dungeon like this, the best you might get is purple gear, and that is only under particularly fortunate circumstances." Upon hearing Flying Mouse's explanation, Louwen felt no disappointment. He approached the golden chest, placing his hand upon it. Suddenly, all present experienced a strange sensation. Louwen stood there, yet to everyone's eyes, his presence and actions became inscrutable and uncertain. As the group stood bewildered, Louwen flung open the golden chest. A beam of golden light shot skyward, revealing a card tinged with red amidst the gold. Flying Mouse stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his forced calmness flickering with green light. He recognized that golden red glow. It was undoubtedly a world-class item. At that moment, all players were greeted by a server-wide announcement. "Congratulations to player no one understands better than I for obtaining the world-class item, Money Tree, from the first completion reward of the Goblin Hideout dungeon." Not only was Flying Mouse shocked, but the other party members were equally astounded, their jaws agape. From Flying Mouse's description, it was clear that the probability of such a first completion reward yielding a world-class item was infinitesimal. It was almost akin to a pie-in-the-sky promise from the game developers. Yet, against such slim odds, Louwen had achieved it. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. After examining the capabilities of the Money Tree, a world-class item, Louwen was eager to share it with his friends. However, upon turning around, he was met with their astonished expressions. Feeling bashful, he scratched his head. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Is your luck always this remarkable?" Misaka Makoto stammered. About that, it's not merely luck, it's one of my abilities. I'll share details in the group. If you're curious, take a look for yourselves." With that, Louwen sent a screenshot of his Dungeon World panel to the group. The Supreme God of Polar Night, image. The group zoomed in on the image, revealing a skill description prominently displayed. Skill 2, Spindle of Fate, to signify their submission. The three goddesses of fate bestowed the Spindle of Fate upon the Supreme God of Polar Night, thus acknowledging the supreme authority capable of controlling destiny. Effect: the Supreme God of Polar Night possesses the ability to manipulate probability. The group gazed at Louwen in awe, realizing that this ability was even more extraordinary than mere good fortune. Kagabiri seemed to have an epiphany, sending a flattering emoji, and approached Louwen with a mischievous giggle in the voice channel. "O great Supreme God, King of the Gods, I beseech your blessing. May you ensure my card draws are always fruitful." Kagabiri clasped her hands in prayer, her tone reverent. Louwen raised an eyebrow, resting his forehead in contemplation. "If you say that, what about your deity?" It's fine. This isn't my world. It shouldn't be a problem," Job Bailey replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, have you fallen?" Louwen remarked, adjusting the probabilities for her. Go and give it a try. Upon hearing Louwen's words, Jiabeli eagerly logged off. A minute later. In the chat group, Fallen Angel, hooray. Louwen's blessings are truly powerful. I pulled 10 5-star items in a row, each one guaranteed. No time to chat. I'm going to keep drawing. Supreme God of Eternal Night. Fallen Angel, take it easy. Don't let the game company treat you like a cheat and ban you. Fallen Angel, Louwen. I see a string of ellipses from Jiabeli. Could it be that she has figured it out? Supreme God of Eternal Night, banned? Fallen Angel, banned. Supreme God of Eternal Night. For how many days? Fallen Angel, 10 years. Supreme God of Eternal Night. What should I do if I want to laugh? Fallen Angel, then laugh. Louwen could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and Jiabeli, who had just logged off, logged back in. Her first action upon logging in was to raise her staff and strike it against Louwen's head. Shameless evil god. Return my account. With one hand blocking the staff, Louwen raised the other to form a gesture of international friendship. You're being somewhat unreasonable. It was you who asked for my blessing. Now that you've been banned as a cheat, why are you coming to me? It's all your fault for cursing me with your message. How could I have been banned so quickly otherwise? The two continued to use their staffs as melee weapons, exchanging playful jibes as they did so. Nearby, Fei Shu observed their interaction, lost in thought before turning to his sibling, Kong Bai, and remarking, back in the day, my friends and I were just as joyful. Kong Bai and his sibling merely exchanged a glance and scratched their heads. Who would understand this coming from two socially anxious homebodies? Chapter 18. Resurrection Coins. With a deft swing of his staff, Louwen brought Jiabeli to the ground, then gestured for them to cease their antics. Calling the others over, he revealed the world-class item, the money tree. Fei Shu gazed at the money tree card, puzzled. I've heard the legends of the money tree. If it merely grants an abundance of currency, it shouldn't be classified as a world-class item. What makes it special? Louwen nodded. Indeed, it has unique features. I just read the description. It can be shaken once a day, and the amount of currency produced is proportional to the force applied. Then Louwen unveiled the true power of this world-class item. The currency produced by the money tree is, in fact, resurrection coins. Resurrection coins. Everyone present immediately grasped the significance. According to Louwen, when the game shuts down, players within the game would be transported to the real world along with their levels and items. At that time, these resurrection coins could be utilized in reality, freeing them from the fear of death. Thor erupted in joyous laughter, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the money tree. So, I can use the resurrection coins to bring my father back? My father will not perish, and Ragnarok shall not come. Though reluctant to douse his enthusiasm, Kong hesitated. While Bai interjected, based on our understanding of the game over the past few days, the resurrection items only restore a player to their state prior to death. Odin has passed away. Even with resurrection coins, he cannot be revived, and thus, they hold no value for him. Louwen delivered the final blow. The seasoned player. Fei Shu nodded in agreement. How can this be? Thor slumped onto a stone, dejected, like a child burdened with 200 pounds. The once invisible earth consciousness, Gaia, approached Thor, smiling as he patted his head reassuringly. Do not worry. Now that we have resurrection items, we will surely find items that can extend life. Thor gazed up at Gaia's gentle face, sensing a maternal warmth reminiscent of his mother, Frick. Louwen surveyed his friends, waving farewell. Goodbye, everyone. It's getting late. I'll log off now. As the others bid their farewells, he logged off. As his consciousness returned, Louwen opened his eyes. Still leaning against the trunk of the world tree, Yggdrasil, which stood vigil beside him. Unlike before he logged in, a plethora of livestock, food, and weapons were laid before him. Louwen turned to Yggdrasil, questioning with his gaze. Yggdrasil explained, during your time of consciousness wandering, mortals offered livestock, food, and weapons to express their submission to you, hoping for your protection. Louwen nodded thoughtfully, approaching the offerings and scanning the distance where people worked while subtly observing him. He smiled warmly, cherishing these remaining humans in this world, whether out of his human identity or the responsibility of a supreme deity. Thus, since ascending to the throne of the supreme god, he had been protecting them. Stepping out from the shade of the world tree, he raised Gungnir towards the heavens. Golden light pierced through the layers of darkness, illuminating the world that had fallen into eternal night after Ragnarok. Louwen's will spread with the light, reaching every living being within the world. In the name of the supreme god, I declare that from the world tree in the north to the boundless chaotic sea in the south, all shall be lands promised to mortals. The light converged. Sunlight cascading down, no longer the feeble glow of a newly reborn sun, but the true sun that illuminates the world. In Louwen's declaration, the world tree referred to the ancient tree of life. Thus, the territory for mortals expanded to half of the world. In this half, darkness receded, and the sky once again became clear and expansive, with the sun and moon alternating in their ascent. After completing these tasks, Louwen pondered for a moment. Feeling there was nothing else to attend to, he returned to the world tree, entering the game once more amidst the grateful voices of mortals and old gods. No one understands logging in better than I do. Fei Shu noticed that Louwen had logged back in shortly after logging off, puzzled. What is this about? Nothing much. Just found my world too dull, so I came back to play some more. Now, let us continue leveling up, he replied, heading straight for the next dungeon. Weeks later, Louwen struck the head of a level 100 giant serpent with his staff. The health bar dropped significantly, yet the controlled serpent could not resist, allowing Louwen to strike repeatedly. Ja Bailey, give me a boost. Hearing this, the priest Ja Bailey cast a strength enhancement spell on the mage Louwen. With the added power, Louwen struck with even greater force, depleting the serpent's health entirely. Jumping off the giant serpent, Louwen opened the dungeon interface and, as expected, received the best reward available due to the intervention of Fate's Spindle. After exiting the dungeon, Louwen sent a message in the group. Supreme God of Eternal Night, everyone, gather at the entrance of the Nazarick Great Tomb. After sending the message, he teleported to the location with a few friends. At that moment, Fei Shu, who had just exited the Great Tomb, saw the group message. In a flash of white light, the blank siblings, who had been leveling alone, also arrived. Once everyone was present, Louwen explained the purpose of gathering. Everyone, I have reached the maximum level, and I've purchased the guild creation orders. It's time to establish our guild. This had been discussed prior to their login, and aside from Fei Shu, who already had his own guild, the others were set to join the guild that Louwen was about to create. Since we're establishing a guild, shouldn't we discuss the name first? Misaka Makoto proposed, and the others nodded in agreement. After some contemplation, Louwen spoke. In that case, let us name it Fengling Yuang Sect. The sudden message in the chat group left everyone momentarily stunned, their gazes collectively fixed on Louwen. Louwen managed an awkward smile. This is actually Louwen what? Flying Squirrel? Kong? Bye? Fallen Angel? Have you lost your mind? The invincible electric princess. It seems Louwen has been uttering such nonsensical phrases frequently of late. Louwen was silenced for 24 hours by the Supreme God of Polar Night. Supreme God of Polar Night, this is not my will. I have examined this body of mine, and the results show no issues. The inexplicable emergence of these ridiculous phrases is akin to a conditioned reflex, similar to a knee-jerk reaction. Supreme God of Polar Night, the invincible electric princess, do you have any news regarding my situation? The invincible electric princess, there is one matter, though I am unsure of its relevance to your current condition. Chapter 19, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect Supreme God of Polar Night, do tell me about it. The invincible electric princess. After the fantasy hand incident, most victims returned to their normal lives upon waking. However, a small portion gathered to establish a Harmony Church, which surprisingly received approval from the council, thus becoming an official organization. Supreme God of Polar Night, I have some recollection of this. After I shaped this body, indeed, a group of individuals adhering to the 4 principles linked with me, and they mentioned the establishment of a church. The invincible electric princess. Do you know the current status of the Harmony Church? Supreme God of Polar Night, I am not particularly concerned with such matters, but it should be thriving since it has received approval from Academy City. The invincible electric princess, not just thriving, it's growing at an astonishing rate. Who wouldn't be intrigued by an organization endorsed by Academy City that can legally enhance one's abilities? Moreover, this church, which regards you as its faith and follows the principles of unity, mutual aid, loyalty, and tolerance, boasts a positive internal atmosphere and imposes no restrictions on membership. As long as one adheres to the 4 tenets, whether in thought or practice, they can be accepted into the church. Hence, the numbers are vast. Louwen pondered and recognized the truth in this. He had indeed set it up so that anyone who adhered to these 4 principles could gain varying degrees of ability enhancement. The closer one's thoughts and actions aligned with the principles, the greater the enhancement received. Thus, the large numbers were easily understandable. Supreme God of Polar Night, how many members does the church currently have? The invincible electric princess, the numbers are continuously increasing. but recent statistics indicate it has approached 50,000, surpassing the number of those who utilize the fantasy hand. Furthermore, to align their thoughts more closely with the doctrine, the bishops frequently hold sermons, creating an atmosphere akin to brainwashing. There seems to be one today, which should have already commenced. Supreme God of Polar Night, I understand now. It is likely that the thoughts of the congregation resonate with my collaborative body during the sermons. There should be no significant issues. I'll make adjustments later. Fallen Angel, actually, I was about to say, have you all forgotten something? Supreme God of Polar Night. Oh, right, the establishment of the guild. Fallen Angel, and since you are all together, why are you still typing in the chat group? Would it not be better to speak directly? Supreme God of Polar Night, the invincible electric princess, cough cough. Louwen cleared his throat and continued, regarding the guild's name, I have thought of one. Let us call it Louwen sect. It possesses an enchanting aura reminiscent of Eastern fantasy. I believe it is fitting. Gaia expressed agreement. Thor nodded in consent. Kong and Bai exchanged glances and spoke in unison. As the president, we shall follow your lead. Misaka Makoto shrugged. I have no objections. I have an objection, Gabariri exclaimed, jumping up and down before Louwen. I believe our guild should be named Supreme Paradise or Holy Celestial Realm or something alike. Well, since everyone has no objections, I shall proceed with the creation. Hey, don't ignore me. Louwen created the guild, naming it Louwen sect, and then sent invitations to all present, except for Flying Squirrel. As president, there is no one more adept at inviting the Archangel to join the guild. As president, there is no one more adept at inviting Thor, the god of Asgard, to join the guild. As president, there is no one more adept at inviting the Railgun to join the guild. After pulling the group members into the guild, Louwen produced a series of resource cards, and the members began constructing the guild's headquarters. The headquarters of Louwen sect was not far from the Great Tomb of Nazarick. One could even say they were neighbors. As days passed, aside from Misaka Makoto, the Blank siblings, and Flying Squirrel, who were mere mortals, the rest were beings capable of subsisting without food, drink, or sleep, and surprisingly found themselves rather leisurely. Through the relentless efforts of the members, the guild's headquarters was swiftly completed. Unlike the Great Tomb of Nazarick, which lay primarily underground, all structures of the Louwen sect floated in the air, comprising a massive floating island and 8 smaller floating islands in each cardinal direction. The headquarters, adopting Gabariri's suggestion, was named Supreme Celestial Realm. On the grand island of the Supreme Celestial Realm stood an opulent palace of pure white, blending various architectural styles from multiple worlds. Although it lacked the grandeur and magnificence of the Golden Palace in its prime, it exuded a sense of sanctity and majesty, and was subsequently named Pantheon in consideration of the opinions of the group members. Of the 8 smaller floating islands, only 4 were constructed, while the remaining 4 remained desolate and empty. The northern island, designed by Louwen, featured minimal architecture, dominated instead by a colossal tree whose roots enveloped the entire island, modeled after the World Tree. It lacked the world-bearing power of its counterpart but could still contend with a handful of max-level players. The true strength lay in the Black Dragon Nidhogg, commanded by Louwen to guard the Grand Tree. The western island, crafted by Gabariri, centered around a church surrounded by pristine ancient Roman architecture. The guardians were 7 angels of virtue, embodying chastity, temperance, generosity, diligence, patience, tolerance, and humility, modeled after her classmates from paradise. Each angel possessed the strength to defeat Flying Squirrel without employing powerful artifacts. In the northwest, Thor designed a military island inspired by the Asgardian forces, featuring a world-class artifact known as the Hall of Heroes. As long as the Hall of Heroes stood, the army could resurrect infinitely. Destroying this world-class artifact may appear daunting, but it was not as simple as it seemed. Lastly, the southern island was a collaboration between the Blank siblings and a wandering little sphere named Gaia, presenting a stark contrast to the preceding islands. While the prior islands showcased ancient architecture, the southern island resembled a steel metropolis. Soldiers clad in exoskeletons patrolled ceaselessly, while armored vehicles, tanks, and drones lay concealed within the steel structures. The island's perimeter was adorned with anti-aircraft artillery, glimmering coldly. Should one delve beneath the surface, they would discover rockets equipped with nuclear warheads lying in wait within their launch silos. This was the true trump card of the southern island. Chapter 20. Loaded with supplies, Louwen gazed upon the newly established guild headquarters, nodding in satisfaction. However, before he could explore it thoroughly, he received a message from the game system. Urgent notice. due to the fact that your guild possesses an excess of the 20 series world-class items. An announcement has been made across the entire server regarding your guild's coordinates. Louwen paused. An announcement across the server indeed meant trouble was imminent. With this thought, Louwen shared a screenshot of the game notification in the chat group. The supreme god of the Polar Night. Take a look at the image, everyone. Flying mouse, indeed. The game is about to shut down in a few days, and all guilds are selling items. During this time, your guild has also relaxed its acquisition of items. The number of 20 series world-class items must have far exceeded the limit of 2. Fallen Angel, can someone explain to me what the 20 series means? Flying mouse, allow me to explain. World-class items are the ultimate items directly designed by the developers, each possessing the power to alter game rules, such as forcing through defenses, granting immunity to all control effects, or even modifying server terrain data. Only 200 exist in the entire server. Flying mouse, world-class items are divided into 2 categories: ordinary level with 180 items and the 20 series with 20 items. The 20 series is named for its numbering from 1 to 20, and its abilities surpass those of ordinary items. Some can even pose a direct threat to game balance. A single guild can hold a maximum of 220 series items. Exceeding this limit results in a server-wide announcement of coordinates, inciting other players to attack. The supreme god of the Polar Night. Therefore, we may face an onslaught from players across the server. Kong, it shouldn't be that exaggerated. Not every player is that combative. Only a small portion of players will likely attack us based on the coordinates. Moreover, players are generally quite impatient. As long as we successfully fend off a few waves, they will likely give up. Flying mouse, that's indeed the case. Our guild has experienced this before. The supreme god of the Polar Night. Then let us proceed. Everyone, gather at the guild base if you have nothing else to do. You won't need to do anything. Just observe our guild's weapon, Wind Spirit Moonshadow. Jia Bailey, I've always wanted to ask. Is this Wind Spirit Moonshadow truly from that major power in the Eastern gaming world? The supreme god of the Polar Night. Don't say such things. Before the grand entrance of the Wind Spirit Moonshadow Sect's pantheon, a crowd led by Louwen awaited. After an indeterminate period, a group of players appeared on the central island, dressed uniformly, indicating they had not engaged in battle and likely came from unguarded side islands. Instead of launching an immediate attack, they distanced themselves from the crowd, seemingly waiting for their teammates. Soon, another group emerged, markedly fewer in number, most bearing various injuries. One player, clad in tattered equipment, sat on the ground, shouting complaints toward Louwen's side. You lot have gone down the tech path, but why even have nuclear bombs? And to use one right from the start, anyone in our team with low defenses or fire resistance has already been wiped out. Louwen pointed at the shouting player and remarked to Jia Bailey, that fellow has great potential for telling hellish jokes. We must take him along when he dies. Jia Bailey merely rolled her eyes. Stop joking. They appear to be preparing to attack. In the distance, the temporary commander of this operation had begun a pre-battle rally. Flying Mouse inquired, I heard they planned to weaken your guild by attacking in 3 teams from 3 directions. Why have only 2 groups arrived? Louwen glanced at the results from the side battles. The unfortunate last team ventured north to the island guarded by Nidhogg and was completely annihilated. As they spoke, the players had assembled before the crowd, roughly estimating several hundred in number. The leading players approached, bypassing Louwen to directly address Flying Mouse. Leader of the Ains Olgaun Guild, will your guild assist them? These players still regarded Ains Olgaun, once possibly the strongest guild, with caution. Although most of its players had since quit, its legacy should not be underestimated. In response, Flying Mouse stepped aside as previously discussed. I am here today in a personal capacity as an observer. You may continue your battle. The leading players conferred briefly and accepted Flying Mouse as an observer before turning to address Louwen. You must be the leader of the Wind Spirit Moonshadow sect. The game is set to shut down soon. I do not care why you have chosen to spend lavishly these last few days, but it no longer matters. Since we are here, let us engage in a decisive battle, honoring our love for this game. The players behind him cheered, both for the upcoming battle and for the game they still cherished. Louwen said nothing, simply adopting a battle stance and beckoning to the hundreds of opposing players. A multitude of players surged forward with various skills toward the members of the Wind Spirit Moonshadow sect before them. However, to the ears of the Wind Spirit Moonshadow members, as soon as the opposing players began their charge, a series of crisp chimes emanated from Louwen. Unfazed by the onslaught of attacks, Louwen advanced calmly, making no extraneous movements, not even defending. When the effects of the attacks dissipated, Louwen continued his unhurried pace. his health remaining unchanged. The player commander squinted at Louwen. This did not appear to be a high defensive resistance. In fact, regardless of how high the defense, facing hundreds of players' attacks without losing any health seemed impossible. He activated a perception skill, but the information presented before him widened his eyes in astonishment. In his view, the opposing player had not a single attack judgment point. As the players stood bewildered, Louwen had already entered their ranks. Centered among them, the players gradually parted. What astonished everyone was that Louwen did not unleash any formidable skills nor wield powerful items. He simply lowered his head, the tip of his staff pointing to the ground. From nowhere, a chant arose. Pack, pack, pack up the backpack. Accompanied by this, Louwen's body began to spin rapidly, self-targeting, locking on, delivering a fatal strike. The unremarkable staff in Louwen's hand continuously spewed forth the most basic fireball spells. The fireballs ignored defenses, disregarding resistances, each capable of eliminating a player. When Louwen ceased his spinning, not a single opposing player remained alive on the battlefield. Chapter 21. Together we teach. Louwen gave a thumbs up to the distant crowd and spoke in the chat. The supreme god of the polar night, everyone. Isn't our guild weapon impressive? Fallen Angel, did you activate it? The supreme god of the polar night. Yes, I did. Fallen Angel, 666. You're not even pretending. Hurry back and hand over the guild weapon. I want to play with it. Returning to the entrance of the Pantheon, Louwen handed over the guild weapon, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow modifier, to Jia Bailey, then logged off amidst the farewells from the others. Fallen Angel, this thing is too useful. Unlimited life, unlimited stamina, unlimited mana, and a plethora of functions. Kong, hey, enough. You've had your turn. Now it's my turn with Bai. Flying Mouse. Speaking of which, using such a seemingly cheating guild weapon, won't the officials ban your accounts? The supreme god of the polar night, not a problem. You all logged in through my world tree client, so the officials can't ban you. The supreme god of the polar night. By the way, Misaka Makoto, have you been facing any troubles recently? You haven't been online much. The invincible electric princess, indeed. There are some matters here. Are you aware of the chaotic open events? The supreme god of the polar night. I am aware. It's part of the main storyline. Have you found a solution? The invincible electric princess. It seems to have been resolved. I received a clue from my classmate's new roommate in early spring, suspecting it might be related to the students who had fallen into a coma under Kiyama Harumi. Coincidentally, I learned that Kiyama Harumi had been released on bail, and I followed her memories to locate the research institute. The invincible electric princess. Upon my arrival, I found the institute nearly devoid of anything, indicating it had been abandoned for quite some time. However, I did not leave empty-handed. I encountered Kiyama Harumi there, who was also searching for information. She guided me to the hospital where those children were, and it was then I realized the recent chaotic events were caused by her attempts to awaken them. The supreme god of the polar night. So you were being followed? The invincible electric princess. Indeed, as expected of a deity, you are aware of this. The supreme god of the polar night. After all, this is the main storyline. The invincible electric princess. The capable Miss Tristina from the rescue team tracked me and Kiyama Harumi to that location and transferred the children to a more specialized facility. She claimed she could legally access various confidential documents, including the vital initial samples needed for their treatment. This could be considered a satisfactory conclusion. Yet I still felt something was amiss. The supreme god of the polar night, your instincts are correct. First, if you wish to help those children, Kiyama Harumi is your true ally. Secondly, that Miss Tristina's full name is Tristina Kahara Livre. At this moment, in the office of the disciplinary committee, Misaka Makoto sat frozen in her chair, murmuring repeatedly, Tristina Kahara, Kahara, Kahara Jinsei. In the chat group, Louwen's message confirmed her suspicions. The supreme god of the polar night. You must have realized, Tristina is indeed the granddaughter of the one responsible for plunging that group of children into a coma. Kahara Jinsei. Thus, one could say you have struck a blow against your ally. With no time to respond to Louwen's message, Misaka Makoto instantly shouted to Shirai Kuriko. Quickly look up information about Tristina online. Shirai Kuriko, momentarily taken aback by Misaka Makoto's agitation, complied and began searching the internet. It was not particularly challenging. However, the information displayed on the screen caused Shirai Kuriko to exclaim, Makoto, she, Tristina, this person. At that moment, Sadaruko and Kahara Meiwei had also stealthily approached Shirai Kuriko, and the revelation of Tristina's full name made them gasp in astonishment. Tristina is the granddaughter of Kahara Jinsei. and she was also the initial test subject of the ability crystal experiment. Shirai Kuriko's voice brought Misaka Makoto back to her senses. She immediately intended to rush out to find Tracina and the children to rectify her mistakes. However, a message from the chat group halted her in her tracks. The supreme god of the Polar Night, the invincible electric princess, if I am not mistaken, you are preparing to confront those children alone, correct? The supreme god of the Polar Night. How naive. What can you achieve alone? True, you are a level 5 and quite formidable, but what good is that? You cannot locate them, and there are also tools capable of disrupting your powers. Going alone is tantamount to seeking your own demise. The invincible electric princess. I understand the reasoning, but what am I to do? The supreme god of the Polar Night. Consider it. You are not alone. You have reliable companions, Shirai Kuriko, a level 4, and the highly skilled computer expert Kahara Shiri. Even Sadaruko, once an ordinary person, possesses her own strengths, and she is now one of the level 4 co-heads of the Academy's church. Misaka Makoto's eyes widened as she glanced at Sadaruko, who was frowning at her computer screen. She was aware that although they currently lacked level 5 espers, the church comprised 7 capable level 4s, along with thousands of level 3s and 2s. Against such formidable forces, even a level 5 esper would have to tread carefully. Misaka Makoto was astonished to learn that Sadaruko was indeed a level 4 head of the Academy Church. She glanced back at the chat group, where the supreme god of the Polar Night had ceased speaking, replaced by Louwen and other group members. Thor, the god of hammers. What a pity. We lack the ability to traverse worlds. Otherwise, I would certainly assist. The fallen angel, supreme god of the Polar Night. I recently perused several novels related to chat groups at Tokyo University, and in those, chat groups typically possess the ability to traverse worlds. When will you research this and implement it in our chat group? Louwen of the Academy Church. Traversing worlds is something I should be capable of, but allowing others to cross over poses a greater challenge. I will address it once everything is settled. Louwen of the Academy Church, the invincible electric princess. I have activated the body in your world and am communicating with members of the Academy Church. If all goes according to plan, the Academy Church will assist you. The invincible electric princess. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude to Louwen in the chat group, Misaka Makoto returned to reality, preparing to gather her companions, only to find Sadaruko standing before her, having approached without her noticing. With a reassuring smile, she patted Misaka Makoto on the shoulder and stated, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, Makoto, rest assured, the co-heads have already issued a divine decree to all level 4 bishops and level 3 priests. The Academy Church will protect those children. Chapter 22, Divine Descent on a Certain Road in Academy City. Shirai Kuriko transported Misaka Makoto to the roof of Kiyama Harumi's car. Misaka Makoto pressed her finger against her earpiece and inquired, is the information accurate? On the other end of the earpiece, Sadaruko's voice responded, according to the information aggregated from the Academy Church network. The vehicle Kiyama Harumi is pursuing is indeed a decoy. Ever since Louwen's body was formed, the network has transformed into the Academy Church network, expanding its functions from mere computational power to include communication, positioning, and comprehensive computation. At that moment, with the roar of motorcycle engines, Kahara Meiwei, accompanied by Kahara Shiri, also caught up. It is indeed the case. The information I gathered corroborates this, Kahara Shiri called out to Misaka Makoto. Her voice caught Kiyama Harumi's attention inside the car, startling her as she recognized the little girl she had once kidnapped shouting at the roof of her car. But that was not all. As she turned to look towards Kahara Shiri, a knocking sound came from the other side of the car window. Kiyama Harumi quickly turned her head to see Misaka Makoto's upside-down face. In a state of alarm, Kiyama Harumi slammed on the brakes, bringing the blue sports car to a halt in the middle of the road. With a sullen expression, Kiyama Harumi exited the vehicle and questioned the group. What do you want? Why are you here? Kahara Shiri anxiously explained. Teacher Kiyama, this car is a decoy. The children are not inside. Without waiting for Kiyama Harumi to respond, she leaped off the motorcycle and directly climbed into her car. Then, from within the car, she urgently shouted to Kiyama Harumi, there is no time for explanations. Get in quickly. Aren't you eager to save those children? With a determined bite of her lip, Kiyama Harumi took the driver's seat and continued forward under Kahara Shiri's guidance. Meanwhile, the others prepared to intercept the pursuing enemies clad in powered armor. 2 armed helicopters ascended into the sky, and before Misaka Makoto and the others could act, A thunderous explosion erupted as the helicopters were crushed together by an invisible telekinetic force, instantly rendering them inoperable. Misaka Makoto turned her head to see several individuals dressed in ancient white robes, their heads covered by white hoods, descending from the sky. The leader of the white-robed figures spoke first, introducing their identity. "We are members of the Academy Church. I am the fourth bishop of the church, sent to assist you in accordance with the divine decree of the church as Lord." After the explanations, the white-robed individuals from the Concord Church lined up in unison, their voices merging into a single entity. "Leave this to us. You all may proceed." Misaka Makoto expressed her gratitude to them and, alongside Shirai Kuriko, hopped onto Kahara Meiwei's motorcycle, heading towards the direction of Koyama Haru. Behind them, the fourth bishop of the Concord Church, witnessing their departure, abruptly produced a book in his hands. He opened the tome and recited its contents. "We, the United Bishops of the Concord, stand as one." As he spoke, all members of the church present became deeply connected through the Concord network, resembling a singular entity. In unison, they raised their hands, unleashing a terrifying telekinetic force that sent flying both the combat personnel clad in powered armor and the heavily armored vehicles opposing them, shattering them into pieces. Though this power had yet to reach a level of 5, it already surpassed level 4 significantly. Meanwhile, Misaka Makoto and her companions, after defeating the giant mech controlled by Teresina that lay in ambush along their path, arrived at the research institute located in District 23 of Academy City. Through investigating the power consumption of the institute, Shokahu Misaki successfully pinpointed the location of the children. When they reached the lowest level where the children were housed, they found hundreds of individuals encircling the children's sleep pods. Instantly, they took up combat stances, only relaxing upon recognizing the white robes worn by these individuals, which they had encountered earlier, members of the Concord Church. The congregation of the Concord Church also noticed Misaka Makoto and her companions, parting to create a passage. A short figure in white robes stepped forward, evoking a sense of familiarity among them. As the figure approached and lifted the hood concealing their face, it revealed none other than Sadaruko. Understanding dawned upon them. Before their mission commenced, Sadaruko had disclosed her affiliation with the Concord Church to her companions. The absence of her presence on their journey was due to her statement about seeking assistance from the church, and thus, her appearance here was not surprising to Misaka Makoto and the others. Sadaruko approached Shokahu Misaki with a triumphant smile, clearing her throat. "Ahem. Standing before you now is the third bishop of the Concord Church, Sadaruko." Ruko was immensely excited, once powerless. She had only been able to watch as her companions faced hardships, resenting her own helplessness. Now, possessing a level 4 ability and having utilized it to assist her friends, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The reason she sought power was for her companions, which perhaps was a significant factor in her becoming a bishop of the Concord Church. In the chat group, the strongest and invincible Electromaster remarked, "Concord Louwen. Thank you for your assistance. The children have been found." To which the flying mouse replied, "Did you resolve it so quickly?" The wandering little ball added, "Indeed. It seems Louwen had no opportunity to participate after the initial prophecy." Concord Louwen responded, "It's not that simple, strongest and invincible Electromaster. Did you deliver the final blow?" The Electromaster inquired, "Deliver the final blow?" Concord Louwen warned, "Teresina is not so easily defeated. Since you did not deliver the final blow, she should be nearby. Be cautious." Just as Misaka Makoto was reading this message, a piercing and jarring noise erupted, causing headaches for both the members of the Concord Church and Misaka's group, save for Koyama Haru, who was unaffected due to lacking abilities. Amidst a cacophony of maniacal laughter, a bloody Teresina emerged from behind. Upon seeing the multitude before her, her smile faltered momentarily before morphing back into a more deranged grin. "What a sight, a gathering of ignorant little mice. It would be best for you to stay out of my way." With that, Teresina raised her weapon resembling a lance and swept it side to side, sending a large number of Concord Church members flying. Within the Concord Church, the members were united as one, all considering each other friends. Witnessing such a scene, every white-robed individual, including Sadaruko, felt a surge of rage. They suppressed their headaches, softly murmuring indistinguishable incantations in unison. During this time, Teresina relentlessly struck those present, each companion that fell intensifying the fury in the eyes of the Concord congregation, just as Teresina, grinning wickedly, aimed to bring her weapon down upon Sadaruko. The murmuring ceased, followed by a unified shout from the congregation, "Divine Descent." Chapter 23, Divine miracle, divine descent. As the voices rang out, Terezinna's weapon abruptly halted mere centimeters above Sadaruko's head. It was as if an invisible barrier had formed, preventing her from landing a single blow. A radiant white light erupted from the center of Sadaruko, propelling Terezinna away while enveloping all present members of the congregation. Misaka Makoto, too, was immersed in the warmth and comfort of the white light. Unbeknownst to her, she joined the congregation in singing a hymn. At that moment, the jarring sounds that had disrupted their abilities faded away, and those who had been struck down were healed by the white light, joining in the grand chorus. As the harmony reached its zenith, tiny specks of light began to emanate from the singing congregation, coalescing in the air to form a humanoid figure. This figure seemed to embody all that is beautiful in human imagination, draped in white robes, crowned with a halo, and adorned with a pair of pure white wings that fluttered gently. Under the collective gaze, it slowly opened its eyes, resembling colorful glass. The embodiment of human thought and the manifestation of mortal dreams, Concord's Louwen descended. Before this being, so unlike anything earthly, even Misaka Makoto, who recognized it as the jovial Louwen from their chat group, felt no inclination to offend. However, unlike the thoughts of Misaka Makoto and her companions, Terezinna let out a maniacal and twisted laugh upon seeing the Concord's incarnation. Ha 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 ha, it is perfect, absolutely perfect. The most exquisite being in existence. So close to divinity, this must be divinity. If only I could capture or kill you, dissect you, study you. Then level 6? Divinity? It would all be within reach. So perish. After delivering such blasphemous remarks that would offend the entire Concord Church, Terezinna began charging her imitation of the electromagnetic cannon. A weapon modeled after the electromagnetic cannon, but even more potent. Perish. Perish. Whether it be the Concord Church or the Espers. You are but a set of data within Academy City. The data has reached a flawless conclusion. You hold no value. As the weapon, crafted from the deconstruction of Misaka Makoto's electromagnetic cannon, was fired, Terezinna believed this strike would be sufficient to obliterate a level 5 Esper. As for the Concord's Louwen in the air, she had never entertained the notion that a gathering of individuals at a maximum level of 4 could summon a being that transcended level 5. To her, if this angelic figure truly were an absolute Esper beyond level 5, it would be the utmost mockery to her and her grandfather. However, the reality diverged sharply from Terezinna's expectations. The frenzied electromagnetic cannon shot into the white light, causing no destruction, dissolving silently like a cow into the sea, becoming part of the white light. Concord's Louwen, untouched by this level 5 force, merely spread its arms wide, gazing at the ceiling of the underground research facility with an embrace of the world. Then, before Terezinna's astonished eyes, the ceiling tore apart, and the twilight radiance poured through the fissure. Yet, Louwen frowned. It was not fond of twilight. He extended one hand towards the sun, slowly moving eastward. And the sun followed suit, transforming the sky from dusk to midday in an instant. After completing this, Louwen turned his gaze towards the now petrified Tristina, whose breath had ceased in terror, and found the situation rather tedious. It seemed excessive to deploy such formidable powers against a villain that even Misaka Makoto could defeat single-handedly. Thus, he decided to bestow some blessings upon the denizens of this world. With this thought, Louwen raised his hand and traced several runes. As the runes vanished, clouds enveloped the globe, radiating a glorious brilliance unlike the ominous dark clouds. They obscured the sun, yet rendered the world even brighter. An endless cascade of luminous rain descended from the clouds, penetrating through buildings and ignoring all obstructions, only to vanish upon reaching living beings or the earth. In this celestial downpour, ailments were healed, darkness was banished, and all human sorrow, pain, and malice dissipated in the light. Everyone found themselves immersed in this absolute bliss. When the light rain ceased and the clouds dispersed, so too did Louwen's figure vanish alongside the extraordinary phenomenon. All members of the Shieha Church murmured words akin to miraculous blessings. Misaka Makoto then glanced at the spot where Tristina had once stood. It was now empty. Replaced only by a heap of ashes, the deranged woman had become the sole casualty of this divine event. Yet, no one paid her any heed. Teacher Mayama's frail voice cut through the air, resonating with remarkable clarity amidst the aftermath. The recent miracle had imparted equal blessings upon all, save for Tristina, which naturally included the unconscious children. Confronted by this healing rain, the children awakened as if it were their rightful due. In the chat group, the supreme god of the polar night, The invincible electric princess, I have returned. I may have been a bit excessive in your world, and those gods there are growing impatient. To avoid further provocation, I shall retreat for now. The invincible electric princess, you mentioned the gods of my world when we faced the fantastical beasts before, but I never had the chance to ask, what exactly are these gods? The supreme god of the polar night. These gods are not innate deities like Gabriel. They are entities transcended from humanity through the mastery of a particular mythological system or magical framework to its zenith. The fallen angel. Is it akin to the cultivation practices in the great Eastern nations? The supreme god of the polar night. Not quite. To become a god, one must reach the pinnacle of a specific mythological system and undertake monumental preparations, such as mastering over 10,000 magical tomes. However, possessing the wisdom of these tomes alone does not expedite the ascension to godhood. It necessitates long-term accumulation and ritual assistance, which fundamentally distinguishes it from cultivation practices. The invincible electric princess. So, gods are indeed powerful. Are they stronger than you? The supreme god of the polar night. It's hard to say. Although my Gungnir was not deflected by them previously, that does not imply they are weaker than I. Gods alter reality through phases, religious filters. The world itself is cloaked in multiple layers of religious phases, allowing gods to create new ones or adjust existing ones, thereby reshaping reality. For instance, they can resurrect the deceased or manipulate the very fabric of existence. The supreme god of the polar night in your world. They possess all knowledge pertaining to the magical side, and, through special rituals, elevate themselves to a divine level, wielding infinite power, capable of overturning physical laws and creating or destroying worlds. The fallen angel. Wait, you referred to them in the plural, implying that such formidable gods exist in numbers? How does Misaka Makoto's world maintain such normalcy? The supreme god of the polar night. Well, according to some scientific explanations I've encountered, the power of gods vastly exceeds the world's capacity to endure. If they were to descend directly into reality, it would shatter the world like fragile glass. Thus, they must infinitely divide their power to adapt to the realm. The supreme god of the polar night. Nevertheless, these intricacies are inconsequential. The power of gods is heavily reliant on the world they inhabit, and they cannot influence others. As for Misaka Makoto, she likely would not overly concern herself with a mere mortal. Chapter 24. Successful Transcendence. A considerable amount of time has elapsed since Louwen's divine descent into the world of the magic prohibition. Over the past few days, aside from Misaka Makoto, who remained anxious about the possibility of being whisked away by a god in her sleep, the others prepared for the impending closure of the game and the ensuing transcendence. In the chat group, the supreme god of the polar night. Everyone, hurry, hurry. We have only 2 hours left before the game shuts down. Quickly log onto the guild's headquarters and don't miss the transcendence moment. Kong, on my way. Bye, coming. The fallen angel, here. The members of the chat group responded in unison, and shortly, all members of the Wind Spirit Moonshadow sect, save for the Flying Mouse, gathered at the guild's headquarters. Meanwhile, within the great tomb of Nazarick, a purple-black slime appeared before the Flying Mouse. Upon seeing the slime, the Flying Mouse joyfully rose from his chair. Hello, Black Hollow. I'm so glad to see you here. So, do you believe in me, and are you ready to transcend with me? However, the slime before him, one of Ains Olgown's 41 players, merely squirmed silently for a moment before letting out a sigh. Flying Mouse, I don't know if what you say is true. Emotionally, I trust you won't deceive me. But rationally, I find it hard to believe in such improbable occurrences as transcendence. Then stay here. The Flying Mouse exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Once it hits midnight, we can. Don't be foolish, Flying Mouse. Black Hollow's tone rose before it sank heavily. Even if it were true, what would it matter? Could I really abandon my loved ones in this reality to join another world? The Flying Mouse stared blankly at Black Hollow, sinking back into his seat. Observing this, Black Hollow approached the Flying Mouse, extending a gelatinous tentacle to comfort him. Noticing the Flying Mouse's silence as if struck by a blow, Black Hollow sighed once more. Farewell, Flying Mouse. I must work tomorrow, so I can't stay up late tonight. I hope to see you again in 2. With that, Black Hollow logged off. In the chat group, the Flying Mouse, I contacted every member of the guild to inform them about the transcendence, yet aside from those I couldn't reach, none of the members seemed to believe me. The Flying Mouse, I know, I have always known. The notion of transcendence is something that exists solely in fantasy. It is not something that would be believed in this grim and dark reality. The Flying Mouse, I considered not telling them and instead inviting them to stay with me until the game closed under the guise of friendship. However, unlike my solitary existence, the other guild members have families, connections, and some are even the primary breadwinners at home. How could I disregard their feelings and force them into transcendence? The invincible electric princess, Mr. Flying Mouse. At that moment, the members of the chat group were at a loss for words. After a month of interaction, they understood how deeply the Flying Mouse cared for his companions. Yet, as the Flying Mouse expressed, relinquishing everything in the present for a better world is not a decision easily made by someone with attachments. The others were unsure of how to console him. Louwen glanced at the messages in the group, thoughtfully stroking the armrest of his chair for a moment before his brow relaxed, and he swiftly provided his arrangement in the chat. The supreme god of the polar night, Flying Mouse, perhaps I have a solution for you. Upon seeing Louwen's message, the dim red glow in the Flying Mouse's eyes instantly brightened. He held an almost superstitious reverence for the abilities of this supreme god in the group. Feeling that even facing this deity as his game character, he was merely an ordinary mortal. If this deity were to intervene, then the dilemmas of these mortals would undoubtedly be resolved effortlessly. The supreme god of the polar night, Flying Mouse, how many of the treasures I bestowed upon you remain? Flying Squirrel, you have given me far too much. Even with unlimited usage over these days, I have barely utilized a fraction of it. The supreme deity of the polar night. In that case, you should leave a testament, dividing these treasures into 40 portions to share among your companions. Flying Squirrel, no. While I can accept using those treasures for the game to aid your guild, distributing them among my companions is a personal matter, and I cannot allow you to foot the bill. The supreme deity of the polar night, it's no concern. Once you traverse, those riches will be but a drop in the ocean. At that time, you may repay with your guild's wealth. Thus, it will be your companions repaying you, as the great tomb of Nazarick is a shared asset. Flying Squirrel, I understand, and I appreciate your assistance. But do you mean for them to settle their families before they traverse with me? The supreme deity of the polar night, not quite. This merely ensures your companions live abundantly before their demise. They are still human, with finite lifespans. Upon their passing, I shall guide their souls to my realm, and then through the world tree, send them to you. Fallen angel, is this truly how the matter is resolved? It's outrageous. Supreme deity of the polar night, just how powerful are you? Supreme deity of the polar night, to be honest, I am uncertain. I simply do what I feel capable of doing. Flying Squirrel, in any case, I thank you, esteemed deity. Your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. Supreme deity of the polar night, oh, speaking like that distances us. We are friends, and such a trifling matter requires no such concern. Flying Squirrel, perhaps it is trifling for you, yet it holds profound significance for me. Supreme deity of the polar night, very well, let us not dwell on it further. Everyone, pay attention. The time is nearly upon us. Prepare to traverse. Kong, oh, hooray, it's traversal. Bye, hooray, it's game traversal. Thor, the god of hammers, you two are quite excited. But speaking of which, what will happen to our bodies after we traverse? Supreme deity of the polar night, I cannot say for Flying Squirrel's body, but you all are entering the game through the chat group and the world tree. So your bodies will remain as they are during gameplay. There is no need for concern. After explaining in the group, Louwen closed the chat and unfurled his dragon wings. Gazing at the countdown before him, 0:10 suddenly reminded of something. Louwen looked up at Gaia, the player controlled by the consciousness of Earth from the wandering Earth. Please activate the invisible barrier I prepared in advance. 0:07 this time. The destination of our traversal is uncertain, and unlike the great tomb of Nazarick, which is primarily underground, the residence of the Wind Spirit Moonshadow sect is situated high in the sky. Without concealment, it could easily incite chaos, something Louwen and the others wish to avoid. 0:00:00:00. Although no changes were felt within the residence, in Louwen's eyes, the elements in the air and the parameters of the world shifted, apart from the guild's residence. Immediately, Louwen stood and proclaimed, the traversal is complete. Everyone, here lies a different world. Chapter 25. Newcomers joined the group upon confirming his traversal. Louwen began directing the others. Everyone, utilize your respective means to ascertain our current location. And remember to remain discreet and unobtrusive. The group responded in unison and eagerly departed, their curiosity piqued by this new world. It wasn't long before someone responded in the chat. Thor, the god of hammers, supreme deity of the polar night, I have determined our location. It is a place called the Kingdom of Rober, and it seems we are directly above their capital. Upon seeing Thor's message, Louwen recalled the plot. The Holy Kingdom is situated in the northwest corner of this continent, split into the northern and southern Holy Kingdoms, and in the movie, it was defeated by the minion of Flying Squirrel, Demiurge. There shouldn't be any formidable enemies in this vicinity, so Louwen felt relieved. Meanwhile, Flying Squirrel also received reports from his subordinates confirming their location, but he was uncertain about the presence of strong foes nearby. Thus he prepared to inquire with Louwen in the group. Flying Squirrel, we have also determined our location. The great tomb of Nazarick is currently near a kingdom called Restige. Supreme deity of the polar night, do you know of any noteworthy strong individuals within that kingdom? Supreme deity of the polar night, to my knowledge, there are none. Do you recall who your greatest enemy is in the original story? Upon reading Louwen's information, Flying Squirrel straightened his posture and quickly asked in the group. Flying Squirrel, who is it? Supreme deity of the polar night, it is the air. Flying Squirrel, supreme deity of the polar night, in truth, you are a uniquely powerful being in this world. Other players do exist, but they have mostly perished and are not as strong as you. Given your prowess, your cautiousness throughout the plot appears excessively vigilant, which is why I said you have been engaging in a battle of wits with the air. Flying Squirrel, is that so? Thank you for the information. After receiving Louwen's message, Flying Squirrel let out a sigh of relief. He had been on edge, fearing a sudden emergence of a super strong opponent who would obliterate him. Now, having learned from Louwen that the great tomb of Nazarick is the strongest in the world, the urgency in his heart dissipated. He then gathered all the guardians around the throne. Once everyone had arrived, Flying Squirrel began issuing directives. First, everyone may lower their guard. According to reliable information, there are no stronger forces in our vicinity. Secondly, at this point, Flying Squirrel paused, surveying all present before continuing. Our ally, the Supreme Sky Realm, is now in the northwest at the Kingdom of Rober, and from now on, we must avoid any actions in that direction. After Flying Squirrel concluded, the members of Nazarick exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Albedo who spoke up. Master Flying Squirrel, are we truly going to ally with those from the Supreme Sky Realm? The members of Nazarick held conflicting feelings about the Supreme Sky Realm. On one hand, their image and methods were at odds with Nazarick's generally negative moral standing. Yet on the other hand, due to the unyielding loyalty of the Supreme Being, Master Flying Squirrel, and his amicable relations with the deities of the Supreme Sky Realm, they felt compelled to form an alliance. To this, Flying Squirrel merely stated, I have my own considerations. Next, I need someone to represent Nazarick in the Supreme Sky Realm. Who wishes to undertake this task? Demiurge, who had been pondering below, raised his head with a knowing smile and promptly volunteered. I understand Master Flying Squirrel's intentions. In that case, allow me to undertake this mission. I shall ensure that I do not disappoint you. Is that so? You understand my intentions. Although I am uncertain what Demiurge comprehended. To maintain his persona, Flying Squirrel feigned understanding. Very well, Demiurge, this task is entrusted to you. Ensure you establish amicable relations with the Supreme Sky Realm. Demiurge bowed in acknowledgement. Just as Flying Squirrel was about to say something more, messages in the group interrupted him. Welcome, Duvikin has joined the chat group. Welcome, Prairie Wolf King has joined the chat group. The arrival of two newcomers captured the attention of all members within the chat. The unrivaled Electric Princess. Welcome to the newcomers. Fallen Angel. Welcome, newcomers. Please note, this is a chat group linking different worlds. Should you encounter any situations such as celestial collisions, biohazard crises, alien invasions, or solar explosions, you may consult the supreme deity of the polar night. He is a good person who will assist you, but also be cautious. If he inadvertently exerts too much force, you and your problems might be resolved. Supreme deity of the polar night. Why do you keep repeating this spiel? Have you run out of material? If so, you can perform a demonstration of biting a lighter for the group. Flying Squirrel. Welcome, newcomers. However, with the Supreme God of Eternal Night, we have just crossed over. And now newcomers have joined the group. Wouldn't that mean they missed the opportunity to grow stronger? Supreme God of Eternal Night. No worries. Before the server closure, I preserved the game data and opened a private server on the world tree. Future group members can level up through this private server and then be transported to this world. The effects will be the same. Flying Squirrel. As expected of the divine, your methods are indeed remarkable. Do a walk-in divine? May I ask if you are a saint spirit or a demon god of oblivion? Supreme God of Eternal Night. This title also includes the names of saint spirits and demon gods. I believe I understand your identity now. Duawakan. Huh? I. I am merely an ordinary person who escaped with my life from the execution in the Dragon and Empire conflict. Supreme God of Eternal Night. No, no. You are not an ordinary person. Do you know the true meaning of the name Duawakan? Duawakan. I am not aware of what this name signifies, and besides, I am not called that. My name is Roko, not Duawakan. Supreme God of Eternal Night. Your name, what is your gender? Duawakan. Female, what of it? Supreme God of Eternal Night. All right, I admit I had some stereotypes. I pictured you as a Nord warrior clad in horned helmet and studded armor, wielding shield and sword. However, that is of little importance. You should know that Duawakan means Dragonborn in dragon language. Do you understand now? Duawakan, are you implying that I am Dragonborn? Supreme God of Eternal Night. Precisely, that is you. Duawakan, do not jest. Ever since the last Dragonborn Emperor sacrificed himself to combat the demon god of Oblivion, no Dragonborn has appeared in the world again. Supreme God of Eternal Night. As a deity, why would I deceive you regarding such matters? If you truly doubt, you may seek out a dragon and slay it. If you can absorb its dragon soul, it signifies your Dragonborn heritage. Duawakan, slay a dragon? Me? Chapter 26. The inventor who can do anything except catch sheep. Duawakan, slay a dragon? Me? Supreme God of Eternal Night. Well, I recognize that this is indeed quite unbelievable for you. In the main storyline, the identity of the Dragonborn is revealed only after slaying the first dragon resurrected by Alduin, Mermanir. Prior to that, the role of the Dragonborn may have seemed like a mere myth to them. For an ordinary person, suddenly becoming a legendary hero is rather hard to accept, especially when it involves challenging a formidable dragon to validate that identity. However, there is no need for Roko to prove this. The fate of the Dragonborn is already predetermined, and her journey is an inevitable progression of the world. Thus, Roko will certainly come to understand her identity. Supreme God of Eternal Night, we shall discuss your identity later. For now, proceed with the main quest. Go to Whiterun and find Lord Balgruuf and inform him of the dragon's return. Oh, and take this. The Supreme God of Eternal Night sent Duawakan a red envelope. In the world of the Elder Scrolls, on the planet Nirn, Roko, who had just escaped from Helgen, glanced at the messages in the group chat and naturally understood the meaning of the red envelope. She clicked to open it, and with a flash of light, a plain long sword and several coins appeared in her hand. Through the chat system, she also understood the details of the sword and coins. The sword bore no name. Yet its craftsmanship was remarkable, forged by dwarven artisans from Orichalcum. While it possessed no special abilities, its quality surpassed that of the legendary weapons of this world, reaching the level of an artifact. As for the coins, they were even more precious. These resurrection coins, as their name implies, could be used to revive deceased beings. With these coins, one could have multiple lives. Roko stared blankly at the items in her hand, such precious things she had never encountered before. Supreme God of Eternal Night, take these for now. If the resurrection coins run low, just ask, and I can replenish them swiftly. As for the sword, it is a decent base, but to avoid drawing too much attention, I haven't inscribed it with runes or similar symbols. Use it for now. And once you grow stronger, I will enhance it for you. Duawakan, I am grateful for the divine gift. But could you tell me which saint spirit or demon god you are? From now on, I shall be your faithful follower. Supreme God of Eternal Night. Ah? It appears you still do not grasp the situation of the chat group. You must understand, we are not individuals from the same world. Thus, I am not a deity of your realm. There are no myths about me in your world. Supreme God of Eternal Night. Furthermore, do not view this as a divine bestowal upon mortals. I do not wish to spread any form of worship in this group. Consider it a mutual assistance among friends. Duawakan, is that so? I understand now, and I shall keep this kindness in my heart. As Roko walked along the path to Whiterun, gripping the plain long sword at her waist, it seemed she had resolved something within herself, striding forward with determination. Flying Squirrel, it seems this newcomer is quite extraordinary. Supreme God of Eternal Night, indeed, based on the analyses of Dragonborn from the forums of my previous world, she is likely to become the strongest among the group. Second only to me. Grassland Wolf King, it's all your fault. With your incessant chatter in my head, I failed to catch any sheep, and now my wife is angry. Who are you? Get out of my head. Flying Squirrel, this newcomer seems a bit volatile, but judging by the name, is the newcomer a wolf? Supreme God of Eternal Night, Grassland Wolf King, and yet cannot catch a sheep. It evokes a strange sense of DJVU. Grassland Wolf King. Are you Grey Wolf? Grassland Wolf King. Indeed, since you know it's me, come forth immediately. If I am displeased, I shall make you regret it. Supreme God of eternal night, suddenly silenced. The gray wolf, who had been clamoring in the chat, found himself confronted with an image in the chat group. A small lamb, roasted to a golden brown, dripping with juices and garnished with onions, making it irresistibly enticing. Seeing this, the gray wolf's mouth watered uncontrollably. Supreme God of eternal night, do you wish to eat? Grassland Wolf King, yes. Yes. Supreme God of eternal night, then help me create something. Once completed, I shall treat you to lamb. Grassland Wolf King, all right, boss. Just tell me what you need, and I will do my utmost. The Supreme God of eternal night sent a document to the Grassland Wolf King. Supreme God of eternal night, this is a device I designed for traversing worlds, which I have named Deep Space Anchor. Currently, it is only a rough idea. Do you think it can be constructed? Grassland Wolf King, let me take a look. Grassland Wolf King, this thing, while feasible, is rather complex, and the design requires some refinement. Supreme God of eternal night, once completed, you may come to my world. Here, you can indulge in as many sheep as you desire. Grassland Wolf King, rest assured, boss. I promise to complete the task. With that, the gray wolf logged off to research the world-traversing device, leaving the other group members in stunned silence. Flying Squirrel, could it be that this Grassland Wolf King is also a prominent figure like Lord Roko? Fallen Angel, if that is the case, then why is he so easily swayed by a sheep? Wandering Little Ball, I believe I might know the reason behind this. Upon seeing the message from Wandering Little Ball in the group chat, Roko's eyes lit up. Could it be? Wandering Little Ball, decades ago, in human civilization, there was a children's animated series featuring a villain named Grey Wolf. In this series, themed around wolves catching sheep, this Grey Wolf often failed to catch any sheep. And even when he succeeded a few times, various unforeseen circumstances would lead to the sheep escaping. The Wandering Little Ball, in his quest to capture sheep, he invents a myriad of absurd gadgets, including but not limited to a time machine capable of traversing dimensions, a farewell device that breaks the barriers of reality, and a weather cube that allows for complete control over the elements. As a result, he is humorously dubbed an inventor who excels in everything but sheep catching. The Invincible Electric Princess. It's a children's show, so it's no big deal. Kong. It's a children's show, so it's no big deal. Bye. It's a children's show, so it's no big deal. Flying Squirrel. One Thor the Hammer God. Why does everyone look so understanding? This seems rather unreasonable, doesn't it? A genius inventor capable of creating such powerful devices, yet he cannot catch a sheep? It appears quite illogical, does it not? This young Asgardian, over 1,000 years old, simply cannot comprehend the mindset of these earthlings and why they take such matters for granted. The Supreme God of the Polar Night. No, it is quite reasonable. You'll understand once you watch a few more animated series on Earth. And let me remind you, do not compare your combat prowess with comedic characters. Chapter 27. The Invitation from Asgard in the following days. The chat group members spent their time either chatting idly or watching the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf shared by the Wandering Little Ball. Besides that, they were leveling up in the private server established by Louwen, accompanied by 2 new members. Thanks to Louwen's favoritism and the advantages of the private server, the 2 newcomers quickly reached maximum level and entered a new world, joining the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect. It must be said that sometimes comedic characters do not need to adhere to logic. Within a few days, Big Wolf completed the world-crossing device that Louwen had requested. Big Wolf sent a red envelope to the Supreme God of the Polar Night. Louwen, who was tending to sheep under the world tree, paused upon receiving the message. He had not anticipated that Big Wolf would finish the Deep Space Anchor so swiftly. Upon acquiring the Deep Space Anchor, Louwen made his way to the roots of the world tree, where Yggdrasil, who had been awaiting his arrival, knelt in reverence to welcome the Supreme God. Louwen said nothing but handed the Deep Space Anchor to Yggdrasil. After bowing in respect, the avatar of the world tree took the anchor back into its depths. At that moment, both the beings within the instance world and the humans on Blue Star sensed a peculiar change, though they could not articulate its nature. This sensation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in an instant, leaving all beings unaware of any further alterations. The world remained as it had always been. Only Louwen understood what had transpired. From that moment on, the world tree possessed the ability to facilitate inter-world travel. Consequently, Louwen could not only transport his friends to each other's realms, but the world tree itself could extend its roots into other worlds, allowing it to flourish even more robustly. In the chat group, Prairie Wolf King, Supreme God of the Polar Night, hey, boss, I've created everything you asked for. So are you. The supreme god of the polar night. Of course, shortly you will be able to traverse to my world. I have prepared a flock of sheep to express my gratitude. However, please hold on while I load the traversal feature. As he had done before with other functionalities, Louwen thrust Gungnir into the chat interface and then pulled it back. Ding. The traversal function has been loaded. The supreme god of the polar night invites Prairie Wolf King to enter the world. On the green grasslands, in Wolf Castle, Big Wolf excitedly held Red Wolf's hand, exclaiming, "Dear, let me tell you, a boss asked me to create an invention. And the reward is a flock of delicious little sheep. He said he would provide them to us shortly, and I can finally let you enjoy some lamb." Red Wolf, though trusting Big Wolf, feared he might be deceived by others, immediately expressed her doubts. Really? You mustn't be tricked by anyone. Just as Big Wolf was about to explain further, the chat interface interrupted him. The supreme god of the polar night invites you to enter the world. Do you agree? Big Wolf eagerly clicked yes, and in a flash of white light, he and Red Wolf vanished from their location. When the two wolves reappeared, they found themselves in a vast grassland, surrounded by nothing but an unfamiliar creature, referring to Louwen. There were no humans on the green expanse, observing a flock of little sheep grazing, with a colossal tree stretching up to the sky in the distance. Upon seeing the sheep, Big Wolf and Red Wolf's eyes widened. Louwen approached them and greeted, "Hello, I am the supreme god of the polar night in this group. You may call me Louwen." Upon hearing his voice, the two wolves snapped back to reality. Red Wolf, feeling intimidated by the towering unknown being, shyly hid behind Big Wolf, who responded with a hint of trepidation. "So you are that boss. May I ask about my reward?" It was no wonder they felt this way. Compared to the normal human stature, Big Wolf and Red Wolf were somewhat diminutive, and more importantly, the overwhelming aura emanating from Louwen, bestowed by the world itself, created an almost suffocating pressure. Noticing their discomfort, Louwen kindly retracted his aura, patting Big Wolf's shoulder reassuringly. "There's no need to be overly anxious. Since you have joined the chat group, you are my friend, and you have helped me immensely." He then pointed to the flock of sheep behind him. "These sheep are all for you. They are not as clever as the sheep on the green grassland, so you need not worry about them escaping." In the evening, in a human village, several sheep were placed on roasting spits as the villagers, alongside the divine presence and the wolf couple, gathered around the campfire, indulging in lamb without concern for their racial differences. Just as Louwen was enjoying the feast, a message from Thor caught his attention. "Thor the hammer god, supreme god of the polar night. Louwen, are you there?" "The supreme god of the polar night. What's up? What do you need?" "Thor the hammer god. I mentioned the chat group to my father earlier. He has long wished to invite you to Asgard for a visit. I hadn't mentioned it before due to the lack of traversal capabilities. But now that the transport feature is active, I thought to invite everyone in the group to join me for a banquet and a face-to-face meeting. The supreme god of the polar night. Is that so? I understand. I will certainly attend. I wonder how the others in the group feel about it." Flying Squirrel. "Of course, I will definitely go." Dovekin. "Me too." Prairie Wolf King. "I'll go with Boss Louwen." The Invincible Electric Princess. Asgard, the realm of the gods? "In that case, I would love to go. Can I bring friends along?" "They're the hammer god." "Absolutely, you are very welcome." Kong. "Well, bye, and I want to be going." "Bye, the supreme god of the polar night. I just remembered, these two siblings seem to have a tendency to be homebodies, suffering from extreme social anxiety that can only thrive in games. Thor the hammer god. I see, that is quite a pity. The wandering little ball. I truly wish to go, but given my size, it would likely lead to a significant disaster, both for Asgard and myself." Thor the hammer god. Ah. Thor imagined the scenario of a planet crashing into Asgard and immediately shook his head in fright, hastily responding in the group. Thor the hammer god. "In that case, it would be best if you did not come. The supreme god of the polar night. By the way, fallen angel. You haven't spoken. Are you going?" "Fallen angel, I would love to go, but it's impossible. If I leave this world, I will surely be discovered by heaven. If they find out I have fallen to this state, they will cease my allowance, and I want to be able to spend on the game. If things were to escalate, I would be taken back to heaven, and I wouldn't be able to play the game." Chapter 28. The Group Friends' First Offline Gathering. The supreme god of the polar night. "If that is the case, you need not worry, my wandering little ball, fallen angel. I have exported your characters from the game to my world. At that point, you can utilize your game bodies to attend the banquet." Fallen angel. "If that's the case, it should be possible. Wandering little ball. I have no objections either." the supreme god of the polar night. Well then, it is settled. Our chat group's first offline meeting will be held in Asgard. Thor, rest assured, your journey to Asgard will not disappoint you. After confirming the details of the offline gathering in the chat group, everyone logged off to prepare, some to gather gifts, while others sought their friends. Aside from the incident after the crossover, this marked the group friends' first collective offline meeting. Days later, in the Marvel Universe, upon the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, Thor and Heimdall awaited with a retinue. Heimdall turned to Thor and inquired, "Dear friends, truly not require me to open the Rainbow Bridge to receive them?" Thor laughed heartily in response. "Of course not. They have more convenient means of transportation. We only need to wait here." Before Heimdall could say anything further, several figures appeared before Thor, accompanied by shimmering lights. The Asgardians focused their gaze, and at the forefront stood a young man with black hair, draped in a gray cloak, wielding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. However, Heimdall felt a sense of familiarity regarding the weapon in the young man's grasp. Though as a guest of Asgard, it was not his place to inquire too deeply. Behind the young man were 2 standing wolves, 6 humans, 2 winged humanoid beings, and a skeleton. Heimdall was curious about how his prince had befriended such an unusual group, but he knew better than to question what should remain unasked. Odin had instructed him only to greet these guests on the Rainbow Bridge, and he needed to focus on his own duties. The members of the chat group arrived almost simultaneously, surveying one another. Although they had seen each other's appearances in the game, there remained subtle differences between their virtual and real-life selves. Thor laughed heartily as he approached the group. Welcome to Asgard. I am Thor, the son of Odin. This should be our first offline meeting, correct?" Louwen nodded and introduced himself. "I am Louwen. In the game, I usually appear as I do now, so you should recognize me." Following him, the Grey Wolf began his introduction. "Greetings, everyone. I am the Prairie Wolf King, known as Grey Wolf, and this is my wife, Red Wolf. I am the wandering little ball of the group. You may call me Gaia, my name in the game." The human female incarnation of Gaia spoke little, appearing somewhat socially anxious. "I am the fallen angel of the group. Although I do not particularly favor this title, you may refer to me as Gabrielle." The angel with pure white wings introduced herself slowly. With her golden, silky hair and petite, adorable frame, even as a game character, she bore dark circles under her eyes, presenting a rather lackluster appearance. "How long has it been since you last slept? Are you not afraid of collapsing and returning to heaven one day?" After teasing Gabrielle, Louwen turned his attention to the nervous Misaka Makoto and her equally anxious 3 companions, smiling as he said, "Why don't you introduce yourselves?" Hello, everyone. My name is Misaka Makoto, the one in the group." The crowd looked toward Misaka Makoto, a girl of about 10 years clad in a school uniform, with shoulder-length brown hair and matching brown eyes. After stating the first half of her introduction, she lowered her head and, in a barely audible voice, uttered the embarrassing title of the invincible Electric Princess. Initially shocked, Shirai Kuriko, who had been somewhat tense, then burst into a mischievous grin as she embraced Misaka Makoto's arm. "I am Shirai Kuriko, the one who loves my dear sister the most, and I hadn't anticipated that my dear sister used such a title behind her back." Misaka Makoto flushed, sparks of electricity flickering atop her head, as she hurriedly explained, "That is not a title I chose. It's the default nickname I received upon joining this chat group, and I cannot change it." Observing the playful banter between the two, Initial Spring Shiri sighed in exasperation and then summoned her courage to speak. "My name is Initial Spring Shiri, and I am a friend of Misaka-senpai." She was a girl with short black hair adorned with flowers atop her head, speaking in a soft, timid voice. "I am Satan Ruko, also a friend of Misaka-senpai." Compared to Initial Spring Shiri, the long-haired, composed beauty, Satan Ruko appeared far more at ease. Today, Misaka Makoto invited the 3 of them, saying she would take them to a place called Asgard for fun. The 3 had assumed it was merely a location named after Asgard. Although their guesses were not entirely incorrect, they never expected Misaka Makoto to genuinely bring them to the Asgard of Norse mythology, where even the thunder god personally awaited them. Louwen approached Satan Ruko, patting her shoulder in encouragement. "Do well, young lady. I have high hopes for you. You may very well become a Pope of 5 in the future." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Satan Ruko standing there in bewilderment. Misaka Makoto quietly explained, "The harmonizer in our world is actually named Louwen. Yes, just as you think, he is your harmonizer. More accurately, the harmonizer is a vessel of his in our world." Satan Ruko's eyes widened in astonishment, her shock more profound than when she first laid eyes upon Asgard. After all, Norse mythology had little to do with her, but the harmonizer was a deity she genuinely revered. Observing Satan Ruko's response, Misaka Makoto asked, "Is it difficult to accept?" "Not at all. It is just that his appearance differs quite significantly from the harmonizers." Satan Ruko replied with difficulty. As they conversed, Roko had already finished his introductions. Only the flying mouse and her accompanying subordinates remained to be introduced. Everyone turned their attention to the flying mouse, a skeleton clad in a resplendent black and purple robe, accompanied by the dark-haired, dark-winged demon, Albedo. Just as the flying mouse was about to provide a brief introduction of herself and Albedo interjected, "Greetings to the supreme heavenly realm and the gods of Asgard. Lord Flying Mouse is the supreme ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick. Standing at the pinnacle among the 41 supreme beings, the supreme and mighty undead king. And I am Albedo, the overseer of the great tomb of Nazarick." Serving the supreme being, the flying mouse's jaw dropped, a green glow flickering over him. Even though enforced calm had stabilized his emotions, the deep-seated embarrassment remained unshakable. Listening to Albedo's introduction before the powerful beings from various worlds, the flying mouse felt as if his very bones were about to scrape the rainbow bridge of Asgard. In stark contrast to the flying mouse's embarrassment, Albedo wore a proud expression after her introduction. For serving at the side of the supreme being was the most honorable achievement for her. It must be noted that although the personalities of the beings from Nazarick were somewhat twisted, their loyalty was undeniably high. Chapter 29, The Sword of Victory. Within the banquet hall of Asgard, the Asgardians and Thor's friends raised their goblets in unison. Unlike a conventional noble banquet, the feast of the Asgardian gods was devoid of elaborate rituals and complex machinations, presenting a scene of chaos and merriment. Guests feasted heartily on meat and drank liberally, laughter erupting intermittently. This lively atmosphere made the members of the chat group feel quite at ease, and they quickly immersed themselves in the festivities. At the main table in the innermost part of the banquet hall, Louwen and Odin stood facing each other, raising their goblets in a toast. To the King of Gods, who has traveled from afar, Louwen. Hail to the great Odin, King of the Gods. 2 golden goblets clinked together, and the others in the banquet hall raised their cups in jubilant cheer. When Thor mentioned the twilight of the gods, Odin initially suspected that some forces or individuals from the 9 realms or beyond were plotting against Asgard. Thus, he sought out Thor to inquire about the source of this troubling information, only to be astonished by the revelation. Thor disclosed that the news had come from a deity beyond the cosmos, while Odin might have dismissed mere cosmic beings. Having encountered many extraordinary entities as a ruler of the universe, what truly astonished him was that this god belonged to another world as Norse mythology, a realm that had already experienced its own twilight of the gods. This being ascended to the status of a supreme deity through the conquest of formidable foes. And in terms of martial prowess, Odin felt that this figure was as formidable as his younger self, deserving the honorific title of King of the Gods. After downing the contents of his goblet, Louwen produced a sword from a nearby dimension, its blade adorned with shimmering runes, casting a radiant glow through its emerald sheath across the banquet hall. All eyes turned to the sword in Louwen's hand, as warriors perceived within it the promise of endless glory and victory, sensing that possession of this blade would render them invincible. This was no mere illusion. The sword, known as the Sword of Victory, was a weapon bestowed by Odin upon the god of fertility, Freyr, symbolizing the very essence of triumph, and was the only sword possessing the attribute of invincibility. Had this sword existed during the twilight of the gods, the pantheon would have stood undefeated. However, the saga of Norse mythology is inherently tragic. Freyr, wielding the Sword of Victory, fell in love with a giantess, and her father sent the elf Skirnir to woo her. Ultimately, the giantess married Freyr under Skirnir's persuasion. In gratitude, Freyr gifted the Sword of Victory to Skirnir, who subsequently betrayed its master, rendering the divine blade powerless, transforming it into an ordinary sword. Deprived of his sword, Freyr was left to wield a mere antler in the ensuing battles of the twilight, ultimately falling to Surtur. Noticing the attention of the assembly drawn to the sword, Louwen explained, "This sword embodies victory, granting its wielder the assurance of never facing defeat. And it will dance upon the battlefield, executing its master's will." Odin solemnly accepted the sword, drawing it slightly to examine it before questioning, "Indeed, it is a magnificent sword, yet I sense no divine power within it, as if it were merely a sharp, ordinary blade." In Asgard of the Marvel Universe, the god Freyr and the Sword of Victory do not exist, leaving Odin oblivious to the sword's history, and Louwen refrained from divulging too much. To narrate the tale outright would imply that Odin lacked discernment in entrusting such a vital weapon to one so infatuated. Thus, Louwen vaguely stated, this sword lost its original power due to the absence of its master. If someone can earn its recognition, it may once again unleash its full potential. Odin nodded and attempted to sense its power with his divine essence, yet he found no resonance, clearly indicating that he was not the suitable wielder. He then called upon his sons, Thor and Loki, who both attempted to wield the sword but met with the same lack of success. Pondering the scene, Odin furrowed his brow and, upon glancing up, noticed Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, standing at the entrance of the banquet hall. Having only paused briefly before returning to his post, Odin called out, Heimdall, the guardian, with his golden eyes capable of surveying the 9 realms, turned to face Odin, respectfully inquiring, what does the king of the gods require of me? Odin replied, you should give this a try. Heimdall, having heard the sword's introduction, doubted that a blade unrecognized by the king and his 2 princes would acknowledge him. Unbeknownst to him, the sword's recognition was independent of one's status. Upon taking the sword of victory, Heimdall was taken aback as the once dim blade erupted with divine light. A brilliant radiance illuminated the hall, rendering all present momentarily blinded. As the brilliance subsided, they beheld Heimdall with an aura of invincibility surrounding him. Odin erupted in laughter, raising his goblet once more, to express gratitude for Louwen's generous gift. Let us drink. The crowd echoed in unison, cheers. After finishing the mead in their cups, Louwen gestured to Odin, Your Majesty, my friend awaits me. Having paid my respects, I must take my leave. Odin nodded, and Louwen approached another table where a group was engaged in conversation. As Louwen seated himself, he glanced at Gabari, who was drunkenly toying with the world ender horn, and asked incredulously, Why are you all giving her alcohol? Shouldn't it be something like juice for the likes of Misaka and the others? Thor scratched his head, explaining, She insisted that her age permitted her to drink, and we didn't expect her to have such a low tolerance. Louwen retorted, Can human and angel ages truly be compared? He lifted Gabari, who had jumped onto the table, and seized the world ender horn from her grasp, pondering if anyone was concerned about this truly apocalyptic artifact. Ah, so that was the world ender horn? The group broke into a cold sweat, realizing the ominous implications of its name. Gabari, who had been lifted and deprived of the horn, struggled briefly before succumbing to slumber. Louwen set her down on a nearby chair and raised his goblet to the assembly. The adults raised their cups, while the minors lifted their juices, clinking their vessels together with a resounding cheer. Chapter 30. The Daughter of the Dragon God and the Altered World. You've been staring at me for several minutes. Is there something amiss? Loco, who had been the object of Louwen's gaze since he sat down, shifted uncomfortably. Is your name truly just Loco? Louwen inquired. I do not understand why you ask, but Loco is indeed my name. The curious flying squirrel interjected. Why does Lord Louwen ask such a question? Is there something wrong with her name? The resemblance in their names was noted, yet Louwen shook his head, clarifying, It's not that. As you all should know, I hail from a realm akin to a parallel world, where I possess a panel that reveals information about others. He surveyed the assembly before continuing, In my view, your panels reveal no issues, save for Loco. What troubles you? Loco asked nervously. Your panel is mostly fine, except in the name section. Louwen revealed as he scrolled through the unseen panel before him. In addition to your name, Loco, there is a surname that seems intentionally obscured, but I believe it reads Akatosh. Akatosh, you must be mistaken, Loco exclaimed, wide-eyed. The flying squirrel pondered aloud. Is there something significant about the name Akatosh? Is it a royal name from your world? Louwen replied, It holds even greater significance. Akatosh is the name of the dragon god of time in their realm. Loco murmured. So that means. Indeed, Louwen confirmed. The implication is akin to how Thor's full name is Thorodinson. Upon hearing someone call her full name while indulging in drink, Thor initially lifted her head with pride, only to realize that Rocco was, in fact, the child of the time dragon god from her world. Rocco nodded in affirmation, acknowledging the truth of this revelation. She then turned to the stunned Rocco and inquired, Do you recall the events prior to your capture by the Empire? Of course I remember. Rocco hesitated, only to find herself momentarily baffled, as she realized that she could not recall those earlier events at all. To be precise, it was not merely a matter of forgetfulness. It was as if those memories had never existed. Upon further reflection, she recognized that she possessed a wealth of knowledge and common sense about the world. Yet these insights seemed to have materialized in her mind without any discernible process. Observing Rocco's confusion, Rocco offered comfort, saying, This is actually quite normal. After all, Your lineage as the last dragonborn is inherently complex, which is to be expected. Moreover, this is not necessarily a negative aspect. Bearing the surname Akatosh is a dream for many, and possessing such noble heritage is undoubtedly a blessing. As Rocco began to regain her composure, Rocco uttered a perplexing statement. Beyond this anticipated revelation, there is something else that warrants greater attention. I sense that you are exceptionally beautiful. Ah? The onlookers were puzzled, unable to fathom what was peculiar about beauty. While Rocco indeed possessed a slender figure, platinum hair, and a delicate visage, their confusion lingered as to why Rocco would make such a remark. I don't see anything unusual about it, Rocco replied hesitantly. In the province of Skyrim, there are countless women whose beauty rivals, if not surpasses, my own. Rocco's eyes widened slightly, and his earlier suspicion became clearer. He casually lifted the sleeping Jabari beside him and asked, "What do you think of her appearance?" "Very cute," Rocco answered honestly. Then Rocco turned to Thor beside him, inquiring about Rocco's opinion. "And what about this one?" "Quite handsome," Rocco replied again. Rocco gestured toward the skeleton clad in opulent robes sitting across from him. "How would you assess the appearance of the flying mouse?" Rocco hesitated but ultimately responded candidly, "Too terrifying. It does not align with my aesthetic." Upon hearing this, the flying mouse helplessly restrained the nearly explosive Yalbert. "If that is the case, I may have some thoughts." Thoughts? What sort of thoughts?" "You aren't suggesting we should conquer that place known for its beautiful women to establish a crystal palace, are you?" Jabari, who had sat up with a faint blush, interjected. Rocco shot her a sidelong glance before pressing her head back onto the table, as the inebriated angel succumbed to an infantile slumber once more. With a wave of his hand, Rocco conjured a swirling array of colorful particles that coalesced into the shape of a dark gray dragon in midair. Then posed a question to Rocco. "Is this what Alduin, the dragon you witnessed attack Helgen that day, looks like?" Rocco scrutinized it for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "The overall outline is quite similar, but I recall that dragon's wings, horns, and neck emanated a fierce, fiery glow. Given that, I now understand. Your world must indeed exist," Rocco remarked. The members of the group were generally aware of such matters. Even those who were previously uninformed had heard of them while playing games. However, Rocco could not comprehend why her world, which was evidently real, would contain elements from a game. When Rocco voiced this question, Rocco admitted he did not have an answer. "When I played the Elder Scrolls game in my previous life, I enjoyed immersing myself in various aspects of it. From the current situation, it appears your world at least possesses character beautification and connections to Alduin," Rocco elaborated, ultimately advising Rocco, "In your spare time, you should study magic more. The city of Whiterun, where you are headed, has a mage named Farengar. You must acquire all of his spellbooks." Rocco displayed overt disdain for this suggestion. "What use is learning magic? Flashy spells are no match for my sword." Rocco was left speechless, a quintessential Nord mentality. "Regardless, you absolutely must visit that mage. Many authors of magic have their spellbooks set in Farengar's possession. While the original magic may indeed be as you described, there are also numerous exceptionally powerful spells among them. By the way, where are you in your world right now? Have you reached Whiterun?" Rocco asked curiously. "I just arrived at Riverwood." Rocco was initially taken aback, but soon came to understand. After all, the game was merely a game, and the real province of Skyrim was vastly larger than its digital counterpart. In the ancient world of the Elder Scrolls, where modern transportation did not exist, distances were measured in days. "Since you've reached Riverwood, allow me to offer you a piece of advice." Seeing the seriousness in Rocco's expression, Rocco did not dare to be negligent and promptly replied, "Please, do share. I shall remember it. Under no circumstances should you kill the chicken." Chapter 31, Arrival on Earth. So beautiful in the dead of night. After the banquet had concluded, Rocco and Odin retreated to a side hall of the Golden Palace. The two took their seats opposite each other, and Odin spoke first. "I hear from Thor that you are a seer?" In response to this assertion, Rocco merely smiled and shook his head. "That description is not entirely accurate. I do not possess the abilities of a seer. The future I conveyed to Thor was gleaned from films. As for what a film is, you may understand it as akin to a stage play. Or perhaps you could visit Midgard to witness it for yourself." "I shall make time to see it," Odin replied. "Regardless, knowing the future is not entirely incorrect. My visions are merely vague, while yours seem to be much clearer. Can you share the future of Asgard with me? Of course, if there are any taboos." "I shall not press you." Rocco pondered for a moment and then nodded. "There is little that cannot be said, but the future of Asgard is not particularly bright. So brace yourself." Seeing Odin nod in readiness, Rocco began to speak slowly. The story begins with your banishment of Thor to Earth, or Midgard. In the ensuing time, Rocco recounted to Odin the Thor trilogy from Marvel and the 4 Avengers films. Throughout Rocco's narration, Odin maintained a calm demeanor for the most part. However, when Rocco detailed the murder of his wife, Frigga, at the hands of the Dark Elves, Odin clenched his fists, his anger evident but quickly suppressed. Subsequent revelations regarding Hela's return and the destruction of Asgard failed to elicit much reaction from Odin, as he had anticipated these events. However, the news of Thanos' pursuit of Asgardian refugees caused his brow to furrow. Rocco had no doubt that if Odin were not in the twilight of his life, he would have led the Asgardian army to hunt Thanos down. As Rocco concluded his tale, dawn began to break. Observing Odin lost in thought, Rocco offered reassurance. You need not worry so much right now. You likely have around 10 more years to live. Much can happen in this time, and there is a significant probability you will find a means to extend your life. Furthermore, with the assistance of us beings from other worlds, the so-called Ragnarok may not come to pass. Odin took a deep breath and nodded. You are correct. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply to Rocco, expressing gratitude. Thank you, King Rocco. With the information you have provided and the gift of the Sword of Victory, even if I should perish, Asgard will remain secure. What Odin stated was indeed true. Armed with Rocco's insights into the future, coupled with the invincible Sword of Victory held by the gatekeeper Heimdall, and with Rocco as the supreme deity from another universe as support, Asgard would easily fend off even the likes of Hela and Surtur. In this moment, Odin could confidently declare, the advantage lies with me. If Asgard were to encounter an even mightier foe than those previously mentioned, could they not evade such a threat? Thor could effortlessly transport all of Asgard's inhabitants to another realm. Odin, grateful for this possibility, inquired, your assistance to Asgard has been immense. How might I express my gratitude? After pondering briefly, Louwen had a sudden inspiration. There was indeed something he desired. If possible, I would like to take with me the eternal flame of Surtur. A friend in my realm requires my assistance, and I believe the eternal flame would prove invaluable. Odin, with a grand gesture, led Louwen to his treasury, generously offering not only the eternal flame, but anything else he might fancy. However, Louwen found little of interest in the treasury's contents, though he had long coveted Asgard's rainbow bridge. Not one to hesitate, he promptly conveyed his request to Odin. Odin, as you know, my world has experienced Ragnarok, and the rainbow bridge was destroyed in that cataclysm. I wish to rebuild it, yet lack the necessary technology. With this, it was clear to Odin, who was no miser, that he would allow Thor to provide Louwen with the technical knowledge of the rainbow bridge. Satisfied, Louwen nodded, considering that his friends in Asgard would face no peril, and thus bid farewell to Odin. However, he did not intend to return to his own world, but rather to explore Earth within the Marvel Universe. Upon reaching the rainbow bridge, he encountered the guardian Heimdall, and with a flash of light, Louwen soon found himself in a desolate desert on Earth. Given Louwen's own capabilities, interstellar travel was not a challenge. He chose to utilize the rainbow bridge due to his unfamiliarity with the location of Earth in this universe. After being transported, Louwen stood quietly, observing the barren landscape as if awaiting something. Before long, a spark ignited behind him, and a bald sorcerer clad in yellow robes approached him. Louwen turned and nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, Master Wong. I am Louwen, the God King from another realm. Wong, noting the traces left by the Asgardian rainbow bridge and the overwhelming energy emanating from Louwen, invited him. Might I have the honor of welcoming you to my humble abode? Louwen nodded, following Wong through a portal to Kamartaj, nestled in the Himalayas. Inside a bamboo dwelling, they sat across from one another, and with a wave of Wong's hand, 2 cups of green tea appeared before them. Magic is truly wondrous, Louwen remarked. Wong smiled modestly. In comparison to your prowess, it is but a mere trick. May I inquire what brings such a powerful deity from another world to Earth? There is no extraordinary reason. I merely wish to return and see, Louwen replied. Return to see? Wong echoed. Indeed, I am not a born deity of the Norse pantheon, but rather an outsider who attained supreme divinity through sheer might. My homeland is Earth, albeit not this particular Earth. It bears a resemblance to my true home. Wong understood, cautioning in that case, please temper your strength. Earth is exceedingly fragile in the face of your power. He sensed that this otherworldly god was far stronger than his own neighbor. And now that the god had arrived on Earth, expelling him would be challenging, if not impossible. The best course of action would be to accommodate his desires and wait for him to depart of his own accord. However, Louwen's next statement caused Wang to tense. Initially, I intended only to observe Earth, but now that I have met you, my objective has shifted. May I examine the Eye of Agamotto? Chapter 32. Lord of the Dark Dimension, may I examine the Eye of Agamotto? Wang firmly rejected, absolutely not. The Eye of Agamotto is essential in our battle against the Dark Dimension's demon, Dormammu. Without this artifact, Earth could be consumed at any moment. Louwen sipped his tea, nonchalantly suggesting, what if I were to eliminate Dormammu? Wang scrutinized Louwen, realizing he was not jesting, and nodded. If you truly managed to vanquish Dormammu, you would do Earth a great service. In gratitude, I could lend you the Eye of Agamotto for your study. Wang had no doubts about Louwen's ability to defeat Dormammu, sensing that Louwen's presence exuded a far greater pressure than Dormammu ever had. Yet, defeating and killing were two distinct concepts. In the Dark Dimension, Dormammu was nearly indestructible. His demise would require the obliteration of the entire Dark Dimension. Such a feat was likely achievable only by the legendary 5 creator deities or beings of even greater power. Additionally, I am quite curious about the magic of Camartage. Should the opportunity arise, I would love to learn. In truth, aside from a few runic symbols, Louwen possessed little other magical knowledge. Even the runes were somewhat ambiguous and did not qualify as true magic. Techniques, such as the Meteor Spear or Fate Spindle, were merely skills. Wang slowly shook his head, declining. Magic should not be easily transmitted. And your desire to learn is not particularly strong. Once I defeat Dormammu and claim dominion over the Dark Dimension, I shall open the energy of the Dark Dimension to Camartage, allowing you to draw upon it freely, devoid of any dark corruption. But, if you truly wish to learn, I could consider imparting some knowledge. Wang believed that if Louwen could accomplish what he claimed, the magic of Camartage would serve merely as a curiosity, not significantly enhancing Louwen's power, yet it would eliminate a substantial threat to Earth, an arrangement that was undeniably beneficial. In that case, Louwen stood, stretching his limbs, and summoned Gungnir with a wave of his hand. Master Wang, please open a portal to the Dark Dimension. Wang nodded and, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a sparkling portal. After Louwen entered, Wang swiftly closed it behind him. Louwen floated in the Dark Dimension, his surroundings resembling a vibrant, chaotic palette, with interconnected spheres sporting volcanic protrusions. The entire Dark Dimension felt like a miniaturized universe, yet it was not as empty. The spheres were in close proximity, occasionally colliding. Louwen selected a sphere to stand upon, patiently awaiting Dormammu's arrival as he casually activated a live stream in his chat group. The stream was titled, Soloing the Dimensional Demon. Shortly, members of the chat group joined. Fallen Angel. Ugh, my head aches terribly after drinking. Wait, this title. Are you embarking on a grand feat? The Invincible Electric Princess. Wow. Is that a demon? If Louwen can now single-handedly defeat the demon of Thor's world, can he do the same to the demon of my world? Thorum. Regarding dimensional demons, Asgard has some records. Certain powerful demons could potentially overpower even my father, but they seem considerably weaker compared to the demons of your world. Dworkin, huh? Your worlds have demons too? I thought only ours did. I wonder how our demons compare to those here. Before long, a being of immense power entered the Dark Dimension, instantly capturing Dormammu's attention. A colossal eye opened before Louwen, gradually receding until its full form was revealed. It was a massive, purple-black visage, its features consisting solely of 2 dimly glowing eyes and a gaping mouth. Upon encountering that imposing visage, Louwen was the first to speak. Dormammu. I am not here to parley. I have come to extinguish your existence. His tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as casual as inquiring if Dormammu had eaten breakfast. This declaration elicited a hearty laugh from Dormammu. Kill me? You are hardly the first to utter such words. In the outside world, you may wield considerable strength, but here, in this realm that belongs to me, I am God. Before Louwen could respond, several beams of ghastly green light erupted from various directions, each more substantial than the sphere upon which Louwen stood, hurtling towards him. Dormammu was convinced that these attacks, impervious to any material in the universe, would obliterate this arrogant human before him. However, to Dormammu's astonishment, when the light dissipated, Louwen stood unscathed, brushing off the dust that had settled on his slightly soiled clothing from the shattered sphere beneath him. Louwen acknowledged this strike with genuine admiration. What a formidable assault. In the outside world, it could have obliterated the earth. His words were laced with praise. Yet the gesture of dusting off his attire rendered Dormammu's violet-gray visage a shade of crimson. Indeed, He had turned a shade of red. As the concentrated dark energy that constituted Dormammu's being began to compress and seethe, shifting from a deep purple-black to a perilous red. It was evident that this mighty ruler of a realm could scarcely contain his irritation and was on the verge of exploding in fury at Louwen. When the tension reached its zenith, it erupted violently, the energy dispersing from the epicenter of Dormammu in Louwen, annihilating everything in its path. Louwen felt the potency of this explosion akin to a supernova, powerful enough to obliterate the entire solar system. As the energy subsided and tranquility returned, the dark matter at the explosion's core had been reduced to fundamental particles, leaving the area eerily desolate, save for one solitary human. Louwen floated silently in the dark dimension, listening to Dormammu's impotent rage echoing through the void. Why? Why are you still alive? Just wait. I will coalesce my form once more. I possess infinite chances of resurrection, while you will only die once. Louwen merely nodded in a dismissive manner, replying, yes, indeed, you are correct. He had little desire to engage in discourse about resurrection coins with a soon-to-be defeated dimensional deity. Furthermore, despite the formidable power of Dormammu's self-detonation, Louwen bore not even a scratch. In another realm, the live broadcast unfolded. The flying squirrel remarked, truly deserving of the title of Supreme Being, to withstand such terrifying attacks unscathed. The wandering little ball added, just now, Louwen mentioned that those beams could shatter the earth, and that explosion seemed even more potent. Is this what battles among beings deemed gods look like? It is utterly terrifying. I tremble at the thought. Please, do not tremble, interjected the Void's Supreme Being. If you do, you might just experience a biological extinction. Brother is right, chimed White. At this moment, Louwen, within the dark dimension, began to comprehend the true strength of a dimensional sovereign. He handed Gungnir to his subordinate and, in a flash, a colossal sword engulfed in flames materialized in his grasp. As he lifted the sword, Louwen began to chant an ancient incantation. This sword is the calamity of fire, the harbinger of demise. It can incinerate stars and sever the cycle of rebirth. It is the twilight flame that consumes the 9 realms. This is the calamity sword that obliterates all, forged in divine authority, Leviathan. The sword in Louwen's hand, Leviathan, swelled in size, rapidly expanding to several tens of thousands of feet. Though a counterfeit, its power, when wielded by Louwen, surpassed that of the authentic version utilized by Surtur. However, power was secondary. Louwen chose this divine authority because this attack represented the conceptual annihilation of worlds, capable of delivering a cataclysmic blow to the dark dimension. As the flame-laden sword descended, an overwhelming surge of light and heat erupted, causing Dormammu to shriek in agony as he was scorched. Yet, even then, he did not plead for mercy, exhibiting the stubborn pride of a formidable dimensional sovereign. Attempting to resist, Dormammu discovered he could not move, forced to watch helplessly as he and the dark dimension succumbed to the flames. The conflagration spread, illuminating the entirety of the dark dimension. As spheres formed from dark matter were consumed by the fire, ultimately transforming into tiny stars. Time lost meaning, and eventually, Louwen's Leviathan vanished. The dark dimension could no longer be deemed dark. It was devoid of any shadowy energy or matter, replaced solely by an omnipresent blaze and heat. And Dormammu had been incinerated in the wake of Leviathan's descent. Louwen surveyed the burning expanse before him, while the dark dimension had indeed been reduced to ashes. The dimension itself persisted. Now, it was an unclaimed realm perpetually engulfed in flames. After a moment of contemplation, Louwen plucked a hair from his head and retrieved a suit of armor from his arsenal, casting both into the inferno. Once again, he summoned Leviathan to the flames. And soon, a figure clad in armor emerged from the fire. Since this dimension now belongs to me, let it be named the Primordial Fire Dimension, Louwen declared, patting the armored figure. From this day forth, you shall serve as my dimensional deity. Devakin, to have vanquished such a powerful dimensional deity with a single blow. The supreme being of the endless night. It can only be said that there exists a disparity even among gods. Thor, god of thunder, what was that sword just now? The supreme being of the endless night. It is the twilight sword Leviathan, the blade that ignited the world tree and Asgard in Norse mythology. Thor, god of thunder, such a potent weapon. How can we contend with Ragnarok? The supreme being of the endless night. You need not worry. The original is not as formidable as I. And Surtur requires the eternal flame to destroy Asgard. That eternal flame has been gifted to me by your father, leaving Surtur incapable of defeating even you without it. Thor, god of thunder. Oh, I see. So Surtur no longer poses a threat to Asgard. The fallen angel interjected, "All right, Supreme Being of the Endless Night. I have recorded the battle process using the live stream's recording function. We shall use this footage to intimidate newcomers to the group." The Supreme Being of the Endless Night. "Very well, do as you wish. I shall terminate the broadcast now." The Supreme Being of the Endless Night closed the live stream and invited Louwen, the dimensional deity, to join the chat group. The fallen angel remarked, "Wait a minute. Are you changing your identity again? The invincible electric princess, and it's such a powerful identity at that." Meanwhile, in Kamar Taj, the Ancient One, sipping tea, suddenly recalled something. Placing her cup down to ponder whether she had forgotten to provide a means for that god king from another world to emerge. Just as she contemplated, she felt her power severed from its source, unable to draw even a trace of dark energy from the dark dimension. Before she could react, an immense surge of energy erupted from the very channels that had previously absorbed dark energy. However, this time, it was not dark energy, but an intensely scorching energy akin to flames. The emergence of this fiery energy swiftly incinerated the dark energy within her, replenishing her blue energy reserves. At that moment, the Ancient One experienced a warmth akin to rebirth. She had never felt such strength before. In that instant, she comprehended that the being named Louwen had indeed accomplished what he claimed. Just as she reveled in her newfound power, the space before her was suddenly pierced, revealing a golden spear tip. With a tremor, the spear pierced the fabric of reality, and the unscathed Louwen emerged from within. Upon emerging, Louwen first nodded at the incredulous-faced Ancient One, then took a seat to continue sipping the still-warm tea. In truth, the duration of Louwen's journey from the dark dimension to his departure from the initial fire dimension was not protracted. With a complex expression, Ancient One removed the Eye of Agamotto from around her neck and handed it to Louwen. Louwen merely shook his head, pointing to the center of the eye, and stated, "What I truly desire is the time stone within." Ancient One said nothing. Her lack of surprise at Louwen's knowledge of the time stone evident as she utilized magic to extract the green time stone from the Eye of Agamotto. Upon receiving the time stone, Louwen froze for a moment upon touching it, as if he had both come to an understanding and recollected something. It was akin to grasping the solution to a vexing mathematical problem upon merely glimpsing the answer. He levitated the stone beside him, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the cup of tea, previously emptied, instantly returned to a state of fullness. This was not due to the exertion of the time stone, but rather a manifestation of his own capabilities. This indicated that Louwen had comprehended and seized control over time through the time stone, yet he felt no sense of acquisition. It was as if this ability had always been within him, merely obscured until now, when the time stone rekindled his memory of how to wield it. Louwen lifted his gaze to Ancient One, now perceiving a multitude of potential future actions she might undertake. However, he blinked, shutting off this vision of simultaneous futures, a talent he found somewhat disconcerting despite its utility. Chapter 34. Return to the instance world. Louwen returned the time stone to Ancient One. "I am immensely grateful for your lending me the time stone. It has proven invaluable." He continued, "Additionally, I have another inquiry. Through the time stone, you ought to be able to glimpse the future. What form do I take in that expanse?" The overlapping timelines he had observed earlier made Louwen ponder the countless futures Ancient One had likely surveyed. So the question arose, would his existence as an outsider manifest within the Marvel timeline? Ancient One's response was, "You cannot be seen. It is not merely that you cannot be seen, but rather that you do not exist." Louwen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her assertion. "What do you mean by that?" "Before your arrival on Earth, you may have been in Asgard. I observed that all the countless timelines regarding the future collapsed, leaving but a single timeline that converges the past and extends synchronously into the present. No method can unveil what is to come. For the future's timelines have ceased to exist. Only the singular timeline, which coexists with the present and possesses infinite possibilities, remains." "Is that so?" Louwen murmured to himself, then looked up and said, "I believe I understand. And what of my study of magic at Kamar Taj?" Ancient One rose to respond, "I am aware of this matter. I will arrange an identity for you at Kamar Taj, and all the tomes therein will be accessible to you." Months later. "Ah, good morning, Master Wong. Have you eaten?" Louwen greeted Master Wong in a manner unique to Eastern University. "I just finished." "What brings you here?" one asked, looking at Louwen, now clad in attire that starkly contrasted Kamar Taj's aesthetic. Following Louwen's defeat of Dormammu, Ancient One merely informed the sorcerers that Dormammu had been vanquished and the dark dimension had transformed into the initial fire dimension. Yet she did not disclose the identity of the Dimension-S sovereign, leaving others unaware that Louwen was the ruler. Although they were oblivious to the ruler's identity, many still borrowed energy from the initial fire dimension under the auspices of Ancient One, the supreme sorceress. They were astonished to discover that the dimension's master was remarkably generous, imposing no restrictions on their borrowing, allowing them to draw upon as much energy as their capacities permitted. Moreover, they noted that using the energy from the initial fire dimension significantly accelerated their strength, enabling them to surpass their former selves within mere months. I have completed my studies of magic at Kamartaj, and I shall return home, Louwen casually remarked before departing. Behind him, Wong widened his eyes, having never witnessed someone master Kamartaj's principal spells within just a few months. While he acknowledged Louwen's extraordinary talent, it now seemed somewhat excessive. After leaving Kamartaj, Louwen found a secluded corner to activate the chat group's teleportation function, returning to his own world. In the chat group, Supreme Deity of the Polar Night, I have returned from Kamartaj. Thor, God of Thunder, why do you still seek to learn spells when you are already so powerful? Supreme Deity of the Polar Night, one cannot dismiss such pursuits. Do you not find the spells of Kamartaj impressive? Especially Ancient One's mastery of spatial magic. I learned a great deal during my months there. Supreme Deity of the Polar Night, let us set aside this discussion. There are pressing matters at hand. Wandering Little Ball, I shall send you something shortly. Please be prepared to receive it. The Supreme Deity of the Polar Night sent a red envelope to Wandering Little Ball. At this moment, in the world of Wandering Earth, Gaia opened the red envelope sent by Louwen. On an uninhabited island on Earth, a flame appeared out of nowhere and ascended towards the sky. Wandering Little Ball, is this the flame? Why did it ascend directly into the sky after appearing? Supreme Deity of the Polar Night, indeed, that is correct. This is an eternal flame I have modified using the knowledge from Kamartaj. It will automatically soar to the sun, consuming it and taking its place. Henceforth, the sun will become an eternal flame, eliminating the risk of helium flash. Wandering Little Ball, so that's how you resolved it? That is utterly absurd. Sky, I have a question. From your explanations during this time, the eternal flame itself is a powerful energy source, and combined with the sun, wouldn't the temperature escalate dramatically? White, after all, humanity is inherently fragile. Even a rise of several dozen degrees would be unbearable. Supreme Deity of the Polar Night, you need not worry. I have already considered this. Do you think I became the ruler of the initial fire dimension on a whim? Fallen angel, was it not? Supreme Deity of the Polar Night. In a way, it seems that it was. However, I later recognized the utility of the initial fire dimension. Drawing from my experience as a dimension ruler and my studies of its operational mechanisms, I successfully engineered an eternal flame under my control. With my mastery of this craft, there is no chance of mishap. Fallen angel, so you have established another persona. What is it this time? Sun God Louwen. Faced with the sharp retort from Jaberly in the group, Louwen scratched his head beneath the world tree, contemplating the truth in her words. Would he truly proliferate his personas across the myriad realms? Supreme Deity of the Polar Night, that is a matter for a distant future. The eternal flame's consumption of the sun will take considerable time. Wandering Little Ball, in any case, I am grateful to you. Do you require my assistance in establishing a faith surrounding the sun god? Although my physical form is currently immobile, my consciousness can achieve something akin to dream visitation through my explorations. Upon seeing the messages in the group, Louwen hastily declined. Supreme Deity of the Polar Night, the concept of faith holds no value for me. Moreover, such faith directed at a singular entity would pose complications for you, who tread the path of technology. Just as discussions regarding the issues of the wandering Earth world unfolded in the group, Thor's message shifted the topic. Thor, God of Thunder. The image depicted a black skull, whose front half resembled that of a human skull, yet featured 2 additional horns atop. Louwen gazed upon this familiar shape, and a thought began to crystallize in his mind. The supreme god of the Polar Night, Thor, the God of Thunder. Did you venture into Muspelheim to vanquish Surtur? Thor, indeed, this skull belongs to Surtur. I knew from the moment I saw you wielding the Leviathan that the king of the fire giants could not be allowed to live. Thus, I bravely infiltrated Muspelheim and claimed the head of this formidable foe of Asgard. My father will surely be pleased upon seeing it. The supreme god of the Polar Night. Alas, your father may not be as pleased as you think. It is highly probable you are now destined to face the consequences of your actions. Chapter 35. Thor's inescapable fate. Thor paid no heed to the messages in the chat group, his mind consumed with thoughts of the accolades he would receive from his father after presenting Surtur's skull. Upon traversing the Rainbow Bridge, Thor returned to Asgard, only to be met by the grave expressions of Heimdall and the brooding visage of Odin. However, oblivious to their unease, Thor exuberantly presented the black skull he had carried on his back, as if offering a treasure to Odin. "Father, behold, this is the skull of our archenemy, the fire giant foretold to bring about the destruction of Asgard. I single-handedly claimed his head, and now we need not fear any threats from Muspelheim." "Why would you do such a thing?" Odin inquired, his single eye piercing through Thor with a deep, resonant voice. "You are well aware that we do not currently hold enmity with Muspelheim, yet you chose to attack the realm of the fire giants and bring their king to Asgard. Do you not comprehend the folly of your actions?" Thor, bewildered yet tinged with indignation, replied, "I do not understand. You are well aware of the prophecy of Ragnarok. The fire giants will inevitably become our enemies. I have preemptively vanquished them, eliminating a potential threat to Asgard. This is my triumph and honor. Yet you stand here to denounce me. This is devoid of any honor, merely your arrogance and brutality. Such conduct is unbecoming of a ruler. Have you forgotten my teachings about the patience of a warrior?" Thor impatiently interrupted Odin's lecture. "While you waited and endured, the 9 realms mocked us. The old ways have failed. We face calamities capable of obliterating us and the decline of Asgard, yet you merely engage in empty rhetoric." Odin, confronted with Thor's accusations, roared in anger. "You are a vain, greedy, and brutal child. You are a foolish old man." Thor retorted vehemently. Odin fell silent, then weakly remarked, "Indeed, I am foolish. Foolish enough to believe you had matured sufficiently." He then raised his head and, under Thor's incredulous gaze, issued a decree. "Thor Odinson, for openly defying the king's command. Your recklessness and ignorance shall bring forth the horrors of war upon our peaceful kingdom and its innocent beings." With that, he tore Thor's cloak from him. "You have shamed these realms, betrayed your title, and dishonored those who love you." Odin then summoned Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, and struck Thor, stripping him of his armor. "By the names of your father and grandfather, I banish you from Asgard." With that, a bolt of lightning sent Thor into the Rainbow Bridge. After Thor was teleported away from Asgard, Odin whispered to Mjolnir, "Whoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of the thunder god." He then cast the hammer into the Rainbow Bridge as well. In the chat group, "Thor, damn it, my father is truly senile. I defeated Surtur, and instead of praising me, he banished me from Asgard. Thor, now my hammer is lost, and I have been stripped of my powers as the thunder god. However, my father must have cast it nearby. Supreme god of the polar night, I recall your initial fire dimension is near Earth. Please help me locate my hammer. If I reclaim it, I can return to Asgard. My father is surely just momentarily angered. Once I return, he will forgive me. Supreme god of the polar night, I regret to inform you that I can no longer assist you. Your father came to the initial fire dimension and instructed me not to provide you with any aid. Moreover, this is ultimately your family matter, and I cannot intervene. Thor, my father is truly, alas, I shall search for it myself. Supreme god of the polar night, I advise against attempting to find your hammer. Even if you do, you will not be able to lift it. The most important thing now is to ponder why your father is so enraged as to banish you." Upon reading the messages in the group, Thor, who was now striding confidently down the road on Earth after his banishment, scratched his head in frustration. He could not fathom his father's thoughts. In his memories, the young Odin was a valiant and warlike warrior, yet in his old age, he had become timid, relentlessly pursuing stability. Thor, who knows what he is thinking? I triumphed over an enemy and returned in victory, yet he punishes me. However, you say I cannot lift Mjolnir. That is truly a tremendous jest. As the god of thunder, how could I possibly be incapable of wielding my own hammer? Thor, enough of this. I see a town ahead. I shall inquire if they have seen it. Supreme god of the polar night, inquire about what? Why did you leave your sentence unfinished? Perplexed, Louwen shifted his consciousness to the body of the Dimension Master and gazed upon Earth. On a highway, he saw Thor lying flat, beside a car, evidently the scene of an accident. Observing this, Louwen averted his gaze, shaking his head in resignation. It was apparent that Thor had never lived in modern Earth. He assumed that a road was merely a passage, entirely oblivious to the distinctions between highways and ancient paths. Flying Squirrel, good morning, everyone. What has happened to Thor? At that moment, within the city of Ylantir, Flying Squirrel, clad in dark armor and adorned with the Adventurers Association medal, scratched his helmet in confusion upon reading the messages in the group. Supreme god of the polar night, it is nothing serious. Thor was merely involved in a car accident. Flying Squirrel. Oh, I see. Flying Squirrel nodded, knowing that even if his skeletal frame were struck by a car, he would suffer no harm, let alone the thunder god, Thor. Yet, out of politeness, he still inquired. Flying Squirrel. Is he unhurt? Supreme god of the polar night. He is fine. He was struck by the car but sustained no injuries. However, upon getting up, he was rendered unconscious by a stun gun. Flying Squirrel. Is he not the god of thunder? Supreme god of the polar night. Indeed, he is the god of thunder, which is why his nickname in the chat group is the Hammer God. Nevertheless, he was taken to the hospital, and he is all right. Flying Squirrel. Very well. But I have recently noticed some issues regarding the chat group. Upon seeing the messages in the group, Louwen was taken aback. He had always researched this chat group, even dismantling it more than once, yet he had not discovered any issues. Thus, he was intrigued by Flying Squirrel's comments. Supreme God of the Polar Night. I did not perceive any problems within this chat group. Please elaborate on your findings. Flying Squirrel. I am not sure if this qualifies as a problem, but recently, out of boredom, I asked the members residing in the modern world to send me some novels. Some of these novels contained chat groups that differed from ours. Supreme God of the Polar Night. What are the specific differences? Flying Squirrel. There are numerous distinctions, but the main two are the lack of a group leader or administrators and the absence of pathways to strengthen oneself. Chapter 36. The election of the chat group leader. Upon hearing Flying Squirrel's observations, Louwen pondered deeply. His assertions indeed held merit. A chat group ought to have a leader or administrators to oversee it. The chat group, while subtly led by Louwen, remains in a rather loose state, populated by members of agreeable disposition, which currently poses no issues. However, as the number of participants increases or if a few antagonistic characters join, the necessity for a leader or administrators to maintain order within the chat group will become imperative. In Louwen's perception, the concept of pathways to strength resembles the task and shop modules commonly found in chat group novels. Yet, he does not regard these as the fundamental purpose of the group, albeit they may serve a function. With this thought, Louwen responded in the group, the Supreme God of the Polar Night. Such measures are indeed necessary. After I awaken Thor, we shall conduct a vote for the group leader. He continued, as for the pathways to strength, Prairie Wolf King, please visit my world shortly so we may explore how to integrate task and shop modules into the chat group. The rewards will be your favorite lamb. Prairie Wolf King replied affirmatively, acknowledging the leader's instructions. The Supreme God of the Polar Night. Ahem. Let us conduct this election fairly and openly, without any untoward tactics. With that, Louwen logged off and activated his dimensional demigod form. In a hospital, a figure clad in black armor appeared at Thor's bedside. While the doctors and nurses exhibited no reaction, having been magically influenced by Louwen to disregard the bizarre sight, the dimensional demigod Louwen conjured a block of ice and, pulling aside Thor's hospital gown, inserted the ice into his chest. Thor jolted awake, attempting to remove the ice, but the restraints held him firmly, leaving him to struggle futilely on the bed. Oh, he has awakened, exclaimed the medical staff, rushing to his side. At this moment, the dimensional demigod Louwen vanished, returning to the initial fire dimension. Thor, the god of thunder, muttered, by Odin, I must not discover who placed this block of ice upon me, for I shall ensure they feel the wrath of the thunder god's iron fist. The Supreme God of the Polar Night. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Everyone, the election for the group leader has commenced. Please share your thoughts if you wish to run. Fallen Angel, an election? I shall not partake in such troublesome affairs. The unrivaled Electric Princess, leader. I believe Louwen is well suited for this position, given his numerous contributions and assistance to the group. Thus, I cast my vote for Louwen. Thor interjected, as the god of thunder, I too can Fallen Angel. No, you may not. Beware of Gungnir's warning. The Supreme God of the Polar Night. Let us maintain decorum. This is a fair and transparent election, and physical elimination of candidates shall not occur. So, Thor, will you participate? Thor, no, I shall cast my vote for you instead. The Supreme God of the Polar Night. Very well, I now have 2 votes. Who else wishes to vote? Symbiotic Louwen. I cast my vote for Louwen. Dimensional Demigod Louwen. I too cast my vote for Louwen. Fallen Angel? Thor? Fallen Angel. Fair and transparent. The Supreme God of the Polar Night. You cannot disregard your alternate identities as group members. Just a jest, those 2 votes do not count. The Wandering Little Ball. Currently, Louwen is assisting me with the solar crisis. Naturally, I must vote for him. Calm. I cast my vote for Louwen. Why? I have no objections. I shall follow my brother's lead. Prairie Wolf King, I support Louwen, the esteemed leader. Dovahkiin, I too support Louwen, the Great One. Flying Squirrel, though the outcome seems certain, I must express that Louwen deserves the position of leader for his strength, wisdom, and aid to fellow members. My vote goes to Louwen, the supreme god of the Polar Night. Excellent. I hereby declare myself the unanimously elected leader of the chat group. I hope for your continued support in my endeavors. The group leader, the supreme god of the Polar Night, sent a luck-based red envelope. Louwen casually filled it with a plethora of divine artifacts and magical items, leaving the outcome to chance for the members. Fallen Angel, hooray, I received gold and jewels, which I can exchange for money, keeping some for living expenses and using the rest for the game. Thank you, gracious leader. The supreme god of the Polar Night, do bear in mind, these treasures have been drawn from my vault. They may be antiques or possess special abilities. Should you carelessly sell them and encounter trouble, I shall not be responsible. The Wandering Little Ball, thank you, leader, but why did I receive a piece of charred wood? The supreme god of the Polar Night. Ah, that is no ordinary wood. It is a remnant from the world tree that was burned. However, I cannot ascertain its exact properties. Perhaps it is merely a piece of burnt wood. Flying Squirrel, fortune smiles upon me. I have acquired a complete suit of armor. I shall test it now. He ventured alone to a forest, distanced from the great tomb of Nazareth, laying down the armor. A series of magical circles illuminated around him. With a surge of terrifying magical energy, he unleashed an ultra-level spell. A beam of light descended from the heavens, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that created a crater over 100 meters wide, obliterating the foliage in its vicinity. Once the chaos subsided, Flying Squirrel surveyed the spot where he had placed the armor, now the epicenter of the explosion, which had transformed into the deepest part of the crater. He descended using flight magic to examine the armor, which was entirely unscathed, lacking even a scratch. This prompted a heartfelt admiration for the treasures from the Divine Vault, as even a casually retrieved item proved astonishingly powerful. While Flying Squirrel marveled at his fortune, Louwen found himself in deep contemplation. His vexation stemmed from the proposed pathways to strength, specifically the task and shop modules for the chat group. To Louwen, adding these features seemed straightforward. However, the complexities of defining tasks, determining rewards, whether currency or items, and sourcing the shop's goods weighed heavily on his mind. His thoughts turned to the newly sprouted world tree in his realm. Louwen approached the tree, tapping its trunk, and the consciousness of Yggdrasil bowed before him. After permitting Yggdrasil to rise, Louwen spoke candidly. Would you be interested in becoming a world tree that connects the myriad realms? Chapter 37. The initiation of the chat group's task and shop modules. Would you be interested in becoming a world tree that connects the myriad realms? Upon hearing this, Yggdrasil was momentarily taken aback. It understood that the supreme deity before it possessed the ability to communicate with other worlds, but had never contemplated how to extend its roots into different realms. If this is your divine revelation, I shall gladly accept. However, I am uncertain how to extend my roots into other worlds. Yggdrasil's thoughts reached Louwen's mind, to which Louwen merely waved a hand dismissively. Your agreement suffices. I shall address the remaining matters. Consequently, Yggdrasil witnessed Louwen summon a werewolf named Grey Wolf. As the two engaged in an invisible interface, clicking on screens unseen by Yggdrasil. Before long, with a flourish of Louwen's hand, two translucent screens appeared before Yggdrasil, labeled Task Module and Shop Module at their respective tops. Afterward, Louwen explained with his hands in constant motion, henceforth, you will be responsible for issuing tasks in the Mission Module according to my requirements. Those who accept the tasks in the group essentially enter into an automatic contract, whereby their identities transform into extensions of the world tree's root system. During this period, their actions will influence the world, and this process of interference is akin to your rooting. Yggdrasil pondered for a moment and inquired, since these are tasks, should we not provide them with corresponding rewards? Louwen nodded, affirmatively stating that this is indeed the next aspect I wish to address regarding rewards. The moment you establish roots, you will absorb a substantial amount of nutrients from the world, and the reward consists of converting a portion of these nutrients into currency that can be spent in the shop module, which I have simply termed points. However, the points displayed in the chat group are merely a number, representing how much nourishment they can mobilize from you, while the shop's goods are the items from their world that you showcase, created from nutrients based on their needs. Do you comprehend this? Yggdrasil did not fully understand, but he recognized that as long as he completed the tasks assigned by the supreme deity, the intricate operations beyond that were not his concern. In this system, the group members earn points through completing tasks, which they can then exchange for various goods. The world tree, Yukdalasher, can grow to an astonishing extent by rooting itself in myriad worlds, which poses no detriment to the worlds being rooted, as the existence of the world tree is indeed beneficial for any realm. As for the crucial details, such as why this contract allows task doers to become extensions of the root system, or how the nutrients can be transformed into various items, these intricacies should not be overthought. Simply put, it is Louwen's invincible power, the supreme deity of the eternal night. Well, after the relentless efforts of myself and Grey Wolf, the task and shop sections of the chat group have been completed. The Prairie Wolf King, in truth, the majority of the work was accomplished by the group leader. I merely played a supportive role. Flying Squirrel, truly, the group leader is remarkable. Even functions involving different worlds have been developed in such a short time. Wandering Little Ball, let me see how it works. Once Louwen's message was dispatched, the idle group members eagerly opened the newly added task and shop sections. Both modules bore a similar style, with a simple white interface adorned by the emblem of a world tree, while the task module currently displayed an empty status indicating no available tasks. In stark contrast, the shop page was brimming with a dazzling array of goods from various worlds, leaving everyone in awe. Flying Squirrel, this is astounding. I even see world-class items from our realm in the shop, although the prices are exorbitant, the cheapest being several tens of thousands, with the better ones reaching over 100,000. The unrivaled Electric Princess. I find the prices here much more reasonable. A lower-tier superpower costs a few hundred, while the more expensive ones are in the thousands. But they are merely superpowers without levels. Yet, compared to scientific items, there are indeed more magical goods. The supreme deity of the eternal night, that seems quite reasonable, considering that the magical realm has already birthed several divine beings, while the scientific realm is still struggling with various experiments. Their foundation simply cannot compare. Duocane, I have magical items here as well, but most can be purchased for dozens or hundreds of points, with the pricier ones being around 10,000. Yet the price of ancient scrolls is outrageous, starting at several hundred thousand. The supreme deity of the eternal night, that is quite reasonable. Many of those magical artifacts were casually crafted by divine beings, while the ancient scrolls are remnants of the creation itself. However, I would advise against purchasing them. Most magical artifacts are currently in the province of the sky, and collecting them is relatively simple. As for the ancient scrolls, you will eventually acquire a few. Thor, the god of thunder. Why are items and abilities worth hundreds of thousands so common in my world, with some exceeding 1,000,000 for the Infinity Stones? The supreme deity of the eternal night. If that's the case, Thor, you are on the verge of becoming the wealthiest individual in the chat group. Thor, the god of thunder. What makes you say that? The supreme deity of the eternal night, based on some speculations I encountered on a forum in my past life. Your father nearly gathered all 6 Infinity Stones in his youth, gaining the power to rule the universe. However, he later abandoned the pursuit of the Infinity Stones when he learned that acquiring the Soul Stone required the sacrifice of a loved one. It was likely during this time that he grew weary of war and yearned for peace. In the Marvel Universe, Thor, who was preparing to breach the S.H.I.E.L.D. containment zone to retrieve Mjolnir, stood frozen, astonished to learn of his father's past. Thor, the god of thunder. In that regard, I wholeheartedly agree with my father. Had I been in his position, I would have made the same choice. Nevertheless, even if he did not gather them all, there must still be a few left, which means I am still quite wealthy. The supreme deity of the eternal night. You are mistaken, as far as I know. Asgard currently possesses not a single Infinity Stone. The only one definitively belonging to Asgard, the Space Stone, is now known as the Tesseract and remains in the possession of Earthlings. Thor, the god of thunder. What? The feeling of discovering that one's parents, once perceived as ordinary, are in fact billionaires is akin to Thor's reaction upon learning of his father's possession of the Infinity Stones. Yet, upon realizing that Asgard has none left, it is akin to a child asking their parents about their wealth, only to be told that the vast fortune has long been squandered. Thor now felt as if he could hardly breathe from the pain in his heart. Chapter 38. The Absolute Ability Plan. The Supreme Deity of the Eternal Night. How dreadfully dull. Does anyone require my assistance, or is there anything amusing happening? Provide me with a reason to stir from my stupor. If this continues, I shall become stagnant. Wandering Little Ball, my situation remains unchanged. Under the threat of a world crisis, factions like the Spaceship faction and Digital Life faction are causing disturbances, yet overall, it remains quite peaceful. If the group leader wishes to visit, I would be most welcoming. The supreme deity of the eternal night. Earth. I have visited the Marvel world where Thor resides, but I have yet to explore the future version of Earth. It could serve as a potential option. Louwen. I too would be welcoming. However, I am currently enduring hardships in our world, lacking even a shelter. And I have been tasked by the court mages of White Mist City to explore the ancient waterfall tomb, so I cannot entertain the group leader. The supreme deity of the eternal night. Your world seems acceptable. There is no need for you to host me. I can seek out various divine beings and spirits to discuss the divine life, treating it as a backup plan. The unrivaled electric princess. By the way, as a supreme deity of a world, are you truly as idle as you claim? The supreme deity of the eternal night. Indeed, I am quite idle. Although I hold the title of the highest ruler of this world, it is currently desolate, with only a village of mortals at the southernmost end of the world tree. And they are under the careful protection of the old gods, requiring no concern from me. The supreme deity of the eternal night. Aside from that, the world is inhabited only by a few powerful mythical creatures and the soulless spirits of Hela, the goddess of death. Each day, aside from fending off those external beings attempting to raid dungeons, there is little else to occupy my time. The unrivaled electric princess. No wonder you wander around Academy City daily. It turns out you truly have nothing to do. The supreme deity of the eternal night. Is that so? Have you encountered me before? Why do I not recall your presence? The unrivaled electric princess. It is hardly necessary to see you, given your frequency of appearance. Nearly every day someone claims to have spotted the supreme deity in some corner of Academy City. Initially, it was regarded as an urban legend. But now no one is surprised by your appearances. The supreme deity of the eternal night. Oh? Is that so? I believed I had been quite discreet. The invincible electric princess. So, what exactly are you up to? Many people claim to have seen you bullying a frail young boy. Although the Church of the Unified Society insists that these are mere rumors and has suppressed that part. The supreme god of the polar night. That boy, you say? He may be slender, but he is far from weak. He is indeed the top-ranked esper in Academy City, known as One-Eyed. The invincible electric princess. The first rank? So, you are indeed bullying him then? The supreme god of the polar night. You must be cautious. That is not bullying, it is a hunt. The reasons behind this are quite complex, involving the dark side of Academy City and the machinations of your director. I can only say that if you were aware of the situation, your reaction would likely be more extreme than mine. What Louwen did not mention is that this absolute ability plan is related to Misaka Mikoto, and significantly so. The ultimate goal of the absolute ability plan is to enable humans to evolve into godlike beings through psychic powers, known as absolute espers. According to the calculations of the supercomputer's schematics in Academy City, only the top-ranked Esper, One-Eyed, possesses the potential for evolution. But it requires him to engage in combat with Misaka Mikoto, the railgun, and kill her in 128 battles to achieve this. Due to the unavailability of 128 original Misaka Mikotos, the experiment has opted to use clones produced by the mass-production Esper plant, known as Misaka Sisters, as substitutes. Each clone possesses only one of the original's power, necessitating the participation of 20,000 clones in the experiment for One-Eyed to defeat in combat. Although it appears to be for One-Eyed's evolution, the experiment is fundamentally a part of the grand plan orchestrated by the director of Academy City, Aleister Crowley. By manipulating the Misaka network and experimental data, Aleister aims to construct an artificial heaven where science and magic intertwine to achieve strategic objectives against magical forces. In the narrative, when Misaka Mikoto learns of this plan, One-Eyed has already slain nearly 10,000 Misaka sisters. However, unlike the original plot, Louwen's intervention prevents the experiment from proceeding smoothly. From the very first Misaka sister, whenever One-Eyed attempts to engage in battle, Louwen, in his capacity as the leader of the Unified Society, intervenes, bringing him to his knees. Thus, up to this point, not a single Misaka sister has perished, but the director Aleister appears particularly invested in this matter, as the normally appeasing board of directors has adopted an unusually robust stance on this issue. At this time, Misaka Mikoto, unaware of these developments, speaks in the group as usual. The invincible electric princess. Dude, when did you turn into a riddle master? The supreme god of the polar night. You need not concern yourself with these matters. After all, with your abilities, you would be of no help. It is better to leave everything to me, so the dark side of Academy City doesn't spoil your mood. The invincible electric princess. How infuriating. I can't believe you underestimate me. Flying squirrel. Leader, this is truly for your own good. You're only 14, right? Still a middle schooler. Let the adults handle these dark matters. Misaka Makoto is not one to lack understanding, having experienced the recent incident involving the ability crystallization experiment. She realizes that Academy City is not as bright as it appears. Upon hearing Louwen mention that this incident involves the director, she understands that it is beyond her capacity to resolve. The invincible electric princess. All right, supreme god of the polar night. If there is anything I can assist with, please do let me know. The supreme god of the polar night. Rest assured, you will be informed about this matter. However, flying squirrel, I've noticed you haven't been as active as before. Is something troubling you in your world? Flying squirrel, nothing major here. But I've been taking commissions as an adventurer, flying, to fund my outings from the great tomb of Nazareth. The supreme god of the polar night, to be honest, while watching anime. I wanted to point out that if you think the gold coins in the game would attract the attention of other factions in that world, why not just melt them down? The supreme god of the polar night. Unlike paper currency, gold itself has inherent value, regardless of its form. The value of gold does not change. Therefore, it is entirely feasible to melt down the coins for direct use, or to mold a template and create coins that circulate externally. This should not pose a difficulty for the great tomb of Nazareth, right? Flying squirrel. Sorry, I just remembered that I forgot to feed my pet hamster, Sozo. I have to go. Watching flying squirrel's gray avatar disappear, Louwen gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 39. The Hell Lord Mephisto Thor. The God of Thunder, Supreme God of the Polar Night. I feel I need your assistance right now. The Supreme God of the Polar Night. I've already said. That's your family matter. I cannot intervene. What is going on over there? Is your dear brother using your father's annihilator armor to pummel you? Thor. The God of Thunder. Not at all. In fact, I believe this has gone beyond my family affairs, as I never knew we had a dimension demon relative named Mephisto. The Supreme God of the Polar Night. Wait a moment. Let me change accounts to see what is happening. Time rewinds to the moment before the group leader election. When the dimension demon Louwen arrived at the hospital to wake Thor. In a luxurious villa in Texas, every room was brightly lit. And a white man was cowering in a corner, trembling as if in fear. Just a month ago, he was a homeless man. One day while wandering, he encountered a tall, thin man who claimed to be a demon from hell. The homeless man paid little mind, thinking he was merely joking. The man handed him $100 and produced a mysterious contract, telling him that signing it would make him rich. But the price would be his soul a month later. The homeless man thought this self-proclaimed demon was merely playing some role-playing game and, in light of the $100, decided to humor him. Upon glancing at the contract, he quickly confirmed his suspicions. It bore no government certification and was not legally binding. The content mirrored what the man had said, and without hesitation, he took the pen and doodled on it. After the demon left, the homeless man sighed. What a naive good person. He then turned and entered a casino, which was one of the reasons for his homelessness. However, that day, his luck was extraordinarily good. He kept winning with that $100, and, by the time he left, had amassed tens of thousands. From that moment on, he won every gamble, quickly becoming wealthy. He attributed his fortune to luck, yet the appearance of that man shattered the blissful mood brought by his newfound riches. Mr. Johnson, per the contract, tomorrow I will claim your soul in the name of the Hell Lord Mephisto as the price for this transaction, said the man, who called himself a demon, before stepping into the fiery hellscape behind him amidst Johnson's terrified gaze. And now, in the present situation, Johnson sought help from others, but they seemed oblivious to his plight. Ignoring him, he could only tremble in the newly purchased villa, turning on all the lights in an attempt to scare away the demon. Suddenly, Johnson felt himself plummeting downward. Instinctively, he looked up and saw his own limp body on the floor. Looking down, a terrified expression overtook his face. Below him lay an endless expanse of crimson earth, with lava flowing and sickly green flames flickering. Directly beneath him was a cauldron large enough to contain him, bubbling with a broth resembling Indian cuisine. Surrounding the cauldron were grotesque and hideous creatures, and upon seeing this, Johnson screamed as he fell into the pot. In the cauldron, his agonizing cries and wails of extreme torment elicited gleeful laughter from the surrounding demons. He struggled to climb out, only to be prodded back into the scalding broth by a demon standing at the edge. Just then, the laughter abruptly ceased, and the demons parted to reveal a tall, slender man who approached the cauldron. Johnson recognized him immediately as the one who had given him $100 and forged a pact with him. Desperately, he crawled towards the man, pleading in a voice choked with pain, "Please, I no longer desire the money or the wealth. Just spare me, I beg you." However, the man paid him no heed, inhaling deeply and savoring the sin of fear, remarking on the quality of the ingredients. He then seized a spoon from a nearby demon, scooping a ladle of the curry-like broth and tasting it, clicking his tongue and commenting, "The flavor is somewhat bland. A dash of masala would enhance it. I must say, the cuisine from the land producing such spices is irresistible to demons." Suddenly, sensing something, he frowned and commanded, "Let this soul simmer for a couple more days. I have matters to attend to." At that moment, this slender man, known as Mephisto, detected an unfamiliar yet familiar essence of a dimensional deity. He was certain this was the first time he had encountered such a presence. And coupled with the recent untimely demise of Dormammu and the emergence of a new dimensional deity to replace him, it became clear who had manifested on Earth. Without hesitation, Mephisto made his way to the location where the dimensional deity, Louwen, had appeared, specifically to the hospital where Thor was located. However, Mephisto's intention in seeking Louwen was not to avenge Dormammu. Despite their amicable relationship, both deities were far from benevolent. Should the opportunity arise, Mephisto would not hesitate to consume Dormammu himself. His visit to Louwen, the fledgling deity, was merely to ascertain if he could extract some advantage or perhaps even devour him. Considering that Louwen had just engaged in a fierce battle with Dormammu and must have sustained significant losses, while Mephisto was an established top-tier deity, thus holding the upper hand. Upon Mephisto's arrival, he found Thor had been apprehended due to his breach of the SHIELD quarantine perimeter. The agents guarding Thor, upon seeing an unfamiliar figure appear suddenly, swiftly drew their weapons and inquired, "Who are you? This is restricted." Before the agent could finish, Mephisto cast a glance in his direction, causing the agent to blink in confusion, then nonchalantly holster his weapon, as though he had not seen Mephisto at all. Returning to his post, Thor, who had silently observed the entire exchange, remained unmoved, still lost in sorrow over his inability to lift Mjolnir, showing no interest in Mephisto's identity or intentions. Yet, Mephisto approached Thor directly, looking down upon him. "Still an Asgardian. Yet how is it that you have been captured by mere earthlings?" Thor glanced up at Mephisto briefly before resuming his silence, annoyed by Thor's indifference. Mephisto raised his hands triumphantly, declaring, "Asgardian, do you not know that I am Mephisto, the lord of the hellish dimension? Now, tell me what you know about the deity you are acquainted with. Out of respect for Odin, I may spare you." "Ah, Mephisto, is it? Just a moment. Let me inquire," Thor replied listlessly. Chapter 40. Elbow strike on Mephisto, seeing Thor dismiss him so casually, especially after revealing his identity. Mephisto intended to demonstrate the terrors of hell to this Asgardian. However, before he could act, he felt a presence behind him, a hand patting him. When had someone approached him so stealthily? Enveloped in green flames, Mephisto swiftly turned to unleash a hellish blow upon the intruder. Yet, Louwen was quicker as Mephisto turned. He was met with a massive armored elbow, and in an instant, he was sent flying. Quickly, Mephisto opened a portal to the hellish dimension as he plummeted into it. Louwen's strength had caught Mephisto off guard, prompting him to consider temporarily sealing the portal and plotting his next move. However, just as the entrance was about to close, an iron hand forcefully held it open. Another iron hand joined in, tearing the portal wider as the armor-clad dimensional deity Louwen descended into hell. Seeing this, Mephisto felt a surge of delight, mocking the newly emerged deity. "Huh? You dare to step into my dimension? No matter how powerful you may be in the outside world. Here, I am invincible. Struggle all you wish. In hell, you can never defeat me. What nonsense are you spouting? Defeat me? You shall taste my superior magic, the sky as descent." With that, as intricate, colorful runes glowed upon Louwen's form, a beam of white light, imbued with enough energy to shatter continents, descended upon Mephisto's position. Unlike the dark matter that dispersed in Dormammu's dimension, the hellish dimension boasted an immense landmass. And as the powerful magic struck, a vast area of land, thousands of kilometers in diameter, shattered, leaving countless demons dwelling upon it obliterated in the wake of the impact. Standing upon a broken piece of land, Louwen conjured a campfire, placing Leviathan's spear upon it to ignite the flames, setting up a respawn point. Louwen then turned his gaze back to where Mephisto had been, remaining vigilant. Clouds of dust enveloped the area, and Louwen, well aware that smoke does not inflict harm, was not convinced that a mere superior magic could vanquish a top-tier dimensional deity. As anticipated, with a furious roar, a demon with a goat-ass head and a body covered in black fur burst forth from the haze. It was Mephisto. However, in this form, he was significantly more powerful than in his humanoid guise. With a bellowing cry, Mephisto charged at Louwen with a massive dark elbow, moving with such speed that evasion was impossible. In an instant, Louwen's armored form shattered upon impact. Before Mephisto could relish his victory, flames erupted, and Louwen reappeared. This time beside the campfire he had set earlier. Summoning a great sword, Louwen raised it defensively to block another incoming elbow from Mephisto, then countered with a powerful strike that sent Mephisto flying. As both landed, they regarded each other warily, and almost simultaneously, the two-dimensional deities clashed once more, engaging in a fierce melee. Each strike unleashed waves of devastating energy that radiated outward, creating shockwaves. Had Louwen not initiated a superior magic to clear the area of thousands of kilometers, the residual force of their battle would have obliterated even more demons. In the chat group, the indomitable electric princess, I see from the messages in the group that the leader went to Thor's world to confront that dimensional deity. What has happened? The supreme god of eternal night, the god of thunder Thor, has not sent any messages for quite some time. Surely nothing unfortunate has occurred? Dimensional deity Louwen. Children, I may have been outmatched by the hellish dimensional deity. I might be facing a downfall. The indomitable electric princess. What? The leader could not defeat this hellish dimensional deity? How powerful is he? Fallen angel, do you have anyone of such caliber on your side? Fallen angel, I can confirm that the leader alone could obliterate our world as hell, but he is likely utilizing the form of a dimensional deity, which is why he is struggling. Dimension Demon Louwen. Indeed, in the realm beyond dimensions, my form as a dimension demon possesses greater strength than that of the hell dimension demon Mephisto. However, we are currently engaged in combat within his domain, where the advantages of the battlefield render me incapable of overcoming him. Fallen angel, perhaps we should retreat for now. Dimension Demon Louwen. Nonsense. How could I shy away from his brilliance? Let the bullets fly for a while. While conversing, Louwen skillfully defended against Mephisto's onslaught, all the while attempting to engage him in dialogue. Old Mephisto, I just took out a significant number of your minions with a single strike. Why do you appear so unfazed? Indeed, despite the ferocity and speed of Mephisto's attacks, his demeanor remained serene, his sheepish visage betraying no emotion. Though Louwen found it difficult to discern any expression from a face like that. We are both dimension demons. Though we fight, we must maintain our decorum. Those demons are merely disposable assets, returning to their hell dimension upon death. To me, their demise holds no loss. Mephisto's voice fluctuated in tone, and Louwen could almost perceive a hint of elegance emanating from him. How about we cease hostilities here? Mephisto proposed. I can see that I initially harbored unsavory intentions, but you understand that such actions are customary among us Dimension Lords. You have demonstrated your prowess and obliterated a substantial portion of my territory, which will be troublesome to restore. As their colossal weapons clashed and then withdrew, the two Dimension demons exchanged glances, refraining from further attacks. Observing Louwen's pause, Mephisto continued to entice him. Though I have lost my friend Dormammu, I still have you. Our dimensions could once again forge an indomitable alliance. Before Mephisto could elaborate further, Louwen raised his hand to interrupt him. Is that all you wish to say? There is little allure in your words. Had you spoken sooner, I might have considered your proposal, but now I am within the embrace of my initial fire crimson lotus spiral dimension. With that, Louwen vanished from sight. Even the fire pit that Mephisto found unsightly and yet could not destroy disappeared, leaving him scratching his sheepish head. He just fled? How perplexing. A scoff escaped Mephisto. He found Louwen's abrupt departure after a barrage of nonsensical chatter bewildering. Suddenly, Mephisto seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his gaze to peer beyond the dimensional barrier. His sheep-like eyes widened as if they were brass bells. Chapter 41. Go speak with my initial fire crimson lotus spiral dimension through the dimensional barrier. Mephisto could clearly see a spiraling dimension engulfed in eternal flames hurtling towards him. Though he could not comprehend it, he was profoundly shaken. In all his years, he had never witnessed anyone mold a dimension into a drill-like shape, let alone rampage through the void beyond existence. However, the urgency of the situation provided no time for further contemplation. The fiery spiral dimension approached at an alarming speed, soon to collide directly with his hell dimension. Mephisto raised his hands, summoning surging hellfire that melted the earth beneath him, coalescing into a massive sphere of magma. As the magma cooled, the sphere transformed into a blackened orb, harder than most substances in the cosmos, forged from the very substance of his hell dimension. After completing this, flames ignited around Mephisto, enveloping him in a ghostly green blaze that expanded until a towering sheep-headed flame giant emerged. The embodiment of Mephisto, the flame giant, cloaked the stone sphere in dimensional energy and thrust it against the dimensional barrier in a desperate attempt to withstand this unfathomable strike. Meanwhile, within the core of the initial fire dimension, Dimension Demon Louwen initiated a live broadcast. Fallen Angel entered the live stream. The Invincible Electric Princess entered the live stream. Wandering Little Broken Ball entered the live stream. As a flurry of notifications filled the chat, most participants entered Louwen's stream, bewildered by the unfolding events. They beheld a solitary campfire flickering amid the scorched earth, upon which lay the familiar visage of the simulated Leviathan. What truly confounded the viewers was Louwen's current behavior. He sat upon a stone, his hands and feet animatedly mimicking the motions of driving, which some from the modern world immediately recognized. Wandering Little Broken Ball, leader. What is happening? There's nothing in front of you. Fallen Angel, wasn't he just engaged in a brawl with that hell dimension demon? It seems he might have been struck senseless. Wandering Little Broken Ball, no, leader. Stay alert. My world awaits your salvation. What if you become foolish and the sun explodes? Flying Mouse, don't be absurd. The leader is far too powerful to be bested by a mere dimension demon. There must be a deeper meaning to this. The discussions within the chat had no bearing on Louwen, who remained silent, merely humming a tune. Life, oh life, can you spare me this once? In my next life, I wish only to be a child who never grows, with warmth and companionship, free from burdens. With the most innocent eraser, I could erase life's disputes. As Louwen sang each line, the camera angle gradually ascended, revealing the transformation of the initial fire dimension from a sphere to a spiral drill shape, approaching the hell dimension of comparable size. Through the hazy barrier of the hell dimension, viewers could vaguely discern a black sphere and a flaming giant adorned with a sheep's head. Dry your tears and let the trivialities of life pass with a smile. As Louwen uttered the final lyric, the initial fire dimension he piloted collided with Mephisto's fiercely defended hell dimension, amidst the astonished gazes of the chat participants. The point of contact erupted in a radiant explosion akin to the Big Bang. In that moment, all elaborate concepts and abilities were reduced to mere dust, leaving only a pure confrontation of magnitude and strength between the two dimensions. It was evident that Mephisto had exerted himself greatly, even melting down the very matter of his hell dimension in preparation for this attack. However, confronted with Louwen's formidable power and the spiral structure of the initial fire dimension, Mephisto's resistance ultimately culminated in failure. The cost of this defeat was the forceful invasion of the initial fire dimension into the hell dimension, resulting in its subjugation. Henceforth, the hell dimension would bear the name Louwen, and as long as the initial fire dimension remained entrenched within it, this reality would not change. Louwen transferred from the cockpit of the initial fire dimension into the depths of the hell dimension, at which point the chat participants finally grasped the situation, erupting into vigorous discussions. The Invincible Electric Princess, is this the power of a dimension demon? Dormammu, who was vanquished by the leader, exhibited none of this strength. For some reason, I feel that this strike could obliterate the demons of my world. Wandering Little Broken Ball, that last blow could even threaten the sun. I feel as if the entire solar system might explode. By the way, there exists a semblance of the leader's corporeal form in my world. Though he has yet to acknowledge it, the future looks promising. Could it be that I have such a formidable ally nearby? Should I not be a bit more audacious? Flying Mouse. Just as I said, the leader's actions are bound to hold some significance. What appears nonsensical has effortlessly defeated a powerful dimension demon of equal stature. We have much to learn from our leader. Disregarding the chatter, Louwen slowly approached the spot where Mephisto had once stood. I merely wished to test a new skill. I had expected you to be stronger. Go speak to my initial fiery red lotus spiral dimension. We are all striving to live. As the flames dissipated, Mephisto, unsteady, rose to his feet, his eyes widening in astonishment. I have exerted all my effort. How is it that you still survive? Louwen raised his hand, conjuring Leviathan, as he contemplated eliminating Mephisto in a manner akin to vanquishing Dormammu. However, an unforeseen circumstance unfolded. Before Louwen's vigilant gaze, Mephisto charged toward him with a velocity surpassing that of their prior battle. Then, before Louwen and the onlookers in the live stream, knelt on both knees and slid to a stop at his feet. Previously, I was ignorant and caused you displeasure. Now I fully recognize my errors. I beseech you to show mercy this once. To express my contrition, I am willing to lead the hellish dimension as your vassal, to serve you loyally, to assist you in conquering other dimensions and planets, and to bring either liberation or destruction upon them with your might or benevolence." As he uttered these words, Mephisto's countenance shifted from obsequiousness to earnestness, ultimately adopting a demeanor of righteous conviction. A true gentleman knows when to bend. As a time-honored dimensional demon who has lived for countless years, Mephisto is well aware of this truth. As for pride, it is the living demons who concern themselves with it, and for Mephisto, pride is merely a diversion in his extensive existence, trivial when compared to the essence of life itself. Chapter 42. The Essence of Souls. Observing Mephisto's swift submission, Louwen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. In Louwen's view, the formidable Lord of Hell, regardless of his moral failings, would possess an indomitable spirit, never yielding easily. While Louwen could envision Mephisto fighting to the bitter end or fleeing, this astonishing kneel left him utterly bewildered. The sword he had raised wavered above Mephisto's head, suspended in midair. Although Mephisto's act of kneeling was executed with alacrity, the atmosphere had reached a point of no return. Neither could he strike nor withdraw. As Louwen grappled with his thoughts, the astute Mephisto had already discerned the situation. Without further ado, he raised his head and drew his neck across Louwen's sword, severing his own head. Louwen gazed in disbelief as the decapitated body, still oozing green blood, gave him a thumbs up, while Mephisto's voice emanated from the chest cavity of the headless form. "So, boss, how did I do?" What more could Louwen say? He could only silently return the gesture, giving Mephisto a thumbs up and uttering a single word, "Impressive." Then, as he watched the severed sheep's head roll to the ground, he fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he lifted his helmet and commanded Mephisto, "Go and cook that sheep's head." "Understood." Mephisto replied without hesitation, conjuring a large pot in the hellish dimension, then casually tossing his head into the pot, adding various spices, and finally covering it to simmer. During this process, his demeanor was entirely unaffected, as though the head were not his own. Hours later, the once closed livestream reopened, and the idle viewers flocked in. Before the viewers could express themselves, Louwen took the initiative to explain, "Everyone, this livestream is merely for entertainment, devoid of any significant content. Those with pressing matters may leave." Drifting little broken ball, I have actually been quite idle. A newly conscious planet, incapable of controlling its own body, is indeed rather idle. Flying mouse. Every action of a strong individual like the group leader must hold profound meaning, each step worthy of emulation. Louwen found himself speechless at Flying Mouse's comment. Had he been infected by demiurgos? The unrivaled electric princess. "I'm just slacking off during class." Shaking his head, Louwen ceased to monitor the messages in the group and redirected his focus to the sheep's head before him. He retrieved a large jar of seasoning and poured it into a cup, muttering incantations. Pour in the fragrant pepper salt from the old Louwen family. Next, he added a bowl of scalding oil and some hot rapeseed, followed by a drizzle of the essence of souls. Watching all of this, Mephisto trembled. He felt like a fledgling demon before Louwen. At this juncture, it was time to eat the sheep's head, yet Louwen encountered a significant problem. He had no mouth. His entire being was encased in armor, with the interior composed of pulsating dimensional energy, indicating that he had never considered the issue of consuming food. However, this was not a major concern. It was merely for amusement, and the ability to eat was not paramount. After a brief moment of hesitation, Louwen resumed his actions, disassembling the sheep's head and placing the various parts on the table. Then, gazing at the perplexed Mephisto, he announced to the viewers in the livestream, "Everyone, I have a treat for you. The head of a dimensional demon is exceedingly rare." The dimensional demon Louwen sent a lucky draw red envelope. The unrivaled electric princess received your red envelope. Empty received your red envelope. White received your red envelope. Flying mouse received your red envelope. Drifting little broken ball, I won't be competing for this, as I lack a mouth and cannot eat. Fallen angel, well, for a little angel like me. Devouring demons is still too avant-garde. Upon reading Jabali's comment in the group, Louwen recalled what the demons in her world were like. Completely devoid of any of the qualities one would expect from demons, and indeed quite amicable. Furthermore, judging by Jabali's relationship with her demon classmates, the dynamic between demons and angels did not appear to align with the common perception of immediate hostility upon meeting. Nevertheless, these were matters pertaining to another world, of little relevance to Louwen. Presently, his primary concern was whether his friends would experience any significant enhancements after consuming such a nourishing meal. Dimensional Demon Louwen, have you all finished eating? How do you feel? Prairie Wolf King, I managed to snag the jaw of the sheep, and it was delicious. Far tastier than any lamb I've eaten before. Dimensional Demon Louwen, just delicious? And that's it? Prairie Wolf King, well, that's all. Was I supposed to experience something else? As Louwen pondered whether his expectations were misplaced. The other comments in the group clarified that this was an anomaly unique to Grey Wolf. Flying Mouse, leader, I understand your intent. Just now, I acquired a piece of sheep tongue. While I couldn't discern the flavor, I can certainly feel that my spell casting is much smoother than before, and after testing, my magical power seems significantly augmented. I now feel capable of effortlessly obliterating my former self. There must be more benefits, but I have yet to discover them. Dimensional Demon Louwen, that's more like it. This is the expected outcome, considering it's a vital essence from a dimensional lord. Empty, I got an eyeball. White, I received one like my brother. Empty. However, at present, aside from slightly improving our vision, it seems to have no other effects. Though perhaps we have yet to uncover additional abilities. White, but my brother and I are both home buddies, so abilities are of little concern. Davakin, I snagged a sheep's face. And after consuming it, I gained immunity to flames. I just tested several fire spells, and none could harm me. Dimensional Demon Louwen, excellent. You all have gained remarkable abilities. And it seems there is still room for further development. However, Unrivaled Electric Princess, I noticed you received a red envelope earlier. How did it go? Did you eat? The Unrivaled Electric Princess. Not yet. I'm finding it somewhat difficult to swallow. In the realm of the magical index, Misaka Makoto gazed at the sheep brain drenched in hot oil before her, despite its outward appearance being indistinguishable from a regular sheep brain. It exuded an ominous aura that unsettled her. Nevertheless, witnessing her friends in the group consuming it without issue and even gaining abilities, she steeled herself against her unease. With resolve, she lifted the plate and took a tentative bite, only to find the entirety of the brain flowing into her mouth like water. Sister, I'm back. What's wrong? What is that? Don't eat random things. Shirai Kuriko exclaimed upon returning to the dormitory, her twin tails standing on end at the side of Misaka devouring the mysterious white substance. She instantly teleported beside Misaka, yet could only watch in horror as the substance disappeared into her friend's mouth. Chapter 43, Misaka Makoto's epic enhancement after consuming the sheep brain. Misaka's eyes widened, and she collapsed onto the bed. Shirai, alarmed, clutched her and shouted, Sister, what's wrong? Please, wake up. I'll take you to the hospital. Ignoring the dormitory's prohibition against using powers, Shirai attempted to teleport Misaka to safety, but to no avail. They remained rooted in place. Undeterred, she released Misaka and tried once more, successfully teleporting herself to the door. Realizing she could not use her powers to assist Misaka, Shirai returned to her side, grasping her hand to lift her up. However, Misaka firmly held her down, slowly rising to gaze out the window as if encountering the world for the first time. Her curiosity piqued. Turning to the anxious Shirai, she spoke in an ethereal tone, Do not worry about me. You may consider what I just consumed as a potion for enhancing my powers. Shirai, still concerned, inquired, How do you feel now? I feel extraordinary, better than ever. I have never perceived the world with such clarity, Misaka declared, but her words faltered as she stared blankly at the dormitory door. Shirai turned her head in confusion, only to find the stern dorm supervisor glaring at them through reflective glasses, radiating an intimidating presence. Their earlier commotion had drawn her attention. It is well known that even the formidable level 5s dare not defy the dorm supervisor, whose authority is akin to that of an absolute ability user. In despair, Shirai and Misaka watched as the supervisor approached, seizing both of their heads and forcefully colliding them together. No loud noises in the dormitory, she admonished before departing. Once the supervisor left, Misaka finally emerged from her trance-like state, returning to her usual self, much to Shirai's relief. In the chat group, Dimension Demon Louwen messaged, Indomitable Electric Princess, are you still there? After Misaka's last message, she had gone silent despite repeated calls for a response. Wandering Little Sphere, I hope nothing unfortunate has occurred. Dimension Demon Louwen, I kept a close watch on the sheephead while it was being prepared, and I checked thoroughly before it was served. There was no issue. Indomitable Electric Princess, I am gradually comprehending everything. Dimension Demon Louwen, are you all right? Indomitable Electric Princess, I'm perfectly fine. The sheep brain has amplified my computational abilities. I feel terrifyingly strong. Forget about level 6S. I feel as though I could spin the earth with a single hand. Wondering little sphere? Indomitable electric princess. I meant the earth in my world. Dimension demon Louwen. Now that you are so powerful, there are matters I no longer need to keep from you. Indomitable electric princess. What do you mean? Is there something you're hiding from me? Dimension demon Louwen. It pertains to the dark side of Academy City, which I previously mentioned. However, explaining it is somewhat complicated. I will no longer conceal it from you. You will likely encounter them soon. Indomitable electric princess. Please don't speak in riddles. Just tell me straight. Dimension demon Louwen. I'll give you a keyword, the Absolute Ability User Project. Look it up yourself. I trust that with your abilities, you will uncover its significance quickly. After imparting this information to Misaka, Louwen exited the chat, confident that her inquisitive nature would lead her to the truth. As Louwen closed the chat, he observed Mephisto beside him, whose head had transformed from that of a sheep to a human visage reminiscent of their first encounter. Mephisto bowed respectfully. What is your command, my lord? That title always gives me the feeling of impending doom. Now that you are my vassal, refer to me as your master. Louwen instructed Mephisto, I will soon withdraw, and you will continue to manage the Hell Dimension. However, remember your promise to respond to my summons at any time. Mephisto knelt on one knee and replied with reverence, as you command, my master. Louwen conjured a sparkling portal, leading to the core of the initial fire dimension. Shortly after entering, a tremor shook the realm as the spiraling initial fire dimension exited the Hell Dimension, reverting to its spherical form beside it. Having completed these tasks, Louwen departed the dimension and returned to Earth. Upon his return, Louwen was greeted by a more despondent Thor than before. Upon seeing Louwen, Thor merely glanced up before lowering his head again. Come on, what is the matter? Why do you look so defeated? Is it really necessary to be so downcast just because you can't lift your hammer? Louwen remarked, bemused by Thor's childlike demeanor. Thor raised his head, sorrowfully stating, my brother Loki came by earlier. He told me that after father banished me, he fainted in anger and fell into Odin's sleep. My mother has forbidden me from returning to Asgard because of this. Louwen smacked Thor's head lightly. Do you really believe that? Have you forgotten that your brother is the god of mischief? While it's plausible that Odin might have fainted due to his age, do you honestly think your mother would be so cruel as to banish you forever? Thor's eyes began to brighten, then sighing, Louwen interjected. Have you not yet realized your father's intentions? He desires your growth, not your isolation. Reflect on what you should do. He then turned his gaze to the corner. And you, are you doing nothing? Odin is currently in his slumber. Shouldn't you be hastening to oversee Asgard? Do you take pleasure in witnessing your brother in such a state? Loki, who had been concealed with invisibility magic in the corner, revealed himself. He was not surprised that Louwen, the Dimension Demon, could see through his disguise. As he walked out, he chuckled. Indeed, I must observe this rare display closely, so I can depict it and hang it in the Great Hall, allowing all of Asgard to witness the mighty Thor's folly. Reaching the door, Loki laughed like a child. After all, he is my dearest brother. Heimdall. The Rainbow Bridge whisked Loki away in an instant. Chapter 44. The ongoing saga of the thunder god Thor stood dumbfounded, watching Loki depart, pointing first at the spot where Loki had been, then at himself. Louwen gently patted Thor's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Trust me, he is not merely speaking lightly. I suspect he is already engaged in this endeavor. Without waiting for Thor to respond, Louwen opened a shimmering portal and departed. This portal was a unique creation of Louwen, combining the technology of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge with the teleportation magic of Kamar-Taj, capable of traversing light years. Upon stepping through the portal, Louwen arrived in Asgard, where he immediately felt a consciousness guiding him toward a specific destination. Recognizing it as Odin's invitation, Louwen proceeded deeper into Asgard. After navigating several corridors and turns without encountering anyone, Louwen reached a concealed chamber. Upon entering, he found Odin, who should have been in the Odin sleep, sitting upright on his bed. Upon seeing Louwen, Odin gestured for him to take a seat. Thank you for your assistance with Thor. The Lord of Hell, Mephisto, is beyond Thor's current capabilities. Louwen nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing the concern. Thor is a member of the chat group, and as the group leader, I cannot ignore the troubles of my members, especially since Mephisto is targeting me. Odin nodded and inquired, what was the outcome of that battle? I cannot see what transpired in the Hell Dimension, but if you need, I can personally negotiate with Mephisto. Louwen scratched his helm and produced Mephisto's ram skull. Negotiation is unnecessary. I defeated him, and he has since become a vassal of mine, leading the entire Hell Dimension. Odin gasped in surprise, astonished that Louwen even as a mere avatar, could vanquish a top-tier dimensional demon and secure his allegiance in such a short span of time, despite the avatar also being a dimensional demon. Let us set aside my matters for now. I have come with some queries. Please, go ahead. I have already revealed the storyline to you. Why does history continue to unfold as originally intended? Even if Thor's target for igniting conflict has shifted from Jotunheim to Muspelheim, the difference is negligible. Discussing this topic, Odin leaned back against the headboard, fatigue evident in his single eye. Knowing is one thing. Experiencing it firsthand is another. I did not anticipate Thor would venture to Muspelheim at this time. His exile is imperative. Sitting upright, Odin's expression deepened, his voice low. Moreover, this is not necessarily a negative development. In the original narrative, I exiled him due to his immaturity. Even now, despite being aware of some aspects of the future, his character remains largely unchanged. Impulsiveness and recklessness still define him. Thus, I believe he requires this trial. Louwen nodded in understanding. So, you intend to manipulate events from behind the scenes, guiding them along the original storyline. Odin affirmed this with a nod. Very well, having grasped the situation. I shall take my leave. Louwen began to rise, but Odin interjected, please wait. Louwen paused in confusion. Soon, Loki will command my destroyer armor to Earth to eliminate Thor. The destroyer is armor I wore in my youth, and I am well aware of its power. If Thor has not regained his strength, he may indeed be killed. Therefore, I hope you can discreetly watch over Thor to prevent his demise. Upon Louwen's agreement, Odin breathed a sigh of relief, though a hint of melancholy lingered as he remarked, I truly feel my age. This latest Odin sleep, while partly a performance, is also a testament to my declining physical state. Louwen shook his head, dismissing the sorrow. There is no need for such melancholy. I have been studying the power of time. I am confident that in due course, I will devise a method to restore your youth. Odin held little hope for this, recalling his past attempts to seek assistance from the Ancient One, who, despite wielding the Time Stone, was equally powerless to aid him. However, Louwen stroked his chin thoughtfully. I am curious, would Loki truly attempt to kill Thor without knowledge of his true lineage? For the throne, he would, Odin replied. Is it truly for the throne? Louwen mused. There are many reasons behind it, but on the surface, that is indeed the case. After contemplating for a moment, Louwen shook his head. This is your family matter. I shall refrain from further comment. If there is nothing else, I will return to Earth. With that, Louwen opened another colorful portal, returning to Earth without making his presence known to Thor. Time passed swiftly, and under Louwen's covert watch, the Warriors 3 and Loki, controlling the destroyer, arrived on Earth. The sky darkened as clouds converged into a vortex, heralding the powerful arrival of the destroyer, which raised a cloud of dust upon impact. As the dust settled, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. present witnessed the ominous black armor. Phil Coulson initially mistook it for Iron Man's new equipment and promptly shouted through a megaphone, Hello, you are using unregistered weapon technology. Please identify yourself. The destroyer halted, its helmet gradually opening. Seeing this, Coulson assured the agents behind him, it's fine. However, before he could finish, the agents beheld a fierce red-orange glow emanating from the destroyer's exposed face, as if flames were igniting within. The agents screamed and fled, realizing that this high-tech weapon was far beyond their mortal capabilities. The destroyer's helmet emitted columns of flame, relentlessly bombarding the agents' vehicles, indifferent to those fleeing. Meanwhile, in a nearby town, Thor and his fellow warriors, alongside Thor's human friends, worked to evacuate the residents. However, their efforts to clear the town fell behind the pace of the destroyer. With a thunderous crash, the destroyer reduced a convenience store to ruins, leaving many residents still trapped within. As the destroyer's indiscriminate destruction unfolded, the once peaceful town transformed into a scene of apocalypse, with explosions, flames, and smoke engulfing the area. Upon witnessing the destroyer's arrival, the Warriors 3, who had been evacuating civilians, stood united to confront the approaching threat. With a rallying cry for Asgard, Volstagg fearlessly charged at the destroyer. Chapter 45. Odin's trial. The outcome of the confrontation was predictable, while the Warriors 3 possessed some strength. They were no match for the destroyer. Soon, they were overwhelmed and rendered powerless. As the looming threat of the destroyer approached, they supported one another in a desperate attempt to flee, but Thor remained still, his expression a complex mix of emotions. After a moment of inner resolve, he stepped forward to confront the war machine, facing the destroyer head-on. Loki, controlling the destroyer, kicked aside a wrecked vehicle that had obstructed his path, and the two drew closer. Thor called out to Loki across the distance, "Loki, my brother, I know you are behind the manipulation of the destroyer armor. I do not understand your motives. Regardless of the grievances between us, I am truly sorry for whatever I have done to provoke this. But these people are innocent. Killing them will serve no benefit to you." The destroyer's helmet opened, gathering immense energy within. As the attack charged, Thor stood undaunted, calmly imploring Loki, "In my life, then let this be over. Whether this is a trial from our father or your own will, I shall bear it alone. Do not involve my companions or the other innocent townsfolk." In response to Thor's unwavering gaze, the energy within the destroyer dissipated, the helmet closing once more before it turned away. Thor exhaled, believing that his brother had spared him and those behind him. However, to his surprise, the destroyer, who had initially turned to leave, swiftly elbowed Thor, sending him flying several meters. In light of this unexpected turn of events, others hurriedly gathered around Thor. Jane, Thor's girlfriend from Earth, held him in her arms, her face etched with sorrow, while Sif, the warrior who had grown up alongside Thor, could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. "It's over," Thor said weakly. Jane shook her head. "No, it is not over. I mean, you are safe now." With a breath barely escaping his lips, Thor uttered those words and opened the chat group. In the final moments of his life, he needed to clarify a few things. "God of Thunder Thor, the supreme god of the Polar Night, group leader, I am about to die. Regardless of what my father's trial entails, I am on the brink of failure. Can someone tell me the nature of the trial, and why my brother seeks to end my life? Dimension Demon Louwen, no need for my main account. I am currently using a disguise. As for your declaration of impending death, why the theatrics? Do you really believe that the countless resurrection coins in this group are mere decorations? Dimension Demon Louwen. Lastly, congratulations on completing Odin's trial. You have grasped the meaning of kingship." After sending the message, Thor's hammer came hurtling towards him from a distance, and he stood as if resurrected, catching Mjolnir. With the hammer in hand, Thor reclaimed his godly powers, and the sky darkened with rolling clouds. A blinding bolt of lightning struck down, and the scales Odin had stripped from him gathered once more, forming a majestic and imposing armor around him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Loki hastily directed the destroyer to turn and gather energy for an attack. However, it was too late. Thor had already regained control of Mjolnir. The hammer, imbued with boundless might, struck the destroyer's head, diverting the attack that had been aimed at Thor. Thor summoned Mjolnir, which redirected in midair, and as it returned, the destroyer stood in its path. Just as the hammer was about to descend upon the destroyer once more, an unexpected figure appeared. The Dimension Demon Louwen, clad in black medieval armor, intercepted the hammer's flight path with a raised hand, stopping the powerful strike. Before anyone could react, Louwen maneuvered around the destroyer and tossed the hammer back to Thor. "What do you mean by this?" Thor asked, perplexed. Louwen did not immediately explain but instead waved his hand, severing the connection between Loki and the destroyer. The energy surging through the now uncontrolled destroyer gradually subsided, leaving it standing quietly like a loyal sentinel. After completing this, Louwen nodded at Thor and began to explain, "In truth, I was entrusted by your father to watch over you two brothers, ensuring that you would not be killed by the destroyer." As he spoke, Louwen patted the side of the destroyer. "As for the compensation, it is this armor that would have been damaged. Now that you have regained your power, you might as well enjoy a good fight. If you had destroyed it, I would have been at a loss." Thor was left speechless, initially intent on unleashing his fury on the destroyer to impress the girl he admired, only to realize that this armor had already been given to the group leader by his father. Since it was no longer his possession, he could not simply dismantle it, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the group of 4 from the Celestial Palace, along with Thor's Earth companions, observed Thor conversing with the newly appeared armored figure and felt reassured that there was no imminent danger, so they approached. "Thor, who is this?" Sif inquired. The Asgardians recognized Louwen's physical form and had no familiarity with the Dimension Demon's guise. Taken aback by Sif's question, Thor paused before recalling that his friends in Asgard did not recognize Louwen's Dimension Demon armor. Thus, he introduced him to the Celestial Group. "This is someone you all know, the God King Louwen from another world. After leaving Asgard, he conquered a dimension, and this is his avatar for managing that dimension." Upon hearing this, the Asgardians promptly bowed. They recognized the wealthy and powerful God King from another world, whose reputation was held in high regard even by their own king, Odin. Being Asgardians, they understood what dimensions were and acknowledged the formidable nature of the Dimension Demon. The fact that Louwen had conquered a dimension only deepened the respect they held for him. The three humans from Earth exchanged glances as they observed the five Asgardians engaged in lively conversation with the newly appeared armored figure. From their dialogue, they surmised that this individual might be akin to Odin, a god king, though they could not discern which mythological pantheon he belonged to, as none matched Louwen's current appearance. Finally, Jane interjected, "Thor, aren't you going to introduce me to this, friend?" Thor slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to introduce Louwen. He gestured towards Louwen and said to Jane and the others, "This is my friend Louwen, a god king from another universe. Recently, he defeated and replaced the Dark Dimension Lord Dormammu, who had long coveted Earth, and is now considered its protector." Chapter 46. The Power of Time. I am not the protector of Earth. I merely lend my powers to its guardian. Louwen refuted Thor's assertion, stating that Earth was not under his dominion, and he had no interest in being a protector. Before Thor could introduce Jane and the others, Louwen waved his hand, indicating that he already knew them. Thor quietly explained to Jane, "He is a seer and already knows about you all, so it's no surprise." The three were astonished by Louwen's identity. While they were unfamiliar with the nature of a Dimension Lord, they understood the implications of someone coming from another universe. The technology at play was likely beyond their comprehension. Little did they know that the chat group's ability to traverse universes was not reliant on conventional science, but was instead anchored to the world tree and an eccentric, humorous character. Before they could formally greet one another, a voice interrupted them. "Excuse me." Led by Coulson, the SHIELD agents finally arrived on the scene, directly approaching Thor. Louwen had little interest in what they had to say and was disinclined to engage with SHIELD. He immediately turned and flew towards the town's upper reaches, radiant green light enveloping him. Everyone present was astounded to witness the town's surroundings. From collapsed houses to damaged ground, reverting to their prior state as if time itself was rewinding. Many residents who had been trapped in the town and had no chance to escape the destroyer's overwhelming destructive force had not survived. Yet, through the power of time, both the injured and the deceased were restored to their conditions before the destroyer's arrival. The celestial trio watched in awe as a young man, once shattered, reformed and regained his human shape, walking away as if nothing had happened. Such miraculous events unfolded throughout the town. Meanwhile, Coulson, still conversing with Thor, realized that the true mastermind behind it all was the peculiar armored figure. After all, this was clearly the power of time, which far surpassed that of thunder. However, before Coulson could take any action, Louwen had already returned to the initial fire dimension with the destroyer armor, and his consciousness had also returned to the replica world. The reason Louwen turned back time to save this small town was twofold. On one hand, it was to adapt to his mastery over temporal abilities, and on the other, it was driven by a desire for inner clarity. He was acutely aware that, despite not being a particularly benevolent individual, he possessed certain moral boundaries, at the very least. He could not remain indifferent to the plight of innocents affected by his actions. If a calamity did not concern him, Louwen would likely remain uninvolved. After all, earthquakes, tsunamis, and wars could claim countless lives, yet these were not of his making, thus providing no compelling reason for him to intervene. His decision to save or not save would hinge solely upon his interests. Had Odin not entrusted him with this task, he would not have interfered with Odin's trial of Thor, as it was not occurring in his homeland, and he was not a true guardian of Earth. However, the moment Louwen accepted Odin's commission and arrived in this town, the matter became personal. Guided by his moral compass, Louwen effortlessly employed his temporal powers to restore the town, as it was a simple task for him. To his astonishment, although it was his first time utilizing his time-manipulating abilities in such a manner, it felt as though he had performed this act countless times before with remarkable proficiency. Upon completing this endeavor, Louwen sensed a fleeting moment of rejection from time itself, which vanished almost instantaneously, leaving him with a heightened sense of his temporal powers. This sensation resembled that of the Marvel timeline's energy, seemingly devoured by his own temporal force. Yet, this analogy was somewhat inaccurate, as it felt more akin to a completion rather than consumption. Through this newfound awareness, Louwen realized he could now exile someone from time itself. Should the exiled individual lack any temporal abilities, they would remain forever outside of time, or perhaps one day be rescued by a powerful temporal entity. Shaking his head, Louwen dismissed such thoughts and controlled the destruction armor, which had been transmitted through a chat group, guiding it along with him to the dilapidated Golden Palace. He paused before the throne, extending his hand as a rectangular space opened before him like a door. Having previously witnessed Odin's treasury, Louwen resolved to create his own repository, a Louwen's treasury, to house the treasures he collected from various realms. This treasury was crafted using the spatial magic of Camartage. Once inside, Louwen found the treasury to be vast. A cubic expanse measured in kilometers, with passageways extending in all directions, including vertically, due to the gravitational source at its center. After storing the destruction armor in his designated armor section, he captured a photograph with the chat group and then teleported to the treasury's entrance. Exiting the treasury and closing the spatial door, Louwen felt a lingering sense of insecurity. A green light illuminated from his hand as he utilized his temporal abilities to shift the treasury's position in time to 1 second into the future. This meant that anyone wishing to enter the treasury in the future, without his presence or temporal powers, would forever be unable to access it after that fleeting second. Having completed this, Louwen beckoned Fenrir, who was lounging at the entrance, to come beneath the throne, commanding, "I decree that you shall guard my treasury from this day forth." With Fenrir obediently lying down, Louwen nodded in satisfaction and then sank into the throne. Having traversed various realms and witnessed numerous wonders, he felt quite content with his current life. As Louwen reflected on these temporal experiences, a head suddenly flew towards him, accompanied by Loki's distinct, raspy, and high-pitched voice. "My lord, after your prolonged silence and absence, I feared you had abandoned your kingdom and subjects. If you ever intend to leave, please take me and my children with you, for we are eternally devoted to your service." There was no need for such theatricality. "I've been in the new world to the south, and you should be aware of my declarations regarding the realms of mortals. During that time, I also visited other worlds." Since returning from the Marvel Universe, Louwen felt a dissonance upon encountering Loki from the copy world. The Loki of the Marvel Universe was mischievous and bore the demeanor of an Asgardian prince, exuding the essence of youthful immaturity, whereas the Loki of the copy world appeared shrewd and polished. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern, in stark contrast to the vibrant Loki of the Marvel Universe. The version standing before him, reduced to a mere grotesque head, was decidedly unappealing. Chapter 47. Reviving Loki. That brings me to my question. What is your current state, Loki? Are you alive or dead? Louwen's inquiry stemmed from the fact that the Norse gods lacked the ability to survive decapitation. Loki's head alone remained, its skin resembling that of a corpse, a grayish hue that apparently was its natural color. Nonetheless, it was perplexing how this head could think, speak, and move. Upon hearing Louwen's question, Loki, unusually silent, pondered for a moment before responding honestly. "I was dead, but this world requires my presence, so I must exist in this half-alive state." Louwen nodded and casually retrieved a resurrection coin from the chat group. With a flick of his finger, the coin spun in the air before landing beneath Loki's head. Loki, perplexed, glanced down at the coin, unsure of its significance. However, soon he felt a weight, not a burden, but the sensation of being alive. Lowering his gaze, Loki was astonished to discover he had regained his body, identical to the one he possessed before his death. Just as Loki grappled with the suddenness of his restored form, Louwen's voice resonated from above the throne. "That coin is known as a resurrection coin. I have used it to bring you back to life. Now go forth and pursue your own endeavors." "My lord," Loki exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Ultimately managing to express, "Thank you for this gift. I shall repay you with my life." With that, Loki respectfully withdrew. As Louwen surveyed the now empty hall, he pondered whether Loki's gratitude was sincere, though it mattered little. The resurrection coin had proven to be a remarkable artifact, capable of reviving even a mythological being like Loki. With idle time on his hands, Louwen opened the chat group. "The supreme god of eternal night. Destruction armor. The supreme god of eternal night. The first item in my newly established Louwen's treasury. Thor, god of thunder. How much is this destruction armor worth in points? Did my extravagant father really send it out like this? The supreme god of eternal night. It should fetch several thousand points. But how dare you speak of your father like that? In the original narrative, you directly dismantled the destruction armor. Thor, god of thunder. That's different. It was an action I took in the original narrative. Flying squirrel. But Thor, why are you suddenly so concerned about the value of items? Thor, god of thunder. Because I saw this in the shop, Odin's power. Thor, god of thunder. According to the shop's description, if I exchange for this Odin's power, I will gain the strength of my father at his peak. The supreme god of eternal night. I recall that you possess the power of the thunder god. When fully unleashed, it is not inferior to Odin's. Thor, god of thunder. Well, that's true, but in the shop, My thunder god power and Odin's power both cost 300,000 points. Yet, that is my father's strength. Thor, god of thunder, supreme god of eternal night, please initiate some group tasks. Although the shop is open now, without undertaking tasks, I can only gaze longingly at those items, which is quite disheartening. The supreme god of eternal night. There's little we can do. No significant events have occurred in the group recently, and it's difficult to issue tasks for smaller matters. Speaking of which, I do have an idea. The supreme god of the polar night. All you need to do is let Loki fall from the Rainbow Bridge as depicted in the storyline, and he will seek refuge with the cosmic overlord Thanos. Subsequently, he will open a portal on Earth to allow the Chitauri to invade, creating an opportune moment for us to accumulate points. Thor, having returned to Asgard, glanced at Loki seated beside him, feeling a stir of temptation, yet ultimately dismissed the alluring thought. After all, Loki is still his brother, despite the fact that this brother had nearly taken his life not long ago. Following Thor's reclamation of his powers, Odin awakened from his slumber. However, upon his awakening, Loki, the temporary ruler, was compelled to relinquish his authority. Odin's first decree was to revoke Thor's exile, reinstating him to his princely status in Asgard. This experience on Earth had imparted to Thor the wisdom of being a merciful monarch rather than a belligerent tyrant. Odin was quite pleased with Thor's growth, even more so with his actions upon his return. Confronted with Loki, who had once dispatched the destroyer to kill him, everyone, including Odin, anticipated that Thor would seek vengeance. Odin had even contemplated how to refuse Thor's request for Loki's exile without appearing biased. Yet, all were mistaken. Upon his return, Thor embraced Loki as if nothing had transpired, exclaiming, "My dearest brother," and nonchalantly departing, as if nothing had happened. Odin perceived this as a testament to Thor's magnanimity and deep fraternal bond. Nevertheless, it was not unreasonable to view it this way. Thor's ability to overlook a near-fatal encounter indeed illustrated his forbearance. After much contemplation, Thor ultimately rejected Loki's proposal in the group chat. Thor, the god of thunder, "No, this is far too perilous. I cannot allow my brother to take such risks, and the ordinary people on Earth may suffer calamities as a result." The supreme god of the polar night. I knew you would say that. But it is highly likely that Loki will go regardless. Thor pondered the narrative his father had shared with him since his return and concluded that Loki had no reason to act thus. Thor, the god of thunder, it is impossible. Group leader. The current Loki is unaware of his frost giant heritage and has not utilized the Rainbow Bridge to obliterate Jotunheim. We are still close brothers. How could he possibly align himself with Thanos? The supreme god of the polar night. In a sense, the narrative constitutes a form of destiny. The frost giant and Jotunheim are merely one aspect. The underlying issue remains unresolved. Loki's psyche is still troubled. Thus, the events of the first Avengers film are merely a matter of time. Thor paid little heed to Loki's statement. Thor, the god of thunder, I know my brother well. His actions in the narrative stem from his inability to accept his frost giant identity. With guidance from Father and me, this can be remedied. The supreme god of the polar night, you know best what lies in your heart. The group leader did not critique Thor's perspective. If matters unfolded as Thor suggested, it would be acceptable, should Loki still rebel. They could follow the narrative to earn points during the battle in New York. Just as he contemplated closing the chat, the usually reticent Louwen suddenly reached out to him. Dovahkiin, supreme god of the polar night, would you be interested in augmenting your treasury with a dragonbone collection? Chapter 48. Arrival in the world of the Elder Scrolls. The supreme god of the polar night. Is this dragon the one reported near the watchtower? Dovahkiin, indeed. Lord Balgruuf has received word of a dragon sighting at the western watchtower. He has tasked me and his lieutenant, Irileth, to gather soldiers and hunt the dragon. The supreme god of the polar night. I recall this dragon is named Mermolner, which translates to loyal, strong, hunter in the dragon tongue. These terms are rather mundane, and its inherent strength is not formidable. I believe you can handle it with ease. Dovahkiin, while that may be true, even a weak dragon is not something an ordinary person can defeat. Though you say I am dragonborn, I still feel quite anxious facing a dragon for the first time. Upon reading this, Louwen was about to initiate a traversal to the world of the Elder Scrolls when he suddenly remembered something and began to manipulate the chat interface before him. The supreme god of the polar night. I understand the situation. I will assist shortly. However, let me see if I can issue a task in the chat. Chat task has been activated. Objective, slay the dragon. Reward, automatic settlement upon leaving the world, with points awarded based on the number and strength of dragons slain. Participant limit, none. The supreme god of the polar night. Previously, my task requirements were too stringent. They need not be grand events. As long as they can disrupt the world, the task holds value. Does anyone wish to join? The fallen angel, not going. It sounds exhausting. I would rather play games at home. The invincible electric princess, I will go. My abilities have recently improved, and I cannot find a place to fully unleash them in Academy City. The supreme god of the polar night. No, you should refrain from fully exerting yourself. You have consumed the brain of a dimensional demon, which greatly enhances your capabilities. If you were to unleash your full power now, you could likely pierce the earth. Wandering little ball. Huh? For the god of thunder. I need points, count me in. I also wish to witness the prowess of the dragons in your world. Flying mouse. In that case, I will join as well. Dovikian, do you have enough soldiers, or should I disguise myself? Dovikian, no need for disguise. I will simply tell others you are my summoned creature. After all, many are aware of my studies in magic with the court wizard Farengar. So summoning skeletons is not particularly unusual. Flying mouse, then I shall rely on you. Prairie Wolf King, compared to others in the group, I lack combat skills. So I will not go. Besides, I need to stay home and cook for my wife. Characters with fluctuating combat abilities are common, often appearing quite idealistic. From Grey Wolf's comments in the chat, it is evident he has grown timid, indicating his combat prowess is likely diminished. Louwen counted and found 2 group members had yet to speak. The supreme god of the polar night, blank. What about you two? Blank. We are just 2 ordinary individuals without combat power, so we will not participate. The fallen angel. Oh, is that truly the case? You two aren't avoiding participation due to social anxiety in the real world, are you? White. Sister Gabari, let us not reveal the truth. The supreme god of the polar night. Participation in the task is not mandatory. Since everyone has made their decision, I will finalize the list. Ding. Group leader. Supreme god of the polar night. Members. Dovikian, Invincible Electric Princess, Thor the god of thunder, Flying Mouse are participating in this task. Teleportation is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. In the world of the Elder Scrolls, near the Western Watchtower in the province of Skyrim, the Dark Elf Lieutenant Irileth was arranging battle strategies for the soldiers when she spotted Louwen, who appeared lost in thought. Frowning, she inquired, Lady Louwen, have your friends not arrived yet? Were she addressing a soldier from Whiterun, Irileth would have reprimanded them harshly, given the imminent battle against the legendary dragon. However, this individual was different. She did not belong to Whiterun and had single-handedly traversed the ancient waterfall crypt, defeating the Nord Undead Lord within. The Nord Lich Lord was undoubtedly a formidable hero in life, and even in death, he transformed into an equally powerful undead. Thus, Balgruuf, the traditional Nord Lord, held great admiration for Loco, who was capable of single-handedly vanquishing the Nord Lich Lord. For this reason, Irileth must also accord Loco the respect she deserves. In response to Irileth's inquiry, Loco deactivated the chat group and replied, I have already contacted them. They will arrive shortly. As soon as she spoke, with flashes of white light, the other 4 members participating in the task appeared in this world. Upon witnessing their arrival, Irileth was merely taken aback. After all, in the high magic world of the Elder Scrolls, one could encounter mages even in the most random of bandit camps. Though spatial teleportation magic is somewhat rare, it is not so uncommon as to be seen only once in a century. This realization led Irileth to understand that at least one among them was a powerful mage. In the realm of the Elder Scrolls, magic is generally categorized into 5 levels: novice, apprentice, adept, expert, and master. To wield long-distance spatial magic, one should at least be an adept or expert, or perhaps even a master. She observed the 4 newcomers carefully, 3 individuals and 1 skeleton. Leading the group was a person clad in traditional Nord attire, wielding a magnificent golden spear that was unmistakably extraordinary. Next, her gaze fell upon Thor, adorned in splendid battle armor and a crimson cloak, brandishing a massive one-handed hammer. Following them was a slender girl in thin clothing. Misaka Mikoto, hailing from a modern metropolis, appeared considerably frail in the rugged landscape of Skyrim, where even the local children seemed sturdier than she. Most notably, in the frigid province of Skyrim, Misaka wore a school uniform that left her arms and legs exposed, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Seeing Misaka in such a state, Loco produced a fur coat from the chat group S-Space and draped it over her. Perhaps you should check the shop for items that enhance physical resilience. Possessing such formidable powers, yet having a body as fragile as an ordinary person, this seems to be the inherent flaw of superhumans. Irileth did not focus too much on the first 3 individuals. Her true concern lay with the last member, the skeleton radiating various magical auras. She furrowed her brow and inquired of Loco, "Lady Loco, what is the meaning of this skeleton? Do not be alarmed. This is my summoned creature. I sent him to notify my friends earlier," Loco explained, as the flying squirrel intuitively moved behind her, bowing its head, almost as if it were indeed a skeleton summoned by Loco. Irelas nodded, albeit with skepticism, yet she cautioned Loco, "Lady Loco, it is best to refrain from utilizing necromancy, for necromancers are seldom welcomed anywhere." Afterward, Irelas intended to greet the newcomers, but a thunderous roar from the horizon interrupted her. Chapter 49, Dragonborn. Dovahkian, the members of the chat group, beheld the colossal dragon, referred to by the group leader as Mermorner, its body cloaked in shades of gray and black, rapidly descending towards them with a resounding roar. Upon sighting the dragon, Thor bellowed like a true Nord, spinning his hammer rapidly before launching himself into the air, eager to engage in battle with the beast. However, as he soared, a crimson bolt of lightning shot forth from behind, striking Mermorner's wing and causing the dragon to lose its balance and plummet. Thor turned, bewildered, to see Misaka Makoto still shivering in her fur coat, generating white smoke as she rubbed her fingers together, creating static electricity. Witnessing this, Loco could hardly contain her laughter as she teased Thor. "Why do I feel Misaka Makoto resembles the thunder god more than you do?" Upon hearing this, Thor's face flushed crimson, his youthful countenance betraying no small amount of embarrassment. With his hammer raised, Thor summoned a tempest, dark clouds swirling as a massive bolt of lightning struck down, drawn by the power of his weapon. With the force of 1,000 storms, Thor descended upon Mermorner, unleashing a violent thunderstorm upon impact. Fortunately, the dragon landed a considerable distance from the watchtower, otherwise it may have been reduced to rubble beyond what the original narrative described. As the storm subsided, Thor emerged, kneeling confidently before Loco and the others, casting not a glance at the now-risen Mermorner behind him. In a swift turn of events, however, Thor was sent flying by the dragon's tail, crashing into the distant watchtower. Amidst the rubble, he gazed skyward, speechless. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. How could the mighty Thor, the god of thunder, be so easily overpowered by a dragon? The truth was that Thor's attack was indeed powerful, inflicting significant damage upon Mermorner. However, unbeknownst to him, Dragonhide possesses a high resistance to magic, and the destructive spells of the Elder Scrolls universe manifest through various elemental forms, meaning dragons exhibit substantial resistance to such elements. Moreover, Mermorner was not without cunning. Facing Thor's imposing strike, he unleashed a series of dragon shouts. In the world of the Elder Scrolls, the language of dragons holds immense power. Humans refer to these dragon words as shouts, which can enhance their strength, manipulate weather, slow time, heal wounds, summon storms, and more. Just moments prior, Mermorner had used a shout to bolster his defenses and heal himself upon being struck. Reality diverges from games. In a game, dragons like Mermorner would possess only a single fire-breathing attack. Yet, in reality, dragon shouts are merely the language of dragons, a tongue all of their kind can master. Observing the wounded yet still formidable dragon, Loco restrained Misaka Makoto, who was eager to attack, as well as the flying squirrel that sought to augment her defenses. He turned to Loco and said, "As the last Dragonborn, slaying dragons is an inevitable part of your destiny. This is inescapable. Now, take up your sword and confront that dragon." "What? You mean she is the Dragonborn? The legendary Dragonborn?" a soldier from Whiterun exclaimed, his Nord heritage evident in his stature. Upon hearing his shout, other soldiers fell into a fervor. The reverence that Nords hold for the Dragonborn is beyond the comprehension of other races. Ismarel, the Northern Dragon. Slay it. Slay that dragon. How wonderful, a Dragonborn. We are saved. Loco, in silence, grasped the unremarkable sword once gifted to her by Loco, and with her immunity to flames, she fearlessly charged towards the dragon, delivering a powerful strike to its neck. Mermorner roared in pain, snapping at Loco, who deftly parried with her blade. The clash between the two became a fierce battle. Though Loco had never received formal combat training, her numerous encounters with peril had honed her skills in life and death situations. In her confrontation with the dragon, Loco discovered a natural aptitude for dragon-slaying techniques. This was reflected in her escalating excitement and increasingly refined skills as the battle progressed, allowing her to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, amidst the cheers of Thor and the soldiers of Whiterun, Loco identified a critical vulnerability in Mermorner and seized the opportunity to leap onto the dragon's head, plunging her sword deep into its skull, piercing through to its brain. In that moment, as Mermorner felt the life force and soul ebbing away, He comprehended the true nature of his opponent. She was the Dragonborn, a born dragon slayer, the only being capable of truly slaying a dragon. In defiance, he bellowed, "No, Dovahkiin." And then, the great dragon's body fell limp. Under the gaze of all, the flesh and bones of the dragon separated, merging with the dragon's soul to transform into a brilliant energy that was absorbed by Loco. As the crowd witnessed Loco absorb the dragon's soul, cheers erupted once more, louder than when she had slain the dragon. Amidst the jubilations, the face of the deputy of Whiterun, Erla's, fluctuated between joy and concern. Although she was aware of the legends surrounding the Dragonborn, her dark elf heritage did not instill in her the same fervent reverence that the Nords held. Instead, her thoughts were consumed with the implications of the Dragonborn's emergence on the situation in Skyrim and Whiterun. After some contemplation, Erla's managed to don a smile. "I did not expect you to truly be the legendary Dragonborn. Might I request a demonstration of that famed dragon shout? As a Dragonborn, it is surely within your capabilities." Feeling the surge of power coursing through her, Loco reflected briefly before directing her voice towards the collapsed watchtower not far away. Unleashing a powerful utterance, the sound rippled through the air, causing waves to emanate from its path, and the watchtower was reduced to mere powder in an instant. Fortunately, Thor had already extricated himself. Otherwise, he might have been swept away once more. The dragon shout Loco produced was but a single syllable. Not due to a lack of power, but because it was the only word she had mastered. The Dragonborn, referred to by the Nords as the Dragon Soul Incarnate, was seen as kin by the dragons, thus the dragon tongue could be considered Loco's mother tongue. However, this did not imply that Dragonborns inherently spoke the dragon language. Rather, they simply learned it more rapidly. Yet, even this incomplete dragon shout instilled a sense of pressure in Erla's. She had thought she had overestimated Loco's abilities, but the reality surpassed her expectations. The ability to obliterate a watchtower with a single shout suggested that the walls of Whiterun would be equally vulnerable. After some reflection, Erla's found solace. The other party was already so formidable, accompanied by several equally powerful allies, leaving her feeling rather powerless. How to treat the Dragonborn was a matter for Balgruuf the Jarl to deliberate, yet she surmised that, being a traditional Nord, Balgruuf would undoubtedly extend great courtesy towards the Dragonborn. Chapter 50. The concept-level divine weapon. Dragonblade. Upon witnessing Loco successfully slay the dragon and absorb its soul, Louwen nodded in satisfaction and inquired of Loco, "How many points did you earn for slaying that dragon?" Loco opened the chat panel, glanced at it, and replied, "Over 10,000. At this revelation, the eyes of those nearby widened in astonishment. A single dragon was worth over 10,000 points. And considering the group leader's assertion that this dragon was not particularly strong among its kin, one could only imagine the points a more powerful dragon would yield. Understanding their thoughts, Louwen addressed the three surrounding him. The dragon race has only just awakened, and chaos reigns in various parts of Skyrim due to dragon calamities. You should venture forth to hunt, but remember that there are distinctions among dragons. Some powerful dragons are beyond your capacity to confront. Should you encounter one, utilize the chat group for a teleportation escape, or call for assistance." Thor, eager to take flight, began to twirl his hammer, only to be pulled back down by Louwen. "One more thing. The dragons in this world are immortal. You may only render their bodies inactive. Their souls remain within, indestructible. The sole individual capable of truly slaying them is Loco, the Dragonborn. Therefore, ensure you bring back the dragon corpses for Loco to absorb their souls, allowing her strength to increase, while also earning you more points." Thor resumed twirling his hammer, but before he could ascend, he paused and glanced back at Louwen. "Is there nothing else to discuss?" "None," Louwen affirmed, prompting Thor to leap and soar westward towards Skyrim. Misaka Makoto and the Flying Mouse also departed to seek dragons in their respective directions. Loco turned to Louwen, asking, "Aren't you coming?" Louwen replied, "I do not require points. You should hear the call of the gray-bearded ones on your journey back to Whiterun. They are masters of the voice. I wish to meet these ancient recluses, so I shall accompany you for a time." Nodding in agreement, the two set forth towards Whiterun. Indeed, just as Louwen had predicted, as they neared Whiterun, an ancient voice echoed from the distant throat of the world, composed of the dragon language. Even from such a distance, it caused the ground to tremble, attesting to the power of the speaker. Upon reaching Whiterun, Louwen said to Loco, "I wish to limit my interactions with the local factions. You may seek out Jarl Balgruuf for discussion. I shall explore the city." He gestured to Loco's waist, where the unnamed sword he had gifted her upon entering the group was sheathed. "First, hand that to me." I will assist in upgrading it. Following his instructions, Loco unsheathed the sword and handed it to Louwen, then proceeded alone to the Jarl's stronghold, Dragon's Reach. Louwen, now in possession of the unnamed sword, wandered about Whiterun. It did not take long for him to return to his previous location, feeling somewhat exasperated. The cities of Skyrim were rather diminutive, and even Whiterun, deemed a larger city, was still quite modest. With little to occupy his time, Louwen located a blacksmith shop he had previously noticed, situated near the city gate. Upon entering, he encountered the proprietor, a female blacksmith named Yari. When Louwen requested to borrow her anvil, she promptly declined, stating, "Please do not disturb my work. If you have anything to forge, you may place an order with me. Perhaps these might change your mind." With a few resounding clinks, several gold ingots were placed before the female blacksmith. "If you truly require it, the entire shop is at your disposal. Would you like me to assist you?" Yari inquired, her smile brightening as she realized the gold ingots were worth far more than her typical orders. In truth, Louwen had little to do. "Please, pass me that hammer over there." Once he had the hammer, Louwen drew the unnamed sword from its sheath and placed it upon the anvil, pressing down on the hilt with one hand while raising the hammer with the other. This caused Yari to furrow her brow, without any preparation and without heating the metal. He began to hammer away. From her perspective, he appeared to be an utter novice, lacking any skill or technique. She opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. He had paid, and for now, he was the boss, free to do as he pleased. However, what followed left her wide-eyed. Louwen lifted the hammer, and with his impressive vision and control, he struck the central axis of the blade with precision. Upon contact, colorful sparks erupted as the hammer met the sword, and as he lifted the hammer again, a rune began to materialize on the once plain blade. Continuing this process, colorful sparks flew until he had inscribed a total of 12 runes upon the edges of the blade. Louwen then laid the sword flat before him, channeling energy into it. The 12 runes illuminated sequentially, radiating vibrant colors, as intricate patterns resembling a circuit board flowed with light. The transformation rendered the unremarkable sword into an extraordinary divine weapon. As he severed the energy supply, the blade gradually dimmed. Louwen returned it to its sheath, nodded at Yari, and departed the blacksmith shop. Coincidentally, at that moment, Loco emerged from Dragon's Reach. Louwen presented the transformed sword back to Loco, who eagerly drew it forth. As the blade was unsheathed, it resonated with the dragon soul within Loco, glowing brightly. At that moment, Loco felt her power surge to unprecedented heights. If she were to face Myrmilnir again, she was confident she could cleave its head with a single strike. This truly is an exceptional sword. I am grateful for the group leader's generous gift. I shall forever hold this kindness in my heart, Loco declared solemnly. Louwen merely waved his hand dismissively and spoke nonchalantly, "It's nothing, we're all buddies. I have inscribed 12 runes onto this sword, specifically designed to render it extraordinarily sharp, capable of severing any existence in a profound sense, including time, space, or even abstract concepts. Hence, I have designated this weapon as a conceptual-grade weapon." After articulating this, Louwen pondered for a moment. The most crucial task now is to bestow a name upon this sword. Previously, when it was plain, calling it the Nameless Sword was perfectly acceptable. But now that it has become so magnificent, that name seems inappropriate. With a sudden inspiration, he exclaimed, "Since it can cleave through space, let us call it the Yen Blade." Louwen paused for a moment, taken aback, "But this is a sword." "Ah, don't mind that. Name it as you please," he replied. Contemplating the luminous patterns on the sword, Louwen eventually said, "Since I am of dragon blood, and it resonates with my dragon soul, I shall name it the Dragon Sword." Chapter 51. The Way of the Dragons. Roar High Hrothgar, renowned for its 7,000 steps, posed no challenge to the extraordinary physiques of Louwen and Louwen. After effortlessly dispatching a troll along the way, the two arrived at the entrance of the monastery. Gazing at the imposing iron gate, Louwen gestured for Louwen to open it. Nodding, she approached the door, and with her immense strength, the heavy gate creaked open with a resounding boom. Upon entering, the eldest and most formidable member of the Greybeards, Master Einigel, appeared before them, speaking in a voice that was both ancient and serene. "At this moment of epical transition, the Dragonborn has arrived. I respond to your summons," Louwen replied with reverence. Though the Greybeards held no true political standing in Skyrim, they commanded the utmost respect from all Nords. "Let us see if you truly possess talent. Show us, Dragonborn. Let us hear your dragon roar." Without hesitation, Louwen stepped back and unleashed a mighty shout. Having mastered the power of the dragon roar during her journey, she now focused her attack, ensuring no excess damage would wreak havoc around her. Yet, even in the face of Louwen's ability to obliterate stone towers, Ainigel merely staggered back a step, feeling the immense power within the roar. With a long, reflective sigh, he remarked, "Dragonborn, it is indeed you. Welcome to High Hrothgar. I am Master Ainigel, representing the Greybeards. Now tell me, Dragonborn, why have you come here? I answer your summons." "Master," Louwen reiterated her purpose. "We are honored to welcome a Dragonborn to High Hrothgar. We shall teach you how to harness your gifts to fulfill your destiny." "What is my destiny?" Although Louwen had gleaned some understanding of her challenges through conversations with Louwen, she sought confirmation from the Greybeards. "You must seek it for yourself. We can provide guidance, but we cannot reveal the endpoint." Louwen nodded solemnly, addressing Ainigel, "I am ready to learn. You have proven yourself as a Dragonborn, endowed with inherent talent. However, do you possess the discipline and temperament to follow your destined path? That remains to be seen. Without further training, you have already grasped the first step in transforming your roar into Thursdayum, the dragon roar. Now, let us ascertain your desire for knowledge and capability." As Ainigel proceeded to the center of the monastery hall, the other Greybeards gathered around. Observing this, Louwen quietly retreated to a corner. Ainigel continued instructing Louwen. "When you shout, you are speaking in the dragon tongue. Your draconic blood grants you the innate ability to learn the words of power. All dragon shouts consist of 3 words of power. As you master each rune, your dragon shout will grow in potency." Turning to a fellow Greybeard, he added, "Master Anas will now teach you Fuss, the second rune of the power of ice. Fuss essentially means balance in the dragon tongue. Combining it with Roenda will refine your Thursdayum." From his corner, Louwen observed as Master Anas gently uttered a sound directed at the ground, causing a flame-like dragon word to emerge, imbued with wisdom regarding that rune. Louwen stared intently at the dragon word, and within moments, its fiery brilliance faded. She lifted her gaze to the assembled masters, declaring, "I have learned it." The masters fell into a contemplative silence, and Louwen could clearly see the envy in their eyes. The path of the dragon roar was fraught with difficulty. For ordinary individuals, it was an almost insurmountable challenge. Even the Greybeards had invested immense effort and time to master the dragon tongue. Yet Louwen had learned a dragon word in mere seconds, demonstrating that innate talent often eclipses sheer diligence. After a long pause, Ainigel finally said, "You have learned a new rune. Like a true master, you indeed possess great talent." His tone then regained its calmness. "However, learning the words of power is just the first step. You must practice diligently to unlock their true meanings, thereby enabling you to wield them in your dragon roar. Yes, this is how the rest of us learn the dragon roar. As a Dragonborn, you can directly absorb the life force and knowledge of slain dragons. As part of your initiation, Master Anas will share with you his understanding of Fuss." Subsequently, Louwen witnessed a dragon soul-like energy surge from Master Anas, flowing entirely into her. In that instant, she acquired all of Anas's insights regarding the word Fuss, feeling her dragon roar ascend to a new qualitative level. After demonstrating the dragon roar 3 times under Ainigel's guidance, he expressed his approval. "Impressive. Your Thursdayum is remarkably precise. You have a bright future ahead, Dragonborn. We shall now proceed to your next trial in the courtyard with Master Bori." Louwen followed the 3 masters to the courtyard, leaving Ainigel and Louwen exchanging glances in the monastery hall. Ainigel spoke first. "Sir, what brings you alongside the Dragonborn?" "Master, I initially accompanied Louwen to witness the legendary Throat of the World and the esteemed masters. However, after experiencing the Way of the Voice, I hope to remain here and learn. What are your thoughts on this?" To this, Ainigel replied calmly, "We welcome those who wish to learn the Way of the Voice. To have ascended the 7,000 steps to reach here, I recognize your perseverance and capability. Should you choose to study here, I would be glad to have you. However, be aware that the other 3 masters possess immensely powerful Thursdayums, yet they cannot control them as effortlessly as I do. Engaging in conversation with them may result in being overwhelmed by their words. Do not worry about that. I am no ordinary man. Then all is well. I shall teach you the dragon tongue, and now let us witness the Dragonborn's trial." The 2 proceeded to the courtyard, where Louwen was currently learning the dragon roar from Master Bori. Whirlwind sprint. The voice surged forth with the speed of a tempest, propelling her forward. The specific ability allows one to manipulate the wind to hasten their movement through the dragon roar. Louwen grasped this dragon shout with remarkable speed. Her powerful shout echoed as her figure darted through the open iron gate. Chapter 52. My days traversing time in Skyrim. Your speed in mastering a new Thursday is astonishing. I have heard tales of the Dragonborn's gift, but witnessing it firsthand has left me in awe, Einigel remarked in astonishment. I thought it was easy for everyone. Louwen replied innocently. Based on Louwen's understanding of the young woman, her words likely stem from sincere sentiment, albeit somewhat ostentatiously so. Fortunately, the Greybeards, being enlightened individuals, remain unshaken by such remarks. And Jair, with a light laugh, cautioned, No, of course not. But exercise caution, lest your skills surpass your wisdom. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he continued, You may now accept the final trial. Retrieve the horn of Jorgen Windcaller. He is the founder of our order, and the horn lies in Jorgen's resting place, deep within the fiery tomb. Stay true to the way of the voice, and you shall return successfully. Upon receiving the details of the final trial, Loco sought Louwen's company for the journey, to which Louwen firmly declined. First and foremost, Loco, you must understand that this is your trial as a Dragonborn. Utilizing my power for a swift completion would be an act of dishonesty. Moreover, I have resolved to remain here for a time to study the way of the voice. Hence I cannot accompany you. Very well, I understand, Loco replied, and the two parted ways for the time being. Louwen chose not to inform Loco of the possibility that the horn might be intercepted by the blade warrior Delphine, for if he revealed this, Loco could simply go to Riverwood and claim the horn from Delphine, rendering the Greybeards' trial meaningless. It is indeed peculiar that the Greybeards would assign a trial to the Dragonborn that involves grave robbery and directly targeting their founder's legacy. In the ensuing days, Louwen donned the standard heavy gray robes of the Greybeards and began studying various shouts alongside the four masters. Only upon truly commencing his studies did Louwen realize the extraordinary nature of Loco's talent, and he comprehended the remarkable composure of the masters when Loco remarked, I thought everyone found it so easy. During this period, Louwen acquired mastery over the entirety of the dragon language, enabling him to communicate effortlessly with the four masters in their tongue, with only the understanding of its profound meanings standing between him and the practical application of the shouts. This astonishing feat left the masters in awe, had it not been foretold that only Loco would emerge as the last Dragonborn to confront the impending cataclysm. They might have mistaken Louwen for another Dragonborn. Unbeknownst to them, Louwen harnessed his temporal powers to traverse back repeatedly through time, absorbing the knowledge imparted by the masters countless times to achieve his current proficiency. On one occasion, Louwen sensed a vague scrutiny, speculating that he may have captured the attention of Akatosh, the dragon god of time, though he remained uncertain as to why he had not attracted any trouble. For instance, Loco learned the first word of the whirlwind spirit shout within mere sentences, while Louwen required 2.5 days to grasp it, a feat that was still deemed remarkable by the Greybeards. Mastering the dragon language was not akin to students at East University learning English. There are only 34 words in the dragon language, yet each embodies a profound understanding and interpretation of the world. Learning the dragon language is less like acquiring a new language and more akin to deconstructing the fabric of existence. Louwen mused that rather than being a mere language, the dragon language resembles a distinct system of runes, where each permutation yields unexpectedly wondrous effects. This reminded him of a line from the Elder Scrolls V. If one were to witness two dragons exchanging shouts, they might very well be engaged in a debate. Once Louwen had fundamentally mastered all the dragon words, he returned to the present timeline, where the previously disordered chat group interface reactivated. Gazing at the chat window, Louwen felt a sense of temporal dislocation, observing a message he had just sent, though he remained oblivious to the passage of time. 1129 The God of Eternal Night. This dragon language is exceedingly difficult to master. I must find a way to expedite my progress. 1130 The God of Eternal Night. Everyone, I have returned, and I have essentially mastered all 34 dragon words. Fallen Angel. Dude, are you joking? Just a moment ago, you said it was too difficult, and now, after a mere minute, you claim to have completed it. Dovikian. Well, that is somewhat normal, I suppose. Given my pace, I could finish it too. Although the Greybeards tell me my talent differs from others, the group leader is a god, so he should learn faster than I. The God of Eternal Night. While I cannot recall precisely, I must have traversed time over 100 times. The duration you mentioned multiplied by the number of times I traveled is my true learning time. Dovikian. Huh. Could it be that my aptitude for the dragon language is genuinely that exceptional? Thor, the god of hammers. Enough of these matters, Dovikian. I've already slain several dragons. Where are you? I'll come find you so you can absorb their souls, and I can continue hunting. Flying squirrel. I'm in a similar situation. But I encountered a particularly formidable dragon and had to retreat near High Hrothgar. The indomitable electric princess. I've also faced some powerful dragons. Had it been before my power evolution, I would have been instantly defeated. But now, I am the one slaying dragons. Thor, the god of hammers. Speaking of which, I encountered a particularly strong one. I distinctly remember its name, Nagrath. Group leader, can you translate the meaning of its name in the dragon language? The god of eternal night, Nagrath, in the dragon language, signifies fury, burning, and withering. In fact, I believe you could inquire about these named dragons from Loco or myself, as a dragon's name encapsulates its characteristics and strength. The god of eternal night. For instance, the first dragon we fought, Mermolner, carries the meaning of loyalty, strength, and hunting, quite mundane words indeed. In contrast, the final dragon Loco must defeat, Alduin, embodies the meanings of destroyer, devourer, and ruler. And even all three of you combined would struggle against him. Dovahkiin, I just encountered Alduin. Your words suddenly filled me with pressure. I am currently in the town of Kinnereth's Wood, near High Hrothgar. Hurry over. I must absorb dragon souls and grow stronger. Louwen pondered the unfolding narrative. Since Loco had arrived at Kinnereth's Wood and still had time to chat, it suggested she had already slain the resurrected dragon, Solokner, brought back by Alduin. It remained uncertain whether Loco intended to gather intelligence at the throat of the world or return to High Hrothgar to report her quest. If she returned to High Hrothgar, her next step would likely involve meeting Perthernax, and within the storyline, the two blades had audaciously demanded that the Dragonborn kill Perthernax, originally tasked with serving the Dragonborn Emperor. These blades sought to command the Dragonborn, and when the Dragonborn refused to heed their orders, they responded with disdain, an inversion of their rightful roles. As for these two blades, Louwen could only remark that they seemed to have indulged in too many red beans, reminiscing about their homeland. Chapter 53, Dragon Soul, Tyr Dovahkiin, the god of eternal night. A woman named Delphine took the horn before me and instructed me to seek her in Riverwood. Upon arrival, she cryptically led me to slay a dragon. I assumed she possessed some information about dragons, but now she insists I infiltrate the throat of the world's embassy for intelligence. Should I proceed? The god of eternal night, there is no need. Return. The throat of the world knows little about the dragons. And there you will only uncover information regarding a blade named Esbern, the god of eternal night. After acquiring information from the throat of the world's embassy in the northwest corner of Skyrim, Delphine will send you to the southeast, to the city of Riften, to find Esbern. Together, they will lead you to a place known as the Temple of the Dragonborn, where you will learn of an ancient shout named Dragon Soul Tyr, capable of bringing dragons crashing down. The god of eternal night. Now that you are aware of the need to take such a lengthy detour for information, you may return to complete your trial. Duawakin. Oh, I understand now. I will return immediately. However, just moments ago, for reasons unknown, I found myself transforming into a dragon, seemingly lost in thought. When I wished to revert back, my body returned to its original state. Is this normal? The supreme god of the polar night. Absolutely normal. Ever since I became aware of the existence within your world, I would not be surprised if you claimed your powers awakened and summoned a lightsaber. Or if Alduin suddenly transformed into a diminutive dragon girl with black silk attire and crimson eyes. Duawakin, is it really that outrageous? The supreme god of the polar night, you should count your blessings that your world lacks laboratories. As for what a laboratory is, I can only say it caters to humanity's most primal desires. Those who understand will understand. However, it may not be entirely absent. Kongwao, is this game really that free? I am so eager to play. Bye. Brother, let us keep it in check. The supreme god of the polar night, nevertheless. Since you have acquired the ability to transform into a dragon, simply fly back, without concealing this matter from the Greybeards. You will understand the reasons upon your return. It must be said that the speed of dragons is astonishing. Within an hour, Roko had soared from the riverside town of Hemu to the heights of High Hrothgar. The commotion of Roko landing instantly drew the attention of the four Greybeards, who ambled into the courtyard. Even without recognizing Roko, they remained undaunted. Should a dragon dare to stir trouble here, the Greybeards would engage the dragon in a debate with their Thursday about why they earned the respect of the Nord, revered for their power. However, the seasoned Greybeards were moved when the mighty dragon S-form ignited, revealing Roko, the Dragonborn. Igale, calming his demeanor, spoke slowly. I never anticipated that a dragonborn could embody a colossal dragon. It seems the dragonkin consider you one of their own for good reason. Yet, it appears you have found the horn of Jürgen Windcaller. As he spoke, he accepted the horn Roko offered. Prepare to listen to the voice of the Greybeards. Upon entering the hall, Rowan observed Roko mastering the third syllable of the voice from Master Wolfguard in mere seconds, which made Rowan, who had spent ages learning the dragon tongue, feel somewhat overwhelmed. Thankfully, he had already completed his training. After Roko finished learning the dragon shout, the Greybeards positioned themselves at four corners of the hall, preparing to pay their respects to Roko standing in the center. You have completed your training, Dragonborn. We wish to converse with you, Igale stated from the south. Stand between us and calm your mind. If you can withstand the full force of a Greybeard's shout. But you are ready. Igale then turned to Rowan standing beside him and inquired, would you like to step back? To this, Rowan simply chuckled. You know I have made some progress in the way of the voice, and I am quite confident in my abilities, so do not mind me. I wish to witness this. Igale nodded and said no more, directing his attention to the Dragonborn as the four spoke in unison. Their volume was akin to that of ordinary man, yet the weighty and dignified dragon tongue they uttered caused the very earth to tremble. The crown of storms has withered for long, awaiting the return of its rightful wearer. With our breath, we bestow upon you the names of Kinnereth, Shore, and the ancient continent of Atmara. Remember, you are Ismir, you are the northern dragon. With that, the tribute concluded. Ingale addressed Roko, Duawakin. You have successfully passed the trial of the Greybeard's voice and scathe. The High Hrothgar Monastery is now open to you. Seeing this, Rowan ended the recording and translated the obscure dragon tongue into Chinese subtitles, uploading them to the Group S shared file. After the tribute, Rowan and Roko approached Igale, who was enjoying tea. Roko stated directly, I wish to learn the dragon shout that once brought Alduin to his knees. Ingale responded solemnly, where did you hear about this? Who have you spoken to? It should have been the Blades who informed me. Before she could finish, Ingale interrupted. The Blades. Of course. They meddle in matters they know nothing of, arrogantly beyond measure. They have always sought to divert the Dragonborn from the path of wisdom. Have you learned nothing from us? The Blades regard you merely as a tool to fulfill their own ends. Heed my warning, the Blades may claim to serve the Dragonborn. But that is far from the truth. Having spent considerable time with Rowan, he had never seen Igale harbor such animosity towards anyone. Sensing Ingale's rising anger, Rowan interrupted, Igale. It was actually I who told her about this. Ingale gazed at Rowan incredulously. How could you disclose such matters to her? The dragon soul tier does not belong to the way of the voice, yet the Dragonborn does not tread solely upon this path. She has her own destiny. Learning the dragon soul tier is a necessary journey for her, and she will come to know it, such as the power of fate. Igale took a deep breath to calm himself. My apologies. I was too agitated. Perhaps you were right. I should not interfere with the path the Dragonborn chooses. He then turned to Roko. Yes, there exists such a shout, known as Dragon Soul Tier. It was conceived by those persecuted by Alduin's fervent dragon worshippers. Their entire lives consumed by hatred for dragons, they infused all their wrath and fury into this shout. When you master it, it will permeate your very being. In a sense, you will become the shout itself. To learn and wield it, you must embrace this darkness. Then, can you teach me? We cannot. For it does not belong to the way of the voice, just as Rowan stated. Then how shall I defeat Alduin? Only Parthernax, our mentor, can answer that question, should he be willing. Chapter 54. Parthernax High Hrothgar is the tallest mountain in all of Skyrim, and the Greybeards reside merely near its summit. The true peak is known as the Throat of the World, where their mentor, Parthernax, resides. The Greybeards hold their mentor, Parthernax, in high esteem. He seems to be a learned being, and surely he must know the dragon soul tier, Roko pondered, clearing the path of snow and mist with her dragon shout. Not so. Oh, not at all. Roko suddenly halted, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Rowan. Seeing her reaction, Rowan continued walking. You must have noticed from the Greybeard's tales that Parthernax is indeed a dragon. Even his name evokes ambition, dominance, and cruelty, an archetypal dragon name. But why? If he is a dragon, he should have mastered that shout after living from ancient times to the present, Roko said, bewildered. It seems you still do not grasp the essence of the dragon soul tier. This shout is forged by imbuing the mortal, finite, and ephemeral concept upon the eternally living dragons, allowing those who do not comprehend death to experience it. As a dragon, Parthernax cannot fathom this. Oh, I see. Roko cleared the sky of snow once more and inquired. Since the dragon named Parthernax cannot use this shout, why must we seek him? Should we not search elsewhere in Skyrim? This shout has long been lost. Therefore, I must go to the place where the ancient three heroes used the dragon soul tear against Alduin, which is the throat of the world. There, I will manifest the events that transpired with my time power, and that will be when you learn. Loco nodded in a manner that suggested understanding, albeit somewhat vague. Louwen added, originally, this step was meant to be completed through the ancient scrolls crafted from the remnants of creation. However, as I am pressed for time, we shall forego the intricacies. Once you have fulfilled your mission, should you desire, you may gather them. As they spoke, the two had traversed the snowstorm, reaching the highest pinnacle of Skyrim, the throat of the world. Loco glanced around but saw no sign of Parthernax and, puzzled, inquired, "Is he not home?" No sooner had she spoken than a mighty gust of wind heralded the arrival of a colossal dragon. It was evident to all that this was an ancient beast. Having endured countless battles, its wings were tattered, and one of its horns was broken. Yet, the presence it exerted upon Loco was more formidable than any dragon. Save for Alduin. "Greetings, Zrimyal Locke," the dragon intoned. "Who are you? Why have you come to my mountain, my realm?" His voice was calm and sonorous, a stark contrast to the typical ferocity exhibited by dragons. In response to Parthernax's inquiry, which was laced with the language of dragons, Louwen stepped aside and explained, "I come with the Dragonborn. My primary purpose is to serve as a substitute for the ancient scrolls, allowing the Dragonborn to witness scenes from the past. As for the conversation between you two dragons, I shall refrain from intervening." Parthernax inclined his head with a hint of skepticism towards Louwen's assertion but chose not to press the matter further, turning his attention to Loco. "Are you a teacher of the Greybeards?" she asked curiously. "They regard me as a master," he replied, Oni, old and wise. "Truly, I have aged. Tell me, why have you come here, mortal? Why disturb my meditation? I need to learn Dragonrend. Do you possess this knowledge?" Loco inquired hesitantly, already aware of the answer from Louwen, but asking out of courtesy. However, Parthernax did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he continued in a tranquil manner, "Drem. Be patient. When two Dova first meet, the proper etiquette must be observed." He turned his body towards the dragon wall nearby, unleashing a powerful flame. "Listen to my Thursdam. Feel it with your entire being. If you are Dovakian, attempt to learn my shout." Following this, Loco practiced and, upon completion, unleashed a fire breath towards Parthernax. The dragon's demeanor shifted, becoming more jovial, as if conversing with a friend. The method of greeting among dragons was incomprehensible even to Louwen. The terrifying and powerful dragon shouts were merely commonplace exchanges. "Ah, yes. So the Dova Losmol. You possess the blood of dragons coursing through you. It has been ages since I have conversed so joyfully with one of my kind," he remarked wistfully. "Thus, you have come to see me. For a mortal, this is no simple task. Even for one of Dova's sauce, of dragon blood, it is not. Yet, I cannot teach you. Do you not know Dragonrend?" "Klaus," Loco replied. "Regrettably, no. It is impossible for me to know. Your kind has shaped it into a weapon against Dova. Our minds cannot fathom its principles. Yet you seem to possess a means of learning. My friend, who has mastered the power of time, can show me the scenes of past heroes wielding Dragonrend. I shall assist you, but Drem, do not rush. First, I must ask you a question. Why do you wish to learn this Thursdam?" Loco pondered her motivations for opposing Alduin. Was it truly due to the fate that Louwen had been recounting? No, that was not it. Though she had superficially considered the notion of destiny, she was not deeply invested in it. The reason for her resistance against Alduin was rather straightforward. Alduin had arrived at an inopportune time, intent on devouring a world that should not yet end. To survive and prevent the annihilation of her world, she must confront the World Eater Alduin. With this clarity, Loco firmly replied, "I love this world. I do not wish for its end." Parthernax appeared pleased with Loco's response and posed a philosophical inquiry. "Plaza, a well-reasoned answer. Many share your sentiments, though not all. Some would argue that all things must come to an end for the next to begin. Perhaps this calamity is gestating the next world? Reinvoken, will you prevent the birth of the next world?" Loco was not well versed in philosophy, nor did she comprehend its depths and meanings. After all, she was fundamentally a Nord, a people often characterized as simple-minded yet strong. Thus, she answered instinctively, "The next world must find its own path. All I can do is safeguard my own." Pause. Parthernax responded, "A fair answer. Rophos, perhaps you merely balance the forces accelerating this world's demise. Even if we could navigate the currents of time, we cannot foresee its end. Woods dead Los Tarotis. Time is a treacherous vortex. Those who strive to hasten its conclusion may inadvertently delay it. Those seeking to rush the end may prolong it. Those who endeavor to postpone it might bring it closer. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Louwen. Leaning against the dragon wall, Louwen gazed skyward, attempting to clear his thoughts when he sensed a gaze upon him. Curiously, he glanced around and observed that Paarthurnax and Loco were still engrossed in their exchange. Puzzled, he scratched his head and returned to his reverie. You have listened to my words, and I am satisfied. Colossus, I shall now aid you in finding what you seek. Paarthurnax turned and ascended towards a specific location. This is the most sacred peak of Skyrim, the left Rivokstrunma, the greatest mountain in the world. Here, the ancient speakers, the first mortals to wield the dragon shout, battled and defeated Alduin. They employed Dragonrend, correct? Loco asked with curiosity. Yes and no, Paarthurnax replied. Vec, anger but not conquered. Alduin was not truly vanquished. Had he been defeated, you would not be here today, seeking to overcome him. The Nords of that era used Dragonrend to weaken Alduin. But it was insufficient. Paarthurnax paused, indicating a spot with his claw. Ukmerigons, his power is limitless. They wielded the ancient scrolls to cast him adrift in the currents of time. So, they sent Alduin to the present through the scrolls. Loco mused, incredulous. Is this the wisdom of those who came after? They could not conquer Alduin, only resort to such measures. Paarthurnax gestured for Loco to proceed. Now go. Complete your mission. Venture to the scars of time. Do not hesitate. Alduin, through the tremors of time, will surely sense the changes here. He will understand what this signifies. Following Paarthurnax's guidance, Loco positioned herself correctly and closed her eyes. At that moment, Louwen approached her from across, his hand glowing with a green luminescence as he touched her smooth forehead. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld the ancient world-shattering battle between 3 warriors and a dragon. The warriors, utilizing Dragonrend, caused a colossal dragon to plummet in agony before slaying it. However, they ultimately succumbed to the arrival of Alduin. After Alduin effortlessly dispatched one of them, a valiant warrior used the Elder Scroll to banish Alduin beyond the confines of time. In the midst of this chaos, Roko learned a dragon shout specifically designed to target dragons, while the 3 warriors unleashed the dragon soul tear. As the scene before her began to fade, Roko's gaze returned to the present, meeting the serious expression of Louwen and the vigilant stance of Paarthurnax. Looking upward, she beheld a massive black dragon glaring at her with a ferocious gaze. Baroki I Naki Hillsmons, my belly is filled with the souls of mortals, Dovakian. Now wait for death. Await your fate in Sovngarde. Roko had no desire to engage in conversation with Alduin. Instead, she unleashed a dragon soul tear that struck the black dragon directly. Alduin crashed to the ground in agony, exhaling a torrent of flames, intent on incinerating the dragonborn foretold to be his slayer. To Louwen, the heat of that flame seemed hotter than the core of the sun. Facing the oncoming inferno, Roko did not flinch. Flames ignited around her, and Alduin believed victory was within his grasp, seemingly within easy reach. However, the ensuing events took him by surprise. The burning dragonborn's body expanded dramatically, and from the flames emerged a great dragon, spewing ice to counter his fire. From Louwen's perspective, Alduin was on the left and Roko on the right. It was well known that historically, the left side always lost. The icy breath overwhelmed the flames, and Alduin attempted to evade, but was struck down by the relentless force of the dragon soul tear, silencing the world. At that moment, the effect of the dragon soul tear on Alduin finally waned, and he flapped his black wings in a desperate bid to flee. Yet, the now transformed Roko would not allow him to escape easily, pursuing him relentlessly while occasionally unleashing dragon soul tears. Alduin fell and rose again, but eventually, he could no longer endure the humiliation. He halted his escape, turning to prepare for a final confrontation with the Dragonborn. Meanwhile, Louwen, positioned at the throat of the world, drew forth Gungnir, not to unleash a black shot, but to conjure a vast golden barrier that enveloped all of Tamriel. If he had not done so, the entire continent could have been annihilated in the first moments of Alduin and Roko's clash. This was no longer a confined battle between a dragon and a Dragonborn. It was an apocalyptic clash between dragons and draconic beings. On this day, all life on the continent of Tamriel witnessed the golden barrier above them, as meteors and fiery rains capable of shattering the land fell, while colossal thunder and mountain-like ice collided across the world. In that moment, the various races of Tamriel comprehended the true terrors of the divine. The 2 dragons battled from the throat of the world to the borders of Skyrim, and Alduin, who had been solely focused on combat, suddenly ceased his actions, braving a dragon soul tear that struck him with cruel force. This blow sent Alduin soaring over 1,000 meters, yet he laughed heartily. "Ha! You have fallen for my ruse, Dovahkiin. Did you not anticipate this? This is precisely my escape route. Do you recognize it?" Roko's heart sank. Could it be? Yes, this was the path to Sovngarde. Alduin sought to devour the souls of mortals there, and upon his return, he intended to consume both her and this world. Indeed, Alduin was not at full strength. Having recently returned from beyond time, he had yet to regain his peak. Sovngarde, akin to the halls of Valhalla in Norse mythology, was filled with the souls of warriors from various eras, a boon for Alduin. However, before Alduin could reach Sovngarde, a golden spear, propelled at near infinite speed, appeared before him and pinned him to a distant mountain. In that moment, Alduin struggled, emitting cries of desperation and fury. He was so close to devouring souls in Sovngarde and, subsequently, the entire world. Yet, his fate had been sealed the moment Louwen arrived in this world. The moment Roko was born, and the moment he had mistakenly entered this realm too soon. Roko's hind claws secured Alduin in place, while her wings forced his jaws apart. A white fireball, ablaze with ghostly blue flames, slowly descended from Roko's mouth into Alduin's body, representing the dragon shout of 1,000,000 dragon flames. Roko ascended, and the 1,000,000 dragon flames erupted from within Alduin, enveloping the continent in blue and white fire, yet all was halted by the golden barrier. The ill-timed consumption of Alduin resulted in his body being obliterated, his dragon soul returning to the divine. Chapter 56. The Dragon King returns. Louwen summoned Gungnir back, and shortly thereafter, Roko returned in her dragon form. The throat of the world was now densely populated with dragons. Typically, one would expect an immediate clash between dragons and Dragonborn upon meeting, yet the atmosphere was markedly different. As Roko landed, a portion of the dragons stood upright, unfurling their wings and uttering solemn and elongated draconic phrases. "Alduin, Marin, Alduin is dead." Then, one dragon proclaimed loudly, "Shalat Thurlkanalan, the mighty dragon lord has been conquered." A faction of dragons then howled in unison, "Alduin, Marin, Alduin is dead." They subsequently departed from the throat of the world. The earlier dragon spoke again. "Dovahkiin Roso K Dovahkiid, Dovahkiin is his nemesis. Alduin, Marin, Alduin is dead." This time, however, no dragon flew away. Tumi Ros Nailit, his Tumi is silent. "Alduin, Marin, Alduin is dead." Roko had not studied the draconic language for long. Aside from commonly used terms like Alduin's Tumi, she understood little else. Yet, given the solemnity of the moment and her current dragon form, remaining silent felt out of place, prompting her to join the chorus, "Alduin, Marin." In that instant, Roko noticed a strange silence enveloping the gathering. Several dragons poised for takeoff halted mid-flight, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: fear, hatred, dread, fervor, all gazing intently at her. At that moment, Louwen quietly approached Roko, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "Consider the implications of a dragon that just obliterated the Dragon King, then roars at his funeral, 'Alduin is dead.' What does that signify?" Roko paused, then awkwardly began scratching at the frozen ground of the throat of the world, still believing the act was merely a taunt towards the other dragons, completely unaware of the deeper meaning behind Louwen's words. However, she soon grasped the reality. Dozens of dragons crawled closer to Roko, while many others retreated from the throat of the world. Confirming their position beneath Roko, they all prostrated themselves, uttering words of submission and praise in the draconic tongue. Roko's expression remained unchanged, but internally, she felt a surge of panic and quickly sought Louwen's guidance. "Dovahkiin, the supreme deity of the long night, what are they saying?" "The supreme deity of the long night. You should learn the draconic language. Their general sentiment is that your Tumi has shaken the very heavens. Your eloquence has captivated the Dragonkin. You have vanquished Alduin, thus ending his tyranny, and they now wish to proclaim you as the new Dragon Lord, that is, the Dragon King." "Dovahkiin, that sounds magnificent. What should I do next?" Just as Perthurnax had indicated, the blood of dragons is imbued with an insatiable thirst for power, a sentiment that resonates with Roko, who bears the dragon's blood. Even for Roko, whose demeanor was somewhat lethargic, the allure of power within her grasp proved irresistible. "The supreme god of the polar night, you need not do anything. Your prowess speaks for itself. Now, simply proclaim your name aloud. Oh, and I mean your full name." After receiving Louwen's reminder, Roko raised his dragon head and roared towards the sky. "My name is Roko Akatosh, In the next moment, something unexpected occurred. As a magnificent golden light filled the heavens, a colossal golden dragon emerged from the clouds, transforming into a radiant beam that enveloped Rocco's draconic form. The once ordinary dragon scales began to shimmer and turned to gold under the divine influence. Witnessing this scene, Louwen, who had previously worn a tense expression, relaxed slightly. Earlier, when he cast Gungnir, he sensed at least a dozen gazes fixed upon him. Unlike the gods in the world of magic restrictions, whose restlessness was palpable, the owners of these gazes exhibited a mix of wariness and indifference, with a few even expressing a desire to join him in playing at Nain. However, they were deterred by other deities. Among these divine beings, Louwen felt a familiar presence, Akatosh, the dragon god of time. By prompting Rocco to declare his full name, Louwen sought to enhance the legitimacy of his rule, akin to ancient monarchs declaring themselves as emperors. Additionally, he intended to gauge Akatosh's opinion regarding the dragonborn he had bestowed his surname upon. The outcome was quite satisfactory. By claiming his identity as an emperor, he received celestial acknowledgement, and the progenitor of dragons, Akatosh, recognized Rocco as his child, affirming the legitimacy of Rocco's reign. Observing Rocco, who was proudly displaying his golden scales like a child amidst the dragon horde, Louwen shook his head, aware that she did not comprehend the profound implications of Akatosh's acknowledgement. This recognition signified not only her legitimate claim over the dragons, but also her rightful claim over the entire continent of Tamriel. Even though the empire was currently established by local warlords as the Fourth Empire, rather than being ruled by a dragonborn emperor as in the Third Empire. At the mere call of Rocco, countless individuals would willingly sacrifice their lives for her cause. However, that was a distant thought. Louwen opened the chat group. The supreme god of the polar night, hammer god Thor, the invincible princess of electric shocks, stop. Do not kill them. The dragons were once Rocco's enemies, but they may now be her subjects. Hammer god Thor. Oh, very well, but what about the corpses of these dragons? The supreme god of the polar night, keep them. Let us see if Rocco wishes to revive them. The invincible princess of electric shocks, understood. Ding. Reward settlement in progress. Hammer god Thor defeated 7 dragons, earning a total of 100,000 points. The invincible princess of electric shocks defeated 13 dragons, earning a total of 200,000 points. Flying squirrel defeated 5 dragons, earning a total of 70,000 points. Dovahkiin defeated 3 dragons, earning a total of 500,000 points. The supreme god of the polar night defeated 0 dragons, but achieved a critical assist, earning a total of 50,000 points. Flying squirrel. The disparity in dragon strength in this world is astounding. Those weaker ones can be slain with a single super spell, while the stronger ones chase after me to kill. If it weren't for the resurrection coins, I would have perished. Hammer god Thor. Indeed. Just moments ago, I was chased around the skies by a fire dragon that emerged from the earth. The invincible princess of electric shocks. I feel quite fine here. Ever since my superpower evolved, aside from Alduin, the rest of these dragons seem like mere trifles to me. Dovahkiin. I actually find Alduin rather weak. Yet I somehow earned 500,000 points. The supreme god of the polar night. In fact, defeating Alduin accounts for a significant portion of that total. If he could be killed, the points would start at 1,000,000. However, Alduin is a natural phenomenon known as World Eater in your realm, and he cannot be slain. Chapter 57. Loki's Reemployment. Is this place suitable? Louwen produced a sapling of the world tree, having absorbed sufficient nutrients, and gestured at the center of the world's throat. Rocco also gestured and nodded, excitedly declaring, let us place it here. I shall build a palace here, with a world tree planted in the courtyard. It will surely be an impressive sight. With a wave of his hand, Louwen conjured a massive pit in the frozen earth, where he carefully placed the sapling. Although referred to as a sapling, it was already as robust as a century-old tree. All done. The world tree has been planted, and the points have been distributed. How do you wish to spend your 500,000 points? Louwen inquired with curiosity. 500,000. Rocco stroked her chin in contemplation, feeling momentarily at a loss for what to purchase. The items from the chat group seemed of little assistance, and what she truly desired was prohibitively expensive. Having already slain a few dragons and absorbed many dragon souls brought by her fellow group members during her time in the Kinna Forest, she had gained the strength to defeat Alduin, a top-tier deity, while her dragonborn heritage afforded her an advantage against dragons. Rocco had indeed reached the level of a deity within her world, rendering magical artifacts of little significance to her. rather than wasting time searching for magical artifacts. It would be more worthwhile to hunt down a few rebellious dragons, as each dragon soul absorbed would significantly enhance her power. With her goals in this world accomplished, Louwen prepared to depart. After bidding farewell to Pachinax, he noticed Rocco still perusing the chat group shop. He gently patted her shoulder, saying, "I have completed my tasks here. Take your time. I shall return first and convey my regards to the Greybeards." With that, he activated the chat group's teleportation function. A flash of white light transporting him back to the instance world. After effortlessly dispatching a few invading extraordinary beings from Blue Star, Louwen resumed his position on the throne in the Golden Palace. As he stared vacantly at the shattered ceiling, Loki emerged from an unknown location, as obsequious as ever, offering his counsel. "My lord, those mortals are exceedingly disrespectful, daring to raise arms against you. It is simply intolerable." Louwen regarded him with a hint of confusion and asked, "Which mortals?" "Those invaders, my lord. They are utterly detestable every time they step foot on this land. It is for war, and communication is impossible. My lord, I propose we open a passage between the two worlds and launch an offensive against the outside realm, compelling those mortals to submit to your formidable rule." Loki expressed his ideas with fervent excitement, presenting himself as a loyal subject. However, Louwen found little interest in Loki's plan. Within the instance, due to the constraints of the rules, neither the attackers nor defenders could truly perish. However, outside, it was a matter of life and death. Louwen had no desire for such separations, and while resurrection coins existed, he did not wish to waste them on a conflict that could be entirely avoided and bore no visible benefits. Louwen summoned a light screen, displaying a scene of local humans from the instance world facing off against low-level extraordinary beings from Blue Star. They had formed a circle, with two individuals dueling at the center, one from the instance world and the other from Blue Star. The onlookers cheered and howled, as if celebrating a festival. Rather than witnessing two opposing forces in combat, Louwen pointed to the scene on the screen and said to Loki, "Even if there is a language barrier, it does not mean that feelings cannot connect. Is this not quite splendid? Moreover, this land is already desolate enough. I do not wish for its inhabitants, be they mortals or gods, to be engulfed in war. Do you understand?" Loki gradually knelt on one knee, maintaining his sycophantic tone. "You are truly a benevolent supreme god. Please forgive my foolishness." Louwen scrutinized the god of mischief, perplexed. "Are you not too idle, always plotting mischief here? In the present realm of copies, life is withering. The remaining beings are either mortals of the new world, closely observed by the supreme god, or myths that surpass even him, none of whom Loki could easily manipulate. Consequently, he found himself deprived of the greatest pleasures of divine existence, which indeed could provoke a desire to stir chaos. "I must confess, your majesty, that is precisely the case." Loki answered with a sly grin. "Very well, wait a moment while I see if I can find you some tasks in another realm." With that, Louwen opened a chat group. "The supreme god of the polar night, Davakin, would you like an advisor-type talent?" Davakin, "Absolutely. I've just become the Dragon King and am overwhelmed with tasks. If you say this one is an advisor, they must possess great wisdom." The supreme god of the polar night, "Ah, you need not worry about wisdom. They might just have a penchant for mischief. However, I sense their loyalty towards me, so my orders should not cause you much trouble." Davakin, "No worries. Dragons have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, so there is no shortage of oddities, as long as they can get the job done. By the way, what is the name of the person you're recommending?" The supreme god of the polar night, Loki. Thor, the god of thunder, Loki. The supreme god of the polar night. "Go play with your brother. The Loki I refer to is quite different from your immature sibling." Davakin, "No problem. The god of mischief? I've heard of him in Thor's world. He doesn't seem overly powerful, so he shouldn't cause much of a stir. Recently, I exchanged for a dragon shout called Return of the Flesh, intending to use it across various regions of Skyrim to awaken the long-dead dragons. I'll ask them whether they prefer submission or death." Davakin, "During my absence, let Petunak and Loki manage dragon affairs together." After discussing this with Loki, Louwen instructed him, "Soon, I shall send you to another world where you must assist a dragon king named Loka Akatosh, who typically operates in the guise of a human female." Noting Loki's eager demeanor, Louwen cautioned, "Remember, she is a very dear friend of mine. Sending you to her is my decision, so if you betray her, it is tantamount to betraying me. Consider the consequences of betraying me." Upon hearing this, Loki retracted his usual sycophantic smile, placing his hand over his heart. "Your Majesty, Perhaps my past actions have led to your distrust, but I assure you, I will demonstrate my loyalty. Louwen nodded noncommittally. Your performance will determine that. With a wave of his hand, a beam of white light enveloped Loki, transporting him to the world of the Elder Scrolls. Chapter 58. The Spear of Judgment, the Invincible Electric Princess, Supreme God of the Polar Night. I just encountered someone who looks exactly like me. She claims to be my sister. Is this part of the plot? The Supreme God of the Polar Night. Indeed, it is. This pertains to the Absolute Ability Project I mentioned earlier. The Invincible Electric Princess. What exactly is this Absolute Ability Project? The Supreme God of the Polar Night. I refrained from telling you previously because of your lack of strength. I feared you might act recklessly. Now that you have gained strength and encountered it, I shall explain. The Supreme God of the Polar Night, according to the calculations of the supercomputer designer of Academy City. Among the 7 level 5s, only Accelerator can reach level 6. Based on the designer's projections to eliminate you, the Railgun, he would need to prepare 128 battlefields and kill you 128 times before he could evolve to level 6. However, you're the only Railgun, the Invincible Electric Princess, so they created 128 clones of me. Mikoto Misaka trembled as she sent this message, hoping she was mistaken. Yet, Louwen's subsequent reply shattered her hope. The Supreme God of the Polar Night. How could they? Academy City ISNT capable of mass-producing level 5s. Thus, they developed mass-producible sisters, each of whom is only at level 2. Due to the disparity in strength, Accelerator must eliminate 20,000 sisters to evolve to level 6. I recall that by the end of the plot, the count had reached the 10,032 ND sister. The Invincible Electric Princess. What became of the first 10,031 sisters? The Supreme God of the Polar Night. All were killed by Accelerator. Upon reading Louwen's message, Mikoto Misaka suddenly trembled all over, clutching her shoulders and stifling a gag. Her body crackling with crimson lightning. The Misaka sister wanted to comfort her sister, but hesitated to approach due to the violent electricity. Louwen reassured her, but you need not worry. Since I am aware of the plot, I would never allow such a tragedy to unfold. Remember when I mentioned hunting Accelerator? Under my pursuit, not a single Misaka sister has perished. Mikoto Misaka ceased her trembling and, weeping, embraced the Misaka sister before her. The Misaka sister, taken aback by the sudden hug, wanted to ask something but instead held Mikoto Misaka gently, patting her back. Eventually, after an indeterminate time, Mikoto released the Misaka sister. She wiped her eyes, tenderly stroking the Misaka sister's head, softly declaring, "Soon, this matter will come to an end. I will save my sisters. It is my responsibility as an elder sister." According to the Misaka database, her sister was typically very tsundere. Why would she utter such embarrassing words? Misaka wondered, perplexed. Mikoto Misaka blushed, swiftly regaining her composure. Her foremost desire now was to locate Accelerator. Crimson lightning erupted from within her, soaring into the sky before dispersing in all directions, enveloping the entire Academy City like a dome. Mikoto Misaka utilized this to search for Accelerator's whereabouts. Before long, she locked onto a direction and transformed her body into a bolt of lightning, dashing forth. Meanwhile, Louwen, donned in the same uniform, flew above the city. Glancing at the rapidly moving Mikoto Misaka and then up at the crimson sky composed of raging lightning. This application, though crude and wasteful, inadvertently triggered the correct use of hellish dimensional energy, creating a domain governed by the user. When the dimensional demon Louwen engaged in mutual elbow strikes with Mephisto, his ability to resurrect infinitely stemmed from his assimilation of that area through the campfire, rendering it an extension of his initial fire dimension. Theoretically, any form of dimensional energy could achieve this, provided it was pure dimensional energy. Fortunately, Mikoto Misaka had obtained pure hellish dimensional energy by consuming Mephisto's brain. Although her current method was insufficient to construct a true dimensional domain within Academy City, aside from Alistair and Angel Fall, the others were leagues away from the status of a dimensional master. Thus, achieving this extent sufficed. There was no need to pursue Accelerator. Mikoto Misaka would not lose this battle. While Accelerator's power was formidable, he was not invincible. His ability to manipulate vectors meant he could be defeated in two ways, either by overwhelming force, as even his cunning mind had limitations, or by employing an ability he could not comprehend, thus rendering it unmanageable. And fortuitously, the power capable of penetrating planets, intertwined with dimensional energy, perfectly countered Accelerator. With this thought, Louwen turned his attention away from Mikoto Misaka. While Accelerator was indeed loathsome, those behind the Absolute Ability Project must also be dealt with. Louwen found himself in a quandary. The number of individuals involved in these schemes was overwhelming. Some truly deserved their fate. Yet there were peripheral participants whose transgressions did not warrant such dire consequences. Identifying and distinguishing each individual by their respective crimes proved to be an exceedingly cumbersome task. He removed the halo from atop his head, gently polishing it before placing it back. The halo flickered momentarily, and in that instant, Louwen conceived a solution. He activated the chat group. Supreme deity of the polar night, he declared, I request a single use of Gungnir for cleansing purposes. Dimensional Demon Louwen, 666. The group leader is once again indulging in theatrics. Supreme deity of the polar night, no self-amusement allowed. Thor the Hammer God, 6 Flying Squirrel, 6 Prairie Wolf King, 6 Fallen Angel, you completed your statement. What more is there for us to say? His consciousness briefly returned to his corporeal form, utilizing his powers to conjure a one-time replica of Gungnir, which he dispatched to his physical vessel via the chat group. Upon re-entering the world of magic suppression, Louwen extracted the fabricated Gungnir from the chat, its golden glow enveloped in pure white brilliance. The sun had already set. Louwen raised the Spear of Judgment, gazing upward through the inky night sky at the entities observing him from beyond the celestial realm. He smiled amiably before lowering his gaze to the Academy city below, murmuring, with the scale of my heart, I measure good and evil, piercing through those who ought to perish, judging their sins. He then cast the pristine Spear of Judgment downward, which began to multiply in midair, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, until it corresponded to each individual deserving of their fate. On that day, many researchers, corporate leaders, and high-ranking officials of Academy City were struck down by the divine light raining from above, meeting their demise on the spot. Chapter 59, The Cooperative Church Takes Flight. Gungnir, through the fabric of causality, transcends time and space to pierce its targets. The Spear of Judgment, based on Gungnir, possesses the same effect. However, Louwen did not designate a specific target but rather established a condition based on his own moral compass, aimed at all participants of the Absolute Ability Plan. Should the actions of the judged be deemed worthy of death in Louwen's heart, they would be pierced by the Spear of Judgment. That very night, the Cooperative Church utilized its information channels to announce a significant development. 20,001 clones of Misaka Makoto, known as the Sisters, collectively joined the Cooperative Church. Those unaware of the truth speculated whether the typically righteous Cooperative Church was clandestinely engaging in forbidden cloning research. Before this announcement could spark widespread discussion, the morning news the following day escalated the topic to new heights. The lead story naturally revolved around the explosive news of the many researchers and affluent officials who had been killed, with the Cooperative Church taking responsibility for the incident. Some media outlets interpreted this as the Cooperative Church's dissatisfaction with its current power, seeking to seize ultimate control over Academy City. The second most discussed story was related to the previous two, a student from the Academy, claiming to be an insider of the Absolute Ability Plan, named Tosaka Tokimi, publicly disclosed all the details regarding the plan, including the clones of the railgun and the comprehensive scheme that led to the extermination of 20,000 clones to facilitate Accelerator's evolution to level 6. This revelation muted the voices condemning the Cooperative Church for indiscriminate killings, replaced instead by a fervent outcry against the participants of the plan. After all, such dark deeds conducted in secrecy would typically evade public scrutiny. However, once exposed, especially in such a heinous manner, one could hardly expect to escape censure. Amidst the uproar, in a stronghold resembling a cathedral, the whistleblower Tosaka Tokimi stood nervously at the foot of the steps, while on the platform stood a figure identical to the divine statue, Louwen, who had just finished cleansing the filth. Kind-hearted Supreme Deity, I formally request to join the Cooperative Church, Tosaka Tokimi said, her voice trembling. Your inner goodness has passed my judgment, and your courage to speak out is commendable. The Cooperative Church welcomes your membership, Louwen replied kindly. This girl truly embodied kindness. In the original narrative, through her interactions with the sisters, she realized they were more than mere experimental subjects and began to covertly obstruct the experiments. Ultimately, she had attempted to incite Misaka Makoto to attack relevant facilities but failed to halt the plan. Later, she tried to implant emotions into an individual, intending to influence the entire Misaka network, which succeeded momentarily before the network severed its connection with that individual, resulting in her capture. Miss Tosaka Tokimi, Louwen inquired thoughtfully. Now that the situation has largely concluded, You could easily feign ignorance and continue your previous life. Why then? Have you chosen this moment to disclose information and seek refuge with the cooperative church? Tosaka Tokimi sighed and shook her head. Since this incident began, I have realized I do not belong in the research sector of Academy City. As you said, my inner goodness sets me apart from other researchers. Then you are well suited for the cooperative church. Work diligently, and I believe you shall become the 8th bishop, Louwen remarked as he descended from the platform, gliding towards the exit. Oh, and there is one more thing. The cooperative church has a gathering this evening. Do remember to attend. Unsure of why the supreme deity had specifically mentioned this, Tosaka Tokimi quickly recognized the significance of the event. On the very day the absolute ability plan was exposed, the cooperative church released a groundbreaking announcement in the evening edition of the Academy City newspaper. They declared that, due to the supreme deity's grace, all official members of the cooperative church would see their psychic abilities elevated by 1 level, while the 7 bishops, already at level 4, would be promoted directly to level 5, effectively doubling the number of level 5 psychics in Academy City. However, if this news was shocking, the subsequent announcement by the cooperative church was absurd to the point of incredibility. They proclaimed that all 20,001 clones of the railgun had become apostles of the supreme deity, each corresponding to a psychic ability level of 5. When this announcement was made, everyone believed the upper echelons of the cooperative church had lost their minds, including external personnel, for how could anyone believe in the existence of 20,001 level 5 psychics? Yet the actions that followed by the cooperative church proved their claims to be true. That evening, the church gathered the 20,001 apostles, the sisters, in the most crowded square. Led by the clone designated Misaka 20001, they simultaneously unleashed Misaka Makoto's signature attack, the railgun, firing a staggering 20,001 projectiles into the sky, a spectacle that could only be described as breathtaking. From that moment onward, no one dared to question the veracity of the cooperative church's claims. However, another discussion arose. Someone posed the question, how should the original Misaka Makoto navigate her existence in the presence of 20,001 clones of equal standing? Yet this topic was swiftly quashed. Just a few hours after the simultaneous railgun firing, the original Misaka Makoto appeared in that very square, unleashing a crimson lightning strike towards the heavens, executing a crescent moon strike. Before long, onlookers witnessed the moon, something that had hung in the sky for eons, shatter into fragments. Although the broken moon soon restored itself, as if time had reversed, the evidence of its destruction remained. Videos and photographs from various perspectives captured the moment when the moon was obliterated by a single bolt of lightning. Many speculate that she has ascended to a level beyond 6, yet it is undeniable that Misaka Makoto has rightfully claimed her position as the foremost individual in Academy City. As for the Church of the Unified, which is said to have the ability to rewind time and restore the moon, it is generally accepted that they are excluded from any ranking. After all, gods and mortals cannot be compared. Since that fateful night, Academy City has experienced an unusual tranquility, with no factions daring to disrupt the Church of the Unified during its period of prominence. The Church is now regarded as the most powerful force in Academy City, with the center of authority gradually gravitating towards it, and the governing board has expressed no objections. Chapter 60. A peaceful day in Academy City. Several days have passed since the Church of the Unified publicly demonstrated its strength. Although this event significantly impacted Academy City, the ordinary citizens felt little change in their daily lives. The most noticeable effect was an increase in those aspiring to become formal members of the church, including some opportunistic individuals seeking power. However, due to the stringent qualities required for membership, no one has yet succeeded in joining. The Church of the Unified remains as it always has, refraining from any overstepping, at most issuing a few proposals. For instance, during a gathering, the 3rd bishop of the church, Sada Makako, publicly declared that humans should be treated as humans, not as experimental subjects. Her proposition received unanimous support from the other 6 bishops. In an unprecedented response, the higher-ups of Academy City swiftly enacted a new law. Any individual or organization conducting experiments on humans without their consent or collecting data without their knowledge would be deemed criminal. At first glance, this statement appears flawed. Unauthorized human experimentation has long been condemned, and how could the residents of Academy City, including those with special abilities, be treated as experimental subjects? However, the reality is that most inhabitants of Academy City are indeed viewed as mere test subjects by the authorities, as evidenced by Misaka Makoto's various experiences. Although a faction of these inhumane individuals was recently eliminated by Louwen using the Spear of Judgment, those targeted were merely participants in the Level 6 Shift project. Many others still lurk in the shadows of Academy City, conducting inhumane experiments. Fortunately, the Church of the Unified abhors such practices, and the chairman, Alistair, who has consistently aligned with the Church outside of the Level 6 Shift project, has ceased to tacitly endorse these actions for various reasons. With this thought, Louwen stretched leisurely and walked briskly down the streets of Academy City. Turning around, he spotted an unusual duo, a boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle accompanied by a cute nun with a bite mark on her head. As Louwen passed by, he greeted them. "Ah, good day to you, Kamijitoma and Index." The two instinctively replied, "Hello." Yet, the next moment, the hedgehog-haired boy, the protagonist of the Magical Index series, Kamijitoma, stood frozen, pointing in the direction Louwen had departed, exclaiming in astonishment, "That person, could it be the legendary Index?" Puzzled, glanced at him before continuing to munch on Kamiju's head, saying, "I don't know. Toma, don't distract me, I want to eat." Kamiju Toma was bemused. He was certain he hadn't misidentified the figure. It was indeed the deity worshipped by the Church of the Unified. Index should recognize him as well, given that the deity had never concealed his appearance, and statues of him adorned every Church of the Unified. They had even discussed what kind of being the deity was. Yet Index claimed not to know. However, after a moment of contemplation, Kamiju decided not to dwell on it. After all, it was a god, so some peculiarity was to be expected. His immediate concern was how to remove this bite-marked nun from his head. After greeting the protagonist of this world, Louwen continued on his way. Those around him instinctively made way, yet no one appeared surprised or curious, as if they did not recognize him at all. Feeling fortunate that day, Louwen soon encountered several familiar faces. Misaka Makoto was seen in front of a dessert shop, accompanied by her 3 bonded sisters. Louwen raised his hand in greeting. Hello, ladies." The 4 responded in kind, and soon Misaka Makoto and Sada Makako, the 3rd bishop of the church, were the first to react. Shokuho Misaki and Shirai Kuriko soon followed, expressing their surprise. Not long after, within the nearby dessert shop, Louwen sat surrounded by Misaka Makoto and her 3 sisters, each with a dessert before them. The Church of the Unified can appear at any time and place. I previously thought that was merely an urban legend, yet it is indeed true, Shokuho Misaki whispered to Sada Makako. Louwen glanced at her, explaining, "This is indeed true. I was hunting down Accelerator across various locations in Academy City to thwart the Level 6 Shift project. As you all know, this plan has been implemented in every corner of the city." Feeling slightly embarrassed that Louwen had overheard her quiet remark, Shokuho Misaki smiled shyly. "However, you should still believe in the so-called urban legends, especially those voiced by Sada Makako, as they are likely true." The other 3 turned their gazes towards Sada Makako, who could only smile helplessly in response. "It's just coincidence. It's all coincidence." Misaka Makoto pondered aloud. "It does seem that way. Every urban legend Sadu has mentioned has come true, including several significant events we have experienced." Shirai Kuriko teased Sada Makako. "You can't possibly have a script in your hands, can you?" Upon hearing Shirai Kuriko's jest, Misaka Makoto and Shokuho Misaki chuckled lightly. However, the silence from Louwen and Sada Makako gradually stifled their laughter, prompting Shirai Kuriko to hesitantly inquire, "I can't be right, can I? Actually, I didn't have any abilities before joining the church. It was only after I became a member that I gained my powers, which I have dubbed script mastery. However, even now that I have reached level 5, I can only attain a level akin to urban legends, knowing merely a few details," Sada Makako explained, seemingly unconcerned. "That's already quite impressive," Shokuho Misaki remarked enviously, "and I feel that it transcends the realm of science." Not wanting to linger on the topic, Sada Makako shifted the conversation, asking, "You mentioned that your frequent appearances are due to the Level 6 Shift project. Why are you now strolling about so freely? And how is it that you can walk down the street without inciting a commotion?" Louwen took a bite of the cake in front of him, replying, "You see, it's not that I wish to remain hidden, rather, I have been sealed." "Sealed?" The 4 exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of others in the shop. After apologizing to the onlookers, they quickly lowered their voices to inquire, "Who possesses such power to seal you?" "And this seal, it's not what I think it is." "Is it?" Chapter 61. The beginning of a game of life. The term seal is somewhat figurative. The current situation is that most of my powers have been sealed, rendering them unusable in this world. What I can manage now is merely to adjust the perceptions of others, which explains why people fail to recognize me as I walk down the street. Louwen explained languidly, showing no signs of panic due to his loss of power. As for who sealed me, Misaka Makoto should be able to guess. Upon hearing Louwen mention her name, Misaka Makoto snapped out of her contemplation, only to find herself the focus of 3 intense gazes. Ah, indeed, I harbor some conjectures. It appears that only the demon gods of our world possess the capability to achieve such feats. Louwen nodded in agreement, affirming, I have traversed several worlds inhabited by deities. And only the demon gods from your realm are this sensitive. Like a kitten, they hiss at the slightest touch. It seems I have overindulged in my escapades these past few days, as they have united to strip me of my title. Are you all right with this? Makoto Misaka inquired with concern. It's not a significant issue. You have already established yourself as the strongest in Academy City. And the alliance of mutual aid has also grown stronger. There are hardly any situations in which I need to intervene. As Louwen spoke, his gaze deepened as he looked out the window. If there truly arises a matter that necessitates my intervention, I will have no choice but to use my true form to reclaim my title. After articulating these thoughts, a serene smile returned to his face as he tousled his white hair. Wandering aimlessly through Academy City was not a solution. Louwen contemplated for a moment, removed the halo from his head, and, amidst the puzzled gazes of the 4, transformed his body into particles of light, merging into the halo. The halo, now floating in midair, gradually approached Makoto Misaka, ultimately resting upon her head, swaying gently with her movements. Louwen's voice emanated from within the halo. I am about to depart, and I entrust my body to your care. Although I have been stripped of my title, the immense energy within me remains. Through the halo, you can harness it. As the halo dimmed, just when the 4 thought Louwen had truly left, it brightened once more, and his voice resonated. There is one more thing, when not in use. Please remember to store it safely in a box and maintain it regularly. Do not forget to clean it often. The halo dimmed again, and then, to the inevitable surprise of the 4, it brightened once more. One last matter, in the name of the Alliance's master. Satan Ruko, who had previously worn a casual expression, suddenly turned solemn, quietly awaiting the divine decree. To the bearer of the halo, as if I were present. With these words, the halo dimmed again, and this time, the 4 waited in vain for it to illuminate once more. It was only after this that Satan Ruko's solemn expression faded, replaced by a hint of grievance as she clung to her companion Shirai Kuriko, lamenting, Why would you give this outsider, Misaka-senpai, such a privilege? The master of the Alliance is so biased. This should clearly be a sacred relic of the Alliance. The 3 looked at her with a mix of exasperation. Although they too felt Louwen's actions were somewhat inappropriate, was it truly right for a bishop to speak ill of their deity? Suddenly, Satan Ruko seemed to have an epiphany. With not a single tear shed, she ceased her weeping and gazed excitedly at Makoto Misaka. This made Makoto Misaka feel uneasy, prompting Shirai Kuriko to shield her protectively. My dear sister belongs solely to me. Satan, you ought to quell your inappropriate thoughts. What are you talking about? Satan Ruko retorted, perplexed. I'm not like you pervert. I was planning to invite Misaka-senpai to join the Alliance. Me? Makoto Misaka pointed at herself, perplexed. Satan Ruko sighed, realizing. It seems you are quite unaware of your own qualities, Misaka-senpai. Let us analyze this. Raising 4 fingers, Satan Ruko elaborated on the 4 principles of the Alliance. Unity, mutual assistance, loyalty, and inclusivity. Take your interactions with friends, for instance. The first principle of unity is unequivocally satisfied. You have always been united with us. She retracted a finger. The second principle of mutual assistance. If we were to face difficulties or dangers, would you abandon us out of fear? Of course not. Makoto Misaka replied without hesitation. Satan Ruko nodded in satisfaction and retracted another finger. Now for the third principle, loyalty. Do you believe that Misaka-senpai would betray you? Absolutely not. How could she do such a thing? Shirai Kuriko exclaimed. Do not utter such words. I trust that even if I were to betray her, my dear sister would never forsake me. Satan Ruko now pointed to Makoto Misaka with the last remaining finger. Finally, the principle of inclusivity. I have first-hand experience with this. Once, as a level 5, you embraced me, a mere level 0, along with Shirai's occasional whims, and even the weight of a single pair. Shirai Kuriko, agitated, interjected. I believe that Misaka-senpai is not sufficiently inclusive. She refuses to let me share a bed with her, to bathe together, or to touch her with a flushed face. Makoto Misaka promptly incapacitated Shirai Kuriko with a jolt of electricity as her excitement grew. In any case, Misaka-senpai, please join our alliance. With your connection to the Misaka Apostles, and coupled with the Master's sacred relic, you might even become a saint of our alliance. Satan Ruko exclaimed with enthusiasm. Makoto Misaka hastily shook her head, declaring, No, I think I shall refrain from joining. Why not? Satan Ruko questioned, scratching her head in confusion. Because I am far too familiar with Louwen, your master. Makoto Misaka mused. Consider this, Satan. If one day Shirai became a figure akin to your master, and you were her follower, revering and praising her daily, how would you feel? Before Satan Ruko could respond, Shirai Kuriko's face turned crimson, and she covered her face, exclaiming, That sounds terribly embarrassing. See, that's exactly it. Makoto Misaka pointed at Shirai Kuriko. Satan Ruko fell into contemplation, and the atmosphere around the table quieted. With nothing better to do, Makoto Misaka opened a chat group. Kong, after days and nights of battle, we finally emerged victorious. Bye. It's been ages since I've been embroiled in such a fierce struggle. Is our opponent truly human? The invincible electric princess. What is happening? Kong, someone sent an email challenging us both, and the opponent was extraordinarily powerful. To the point we nearly lost. Bye, brother. Kong, sister, hold on. We must celebrate this hard-fought victory. Bye. But brother, someone is emerging from the screen. Chapter 62. Beneath the 10 Commandments of Divine Authority, the invincible electric princess. Kong, bye, are you still there? The supreme god of Polar Night. It appears we have been teleported by their world's god of games. The invincible electric princess. They have gods in their world as well? I always thought it was devoid of the extraordinary, like the world of Flying Mouse. The supreme god of Polar Night. Their world is somewhat unique. There were originally several deities, but now only one remains. However, I shall elaborate on that later. For now, I intend to explore their world. A realm dictated entirely by games seems fascinating. In the realm of game life, outside the planet Disboard, as Kong descended rapidly, he received a message prompt from the chat group. The supreme god of Polar Night has requested to enter your world. Do you agree? Kong exchanged glances with Bai. This is splendid news. It's the group leader. We are saved. Without hesitation, he accepted the request. In a flash of white light, Louwen appeared beside Kong, calmly descending with them toward the ground. Upon witnessing Louwen's sudden appearance, the god of games, Tet, paused momentarily before a radiant smile spread across his face. The merrier when it comes to games. Allow me to explain the fundamental rules of this world. Ignoring Kong's frantic cries for help, Louwen listened with interest as Tet introduced. Welcome to the world of Disboard, where everything is determined by simple games. Tet gestured toward a towering game piece that reached toward the heavens. I reside there as a deity. You may call me Tet. Everything in this world is governed by games, whether it be life or borders. Stop chatting and help us. Kong shouted in despair. Louwen merely waved his hand dismissively, reassuringly saying, Fear not. It's not as perilous as it seems. You won't fall to your demise. Tetu continued to expound on his own. Everything in this world is governed by 10 sacred covenants. The first prohibits all forms of killing, war, and plunder. The second dictates that all disputes be resolved through games. The third requires that the stakes of the games be equal. The fourth states that the content and stakes of the games are unrestricted. The fifth allows the challenged party to determine the game content. The sixth mandates that oaths sworn to the covenant must be upheld. The seventh necessitates that group disputes appoint a full representative. The eighth declares that any exposed cheating results in immediate loss. The ninth asserts that these rules remain eternally unchanged in the name of the divine. As they approached the ground, Sora cried out for help, while clutching his sister tightly and turning to cushion her fall. Louwen adjusted his posture as he neared the earth, slowing down to land smoothly, while Sora, who embraced Bai, fell heavily. When the dust settled, Sora incredulously touched his body, finding himself unscathed and free of pain. Finally, the 10th covenant was proclaimed. Let everyone play together in peace. After stating these rules, Tetu hopped over to Louwen, tugging at his sleeve with a cheerful tone. Almighty yet unfamiliar deity, shall we engage in a game? Louwen pondered for a moment before readily agreeing. Certainly, what shall be the stakes? If I win, you must adhere to the rules of this world. Namely, these 10 covenants. Should I lose, I shall share with you the authority of the one true God. Tetu articulated the terms of the wager. If I lose, I shall abide by the rules of this world. If I win, my authority as the one true God will be established on the foundation of these 10 covenants. Thus I shall actively uphold them. Louwen gazed at Tetu in disbelief, questioning if he was truly someone who relished breaking the rules. After all, your strength is overwhelming. Tedu playfully remarked. Very well, I accept your challenge. A radiant smile adorned Louwen's face. According to the fifth covenant, the content of the game is determined by the challenger, correct? Tedu nodded reluctantly, sensing an ominous premonition of defeat as the one true god. His instincts hinted at the future. Once Tetu affirmed, Louwen's form became uncertain in the eyes of Sora and Tetu, his very existence and actions rendered elusive. This manifestation of Louwen was witnessed by the siblings only once before, during a game when they opened a treasure chest using the fateful spindle. Swear to the covenant. Both Louwen and Tetu declared simultaneously, raising their hands. Let us keep it simple, Louwen suggested, producing a coin and proposing a heads or tails guess. He placed the coin in a box, shook it, and encouraged Tetu to make his guess. Tails, Tetu confidently responded. Having discerned the coin's side from the sound of its collision with the box, a trivial challenge for him. I choose heads, Louwen declared. As the box opened, Tetu's previously confident demeanor crumbled, muttering in disbelief. How can this be? It was tails to begin with. Louwen remained calm, allowing Tetu to ponder. Having refrained from any interference in the game, save for a slight alteration in probability. However, Louwen rationalized that this did not constitute cheating. A stroke of luck could hardly be deemed as such. Very well, a wager must be honored. What is your name? Louwen, he replied. In the name of the one true god Tetu, I bestow upon Louwen equal authority under the 10 covenants, effective immediately. Tetu proclaimed, holding the star cup. Gradually, his figure faded, but not before waving farewell to Sora. I look forward to meeting you again in the near future. After watching Tetu depart, Louwen gazed at a dragon's spirit soaring in the distance, raising Gungnir, which had appeared in his hand, only to lower it silently. Noticing the astonished expressions of Sora and Bai, he softly explained, I have grown accustomed to this. I momentarily forgot that we reside in a world dictated by games. With a wave of his hand, a helicopter materialized before them, eliciting further astonishment from the siblings. Louwen elaborated, the supreme authority granted to me by Tetu allows me to do anything except interfere with the 10 covenants. Since those covenants primarily govern interactions among sentient beings, my authority remains boundless as long as it does not involve them. Taking the pilot's seat of the helicopter, Louwen beckoned to the siblings, come aboard, do not hesitate. I shall take you to the nearest human settlement. Sora, trembling, clung to the equally apprehensive Bai as they boarded the helicopter, recalling Louwen's penchant for playing pranks, particularly the frequent joke about crashing. The possibility of him deliberately crashing them for amusement was not lost on them. Chapter 63, the story of the world of game life long ago, in a distant past. The gods wagered the absolute dominion of the world and the singular divine throne, engaging in an eternal struggle alongside their progenitor, the Creator. The prolonged and tragic conflict, marked by the obliteration of skies, seas, lands, and stars, abruptly concluded without a declared victor. Thus, the only deity who retained power and observed from the sidelines emerged victorious without a fight, claiming the singular divine throne, Tetu, once known as the god of games. Seated upon the divine throne, the deity proclaimed, with all your might, with violence and force, you who claim to possess intellect, answer me. What distinguishes you from the mindless beasts? In a world ravaged by chaos, all arguments are rendered futile. And thus the deity decreed, prohibit all forms of harm and plunder across the heavens and earth. 16 races that profess to possess wisdom exhaust your intellect, wisdom, talents, and resources to construct the Tower of Intellect and prove your sentience. Before them stood a weathered bandit, sharp-eyed and resolute. I see, he remarked. And thus this realm transformed into a world where everything is determined by games, governed by the 10 covenants. As Sora recorded information on his phone, he murmured to himself. So we did crash after all. Louwen's explanation was, I truly did not intend to play a prank. Is it not normal to crash while piloting a helicopter for the first time? Though they suffered no tangible injuries, Sora and Bai were still startled. Not long after exiting the wreckage, they encountered a band of bandits, bound by the covenants. Even the bandits were required to engage in a game rather than simply robbing them. The outcome was evident. The bandits stood no chance against the siblings. And after suffering defeat, they were compelled to recount the background of this world to the trio. Indeed, but wait, what is the matter? Please, at least spare us a pair of trousers. They pleaded. According to the 6th covenant, the stakes of the sworn oath must be honored. You wagered everything you had. We wagered everything we siblings possess. Should you lose, you must comply. After stating this, the siblings ignored the sobbing bandits, leaving them a bowl before following Louwen towards the nearest human settlement. The background story recounted by the bandits held some truth, yet not all was entirely accurate. As they walked, Louwen, seeking to alleviate his boredom, decided to share the true nature of this tale with Sarah and Bai. In ages past, there existed a mythical era, during which the foremost divine beings among the 16 races engaged in a great conflict for the Star Cup, a symbol of the one true God. In this war, they created their respective races, aside from humans. What of humanity? Bai inquired. Humanity was not created by any divine entity, but rather evolved just as your original world did. Although endowed with intelligence akin to other races, they lack the ability to wield the essence of magic. What is this essence? It is the source of extraordinary capabilities in this world, akin to what one might understand as magical power. In this war, which threatens to shatter the very fabric of existence, humanity possesses no extraordinary abilities and has no time to advance their technology. They flee from attacks that could obliterate them at any moment. Yet they lack the means to resist. In that era, even the black ash generated by the war was enough to claim human lives. And then, let us speak of humanity's accomplishments in this conflict, said Kong to Louwen. Louwen gazed at Kong in astonishment. The average person would surely think that merely surviving until the war's end was an achievement for humanity. Why do you speak of them with such confidence? Because I am human, I comprehend our potential. Are you not as well? Kong looked towards the sky and continued. The tale recounted by that mountain bandit never once mentioned humanity, yet in your narrative, the focus has persistently remained upon them. Humanity must have accomplished something monumental to be cast as the protagonists in your story. Louwen examined his own hands. Indeed, I have always believed in humanity. I shall not delve into the details of the tale, but to summarize, humanity utilized its intellect to collaborate with powerful races, directing the strongest attacks from several formidable species to breach the elven corridors located within the planet's core. Did humanity prevail? If so, why is the game God the sole deity and not the god of humanity? Humanity triumphed, yet not entirely. The Star Cup did indeed manifest before the humans who orchestrated it all. Ironically, however, humanity's physical frailty rendered them incapable of even a mere touch. In the story's conclusion, the architect of it all, Rick, resolved to entrust the Star Cup to the game god, whose response cemented their role as the singular deity of this world. Establishing 10 covenants. A sharp-witted remark from Bai. It seems as though Tetu is the god of opportunism. In truth, it is not quite so. Rick, like Kong, has a profound love for games. Louwen gazed at Bai, momentarily envisioning Rick and Sho Bai, for in the anime, Bai and Rick share identical visages. Under the 10 covenants established by Tetu, humanity acquired the means to compete with other races. While those powerful races accustomed to using brute force began to falter under these new conditions, leading humanity to emerge as the most prominent race after the war. However, in recent years, as other races grew accustomed to the current rules and began employing their abilities in the game, humanity is on the verge of reverting to their previous plight. How so? Kong raised an eyebrow and inquired. Due to the disparity between humanity and other races. Even when the latter cheats, it becomes exceedingly difficult for humanity to detect it. For instance, the elven race can directly manipulate human thoughts with magic, a feat humanity, devoid of the ability to wield essence, cannot perceive. Presently, Louwen stands before a city-state, and humanity's dominion has dwindled to this solitary place. Bai widened his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, such a devastating loss. How many can this diminutive city possibly accommodate? 10,000, or perhaps a mere 100,000. Then Bai quickly relaxed, murmuring, is this a world where everything is dictated by the game? If so, Kong and Bai simultaneously lifted their heads. If it is a game, then Bai shall never know defeat. Excellent. How spirited. Louwen applauded. You young ones have grasped the essence of this world. Now, embark upon your novice quest to become the kings of humanity. Bai exclaimed. Chapter 64. Louwen's probability game in the kingdom of Elzia. Within the capital Elzia, lies an inn constructed upon a lake. You cannot be serious in asking Bai and me to become kings. Do you expect us to fight our way into the palace by playing games with the guards? Kong queried Louwen, visibly perplexed. Not quite. You fail to understand the current state of the kingdom. Louwen pointed to a nearby table where a red-haired girl and a veiled purple-haired girl were engaged in a card game. The purple-haired girl, with a calm demeanor, urged the red-haired girl across from her. Do you see that person? Which one? Kong asked, puzzled. The one with the largest bosom. Kong suddenly comprehended. Oh, that one. I see her. What of her? She is, in fact, the princess of this realm. However, due to the late king's dying wish that the next monarch be crowned for being humanity's greatest gambler, she is compelled to participate in the king's election through gambling. Kong gently patted Bai's head, whispering, so even the king's fate is decided by games? How fascinating. Are you ready, sister? Bai nodded yes. Let us complete the novice quest to become kings. But first, we must acquire some funds. Kong fixed his gaze on a heavily made-up woman at a table, her purse brimming with coins. Louwen, seeing that the game had commenced, found a table along the lakeside corridor, producing a golden sword from his spatial storage, which he plunged into the floor beside him. Now, anyone is welcome to challenge me. The rules are simple. Louwen produced 3 dice in a box, shaking the dice within it. I shall call out a number. If I guess correctly, I win. If I guess incorrectly, the challenger wins. The spectators in the corridor murmured, sensing that this individual was practically giving away money by proposing such a disadvantageous game. So, who will step forth to challenge me? Whoever wins shall claim this golden sword beside me. However, should you lose, you must provide me with a task. If I deem it worthy, you may leave. If I find it lacking, Louwen gestured towards the lake, you will jump in. I shall. A slender youth took a seat opposite Louwen. Swear an oath to the covenant. They spoke in unison. I guess it is 3. Before the opponent could even begin to shake the box, Louwen leisurely stated and gestured for the slender youth to proceed. The youth, wearing a confident smile, swiftly shook the box and gently set it upon the table. As one corner of the box gradually opened, a die revealing a 1 emerged. Then, the youth nervously revealed the second die, which showed a 2. Observing this, the youth's anxious expression swiftly vanished, replaced by raucous laughter. Ha! With 1 die remaining, if you can best me with a single roll, I shall swallow all 3 dice on the spot. While the youth continued to laugh boisterously, Louwen revealed the 3rd die, eliciting gasps from the gathered crowd as the final die precariously leaned against the box wall. Showing no number face up, the youth said nothing, merely seized the 3 dice and shoved them into his mouth, prompting Louwen to applaud and praise. Well done. Next to challenge was a voluptuous woman who approached Louwen, embracing her ample bosom as she spoke. Swear an oath to the covenant. They exchanged vows, and Louwen again presented the 3 dice, proclaiming, I guess it is 6. The woman shook the box twice and set it down, confident she had rolled a number above 6. With assurance, she opened the box, revealing the 3 dice which summed to precisely 6. Please, commence your performance. The woman did not rise from her seat. Instead, she leaned forward, lowering her garments to reveal her chest, seductively declaring, handsome boy. Louwen remained unfazed, declaring, poor performance. You may leap into the lake. No, my allure cannot be constrained by the covenant. The woman shouted as she vaulted over the railing and plunged into the water. Next, a burly man took a seat across from Louwen, his eyes glimmering with intelligence. Swear an oath to the covenant. I guess 9. The box opened, revealing 3 threes. Do you have a task? Louwen inquired. I have a tale to tell. The burly man motioned for me to come closer, and our heads leaned together over the table. With a glimmer of anticipation in my eyes, he whispered, let me share a joke with you. I am without tasks. I applauded, exclaiming, fool. I should have said you had a good task, but since you fooled me, it's a poor one. Jump down. The man's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he leaped into the water. Is anyone else here? If not, I shall close up shop, I announced to the surrounding crowd. Yet, as they exchanged glances, no one stepped forward. Finally, a girl with a well-proportioned figure and a bashful demeanor sat before me, pledging her oath. I guess it's 7. I speculated. The girl shook a box, declaring, I'm not here to win. I merely wish to entertain everyone. Upon hearing her words, I adjusted the probability back to normal. The box opened to reveal 2 threes on the first 2 dice, and the girl nervously revealed the last die. Though she sought to entertain, winning would be preferable. Alas, the final die showed a 1. She sighed, rose, and proclaimed, in that case, I shall perform 32 consecutive backflips. Thereupon, she rapidly executed flips down the corridor, a remarkable feat for an ordinary human. The onlookers and I cheered, bravo, what a performance. Do it again. The girl's excitement grew with our applause. She quickened her pace and, before long, had flipped to the end of the corridor and leapt into the lake. I approached the edge, observing her floating on the water's surface, wiping her face, and said, well done. This sword is yours. With that, I turned and walked towards the inn. At that moment, I had won a bag of coins from the heavily made-up woman and secured 2 rooms. Once reunited, We stood aside, watching the duel between the red-haired Princess Stephanie and the purple-haired Claremy. I patted the head of Bai, who was busily recording the duel on her phone, and casually made my way to a corner of the tavern. There, a hooded girl intently stared at Claremy. I waved my hand in front of her, and she turned to face me. "Who are you?" she inquired. I gazed at the girl, whose eyes bore the emblem of the Sylvan Empire, and simply stated, "I merely wish to see your eyes." With that, I turned and departed. Chapter 65, blank. As the king, that night, I sat in my own room, contemplating my future endeavors in this world. In truth, blank did not require my assistance in this game-determined realm, even amidst cataclysmic beginnings that could lead humanity to splendor. My purpose for being here was to experience a world devoid of slaughter and plunder, where everything was dictated by the game. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that I was merely engaging with traditional games like cards and chess. What I truly cherished were video games. I had little interest in these conventional pastimes and lacked the skill to play them, relying solely on my unparalleled luck to prevail. Yet, it seemed the Orc Kingdom had some virtual reality games. Perhaps I could explore them when time permitted. I intended to stay for a few days before departing, but I did not wish to leave empty-handed. Once blank ascended to the throne, perhaps Artabanheim would pass through Elzia, and I could see if I could acquire some of the celestial winged beings from there. Although their prowess was not particularly pronounced during the chaotic Fimbulwinter, they would enhance the diversity of creatures within my dungeons. I had always enjoyed collecting exotic beings, such as the fantastical beasts from the world of a certain magical index and the dimensional deities from the Marvel Universe. My original plan was to gather them from my own dungeon realm, yet due to various circumstances, they had ultimately become part of my being. Speaking of which, perhaps I could also draw Mephisto into my dungeon. The extraordinary beings from Blue Star would surely be thrilled to discover yet another dungeon awaiting them. As I pondered, a resounding crash and the trembling of the walls interrupted my thoughts. I glanced towards the source of the noise, which emanated from the adjacent blank S room. The commotion soon ceased, and I chose to ignore it. After the disturbance, my contemplative mood dissipated, and I resolved to retire for the night. Just as I settled onto the bed, another thunderous noise erupted from next door. I recalled that this was likely the aftermath of Princess Stephanie's awkward proclamation of affection towards blank after losing a game of rock, paper, scissors, resulting in both awkwardly colliding with the wall. However, knowing the cause was one thing. Being disturbed by the noise while residing next door was quite another. I kicked open blank's door to find him sprawled over Stephanie, groping her. "You shameless fool. You've barely met this girl, and here you are, getting handsy right in front of your sister. How brazen," I remarked, my tone calm. "Though you call me a shameless fool, I assure you it's not as you presume." Blank feigned composure in response. Stephanie, realizing what was happening, let out a mortified scream and kicked blank out of the room. I glanced back to see him cowering with his arms over his head, trembling and repeatedly muttering about Private Marseille. Inside, I found Bai, who had been similarly affected, continuously calling out for her brother. It seemed the notion that blank would automatically become a chaotic force upon departing 10 meters was indeed true. Witnessing this iconic scene, I seized blank and tossed him back into the room. The reunited siblings collapsed into each other's arms, weeping. "Rest well. You have a tough battle ahead tomorrow," I said before closing the door behind me. The following day, in the kingdom's hall, the bald minister announced to the gathered populace, "In accordance with the late king's wishes, we shall crown Claremy as the new king of Elzia. Those with objections may voice them, otherwise silence will be met with a pound of pears." Blank and Stephanie stood in the crowd as people parted to create a path. Blank raised his phone, playing a clip from Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, proclaiming, "I have an objection. A significant objection." The bald minister on stage was taken aback, hastily responding, "Does this mean you wish to challenge her?" Blank affirmed with a nod, and the trio ascended the stage. Claremy frowned at them, remarking, "So, due to my defeat, you send your servants to face me? This is hardly a place for children to play, Stephanie." Blank replied nonchalantly, "Nor is it a place to hand over the throne to a fraud." He raised his phone before Claremy, ensuring she could clearly see the images, particularly those depicting the reliance on foreign powers. Then he leaned towards his sister, whispering, "Bai, have you found it?" Bai scrolled through her phone's gallery, finally pausing on an image of a hooded girl. Claremy glanced at the phone, perplexed by its significance. "You don't understand? Listen closely," Blank declared, turning to the crowd with outstretched arms. "If someone who colludes with the Sylvan race gains victory through magic, then this kingdom is doomed." The crowd murmured in concern. At that moment, I addressed the surrounding spectators, How can a human kingdom permit Sylvan beings to participate in its elections? Seizing the opportunity, I instantly teleported to the opposite side of the hall, altering my appearance and voice. Utilizing Sylvan magic is outright cheating. I then repeated the maneuver to another side. She colludes with the Sylvan race. She must be a puppet propped up by them. We cannot allow her to become king. After delivering my message, I vanished again, covering my mouth and adopting yet another voice. But who could possibly take the throne? Louwen transformed once more, lowering his voice. Isn't it quite evident? The pair of siblings beside the princess exposed the con artist's deceit and unraveled the magic of the forest spirits. Moreover, I am aware of their exceptional gambling skills. They are indeed the rightful candidates for the new king. Finally, Louwen reverted to his original appearance and voice, raising both hands and passionately shouting, "Kongbai, to be king! Kongbai, to be king!" Initially taken aback, the surrounding crowd soon joined in, chanting, "Kongbai, to be king! Kongbai, to be king!" Those further away, puzzled yet intrigued by the sheer number of supporters, also began to shout, "Kongbai, to be king! Kongbai, to be king!" With a look of exasperation, Kong raised a hand to quell the crowd. Once they quieted, he spoke, "You are too kind, but how can I possibly be king? It simply does not adhere to protocol. I support Kongbai." "Me too. So do I." The crowd echoed their support, with Louwen only having initiated the chant. "Alas, you have put me in quite the predicament." Kong suppressed a chuckle, gesturing toward the crowd and adding, "Very well, even though everyone desires me as king, we must respect the late king's wishes." Together, Kong and Bai pointed toward Cromie, declaring, "We challenge you." Chapter 66, The Battle of Kings. However, should we not expel that assistant before the contest begins? Kong suggested, with Bai indicating a hooded girl beside Louwen. At that moment, the girl's companion, Stephanie, apologized and removed the hood, revealing her exquisite features and the forest spirit's characteristic long ears. The crowd gasped in astonishment, instinctively distancing themselves from the forest spirit girl. Amidst the throng, Louwen seized the opportunity to incite further agitation, stating, "See, I was not mistaken. Cromie is undoubtedly a puppet supported by the forest spirits. Only Kongbai is fit to be our king." Kong, with a piercing gaze and a calm voice, addressed the enchanting con artist. "Ah, the captivating Miss Con Artist. Are you not going to assist your friend?" Understanding dawned upon Kong. They had conspired with an unknown forest spirit to frame him as an enemy of the human race. With a sly grin, he mused that this excuse was rather clever. "You should take your leave, forest spirit assistant." Upon hearing Cromie's words, the elfin girl remained silent, merely pulling up her hood and hastening away. Cromie turned to Kongbai and remarked, "Well, now we are finally prepared." Kongbai nodded in agreement. "According to the covenant, I shall determine the game, and it will be one devoid of any possibility for cheating." This was a falsehood, for Kongbai had already learned from Louwen that Cromie would continue to employ the magic of the forest spirits to cheat in the forthcoming game. However, Kongbai remained unfazed. "Why abandon your favorite card game? My reluctance to pursue the truth is rather gentle. But I must caution you," Kong said, snapping a photo of Cromie with his phone, "for reasons unbeknownst to you. Cheating is utterly impossible this time." He subtly glanced at the crowd below, then turned his phone to reveal the picture to Cromie. "You do not photograph well. A bit more smiling would make you far more charming." In response, Cromie simply stated, "Let us change the venue for the competition. On the streets of Elzia." Louwen donned a top hat while driving a carriage pulled by a horse also adorned with a top hat. As for the original driver's whereabouts, who could say? Perhaps he merely overslept. To be frank, I harnessed the power of the forest spirits to secure the rights to survival for the human race. Once a minimal territory is acquired, I shall sever ties with the forest spirits. Kongbai emitted a non-committal hum. Cromie, sensing Kongbai's indifference, grew anxious. "Consider this carefully. The human race can only survive through the protection of another nation. Henceforth, we must abandon all competitions and isolate ourselves." Laughter erupted from outside the carriage, followed by Louwen's sheepish voice. "Do not mind us. Please continue." Cromie, now visibly impatient, asserted, "I rely on the magic of the forest spirits from the greatest nation, Elvengard. No matter the race, it cannot be undone. And you, what do you have? That person outside the carriage? No, he cannot possibly be human." Before Cromie could finish, a commotion erupted outside the carriage. "You're a liar. You're not human. I'm from Earth, and you dare say I am not human?" Cromie was bewildered by the fervor of the unidentified individual outside, but her primary concern remained Kongbai's perspective. She continued to persuade him. You cannot defeat me. So withdraw from the game. I swear I will not become a puppet of the forest spirits. Kong appeared contemplative. Survival under the aegis of a great power was indeed a sound strategy. Cromie, beaming with delight, urged, in that case, retreat. However, Kongbai's expression hardened, and he retorted, what we, Kongbai, cherish most is to declare to those who believe they possess absolute advantage. Cromie and Stephanie stared in disbelief at the two celebrating their successful jest. At that moment, Louwen's voice broke through. Everyone, we have arrived. Please disembark. After notifying those in the carriage, Louwen removed his top hat and tossed it casually onto the carriage. Upon removing the hat, Louwen's demeanor transformed dramatically, and he naturally approached Kongbai to enter alongside them. Traversing the lengthy corridor into the arena, Louwen leaped onto the judge's stand. He patted the bald minister, the judge, on the shoulder and gestured behind him. The bald minister instinctively descended from the judge's seat. Thus, Louwen seamlessly assumed the role of judge. Neither the original judge nor Cromie nor Stephanie sensed any irregularity. Yet, Kongbai and his sibling gazed in astonishment at Louwen on the judge's stand. Kong scratched his head and inquired, why are you on the judge's stand? What a silly question. I am the judge, of course I must be on the judge's stand, Louwen replied matter-of-factly. Oh, when did you become the judge? Why ask so much? The duel is about to commence. Listen closely to the rules. Louwen pointed towards Cromie, who sat opposite the Kongbai siblings. At that moment, Cromie began explaining the game's rules. Our match will be chess, but not just any chess. This is chess where the pieces possess consciousness. When commands are issued, the pieces will act accordingly. Having explained the rules, Kongbai indicated their intent to enter as a pair, while Cromie responded with indifference, her face adorned with a confident smile. Stemming from her faith in the magic of the forest spirits, even in their absence, she believed she could still manipulate the game. Unbeknownst to Cromie, the instant Louwen took his place on the judge's stand, the arena became isolated from the outside world in every conceivable manner. On the chessboard, all that should not exist was banished, and from this moment forth, Cromie and the Kongbai siblings would engage in a fair match, with Louwen impartially supervising the game. Seeing that both parties were prepared, Louwen spread his arms wide and announced in a resounding voice, then, let the match commence. Let us pledge to the covenant. Cromie and the Kongbai siblings spoke in unison. Initially, Kongbai found himself somewhat disoriented in this confrontation. The rules stated that the pieces possessed self-awareness, meaning that commands leading to the piece's demise would not be executed. Consequently, it was impossible to achieve strategic objectives through the sacrifice of pieces as one would in traditional chess. Such maneuvers would only be feasible if morale soared to near manic levels. Fortunately, Louwen, from his position as judge, had dispelled the magic enhancing Cromie's pieces, preventing them from executing such commands. Thus, both parties find themselves on equal footing, and the question of who will emerge victorious hinges on their leadership capabilities, charisma, and regal demeanor. Chapter 67, The White Pieces. What happened to the promised strike? In a fair contest, Cromie cannot triumph over the blank. After keenly observing Cromie's and White's maneuvers, Kong swiftly comprehended the correct strategy for this game. He rallied the entire army, lifting White onto the railing to sit, then bellowed to the pieces below that any soldier who achieves merit in this war would be granted, by the power of the king, the right to engage with the woman of their choice. Even though Louwen was already aware of Kong's strategy, he couldn't help but applaud his remarkable wisdom. Moreover, the soldiers on the front lines, should they achieve victory, would be relieved of military service, exempt from taxes for life, and assured a pension from the state. Therefore, young men, do not perish. You must return alive for your families and loved ones. Witnessing the soaring morale of the white pieces, Louwen could only utter, brilliant. The pieces, though not human, possessed their own consciousness, which meant that Kong could freely issue promises of post-war benefits without fear of failing to deliver. From this moment forth, the turn-based chess game officially transformed into a real-time strategy contest. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion, without magical deceit. Cromie faced the overwhelming momentum of the white pieces and could only anticipate defeat. Do you understand the essence of justice? Justice has but one standard. Kong cradled White's adorable face, proclaiming that cuteness is justice. Should you win this war, you shall have a charming king. Hence, the entire army charged forth to behead the enemy king. With Kong's command, even the white king and queen roared forward, sweeping away all of Cromie's pieces. At this juncture, Louwen, smiling, gestured toward the blank. The victor of this match was blank. What power of a race did you rely upon? Cromie approached the podium where the blank stood, questioning whether mere humanity could shield against the magic of the forest spirits. Is there a problem? The fact remains, you have underestimated humanity. Louwen stepped down from the referee's seat to join the blank on the podium. He scrutinized Cromie, glancing at her features, and sighed. Another king who fails to understand the human heart. Utilizing the power of the forest spirits is not inherently wrong, Kong stated calmly, though his voice grew somber. However, I find your perspective unappealing. To think one cannot survive without the protection of the forest spirits is rather pitiful, is it not? Yet, before Cromie could respond, Kong interrupted her. Humanity has its own methods, such as governing the gods or repelling magic with human strength. Kong discreetly cast a glance at Louwen, who was smiling at them. Kong had always believed in humanity, confident in their boundless potential. A conviction that grew stronger as they joined the chat group and witnessed the prowess of humans across various worlds. How is that possible? Cromie could not fathom how mere humans could repel magic. You may think as you wish, but that is merely your opinion, Kong declared resolutely. Regardless of whether the opponent be a forest spirit or a deity, the word defeat does not exist in my lexicon. With that, Kong yanked off Cromie's veil, lifting her chin to meet her gaze, insisting, do not underestimate humanity. However, to everyone's surprise, the seemingly cold Queen Cromie, after being caught off guard by Kong, collapsed to the ground, sobbing like a child. She was not underestimating, she was earnest. Without glancing at the flustered Kong or the comforting White, Louwen suddenly flashed outside. He addressed the deity, Tedu, who was intently watching the match from midair. How do you find this contest, singular god? Tedu stroked his chin, pondering before responding, mediocre. For Kong and White, this is merely a standard performance. Frankly, your interference has robbed this match of the original plot's brilliance. Louwen raised an eyebrow. You are aware of the original plot? Tedu, scratching the back of his head, replied, after all, I am the singular god of this world. I can sense fluctuations in the lines of fate. Thus, I used my authority to glance at the original plot, where the true essence of humanity's admirable qualities is revealed. Louwen shot him a sidelong glance. Am I not human? Am I truly not human? Tedu flipped over to face Louwen, scrutinizing him for a long while before concluding. I cannot discern. You may be human, yet you also seem not to be. Hearing this, Louwen felt displeased. Then let me ask you, are you male or female? If you were female, what would you say? After the match concluded, in the same royal hall, the bald minister announced, thus, due to this individual, Kong has achieved ultimate victory in the selection battle. I trust there will be no challengers? Seeing no objections, the bald minister continued, therefore, according to the late king's wishes, we shall crown the new king of Elzia, Kong. Wait. The objection rang out again, and the bald minister's eyes widened in surprise. Another one? However, this time it was the blank who objected. Kong, stroking White's head, addressed the bald minister. It is not Kong. It is blank. We are both Kong together. The kingship belongs to us both. The bald minister, with a serious expression, refused. Unfortunately, that is impossible. According to the 10 Articles of the Covenant, a sole representative must be established. Thus, two individuals cannot rule. Kong stroked his chin, proposing a compromise. Then let us share responsibilities. Externally, I shall represent a pound of pears. The youthful voice chimed in as White raised her concern. If brother becomes king, he will establish a harem and no longer need me. Externally, I am the king. This way, there will be no objections. The bald minister, astonished by the siblings' audacious maneuver, pondered for a moment before announcing, understood, let me redeclare. A pound of pears. Kong reiterated his counter. Wait, my sister, how could you jest so? This is truly remarkable. He bent down, gazing into his sister's eyes. Are we to face a rain of bullets? White, with utmost seriousness, declared, absolutely. The two announced in unison, today, we shall surely surpass you. Chapter 68, The Crowning of Blank. As the royal siblings on stage began to quarrel over the external position to the extent of resorting to a game, the crowd murmured, their whispers mingling with both harmonious and discordant voices. Let them fight, let them fight. Hee hee, I adore sibling duels. Gwa. To witness the clash of the blank siblings is worth any price. Oh, let the kings battle, let them consume their kin for the coveted Iron Throne. Kong. For your happiness as a man, envision the splendid Crystal Palace and triumph over your sister. Tedu pushed Louwen aside, shouting toward the stage. Go White. Do it for the sake of preventing Kong from straying, to guard against third parties intruding upon your bond, for the purity of your sibling love, Challenge your brother. Louwen tossed Tetu aside and shouted toward the stage. Hearing such impassioned words, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, and amidst the heightened atmosphere, the Blank siblings commenced their ultimate showdown. 3 days later, within the hall, the match between the Blank siblings had reached a standstill, and as of now, it remained a tie. The bald minister sat languidly in his chair, a crown resting upon his lap, seemingly hanging on by the thinnest thread of life. After 3 interminable days of waiting, the red-haired princess, Stephanie, finally succumbed to madness. Her fingers tracing the empty air as she marveled at the beauty of butterflies and their exquisite wings. The 2 siblings trembled but remained defiantly unyielding. In stark contrast to the moribund atmosphere on stage, the audience had long since dispersed, leaving only the formidable god Tetu and the supreme god Louwen. The 2 true paragons engaged in a game of Go, with Louwen casting a casual glance at the ceiling as he tossed down a white stone. 5 in a row. I win, he proclaimed. Unlike his usual jovial demeanor, Tetu appeared particularly numb today, stiffly gathering the pieces and stating, devoid of inflection, "Let us play again." However, Louwen remained unmoved. "Consider how many times you've lost to me. We've tried every game imaginable, and I've lost count of my victories. Why? Tetu's voice started low before crescendoing in frustration, drawing the attention of the Blank siblings, who were still bound in a cosmic void. How can you win repeatedly without even glancing at the board? To which Louwen simply replied, "Fortune favors the bold, my friend. While the odds of landing a winning position with a careless throw may be slim, they do exist." Tetu gazed at him incredulously. "Are you cheating?" Louwen smiled cryptically. "Guess. I guess you're a cheat." "No guess, farewell." With that, Tetu vanished. Louwen turned and gestured with his thumb behind him. "Look, Tetu. Even the god of games has given up." On stage, Kong struggled to prop himself up, weakly questioning, why must there be only one king? His brother, Bai, pulled out his phone and wearily flipped through their recorded 10 articles of the covenant. Article 7 stated that in disputes, a full representative should be appointed. A glimmer of realization crossed Kong's face. It did not explicitly state that there could only be one. As those words left his lips, time seemed to freeze for an instant, and then both Blank siblings and the seemingly deranged Stephanie collapsed simultaneously. Louwen approached to assess their vital signs, his eyes widening in disbelief. "By the gods, they are truly dead." He then retrieved 3 resurrection coins from the Chatgroup's repository. With the sound of coins hitting the ground, the trio sprang back to life. Following this, little needed to be said. The Blank siblings were crowned as rulers, establishing a dual monarchy in Elzia. Louwen had no doubts about their capability to govern. Both siblings were adept in various gaming realms, including simulation and management games. Though theoretical, such knowledge offered them a form of experience. More importantly, in a world where games dictated everything, the Blank siblings, with their ability to surpass deities in gameplay, stood invincible. Their situation mirrored Louwen's own in the Fimbulwinter dungeon, possessing unparalleled power and thereby solidifying their rule. Shortly after their coronation, the siblings cleverly utilized the 10 articles of the covenant to gather the ministers for a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the king choosing scissors while all the ministers selected paper, rendering them incapable of deceiving the king. Subsequently, the Blank siblings applied their knowledge from modern society and gaming experience to govern the kingdom of Elzia with remarkable order. The populace gradually began to genuinely support their kings, who had risen through their gambling prowess. During the next day's coronation ceremony, they proclaimed, "We are here, as the 205th king and queen of Elzia, to announce our coronation." As their voices echoed, a bright white light suddenly illuminated their presence, and the race piece representing the authority of their people appeared before the Blank siblings. To live as the weak, to fight in the manner of the weak, and to ultimately defeat the strong as the weak. They declared, "We hereby announce, just as in the past, so shall it be henceforth, acknowledge us. We are the most fragile of races. Born with nothing, we possess infinite potential. We are the most fragile of races, facing the vast sea of humanity below." Amidst the roaring waves of acclaim, Kong boldly proclaimed, "All right, let the games begin. You have suffered long enough. You have been humbled excessively. Thank you for your patience. My fellow human kin, now, in this very moment, we, Elzia, declare war against all nations of the world. Let the banners of retaliation rise and reclaim our homeland." In the royal chamber, Louwen politely knocked on the door and entered upon receiving a response from Kong. Though not as grand as a golden palace, the space felt quite comfortable. Louwen surveyed the royal quarters. Kong closed his book, turning to Louwen with a quip, "If you just repaired your dilapidated palace, it would surely outshine ours by many degrees. I've always wanted to ask, doesn't tea rain leak into your room at night?" Louwen chuckled, brushing it aside. "That is not important. Are you familiar with the winged ones? I just read about them. They possess a strong thirst for knowledge and engage in games to collect books from around the world." Louwen nodded. "Exactly. I plan to capture a few to serve as Valkyries in my Hall of Heroes." Kong stroked his chin. "Valkyries, indeed. The winged ones seem quite fitting. The texts state they reside in Abantheim. Have you located it? I haven't tea, but that fantasy creature should pass through here. Would you like to visit the Elzia library? There might be surprises," Louwen said nonchalantly. Chapter 69. Capturing the winged ones within the Grand Library of Elzia, the radiant Gilpriel descended gracefully from the library's apex. Apart from Louwen, the other three were drenched in sweat. Although the winged ones resembled angels, they lacked their benevolence and luminosity, having been forged as divine slaying weapons. They embodied death itself. Due to the existence of the 10 Articles of the Covenant, the winged ones could no longer directly slay living beings. Thus they favored collecting various tomes. However, during the ancient wars waged for the singular divine seat, their preference lay not with books, but rather with the severed heads of living creatures, particularly those rare and powerful. Much like players showcasing rare items among friends, the winged ones delighted in displaying the heads of their hunted creatures to one another. The three watched the winged one, Gilpriel, with trepidation. But her words dispelled the oppressive aura she brought with her. "Did you come to the library for something?" In a jumbled mix of English, laced with other languages, Louwen quipped, "Hasn't anyone told you? Your manner of speaking is rather peculiar. Ah, you must be the one who has been assisting King Blank. I cannot comprehend many of your tactics, and I still do not know your race or why you help the humankind." Calmly, Louwen elucidated, "I am human, a true descendant of old Earth, tracing my lineage back 18 generations, all pure-blooded humans." The earnestness in his words, coupled with his acknowledgement of his humanity, bore no hint of insincerity in Gilpriel's eyes. Thus, she realized that this formidable individual was indeed human. Gilpriel was astonished, yet curiosity prevailed. It was well known that humans could not wield magic, thus lacking any supernatural abilities. However, this individual before her, though devoid of any magical essence, exhibited strength and methods that far surpassed human capabilities. Before Gilpriel could inquire further, Louwen had already vanished from the library. He gazed at the floating Abantheim, resembling the root systems of trees enveloped by a hemispherical dome. This was the general shape of Abantheim. Louwen ascended into the air, and behind him, countless books materialized, densely clustering to encompass all of Elzia. These treasures were procured from the wandering little sphere of a friend within the group. As the consciousness of Earth, it possesses the entirety of human civilization's knowledge, from its inception to the present day. Louwen casually extracted a few tomes and tossed them towards Abantheim as bait. He then articulated his intent. "Any number of celestial beings, regardless of their strength, are welcome to challenge me. The victor shall claim these books, while the defeated will become my subordinates." Noticing some stirrings within Abantheim, yet no celestial beings emerged, it seemed they were wary of Louwen's true capabilities. Louwen cast forth a second lure. "According to the 4th clause of our pact, the content of the game and its stakes are unrestricted. Hence, the nature of my game is combat, akin to the battles that preceded the tenets of our agreement." No sooner had he spoken than a dozen figures surged forth from Abantheim. While they might deliberate on other matters, they had never shied away from battle. Upon counting, Louwen noted 12 of them, feeling somewhat bemused. Surely there should be more than just this handful. The others were held back. "We are the swiftest, thus we emerged," boasted a golden-haired celestial. "Ah, I see," Louwen replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment, though 12 was still a formidable number. "Let us commence, then. Swear allegiance to the pact. Swear allegiance to the pact." The 12 celestial beings echoed in unison. As their declaration reverberated, the surroundings dramatically transformed. The original world and Abantheim behind them began to fade away, replaced by an endless expanse of snowy plains. The snowfield was shrouded in darkness. Yet behind their adversary loomed a magnificent, resplendent palace. Louwen extended his arms toward the celestial beings, welcoming them to his realm, the winter of Thimble. "I am Louwen, the king of the gods." Observing the anxious expressions of the celestial maidens, he added, though often referred to as the God King, "I am, in truth, but a human." He gestured toward the grand palace behind him, introducing it as his Hall of Heroes, which may very well become their future workplace. With that, The doors of the Hall of Heroes burst open, and hundreds of figures emerged, led by a middle-aged man with a square face, Li Dongfang, known for frequently spearheading expeditions into the winter of Fimble. At that moment, the multitude exuded an overwhelming aura, yet their eyes were vacant, indicating a lack of consciousness. The Hall of Heroes had crumbled with Odin's demise, and after gaining control over his own hall, Louwen had yet to find suitable heroes. However, he was not idle. Anyone who had entered the hall could be replicated by Louwen as a mindless hero warrior. Furthermore, influenced by his ability, any extraordinary being who perished within the winter of Fimble must traverse the hall to be revived in the blue planet. Thus, Louwen could replicate all who had once challenged the winter of Fimble. Now, with hundreds standing behind Louwen, the aura exuded by each sent shivers down the spines of the celestial beings. Do not accuse me of bullying. Including myself, you may select 12 from among you. The remainder will not interfere. Additionally, I must remind you, they are all human. Louwen smiled, presenting a seemingly fair match of 12 against 12. Yet the Celestials felt a sense of impending doom. Though claimed to be human, the figures behind Louwen appeared far from benign. Their instincts were correct. Each of these individuals was a meticulously chosen level 90 extraordinary being. In the winter of Fimble, while Surtur and others could be considered super soldiers, they faced the trials of the winter itself. Take Surtur, for instance. Anyone lacking the power to obliterate stars would be mowed down before the flame giant. Even those like the evolved Misaka Mikoto, capable of star-level destruction but unable to treat planets as mere marbles, could only hold out against Surtur for a short while. Thus, it was evident how formidable this group of extraordinary beings, capable of exchanging blows with Surtur and even opposing him in strength, truly was. In contrast, the celestial beings before them could not even unleash a star-level attack. The 12 celestial beings glanced at each other, then back at Louwen, and finally, to Louwen's astonishment, the golden-haired celestial, in a fit of despair, collapsed onto the ground, wailing and rolling about. Chapter 70. Under the celestial strike, all Lolis lay low crying, even, is a form of time-wasting. Observing the celestial being still sprawled on the ground in distress, Louwen pondered and proposed. How about this? I send forth just one individual to face you. What do you think? The cries of the celestial maidens ceased abruptly, and one leaped up, hands on her hips, declaring, "This was your suggestion. You cannot go back on it." Louwen nodded with a smile, having indeed stated he would send only one. But he never specified that this individual could not be replaced should they lose. He surveyed the extraordinary beings behind him, his gaze settling on a serious-looking middle-aged woman. This was Orlana, renowned as the foremost mage of the new Federation. Although Louwen was unaware of her full identity, there were few extraordinary beings who could approach him, and among them, Orlana's dazzling, golden magic left a lasting impression. Summoning Orlana to step forward, Louwen retreated with the others. The 12 celestial maidens exchanged glances and jointly unleashed their most potent attack, the celestial strike. A brilliant light erupted, a radiant beam carrying formidable force descended upon them. While the power appeared immense, the world of the winter of Fimble far surpassed the external realm. Here, not only was it arduous to raise a city or conquer a nation, but even creating a mere crater was a daunting task. As the attack descended, the energy dissipated, and the now lowly forms of the 12 celestial maidens anxiously observed the impact zone, believing that this, their utmost effort, would at least injure their opponent if not defeat them entirely. However, to their dismay, Orlana, in her state of golden nullity, was utterly unscathed. The technique of golden nullity, while a mere just against Louwen, who wielded Gungnir, was not something everyone could contend with as he did, being the epitome of mechanisms and numerical prowess. Faced with the 12 powerless celestial lowly beings, Orlana, driven solely by combat instinct, showed no mercy. A colossal hammer forged of gold materialized in the sky and then came crashing down. The celestial beings were instantaneously reduced to a puddle of celestial essence. Thus, the game concluded, with Louwen emerging victorious. The scenes of the winter of Fimble gradually faded, and Louwen returned once more to the world of game life. The celestial beings who had been transformed into essence by the golden hammer reverted back to their lowly forms. Observing the trembling Lolis huddled together, Louwen approached and gently patted their heads, saying, "You wagered and lost. You are now my subordinates, so be obedient." The Lolis nodded eagerly. Louwen glanced around, realizing Abanaheim had drifted away to an unknown location, signifying the fishing pond was lost and he could no longer continue his angling. With a sigh of resignation, he instructed the 12 Lolis, Do not wander. I shall return shortly. With a flicker, Louwen teleported to the library, yet he found no shelves or books. Only a vast void and several figures plummeting towards the sun. Spotting Louwen, who was also drawn towards the sun. It seemed the duel between Curum and Juperiel was nearing its conclusion. As he contemplated this, he noticed a note in the hands of Curum, inscribed in Japanese with the words Coulomb's force. In the next moment, Louwen felt the world's rules attempting to extract something from him. Yet the force was too feeble to disturb him. Before Louwen could finish his thoughts, a cataclysmic supernova erupted, engulfing everyone present in its fury. A torrent of energy surged forth, evaporating Curum and Juperiel in succession, leaving only Louwen behind. He stroked his chin, contemplating before finally rendering his judgment. It was more forceful than Domum's close-range explosion. Subsequently, as this virtual world collapsed, Louwen returned to the vast library of Alicia. Upon his return to reality, he witnessed Jibral pledging her allegiance to Blank. As the sixth-ranked celestial wing of the 18-wing council, Jibral declared, "All that I possess is for my master. If I could become the cornerstone of your will, it would be my utmost joy. Leave it to us. Right, Blank?" Blank responded affirmatively. With a nod, he assured, "It's on us." Louwen applauded. "Congratulations on gaining a formidable subordinate." "My lord, I need to confirm something with you," Jibral said, turning her gaze to Louwen. "Feel free to ask, but refrain from asking foolish questions like whether you are truly human. That's not it. I wish to inquire about your return to the real world post the virtual realm's end. Was that terrifying calamity, known as a supernova explosion, insufficient to claim your life?" Jibral asked candidly. "Indeed, the supernova explosion is fearsome, but it lacked a certain degree of potency for me," Louwen replied, slightly separating his thumb and index finger to illustrate his point. However, those who had witnessed Louwen in action, like Blank and White, understood that this was merely his modesty. To him, the recent supernova explosion was likely akin to a gentle breeze. "I understand now," Jibral said, placing her hands over her chest. "With Blank's intellect and your might. My lord, all races have underestimated humanity's potential. Time is of the essence," Louwen informed the Blank siblings. "I've played enough in this world. It's time for me to return." Not wishing to detain him, Blank replied, "Farewell then. Do visit often." After their farewells, Louwen returned to the Celestial Wing girls. Upon his arrival, the previously whispering Celestial Wings instantly straightened, standing in a line as if awaiting inspection. Louwen approached the most vivacious blonde Celestial Wing and asked, "What is your name?" "I am Remiel, my lord," the blonde Celestial Wing replied nervously. "Excellent, Remiel. From this moment forth, you shall be my Valkyrie, leading your comrades as captain." With that, Louwen employed a teleportation spell to connect to the chat group's teleportation function, opening a portal. He lifted Remiel and tossed her through. On the other side lay the Hall of Heroes within the Fimbulwinter dungeon. The other Celestial Wings, not waiting for Louwen's action, eagerly rushed into the portal. Satisfied, Louwen nodded and stepped through the portal himself. Upon returning to the dungeon world, Louwen harnessed the energy of this realm to bestow enlightenment upon Remiel and the others. He intended for them to serve as Valkyries in the Hall of Heroes. They needed to be formidable, ideally at least level 90. First, he would raise their stats, and other matters could be addressed later. Inside the Hall of Heroes, the Celestial Wings gazed curiously at their surroundings, soon feeling an overwhelming surge of power flooding into their bodies. Initially manageable, the influx became excessive, prompting them to utter phrases easily misconstrued. Stop. It's too much. It's going to overflow. No more. Our bodies won't take it." Chapter 71. My lord, you're alive? Not long after returning to the dungeon world, Louwen was astonished to see 5 blue star transcendents confronting him. Unlike his previous leniency with dungeons, these blue star transcendents had entered through their own power, boldly breaching the threshold. Observing the 2 leaders, a square-faced man and a middle-aged woman, Louwen recalled that they had consistently led the charge in conquering the Fimbulwinter dungeon. The identities of the others were unimportant to him. Descending from his throne, the 5 blue star transcendents instinctively took a step back. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously launched an assault against Louwen. Various lights shimmered within the shattered golden palace, yet Louwen neither dodged nor evaded, bracing himself against the onslaught. He carefully assessed their strength and concluded that these transcendents had likely surpassed level 90, with some possibly reaching level 100. To most, a level 100 blue star transcendent might pose a significant challenge, but to Louwen, they were all relatively similar. As he stepped forward, the cautious blue star transcendents retreated. Then, Under their watchful gaze, Louwen raised Gungnir. Surprisingly, instead of hurling the divine spear, he thrust it into the air before him. They exchanged bewildered glances. Unsure of his intentions, yet the next moment, they understood. The square-faced man, Lei Dongfang, moved forward, albeit in a peculiar manner reminiscent of time reversal, retracing the path he had taken during his attack on Louwen. Ultimately, Lei Dongfang returned to the spot from which he had launched his assault, positioning himself directly in front of the spear's tip, pierced by Gungnir. To the others, it appeared as though Lei Dongfang had moved towards Louwen and been impaled. However, from Lei Dongfang's perspective, his memory had also been reversed. One moment he was under siege, the next, he was impaled with no intermediary process. The remaining four exchanged glances, despair evident in their eyes. They had assumed that reaching level 100 would enable them to conquer the Fimbulwinter's ultimate challenge, yet the situation remained unchanged. They would still be swiftly eliminated, and judging by recent events, Louwen even wielded a power over time that had never been displayed before. If the Blue Star Dungeons had a planner, the Transcendents would undoubtedly voice their frustrations. Would you care to see how this is designed? Can the planner even defeat it themselves? Suddenly, the four felt a sharp pain, realizing they had been penetrated, just as Lei Dongfang had been. They comprehended that the dungeon had once again invoked the power of time. After vanquishing the intruders, Louwen resumed his throne, furrowing his brow. This would not suffice. If the enemy could breach the dungeon once, they could do so again. It was evident that the dungeon's power was insufficient, allowing these transcendents to reach the final stage. Louwen pondered methods to enhance the dungeon's strength. The current maximum level cap was 90, but he had some ideas on how to raise it. With the world tree rooting itself across the myriad realms, the world level of Fimbulwinter would rise as well, though this was not a task to be accomplished swiftly. Since the existing means were inadequate, he needed to consider alternative options. The first figure that came to Louwen's mind was Mephisto, someone who could work for him and was even stronger than his own world. With this in mind, Louwen shifted his consciousness to the body of the dimensional demon. However, upon arrival, he perceived something intriguing. Shifting his perspective to Mephisto, he noted that after swearing allegiance to Louwen, he had returned to the primordial fire dimension, where there had been no further developments. Mephisto observed that the primordial fire dimension continued to operate normally, sensing Louwen's essence within it, yet no activity ensued. Initially, Mephisto cautiously prodded the primordial fire dimension, and finding no response, he boldly manipulated the hell dimension to scrape against it. Still, there was no reaction, which emboldened him further. Mephisto surmised that the so-called primordial fire red lotus spiral dimension was not as easy to utilize as it appeared. His newly recognized master might have succumbed to the overwhelming consumption of energy, falling into a deep slumber or perhaps even perishing. What remained within the dimension was merely a body not yet fully dissipated. As he contemplated this, Mephisto felt a surge of excitement. He drew the two dimensions closer together. Brandishing his long blade, ablaze with eerie green flames, and leaped into the realm of primordial fire, forging a path towards the core of the dimension. However, the deeper he ventured, the more he sensed something amiss. This dimension operated with an unnaturally precise rhythm, far from the randomness one would expect without oversight. Yet, he could not dwell on such thoughts. The arrow was drawn, and it must be released. As Mephisto navigated the core of the dimension, he eventually beheld a grand hall. Peering inside, he found nothing amiss, and, with his blade in hand, he pushed the door open and stepped within. He surveyed the palace, moving slowly until his gaze landed upon a figure clad in black armor, standing silently. Louwen turned slowly, revealing his profile, and upon seeing the faceplate, Mephisto gasped slightly, then fell to his knees. "My lord, you are alive." Louwen, now fully facing him, appeared exasperated. Though he was aware that the loyalty of the demonic beings from the hellish dimension was fickle, he found Mephisto's rapid reappearance puzzling. Had it truly only been a few days since their last encounter? With these thoughts, Louwen descended the steps, drawing forth the fabricated Leviathan as he approached Mephisto. In a state of sheer panic, Mephisto cried out, "My lord, please, spare me." Louwen remained silent, merely bringing down the blade to sever the goat's head. After the head was removed, it quickly regenerated. Louwen picked up the severed head from the ground, flames igniting in his hand, and soon only the skull remained. He inserted a perfectly powerful replica of Gungnir into the skull. "I intended to extend some trust towards you," Louwen remarked as he returned to the throne of primordial fire. "Yet you have presented me with such a spectacle. Now, within your skull resides my strike." more potent than any blow I could deliver in the primordial fire dimension. Should I perceive any betrayal on your part again, both you and the entirety of the hellish dimension will face annihilation as a consequence. Do you have any objections? Louwen inquired. Kneeling on the ground, Mephisto wept profusely. No objections, none at all. I am grateful for your mercy, my lord. I have come to deeply understand my transgressions and appreciate the opportunity you have granted me. Observing Mephisto's remarkable performance, Louwen gestured for him to rise. I have a mission for you during this visit. Chapter 72. Arrival at Blue Star. Mephisto inhaled deeply, realizing that what was inevitable had finally arrived. Please, my lord, command me. Whom shall I strike, and when? I shall lead the charge. This matter is not urgent. Louwen waved his hand dismissively, then curiously asked, what prompted you to contemplate betraying me? What gave you such confidence? Mephisto immediately began to feign innocence. My lord, I sensed your dimensional activity waning in the outside world, and assumed you had exhausted yourself and fallen into slumber. Thus, out of concern for your safety, I came here to guard you until your awakening. Waning activity? Louwen only caught the first half of Mephisto's statement. The latter portion was not to be trusted, even if it was merely for amusement. He then looked up at Mephisto and said, what I require of you is not to attack anyone, but rather to defend. Mephisto bowed respectfully, listening attentively to Louwen's words without a hint of doubt. Seeing this, Louwen proceeded with a detailed explanation. I hail from another universe. Recently, the reason you sense something unusual in my dimension is that my consciousness has departed from this universe. Your task is to come to my universe, my world, to defend against invaders. Are these invaders formidable? Mephisto queried. They are strong, yet not overwhelmingly so. In a one-on-one confrontation, my original subordinates could still prevail. However, these invaders tend to come in swarms, with numbers peaking at around 100. Although they appear weak in my eyes, they are capable of overcoming my subordinates and reaching me. Mephisto understood. You perceive them as bothersome pests, not particularly strong but exceedingly troublesome. Precisely. Therefore, I need you to keep them at bay. Louwen articulated his request. If I may speak freely, Mephisto cautiously probed, why not simply eradicate their stronghold directly? Louwen contemplated this. You seem to misunderstand the relationship between my world and these invaders. Though they are indeed invaders, true death is nearly non-existent in my realm. Thus, the two sides do not share a relationship of total annihilation. The presence of these invaders serves to alleviate the monotony of my world. Mephisto inquired, then, my lord, how do I reach your world? The dimensional deity Louwen, seated upon his throne, felt his consciousness gradually departing. I shall come to fetch you shortly. Meanwhile, Thor, who was training in Asgard, received a message in a group chat. The supreme god of the polar night requests to enter your world. After Thor clicked to accept, he posed a question in the chat. Thor the hammer god, supreme god of the polar night. It has been several days since the group leader was online. Are you visiting my world this time? The supreme god of the polar night. Not quite. I am here to bring Mephisto with me to my domain. Flying Squirrel. Is the group leader planning to expand power and counterattack your world of Blue Star? The supreme god of the polar night. Not necessarily. I possess sufficient strength to counterattack Blue Star alone. My reason for bringing Mephisto is primarily due to the fact that the extraordinary beings in my Blue Star have surpassed the level 90 limit, becoming significantly stronger. Relying on the previous methods is no longer effective, hence the need for a more formidable guardian. Flying Squirrel. How unfortunate for those so-called extraordinary beings in your realm. They toil extensively to reach level 100, believing they can finally compete at the highest level, only for the dungeon to suddenly reveal an even stronger guardian. Outside the hellish dimension, Mephisto stood behind Louwen, cautiously glancing up. Upon realizing that the dimensional deity he served, Louwen, was merely a projection, Mephisto was taken aback. Yet, upon finally laying eyes on Louwen's true form, confusion washed over him. He appeared distinctly human and did not seem particularly powerful. However, Louwen's subsequent actions left no room for doubt. He swiftly conjured a portal resembling that of Kamartaj, which then expanded to a size measured in light years. By connecting the portal to the chat group's teleportation function, Louwen waved his hand, and the portal surged forward at an incomprehensible speed, soon engulfing the entirety of the hellish dimension. Louwen gestured towards the portal, indicating for Mephisto to enter, and he complied obediently. Within the Fimbulwinter dungeon, Louwen utilized his privileges to modify the position of the hellish dimension. In comparison to the dimensional scale, the original Fimbulwinter dungeon was quite small. While dimensions are measured in light years, The original world of Fimbulwinter was merely a supercontinent centered around the World Tree, making their sizes incomparable. Louwen placed the hellish dimension beneath the land, ensuring that no matter which direction one ventured from the continent, they would inevitably fall into Mephisto's hellish realm. In the dilapidated Golden Palace, Louwen sat upon his throne, assigning tasks to the kneeling Mephisto. Although your role is as a guardian, you need not remain at the threshold at all times. You may act freely. As long as you prevent the invaders from reaching me, your mission will be deemed complete. Mephisto accepted the command and withdrew. After completing these tasks, Louwen pondered what to do next, his gaze penetrating the dungeon's world as it turned towards Blue Star. Reflecting on the time spent within the dungeon realm, he realized that he had yet to emerge, having only witnessed the extraordinary beings of Blue Star challenge the dungeon. With a surge of motivation, Louwen decided to head towards the boundary of the dungeon. The inclusion of the hellish dimension had significantly expanded the dungeon's boundaries. Yet distance had never posed a challenge for him. He drew forth a portal and, in the next moment, arrived at the edge of the dungeon. The boundary of the replica is akin to a dome. It is not solid and cannot even be physically touched. However, when an entity crosses this boundary, it reappears on the other side within the replica. Therefore, in the realm of replicas, pursuing contradictory paths may not necessarily be a foolish endeavor. As for how Louwen intends to exit, previously he might have chosen to shatter the boundary, which would then mend itself. Now, however, Louwen's approach is far more gentle. He draws a circle on the indistinct boundary of the replica with his finger, creating a door, not a mere portal, but a tangible entrance. The only fixed point concerning the spatial relation between the replica and Blue Star is the entrance to the replica. Everything else is almost chaotic, leaving one oblivious to where they might emerge. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Louwen, having casually opened a door in the boundary, could manifest anywhere. Upon observing his arrival point, Louwen finds it quite agreeable, a restroom, complete with urinals, and notably, a men's restroom. At that moment, the restroom is empty, sparing Louwen the need to employ any physical means to alter memories. Nonchalantly, he steps out of the restroom, and indeed, it is an excellent point of emergence, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the world of Blue Star without revealing any extraordinary abilities. Chapter 73. Louwen's Extraordinary Journey on Blue Star, Part 1. As Louwen strolls through the city, he marvels at the scenery. He never imagined that one day the ordinary and the chaotic could simultaneously describe a single scene. Pedestrians traverse the streets of an ordinary metropolis, engaging in their daily routines of dining, working, and commuting. Yet, in contrast to the mundane world, some are clad in ancient garb, while others are adorned in high-tech attire, and some may not even be human. Certain scenes here could easily accommodate flying squirrels without raising an eyebrow. "Excuse me, you're blocking the entrance to the breakfast shop." A voice interrupts Louwen's contemplation. He looks up to see a lizard perched on the wall of the second floor. Stepping aside, the lizard leaps down and transforms into a young man. The young man enters the shop and promptly orders breakfast, receiving the meal from the proprietor, a woman whose mouth emits flames, who deftly delivers it to the customer's table. Upon exiting the replica, free from its restrictive rules, Louwen can now converse with the inhabitants of Blue Star without hindrance. He turns to observe a nearby individual, dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase, who resembles a diligent corporate worker. Intrigued, Louwen inquires, "Hello, may I ask you something? With the advent of the Blue Star replica, why do you still work for others?" The person shoots him a disdainful glance, replying, "Isn't that obvious? I'm only in my 50s, still needing to make a living. What difference does the replica's arrival make? Even newborns now possess levels of 20 or so. Someone like me, at over 50, is still considered an ordinary person, a mere cog in the machine." As if sensing something, he gazes skyward, prompting Louwen to follow his gaze. A griffin descends from above, and an individual riding on its back looks down at them, asking, "Who ordered the express delivery?" "I did," the man beside Louwen responds, providing the last digits of his phone number before boarding the griffin and soaring away. Turning a corner, Louwen encounters the griffin once more, though this time it has been grounded. Curious, he queries a bystander about the situation. The onlooker eagerly shares, "Isn't it true that griffins are known to prey on horses? Just moments ago, a rider was waiting at a traffic light when his horse was attacked by this griffin. The traffic police are currently addressing the situation, but it's said that such incidents shouldn't be classified as traffic accidents." What a fascinating world, Louwen muses before continuing on his way. The supreme god of the polar night, the Blue Star of my world is indeed wondrous. griffins and horses colliding on the road. Flying squirrel. Is the group leader finally preparing to retaliate against Blue Star, the supreme god of the polar night? Not quite. It's merely an outing for leisure. Fallen angel. Your world is quite chaotic, I assent it. From just this image, I can see several beings with different styles. The supreme god of the polar night. That's the situation here. Blue Star hosts an array of replicas, encompassing everything from fantasy and science fiction to martial arts and the bizarre. Anything you can imagine exists within the replicas of Blue Star, the supreme god of the polar night. Moreover, the emergence of these replica entrances is utterly unpredictable, meaning that a single city may host numerous replicas with entirely distinct aesthetics. As the rewards from each replica differ, their artistic styles naturally vary as well. The invincible electric princess. Your world looks incredibly intriguing, group leader. Hurry and start a live broadcast. I want to see. Flying squirrel, one fallen angel, one the group leader, the supreme god of the polar night, initiates the live broadcast. The invincible electric princess, flying squirrel, fallen angel, prairie wolf king, Thor the god of hammers, wandering little ball, empty, Bai, and Duvikin join the broadcast. The supreme god of the polar night. Quite a turnout today. Duvikin, I'm always available to hunt down rebellious dragons. But live broadcasts about the group leader's world are a rare occurrence. Empty. I actually feel that, in a certain sense. The group leader's world is also a type of game world. Indeed, it seems more appropriate to refer to those Blue Star denizens as players rather than extraordinary beings. After wandering the city for about an hour, Louwen pauses once more, this time captivated by a scene beneath a towering building. There, throngs of people mill about, teeming with journalists, but predominantly filled with a diverse crowd of citizens. After observing for some time without comprehension, Louwen turns to a nearby young man with white hair and asks, "Hey, what is happening here? Why are there so many people?" The white-haired youth sizes Louwen up with curiosity, responding, "Dude, do you not have internet access at home? Or have you been in the replica for too long not to know about the Fimble Winter Strategy Conference?" Louwen's expression shifts oddly at the mention of the Fimble Winter Strategy Conference. Flying squirrel, the Fimble Winter Strategy Conference, indeed. Fallen angel, the Fimble Winter Strategy Conference, yes. Right, the youth affirms. Up until now, the updated Fimble Winter remains the only replica on Blue Star that hasn't been conquered. The strongest batch of extraordinary beings has tried several times without success. Thus, the strategy team has summoned everyone who has entered Fimble Winter to discuss tactics. The individuals gathered here are the top extraordinary beings on Blue Star. Oh, so that's what it is. Louwen maintains a neutral expression, yet internally, he becomes intrigued by the meeting. The white-haired youth continues, "I was previously in the Western continent tackling replicas, but I just recently arrived at the Eastern continent. However, the rumors regarding the Fimble Winter replica have spread worldwide. It's said that Fimble Winter could serve as the final challenge among other replicas, exceptionally difficult to conquer. Especially that ultimate supreme god of the polar night. Louwen, the epitome of all that is foul." "Oh, the epitome of all that is foul." Louwen responds with interest. "Fallen angel, young man, stop right there. That could be deadly. The supreme god of the polar night. It's the first time someone has described me from such an angle. It feels rather refreshing. Indeed, I assent it foul. A blend of top-tier mechanics and values, not to mention that his statistics appear to be hastily compiled. Just look at his skills. The first skill, Valhalla, allows players who die in the replica to serve him. That's somewhat bearable. But have you seen the latter two? Manipulating probability? How does that even work? It's impossible to contend with. And let us not even mention his divine authority that can easily eliminate opponents." As the white-haired youth shares his insights, his information proves to be surprisingly accurate. Empty, one must admit, it is rather foul. Indeed. Just as Louwen is about to agree, the crowd suddenly parts, with a group of security personnel donning uniforms unfurling two barriers to create a passageway through the throng. A group of individuals entered, among whom Louwen recognized several familiar faces. Chapter 74, Louwen's Enigmatic Journey in the Blue Star, Part 2. Following the arrival of the first batch, more attendees gradually approached the entrance, each holding a card-like pass. After observing for a moment, Louwen also advanced toward the passage, coincidentally arriving at the entrance simultaneously with the white-haired youth who had previously berated himself as a feces monster. "Well, what a coincidence. Are you here for the conference as well?" the white-haired youth inquired cheerfully. Louwen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have ventured into the Fimble Winter instance. And not just once. The white-haired youth expressed his respect. "Ah, I see. A challenger of the Fimble Winter. I am honored." "You're too kind," Louwen replied modestly. "But didn't you mention you were always on the Western continent? Shouldn't the attendees be those who have also traversed the Fimble Winter?" "That's true," the white-haired youth explained. "The leader of the Fimble Winter strategy group has invited top-level players from around the world to assist. I happen to be at level 100. While my combat prowess may not be exceptional, my insight is unparalleled." "Ah, I see. Let us enter together then," the white-haired youth agreed. And the two proceeded toward the entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, they found a group of security personnel surrounding a member of the strategy group, a level 90 individual. Checking the identities of those entering, the white-haired youth casually retrieved his pass from his pocket and handed it to the group member, jesting, "Hey, Junior. You're not doing so well. Still not at level 100? The strategy group member shot a glare at the white-haired youth. "I'm different from you. I enjoy challenging difficulties. I've been diligently tackling the Fimble Winter instance, and Haven T had time to level up. But I have broken through the level 90 barrier and will soon catch up to you." He then tossed the pass back to the white-haired youth, waving him through. "No forgery. You may enter." The white-haired youth smirked, pocketed his pass, and waited at the entrance for Louwen. As Louwen stepped forward to face the inspectors, he produced a piece of ordinary tissue paper from his pocket. Nothing special at all. However, the inspector smiled as he accepted the tissue, scrutinizing its pristine surface. Ultimately, he returned the tissue to Louwen, politely stating, "Welcome to the strategy meeting. Please proceed." Louwen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, casually stowing the tissue in his pocket as he and the white-haired youth made their way into the venue. During this time, no one noticed anything amiss, except for the white-haired youth, who scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "Something seems off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. How strange." In stark contrast to the calmness of the venue, the chat group erupted with queries. The formidable electric princess exclaimed, "Wait, this doesn't seem right. That looks like an ordinary piece of tissue." The wandering little ball speculated, could that tissue have some special significance, or could the group leader have infiltrated their ranks, gaining entry merely by showing his face? Flying Squirrel countered, "That seems unlikely." The group leader mentioned this is his first visit to the Blue Star. According to his prior explanations, communication is prohibited within the instance. Waken added, "I don't understand." I theorized, the group leader must have employed some form of cognitive interference. Kong recounted, "A similar scenario occurred in my world when I participated in a game deciding the throne. The group leader effortlessly replaced the judge in front of everyone, and only my sister and I noticed anything amiss." I concluded, the group leader has recently taken a liking to games that appear normal but are utterly absurd. Ignoring the banter of his group, Louwen and the white-haired youth arrived at the venue, which was gradually filling with attendees. They chose a corner to sit down. "I must tell you about the instances on the Western continent," the white-haired youth began, but suddenly froze, discreetly glancing at Louwen's appearance before feigning interest in the large screen displaying introductions and images of various Fimble Winter instances. The screen showcased not only Fenrir and Loki, the original mainline figures, but also Searcher, who had transitioned from a side story to the mainline. Prominently displayed at the top was Louwen's image, the supreme god of the Fimble Winter in all its glory. At that moment, the white-haired youth finally comprehended the dissonance. He recalled the earlier incident at the entrance with the tissue, where its incongruence with reality had initially raised his suspicions. However, the revelation of Louwen's likeness alongside his photo shattered the illusion, allowing clarity to dawn upon him. He realized that the individual beside him was not merely a seasoned challenger of the Fimble Winter, but the very embodiment of the Fimble Winter itself. His mind raced back to the meteor that had recently streaked across the sky and the rumors of the supreme goddess power to transcend the instance. Sitting next to Louwen, the white-haired youth felt a wave of suffocation. "What is going on with the instances on the Western continent?" Louwen inquired, feigning ignorance while gazing at the screen displaying his introduction, casually engaging the white-haired youth in conversation. Suppressing his trembling body, the white-haired youth attempted to steady his voice. Well, it's nothing much, haha. By the way, I've been rambling for so long without introducing myself. I'm Li Ming. May I ask your name?" "You can simply call me Louwen," Louwen replied nonchalantly. Li Ming felt even more suffocated. Louwen wasn't even attempting to disguise himself. With the name of the supreme god of the Fimble Winter glaringly displayed before them, and Louwen showed no inclination to adopt an alias. Louwen did not intentionally lower his voice. They were surrounded by others. However, due to some unknown influence, no one found it peculiar, while Li Ming drew their attention instead. Wow, it's really Li Ming, the renowned level 100 powerhouse from the Western continent. His white hair truly befits the title of the strongest extraordinary being in the Western continent, the leader of the Li Ming team. Meeting him in person is indeed a remarkable experience. The leader of the Western continent's Hunter Teeth team is truly extraordinary. In response, Li Ming could only awkwardly smile, contemplating his escape from this situation. In the live stream, the formidable Electric Princess remarked, "Group leader, that person beside you glanced at your photo, then at you, and subsequently acted strangely. He definitely recognized you." Flying Squirrel observed, "Indeed, the group leader's world is filled with hidden talents. Someone managed to see through the group leader's disguise. Mark my words, if this person can see through the group leader's ruse today, he could pose a threat tomorrow. He must not be allowed to remain." The supreme god of the Fimble Winter acknowledged, "I have noted this. However, it seems my presence conflicts too starkly with reality, which is why this perceptive level 100 extraordinary individual detected the anomaly, while I could obscure his understanding once more. Leaving him aware of the truth adds an element of intrigue." Chapter 75, Louwen's Enigmatic Journey in the Blue Star, Part 3. The venue gradually filled with attendees, and the meeting commenced shortly thereafter. A middle-aged man with a square face took the stage to deliver a speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the organizer of this conference and the leader of the Fimble Winter Instant Strategy Group, Lei Dongfang. You should already be aware of the purpose of this gathering, which is to unite the strongest forces to mount another assault on the Fimble Winter." Lei Dongfang surveyed the audience and continued, "You are all familiar with the situation surrounding the Fimble Winter. Allow me to share insights that may not be common knowledge. Our strategy group suspects that the upcoming world evolution may be closely related to the Fimble Winter." Instantly, the hall buzzed with murmurs. Louwen turned to Li Ming and asked, "What is this world evolution about?" Li Ming halted his contemplation of an escape plan and attempted to convey his thoughts in a calm tone. Some time ago, perhaps several months back, the onset of world evolution was rather subtle, thus going unnoticed. Recently, however, the intensity of the world has surged dramatically, with the expanse of the oceans expanding continually while the land remains unchanged, indicating that our planet is in a state of expansion. The strength of the dungeons has also escalated overall. More importantly, some dungeons that were previously level 90 have now ascended to level 100. Thankfully, these 100-level dungeons remain within reasonable bounds, not exhibiting the overwhelming power akin to that of Fimbulwinter. As he spoke, Li Ming discreetly glanced at Louwen, noting that he was neither looking at him nor showing any other signs of engagement, prompting him to continue his explanation. There have been breakthroughs to level 100, and it is at this juncture that world evolution has reached its zenith. The manifestation of this is the abrupt expansion of the planet's surface and a steep rise in intensity. At this stage of evolution, the current strength of the Earth makes it exceedingly difficult for even level 90 or 100 extraordinary beings to inflict significant damage. Has this had a considerable impact on people's lives? Louwen inquired. Indeed, Li Ming affirmed, feeling his tension dissipate somewhat after conversing with the individual beside him. Mining, logging, and infrastructure development have all been greatly affected. After all, with the increased world intensity, the difficulty in procuring these resources has correspondingly risen. Upon hearing Li Ming's explanation, Louwen nodded and fell silent. The venue gradually quieted as Lei Dongfang and others concluded their discussions, resuming his speech. Everyone has had first-hand experience with world evolution, so I need not elaborate further. According to our investigations, world evolution roughly commenced following the update of Fimbulwinter, and anyone who has entered the Fimbulwinter dungeon should comprehend that the current world intensity corresponds to that of Fimbulwinter. A fervent discussion erupted among the attendees, prompting Lei Dongfang to raise his hand for silence. Once the assembly quieted, he spoke gravely once more. According to the news we just received, Fimbulwinter has undergone another update. 13 updates have been made, 12 level 90 Valkyries and 1 level 100 Helllord. Another round of discussion ensued, though this time it lacked fervor. They believed that as long as no updates had been made to something like Louwen's level 100, all would be manageable. Louwen pondered Lei Dongfang's words. A level 100 Mephisto. This should be his level in the main storyline. If we return to the side dimension of Hell, it should also be level 100. As for how much beyond that, it remains uncertain. The current display can only show a maximum of 100. Lei Dongfang clapped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the final challenge against Fimbulwinter for the time being. If we do not succeed this time, the strategy team will disband and cease assaults on Fimbulwinter until we surpass level 100 and reach a higher level, if such exists. The subsequent meeting revolved around strategizing combat tactics and distributing combat power. Li Ming found himself disinterested, his mind preoccupied with devising a plausible excuse to leave without arousing suspicion from the individual beside him. Similarly, Louwen was lost in thought, engaged in a chat group. Du Wakane, the group leader, they are discussing an attack on your domain. Are you not going to intervene? Perhaps eliminate them right here? Supreme God of the Polar Night, no need. After such a lengthy engagement, I am well aware of their strength. Level 100 is indeed formidable, but they will not surpass the defenses at my threshold. Supreme God of the Polar Night. Speaking of which, the Fimbulwinter dungeon still feels somewhat vacant. Nidhogg is currently guarding the tree in the Supreme Heaven Realm, while Fenrir has been dispatched to safeguard my treasury. Loki, though not particularly powerful, is level 90 and has been assigned to your realm. Du Wakane, wasn't he Loki already sent back? A few days ago, when I was absent from the throat of the world, Loki exchanged greetings with Pachanax and then departed. We assumed he had returned to your realm. Supreme God of the Polar Night, not at all. Let me see what he is up to. Louwen utilized the contingency left on Loki to project the scene of Loki's current location onto the chat group panel. As the image materialized, Louwen beheld a twisted and bizarre world, the skies shrouded in a green mist, with no land beneath. Only an endless expanse of dark green viscous liquid, where countless tentacles writhed and twisted, sporadically revealing numerous eyes that added a chilling atmosphere to the scene. Louwen focused on the figures within the image. There were 4 presences, one undoubtedly being Loki, another clad in red and purple garments, rolling his eyes in a mad frenzy, appearing rather unhinged. The first 2 still bore humanoid forms, while the third was a mass of inky black, large eyes adorned with countless tentacles, clearly connected to this distorted realm. Beneath them, a robed figure wearing a mask was being surrounded and kicked by the others. Louwen covered the screen, pondering whether he had initiated the projection incorrectly, then looked again to confirm he had not erred. He recognized all the figures on screen. Loki was self-evident, while the one in red and purple was one of the 16 Daedra Lords, the mad god Sheogorath. The large eye was also one of the 16 Daedra Lords, the god of knowledge and fate, Hermes Mora. The individual being surrounded was no ordinary person. The masked man on the ground was none other than the original Dragonborn, the former priest of the dragon cult, and the champion of the god of knowledge and fate, Hermes Mora, Myriad. Louwen was at a loss for words. The absurdity of this scene was overwhelming. He casually took a screenshot and sent it to the chat group, tagging Du Wakane. Supreme God of the Polar Night. Picture. Supreme God of the Polar Night. Du Wakane, let me show you something amusing. Chapter 76, The Temptation of Homecoming. Du Wakane. Have you found Loki? Supreme God of the Polar Night. I have, but that is not the main point. Do you see the individual sprawled on the ground? Myriad, do you recognize him? Du Wakane. Myriad, I vaguely recall. Oh, it comes back to me. When I was in Riverwood, 2 individuals claiming to be Myriad's followers told me I was a false Dragonborn. That Myriad was the true Dragonborn. They attempted to confront me, but I dispatched them easily. I didn't take their words seriously due to their lack of skill. Supreme God of the Polar Night. The Myriad they referred to is indeed the Dragonborn, and he is the one lying on the ground, albeit the original Dragonborn. Du Wakane, the original Dragonborn? He must be quite powerful. Yet how is he being so easily overpowered? Supreme God of the Polar Night. Myriad, as the original Dragonborn, has lived for over 1,000 years and possesses considerable strength. But it also depends on who his opponents are. Sheogorath, as one of the 16 Daedra Lords, is indeed among the stronger deities. Supreme God of the Polar Night. The other large eye is also a heavyweight, Hermes Mora, the god of knowledge and fate, coupled with the trickster god Loki. These 3 combined are more than sufficient to overwhelm Myriad. Du Wakane. So, that is Sheogorath and Hermes Mora. I have only heard of them but never seen them. In the world of the Elder Scrolls, existing beyond the confines of the world, Myriad, despite appearing as mere fodder on the ground, held a prestigious status. Myriad had squandered his potential as the original Dragonborn, failing to fulfill his destiny and instead joining the dragon cult as a dragon priest. Afterward, he betrayed the dragon clan and, accompanied by the 3 dragon priests who followed him, ventured to sow them. In a confrontation with the dragon priest Valak, who sought to apprehend him, he tore Sotham from the continent of Tamriel, resulting in the demise of his 3 followers during the pursuit. Following his escape, Myriad sought refuge with Hema, becoming his chosen champion. However, even under the influence of the Daedric prince, Myriad remained restless, possibly contemplating a betrayal of his current master, Yuzumura. Sensing this treachery, readily agreed to join Loki and Shelgra in their plan to confront Myriad. Do not forget your promise, deity from another world, Yuzumura intoned, his voice slow to the point of irritation. I shall indeed fulfill my promise. After this matter is resolved, I will share my knowledge from beyond your realm, Loki assured, presenting this as a condition to Yuzumura. Can you enlighten me on one matter? Yuzumura inquired languidly. Why have you summoned this mad god to descend upon Sotham? Is it truly solely for the sake of Myriad? What benefit does this confer upon you? Loki stroked his chin thoughtfully, responding, before my arrival in this world, my God King tasked me with aiding the current Dragon King. Myriad has repeatedly dispatched his followers to provoke the Dragon King, though the monarch remains indifferent as a loyal subject. I cannot overlook such affronts. Hence, I intend to rid the Dragon King of this insolent jester. He then clapped Shelgra on the shoulder. On my way here, I fortuitously encountered Brother Shelgra, and we struck up a delightful conversation, soon becoming sworn brothers. Upon hearing my intentions, Shelgra immediately offered to lend his assistance. After sharing this, Loki and Shelgra laughed heartily as they continued to plot against Myriad. Yuzumura fell silent, observing that while Loki did not appear benevolent, his displayed loyalty was indeed unwavering, leaving the Daedric prince perplexed. As for Shelgra, he asked no questions. As the god of madness, his motives were inscrutable, and he could act unpredictably. Shifting back to Li Ming, the meeting had concluded. As a level 100 transcendent, he was unsurprisingly selected as one of the 100 participants to enter the Fimbulwinter dungeon. To avoid arousing suspicion from the smiling Loki beside him, he feigned delight as he accepted this opportunity. Meanwhile, Loki had infiltrated the assembly without disclosing his strength or identity to the organizers. Hence, he had no rightful claim to a position. Yet, he was unconcerned. What need had he for a quota when he could return home? Everyone had prepared for the meeting, and thus the dungeon exploration was scheduled for the following day. That evening, Li Ming attempted various means of escape, including flight, ground traversal, and spatial teleportation. Yet each endeavor met with failure as he encountered Loki before success could be attained. At this point, it became evident to Li Ming that Loki had long been aware of his awareness. Perhaps out of amusement, Loki had refrained from revealing the truth, and Li Ming resigned himself to his fate. The next day, under the organization of Lei Dongfang, the group utilized a newly developed method of spatial teleportation to reach the entrance of the Fimbulwinter dungeon. At the large teleportation portal, the operator sweated profusely under the scrutiny of the elite from Blue Star as he inspected the machinery before him. He was certain that the portal was undamaged. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it refused to activate. Consequently, the portal's overseer could only placate the esteemed individuals with explanations about the typical issues arising from new technology. Witnessing this predicament, Loki discreetly withdrew from the teleportation portal without anyone noticing. As soon as he stepped beyond its range, the portal activated normally, prompting a sigh of relief from the staff. Loki remarked, "This technology is rather inadequate. Even I cannot utilize it. My own portals are far more efficient." Drawing circles in the air, he opened a portal leading to the dungeon's entrance. After reuniting with the participants entering the dungeon, Loki stood beside Li Ming as Lei Dongfang counted heads. 98, 99, 100, 101. The count was accurate. 100 individuals had gathered, and the dungeon was about to commence. "Prepare yourselves," Lei Dongfang declared. Upon hearing his words, Li Ming, despite knowing that the other's perception was skewed, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is the count correct? How could it possibly be?" he thought, though he dared not speak it aloud with Loki beside him. Dungeon name: Fimbulwinter. Main objective: the supreme god of the longest night, Loki the devouring wolf, Fenrir lord of hell. Mephisto. Side objectives: the flame giant, Surtur goddess of death, Hell Daedric prince of the hell dimension, Mephisto. Skyborn Valkyries. Dungeon capacity: 100. Recommended level: 100. Note: the current party's level is excessively high, which may affect completion rewards. Aside from Li Ming, the other 99 individuals looked bewildered. While most of their team was indeed level 100, there were a few at level 90, and the recommended level clearly stated 100. How can you claim our levels are too high? At the back of the line, Loki glanced at his status panel, which displayed level 100, remaining silent. Chapter 77, Side Battlefields. As the scene before them twisted, Loki and Li Ming found themselves before the Golden Palace Hall. This was the result of Loki's design. Prior to entering the dungeon, he had positioned himself and Li Ming on the main quest, while evenly distributing the remaining 99 individuals into 3 teams assigned to separate side quests. These included the battlefield guarded by Surtr, the realm of the dead overseen by Hel, and the Hall of Valor recently entrusted to 12 skyborn Valkyries. Outside the Golden Palace Hall, witnessing Mephisto kneeling before him, Loki and Li Ming recognized that the charade could not continue. Li Ming immediately bowed, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty Loki, for sparing my life during this time." Loki waved his hand dismissively. Upon returning to the dungeon world, he could still comprehend the language of the Blue Star inhabitants. The barrier of language no longer applied to him, indicating for Mephisto to resume guarding the entrance. He settled down with Li Ming on 2 stones, noting that there was still time before the others completed their side quests. "Let us converse. You need not be so tense. Dare I ask, what compelled you to visit Blue Star without cause?" Li Ming inquired nervously, as the sudden appearance of a being of Loki's caliber in Blue Star was rather daunting. It was more terrifying than a nuclear bomb rampaging through an old-world city. A nuclear bomb could merely obliterate a city, while this figure held the potential to annihilate worlds. "Of course, I came for leisure. Such a vast Blue Star. Would it not be remiss for me to explore it?" Li Ming awkwardly nodded, surprised that the first entity to ever step out of a dungeon merely sought amusement. Yet, as a denizen of Blue Star, he needed to ascertain Loki's stance for the future of his world. Tentatively, Li Ming probed, "Have you found your time here enjoyable?" "Quite so. In your world, I have witnessed a vibrancy, a vigor towards a brighter future. In present-day Blue Star, the emergence of dungeons has disrupted the previous order, rendering the wealth of the bygone era insufficient against the resurgence of inherent power. Furthermore, theoretically, anyone can achieve the highest level through dungeon runs, marking this as an evolution for the entirety of Blue Star." "And what is your perspective on humanity?" Li Ming posed another crucial question, one of great significance to the inhabitants of Blue Star. Loki responded nonchalantly, "Humanity is simply humanity. I am, after all, human myself. What perspective could I possibly hold?" "I see. That reassures me," Li Ming replied. Li Mingsong let out a sigh of relief as he observed the approaching Blue Star extraordinary beings from a distance after clearing the side quest. Addressing Louwen, who had already drawn Gungnir, he asserted, "You need not intervene. I shall handle this myself." With that, he unsheathed his weapon and inflicted a fatal wound upon himself. Louwen waved him off, suggesting he visit often when time permits. By now, the crowd had reached the entrance of the Golden Palace, their numbers slightly diminished, yet still standing at around 50 to 60. This marked a significant improvement compared to past instances where only a handful had arrived at the palace. Returning to the moment they entered the dungeon, the side quest battlefield of the gods unfolded before them. This battleground was formed from the clash between the Aesir and the fire giants during Ragnarok, where an unquenchable flame blazed. Surtr, wielding the Sword of Twilight, confronted the extraordinary beings before him. Although fewer in number than before, their strength was considerably greater. In previous encounters, only a handful of level 100 warriors had participated, while most were in their 90s. This time, however, a substantial gathering of powerful beings from Blue Star had assembled, with level 100 warriors now comprising the majority. Confronting Surtr, the fire giant, posed little challenge for the Blue Star faction, armed with ample experience from previous encounters. Even in sheer strength, Surtr was no match for this assembly of extraordinary beings. As Surtr swung his Sword of Twilight, those of lower levels evaded, while a cadre of higher-level melee warriors moved to the forefront. Had they faced only a group of level 90 extraordinary beings, Surtr's strike might have been blocked. Yet injuries would have been inevitable. However, before him now stood a group of level 100 warriors who, upon forcing Surtr's sword to a halt, launched a counterattack, pushing him back repeatedly. Ray Dongfang commanded the melee warriors to retreat, while urging the ranged extraordinary beings to unleash their full power. He understood that Surtr's offensive might was formidable, yet his vitality was even more resilient. Confronted by a towering creature composed of flames, conventional piercing and cutting attacks were nearly ineffective, and explosive impacts inflicted only minimal damage. Even if they managed to disperse Surtr, he would soon reconstitute himself. In the past, defeating him and advancing during his recovery had proven an effective strategy. However, that was no longer viable. They were now within a side quest, where confronting an immortal entity required sealing rather than simply overcoming him. Without such measures, the dungeon would not acknowledge the completion of the side quest, hindering their progress to the main storyline. As Surtr was once more dispersed and flames ignited in his place, Ray Dongfang bellowed, "Now is the time." 8 level 100 players simultaneously channeled energy into the array laid upon the ground. This array, a fusion of Eastern and Western mystical symbols, featured not only the 5 elements and 8 trigrams of the East, but also incantations and designs from the West, with several runes adorning its edges. Most striking were the intricate patterns resembling electrical circuits. The various systems of Blue Star's dungeons offered opportunities to learn corresponding techniques, leading to a vibrant amalgamation of styles. Lacking geographical boundaries, one might find a Western fantasy-themed dungeon in the Eastern continent, while an Eastern folklore-inspired dungeon could appear on the farthest reaches of the Western continent. Thus, it was not long before attempts to merge multiple systems were made. While most failed, a select few yielded results that exceeded expectations. The array beneath Searcher's feet represented such a successful fusion, designed specifically to restrain the flames within its confines. Searcher, having regained his form within the array, tentatively attempted to move, discovering he could still perform limited actions, though escape was impossible. Realizing his predicament, he hastily discarded the Sword of Twilight. Unable to chant a divine incantation as the divine authority was instantaneously unleashed. Though powerful, the lack of a corresponding incantation diminished its destructive capacity. Ultimately, after Searcher's divine authority claimed several level 90 extraordinary beings, he himself was thoroughly sealed. The side quest Battlefield of the Gods was completed. Chapter 78. The Winged Girl of the Hall of Heroes. Returning to the main storyline, Ray Dongfang counted the remaining members, 27 in total, all of whom were level 100 players. He exhaled in relief. This was a commendable outcome. Not seeing others in the main line, he speculated they might have been assigned to different side quests, thus directing the group to rest and recuperate from the previous battle while awaiting their companions from the other quests. Before long, another team appeared in the main storyline. Upon inquiry, Ray Dongfang learned they had entered the side quest of the Realm of Death. Although the goddess Hell commanded a vast legion of undead, including formidable level 90 beings, her personal strength paled in comparison. After sacrificing a few members, several adept assassins among the level 100 extraordinary beings successfully dispatched foes within the undead ranks, thereby completing the side quest. Just as the two groups reunited, a third team arrived. To Ray Dongfang's surprise, this team had not emerged from a side quest but had been hiding at a distance, and their numbers were fewer than 10. Leading this team was Orlana, and Ray Dongfang was perplexed, with the mightiest mage of the new Federation present. Their survival rate should have been higher than his team's. How could they number so few now? When Ray Dongfang inquired, Orlana, her expression grave, shared their harrowing experience. Her team had ventured into the newly established side quest, the Hall of Heroes, guarded by 12 forcibly elevated level 90 winged ones, led by Ramil. Upon receiving news of intruders attacking their sanctuary, the winged ones felt an unprecedented surge of power, brimming with confidence. Sisters, our strength now rivals that of the divine. Regardless of the intruders, even those comparable to the human spirits we previously encountered, we shall handle them with ease, Ramil proclaimed to her comrades. Though their power did not match the likes of Searcher or Nidhogg, they had achieved the standard of level 90, and with 12 of them, they could stand against any team from Blue Star under normal circumstances, though the current situation was anything but normal. A green-haired winged one trembled as she pointed towards the Blue Star extraordinary beings. Ramil, displeased, turned sharply, reprimanding, "Who are we? We are the formidable Valkyries. How can we be intimidated by mere intruders?" However, upon turning, she was met with the stern gaze of a middle-aged woman leading the extraordinary beings, which caused her to gasp in fear and cower defensively. Seeing their leader in such a state, the other winged ones rushed to support Ramil, though they too were frightened. As appointed Valkyries, they could not afford to lose face. It seemed the profound impact of Orlana's golden hammer had left an indelible mark on their pride as winged ones. While Ramil felt trepidation, bolstered by her companions, she mustered her courage, proclaiming, "Do not fear. Our master has empowered us. We shall not falter before that woman." Yet, the same green-haired winged one interjected, "But, leader, from the aura emanating from that woman, she seems even stronger now, and she is flanked by many others of her kind." Ramil widened her eyes and turned to her, exclaiming, "Why did you have to say it? Am I unaware? I simply wish to keep it unspoken to spare us from fear." She then focused on the vigilant, extraordinary beings ahead and shouted, "Enough! Let us unleash our wrath upon them." The heavenly winged beings, refusing to confront their terror any longer, united to execute a celestial strike. This time, they not only infused all their energy but also risked their very lives, igniting everything within them to amplify the force of this celestial assault. This intricate operation was completed in the blink of an eye, merging the instantaneous power of 12 level 90 lives, which crashed down upon the bewildered extraordinary beings of Blue Star. From the perspective of the Blue Star extraordinary beings, it appeared as though 12 beautiful maidens, adorned with wings and halos, had emerged before them. Upon accessing their profiles, they read the following details: name, Remil race, heavenly wing title, Valkyrie. God-slaying weapon level, 90 skill 1. Unknown system magic. A 4 magic system of unknown origin and principle, not belonging to any existing known magical systems, which directly absorbs energy from the realm to transform it into an enigmatic force referred to as spirit. Skill 2. Celestial strike. Released by individuals or groups of the heavenly winged, capable of annihilating cities and nations. Note: if this skill is executed by the supreme god Louwen of the eternal night using the heavenly winged as a medium, it transforms into divine strike. A cataclysmic attack of world-ending magnitude. Skill 3. Commanding spirits. As a Valkyrie appointed directly by the supreme god of eternal night, bestowed with the second highest authority, possessing the ability to summon and command spirits. Note: extraordinary beings who perish in the Fimbulwinter instance will exist as spirits in the Hall of Spirits until the conclusion of the instance. The scene was striking, with all 12 panels exuding opulence, and even the most seasoned among them had never witnessed such a sight. They anticipated a fierce battle ahead. However, the subsequent actions left them perplexed. Initially, the maidens exhibited unwavering confidence, but upon seeing them, especially when one pointed at Orlana, their demeanor shifted to one of sheer terror. Although aware of the peculiar nature of the Fimbulwinter instance, wherein memories remain intact post-challenge, Orlana reflected that she had not encountered these maidens before and doubted her capacity to instigate their fear. Then, the leader bellowed, and the others echoed, unleashing their skills. In that moment, the assault arrived instantaneously. Orlana's golden void barely unfurled, not yet enveloping her teammates, when the attack concluded. After the strike, everything vanished, including the teammates who had not been shielded by her skill. Orlana felt remorse. The golden void consumed significant energy, and she preferred to conserve her strength for critical moments. Who could have predicted that they would choose to perish alongside their foes? Orlana and the few hastily rescued teammates found themselves transported to the main storyline. The notification of clearing the side quest arrived, yet joy eluded Orlana. Chapter 79. Dimension Demon Mephisto. After the 3 teams converged, they pressed forward toward the ultimate destination, the Golden Palace. Their journey was uninterrupted, and they reached their destination with ease, despite the numerous formidable foes within the Fimbulwinter instance. No minor monsters appeared anywhere except in the realm of the side quest S Underworld. Soon, the extraordinary beings arrived outside the Golden Palace, where 2 men awaited them. One, familiar to them, was Louwen, the supreme god of the final eternal night of Fimbulwinter. The other man was presumably the Hell Lord Mephisto, as mentioned in the prior instance introduction. However, the extraordinary beings were puzzled by the differing titles assigned to him in the side and main storylines. Pondering this, they opened the introduction before them. Name: Mephisto race. Demon title: Hell Lord. Dimension: Demon God level, 100 skill. Dimensional energy: as a dimension demon god of the Hell dimension, even outside its realm, he can freely manipulate and extract energy from the dimension for his own use. A collective gasp echoed among them. One formidable foe was challenging enough. Yet now a level 100 adversary appeared, seemingly insurmountable. Louwen observed the stunned extraordinary beings and patted Mephisto on the shoulder, instructing, "Take them down below, and remember, do not hold back. Let them witness your true strength." "At your command, my lord," Mephisto replied, slowly advancing toward the extraordinary beings. As the level 100 approached, the extraordinary beings began to cast their most brilliant spells, vibrant lights flashing among dozens of them. Having learned from their earlier encounter, Orlana dared not to hold back. She enveloped the entire team in her golden void from the outset. Observing their actions, Mephisto grinned wickedly, proclaiming, "Remember my name, Mephisto, the mightiest of Louwen's ranks. The ruler and dominator of the Hell dimension, the one who shall bring you death today." Just as Mephisto's melodramatic speech began, Louwen interrupted, "Stop that. Due to the instance's rules, they cannot comprehend your words." Hearing this, the mischievous smile faded from Mephisto's face, replaced by a look of boredom as he snapped his fingers, creating a passageway between the Hell dimension and the surface. The extraordinary beings found themselves plummeting rapidly, unable to halt their descent. No magic abilities or items could mitigate their falling speed. Amidst the panic, they landed upon a crimson expanse. Various grotesque demons, excited by the sudden arrival of humans, rushed forward, only to be swiftly annihilated by the extraordinary beings. They surveyed their surroundings. The crimson ground stretched endlessly, engulfed in eerie green flames, and aside from the hideous demons, the place was even more desolate than Fimbulwinter. Looking up, they discerned the faint outline of land in the dark red sky, which they surmised to be the continent where the essence of Fimbulwinter resided. As they gazed about, a colossal ram's head suddenly appeared, its shadow eclipsing the sun. The twisted horns resembled mountains, while its eyes sparkled with an otherworldly glow, brighter than the stars. Recognizing this unmistakable creature, the Blue Star Extraordinary Beings reopened the introduction. Name: Mephisto. Race: Dimension Demon God. Title: Hell Lord. Dimension Demon God. Level: 100. Skill: Lord of Dimensions. As the Sovereign of Dimensions, Mephisto commands everything within his realm. And within the Hell Dimension, his powers are exponentially amplified. Unless one possesses the ability to obliterate an entire dimension, Mephisto is invincible. As they read the introduction, the extraordinary beings felt a wave of suffocation. What was this? Could a mere mortal contend with such a being? The mere fact of his level 100 rendered them hopeless. And the descriptions of skills such as ruler of everything and power to annihilate entire dimensions made them realize that Mephisto was on an entirely different plane from any foe they had previously faced. While they could not yet discern whether Louwen or Mephisto had the more formidable skills, to them, both appeared equally daunting. However, having come this far, they felt compelled to attempt a confrontation. Even if they could not clear the instance, they aimed to at least stand before the ultimate challenge. Under the command of Lei Dongfang, all launched their most powerful attacks at the ram-headed figure in the sky, shaking parts of the Hell Dimension. Mephisto's eyes widened slightly. Previously, upon hearing Louwen's descriptions of these extraordinary beings, comments suggesting they were somewhat powerful yet not particularly formidable, and that they could be easily vanquished, he had assumed they were mere fodder. However, the reality before him was entirely different. Louwen's evaluations were rooted in his own prowess, and those who believed such statements should genuinely possess strength. Without such strength, the extraordinary beings whom Louwen deemed easily extinguishable would undoubtedly demonstrate the true meaning of a 100-level extraordinary being, revealing what it meant to be a fully realized human. Mephisto felt fortunate that he had swiftly drawn these individuals into the realm of hell. Had he remained outside, he would undoubtedly have faced calamity. An attack struck the ram's head, instantly depleting Mephisto's health bar and shattering the ram's form. The extraordinary beings exchanged incredulous glances at the emptied health bar and the mangled body. Could it be that even among those at level 100, there existed a disparity? Based on their estimates, their combined assault should have only inflicted minor wounds upon Louwen, with a high probability of failing to breach his defenses. Yet, this very assault had directly felled an opponent of level 100. However, some of the cooler-headed members of the group doused their companions' rising anxiety with a dose of reality. Do not let your guard down, Lei Dong called to the team. According to descriptions of their abilities, as long as this hell dimension remains intact, they will not perish. The group quickly regained their composure, remaining vigilant. At that moment, a new health bar appeared. This time, it bore the name Hell Dimension instead of Mephisto. The floating health bar surged dramatically, and after a prolonged observation, they discerned that the health capacity was not merely increasing, rather, the health bar was extending to such lengths that even under full loading, the instance had yet to be fully processed. Lei Dong exhaled deeply, pondering that upon their return, they would need to revise the explanations regarding the health bar mechanism. Previously, they had described health bars as a certain number of units, but after today, the description for level 100 would need to focus on how long the health bar took to load. This led him to contemplate a more pressing question. Where was the health bar of the supreme deity of extreme night, Louwen? Chapter 80. Newcomers in the group. With this, the instance was essentially concluded. Such an extensive health bar would remain unvanquished even if they stood idle and attacked. Ultimately, beneath the calm gazes of the extraordinary beings, the earth ignited in green flames, and 5 towering pillars of burning emerald flames ascended from the horizon. Louwen, standing at the edge of the Fimbulwinter continent, clearly witnessed the land of the realm ignite in green flames, transforming the entire terrain into a colossal green hand. The immense hand clenched tightly, fingers grinding against its palm, crushing both extraordinary beings and demons with equal ferocity. Mephisto felt no remorse. These demons would soon regenerate within the Hell Dimension, a completely renewable resource. In the end, As the emerald flames blazed fiercely, the now fist-sized colossal hand melted and flattened. Once the land cooled, it would become a newly reborn hell. As the green flames surged beside him, Mephisto's figure emerged amidst the flames. Once the fire dissipated, he bowed gracefully and inquired, "My lord, are you satisfied with my performance?" Louwen nodded, responding, "It was adequate, particularly the aspect of the health bar continuously loading, which should have instilled a considerable psychological shadow upon them. Do you desire any rewards?" "I devote myself entirely to you, my lord. Rewards are of little significance to me." Halfway through, Mephisto suddenly sensed something amiss and cautiously glanced at Louwen's scrutinizing gaze. Realization struck him. Having been a ruler for so long, he had forgotten how to be a subordinate. Those in power do not fear your desires. Desires indicate control. What they fear are those devoid of desires, as such individuals harbor unfathomable ambitions. With this in mind, Mephisto hastily corrected himself. "If I must mention a reward, I would hope you grant me the ability to traverse between this world and my original realm. As you know, I possess few other hobbies. I simply enjoy toying with mortals and signing contracts now and then. Since the mortals of this world belong to you, I dare not interfere." This request, in truth, was genuinely what he sought. Louwen nodded, granting Mephisto the permission to teleport to the Marvel universe within their chat group, while also warning, "Do not let me witness a scene like last time, otherwise." Louwen brandished a container holding a disposable replica of Gungnir's skull, causing Mephisto to break into a cold sweat. If that were to be unleashed, his survival would be impossible. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Mephisto and opened the chat group, which was still live. Louwen promptly closed it. Flying mouse. Indeed, the world of our group is filled with formidable individuals. Fallen angel. Yet, it is also quite abstract. Just now, I witnessed an individual in the team possessing angelic traits, bestowing a blessing of holy water upon another with demonic traits, simultaneously employing Buddhist techniques to consecrate. Supreme deity of extreme night, the humans in my world are indeed powerful, but I sense that the true strength lies within this world. Flying mouse, to nurture such a multitude of strong beings, your world is undeniably formidable. Supreme deity of extreme night, no, it is far beyond that. You have merely glimpsed the current strength of this world. You remain oblivious to the potential within its other inhabitants. Supreme deity of extreme night, what if I were to tell you that the boy who transforms into a lizard, whom I encountered upon exiting the instance, will one day become a 100-level powerhouse? The unrivaled electric princess. It appears that every individual is a young genius. In this light, the potential of your world is indeed impressive. Supreme deity of extreme night, what if I also mentioned that the owner and proprietress of the breakfast shop, the office worker riding a griffin for ride-sharing, and the rideshare driver will all one day become 100-level powerhouses? Flying mouse. Fallen angel. The unrivaled electric princess. Supreme deity of extreme night, this is the true strength of my world. In my world, becoming powerful is not contingent upon innate talent. The experience required for level 100 is readily available. As long as you engage with instances, you will gain experience. With sufficient experience, you can level up, free from insurmountable bottlenecks. This implies that theoretically, anyone in my world could achieve level 100. Supreme deity of extreme night. Furthermore, the strength of humanity is not predicated on plundering creatures from instances. All units eliminated at the conclusion of an instance will be resurrected, resulting in no losses. And as the world evolves, the creatures within instances will also evolve. Fallen angel, what a powerful and gentle world this is. Supreme deity of extreme night, indeed. Speaking of worlds, the wandering little broken ball could also be considered a form of world consciousness. Wandering little broken ball, me? Though I say this, I feel utterly powerless compared to your world. Supreme deity of extreme night, no matter, you are still a child, destined to grow gradually. Speaking of which, the eternal fire consuming the sun on your side is nearing completion. I might as well take a look while I have nothing else to do. With that, Louwen activated the teleportation feature in the chat group, just as a notification sound echoed through the chat. The Grey Witch joined the chat group. The Highland Witch joined the chat group. The Cute King joined the chat group. The Galactic Bat Hero, Unborn, joined the chat group. While Louwen was designing the deep space anchor intended for traversal, he configured it to transport him beside his friends rather than directly onto them. This setting posed little issue for most in the group, yet for the wandering little broken ball, it was somewhat problematic. As a planet, its vicinity was the vastness of space, and Louwen now found himself floating in the cosmos. However, for Louwen, a formidable individual capable of withstanding a supernova explosion. These matters were trivial. His current concern lay with the new members of the chat group. The Grey Witch Elena and the Highland Witch Azisha were easily identifiable to Louwen by their titles, and the Galaxy Bad Hero likely recognized them as well. However, the identity of the adorable King of Demons was much more elusive. Given the multitude of past Demon Kings, it was uncertain which one had entered the group. Grey Witch, Highland Witch, Elena, who had just bid farewell to her mentor, the Stardust Witch, was casting spells at the glowing screen before her with her wand. Yet none of her incantations bore fruit. Upon noticing the Highland Witch in the group, she cautiously inquired, drawing upon the inexplicable knowledge that had surfaced in her mind regarding the chat group. Grey Witch, Highland Witch, did you create this magic, esteemed senior? I wonder what you wish to discuss with this newly initiated witch? Azisha, who had just learned of her astonishingly high stats from the Adventurers Guild, glanced around warily. Once she determined there was no immediate threat, she turned her attention to the waterfall that she had entirely frozen, responding with caution. Highland Witch, are you referring to me as your esteemed senior? I am merely a feeble witch capable of only defeating slimes. Demon King, Chapter 81, Wandering Earth World Supreme God of the Polar Night. Newcomers, please accept this document. It contains an introduction to the chat group that may clarify your uncertainties. Louwen compressed his understanding of the chat group into a file, a skill he had acquired from the ancient scrolls when the Grey Beards imparted the dragon shout to him. Grey Witch, so this is what a chat group is. Then, Supreme God of the Polar Night, do you possess knowledge of the members' futures? Supreme God of the Polar Night, indeed. Would you like me to share? Grey Witch, there is no need. The journey is most enjoyable when shrouded in mystery. Knowing everything beforehand would diminish the joy of exploration. Highland Witch, actually, I wish to inquire. Supreme God of the Polar Night, your tale is quite riveting. Share with us a recent experience. I shall ascertain the timing. Highland Witch, recently, I discovered through the Adventurers Guild test that I have reached the maximum level. Supreme God of the Polar Night, are you concerned whether your true power has been revealed, or if your tranquil life has been disrupted? Highland Witch, if possible, I would like to know both. Supreme God of the Polar Night, your strength has surely been exposed. At the time, there were others in the guild besides you and the receptionist. Another individual proclaimed your greatness and disseminated news of your maximum level prowess. Highland Witch, will my peaceful life thus be forsaken? Supreme God of the Polar Night, not entirely. Apart from a few adventurers challenging you initially, there have been few disturbances. However, your home has gained some rather peculiar inhabitants. Highland Witch, peculiar inhabitants? Supreme God of the Polar Night, creatures such as dragons, celestial spirits, fairies, phantoms, and occasionally, the Demon King and officials from the demon realm dropping by. Highland Witch, Supreme God of the Polar Night, you may not yet realize that your current power renders you invincible in your realm. A mere flick of your hand could topple an entire dragon horde, and a serious effort could pierce through the entire demon realm. Supreme God of the Polar Night, do not be disheartened. From what I have observed, your future life remains peaceful and comfortable, albeit with a larger family. Highland Witch, if that is the case, it should be bearable. Thank you for the information, esteemed group leader. Demon King, now it's my turn. My name is Rimuru Tempest. I was once human, but after being stabbed on the street, I was reincarnated as a slime. Highland Witch, back at her Highland cottage, Azisha felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, the slime she had slain in such numbers would not seek vengeance upon her. The Highland Witch was indeed powerful. However, she was oblivious to her own strength. Supreme God of the Polar Night, based on your description, I can discern which Demon King it is, the beautiful Demon Princess. Demon King, no, I am male. Supreme God of the Polar Night, are you truly? Demon King, even if slimes are asexual, why am I referred to as the beautiful Demon Princess? Meanwhile, Louwen, afloat in space, pondered and casually fashioned a figurine of Rimuru, snapping a photo to share in the group. Supreme God of the Polar Night, please observe the image. Highland Witch, what a delightful child. The unrivaled electric princess, indeed, quite adorable. Truly deserving of the title beautiful Demon Princess. Grey Witch, so lovely. Only slightly less so than I. As a beautiful maiden. For this self-absorbed witch to offer such praise was already quite commendable. Demon King, I must reiterate, I am male. Let's not dwell on this. Instead, let us discuss other matters. Recently, several ogres have joined my ranks, claiming that the fully armed Boarhead clan destroyed their village. Group leader, do you have any insights? Supreme God of the Polar Night, That would be the 200,000 Boarhead clan led by the Boarhead Emperor. However, there is no need for undue concern. While 200,000 is no trivial number in any world, in a realm where power derives from oneself, numbers do not always dictate victory. In the original narrative, upon devouring the Boarhead Emperor, the Boarhead clan surrendered outright. Demon King. I see. I understand now. Thank you, Group Leader. Supreme God of the Polar Night, by the way. This could also be organized as a chat group mission. Is anyone interested in participating? Flying Squirrel. A war? With the Nazarick army. I might be able to offer some assistance. Louwen. If that's the case, I can rally my dragon army to lend a hand. Thor, God of Thunder. Actually, I would like to join, but my father insists I remain here to handle Asgard's affairs. He warned me that if I dared to leave, he would break my legs upon my return. After a brief pause, Louwen noticed no further responses and began to set the mission parameters. Mission: Defense of the Jula Great Forest Participants. Flying Squirrel, Louwen, Demon King rewards. Rewards distributed based on contributions post-war. Supreme God of the Polar Night. The mission has been established. Demon King, when the battle commences, simply message in the group to rally your allies, while victory is assured. This will help minimize your side's losses. Demon King. Understood. Thank you, Group Leader, and thanks to my supportive comrades. Louwen closed the chat group and gazed towards Earth. At that moment, a brilliant white point of light stood out distinctly on Earth, an engine designed to validate the mountain-moving project created by humanity. This planetary engine had generated a displacement of 2 picoradians, confirming the feasibility of the project. However, Louwen scratched his head in confusion. He looked at the sun under his control. Unlike the sun in the narrative, which had begun to expand, the current sun appeared stable and gentle, showing no signs of impending eruption. If that were the case, why were humans still pursuing the mountain-moving project and seeking to flee the solar system? With this question lingering in his mind, Louwen descended directly onto the moon, landing near the lunar base. Inside the base, a young researcher spotted Louwen standing on the moon without any protective gear. He was taken aback and hurriedly donned a helmet, rushing to open the base door to usher the man inside. Before he could do so, a middle-aged researcher halted him. What are you doing? The external environment is perilous. We must bring that individual in. The young man protested, but it's dangerous out there. The middle-aged man shook his head, gravely stating, you recognize the danger. Yet in such a setting, that individual strides forth without a hint of concern. What do you suppose he could be? The young man felt a chill run down his spine. Surely he is human, right? The middle-aged man shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Not necessarily. If it's solely based on his current performance, even if there are unknown risks, we should allow him entry. However, I just witnessed him descending from space. His posture was not one of falling, but rather of soaring. A being capable of traversing the cosmos. Could that truly be a human? Chapter 82. The sun in the eyes of humanity. One must understand the vastness of the universe, where wonders abound. Consider the sun we have today. It is wise to harbor a modicum of reverence for the unknown. As the middle-aged man articulated this analysis of the enigmatic creature outside to the young man, a voice suddenly interrupted, asking, what are you discussing? They both froze, startled by the unexpected presence of a third voice. For the base had always been occupied solely by the two of them. Slowly, they turned to look outside the base, only to find the leisurely figure had vanished. Turning back inside, they were astonished to see the man who should have been outside now curiously observing his surroundings within the base. The two men stifled their screams, seizing the opportunity while the stranger examined the ceiling to stealthily edge toward the door. You need not be alarmed. I am not a fearsome monster, the newcomer Louwen said with a warm smile. He gestured, and blue lines traced an outline, conjuring 3 sofas into existence. After inviting them to sit, Louwen remarked, the powers of the lawgiver are indeed remarkable. The two men exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this being was undoubtedly not human and perhaps not even of earthly origin. After all, as seasoned inhabitants of Earth for decades, they had never encountered a creature with such abilities. In their minds, beings capable of such feats were typically relegated to the realm of myth. Noticing their discomfort, Louwen reassured them, you need not be anxious. I am here simply to ask a few questions. When the young man responded in Chinese, the two felt even more uneasy. The ability to speak Earth's language suggested that this extraterrestrial had been plotting for some time. What are your thoughts on the sun? The two exchanged glances, initially expecting inquiries of greater secrecy, yet they were met with a question about the sun. Are you referring to the sun of years past or the present sun? The middle-aged researcher cautiously inquired. Louwen pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us speak of both." He continued, "The sun of years ago provided us with light and warmth, selflessly illuminating the earth, yet it was akin to a bomb waiting to explode, capable of annihilating humanity and the planet at any moment. And what of the current sun? The present sun confounds our understanding. Just a few years ago, it began to contract after a period of expansion, returning to a normal size, its energy diminishing. Scientists are baffled by this phenomenon. As the sun's energy plummeted, it seemed to transform into something entirely different, an entity that defies description and observation by current scientific paradigms. Regarding the current sun, Earth could only perceive its outer layers, akin to a fiery plasma, with an unobservable energy lying beneath. At this juncture, the middle-aged man's anxious demeanor shifted. He covertly glanced at Louwen, pondering whether the changes in the sun were somehow connected to this being. Was it possible that an alien had altered the sun? Yet, now was not the time for such speculations. Their primary focus remained on discussing the sun with Louwen. This energy confines the entire sun, maintaining it at a stable size and ensuring that it continues to emit light and warmth in a manner reminiscent of the pre-crisis sun. Additionally, scientists had observed something even more astonishing. The sun perpetually radiated light and heat, while its energy exhibited a discernible upward trend. Over the years, the current sun's energy had escalated to 3 to 5 times its original output. However, due to the constraints of the unknown energy within the sun, this change had no adverse effects on humanity, and there have been no observations of any material entering the sun, suggesting that this energy seemingly manifested from nothingness. Upon hearing this explanation, Louwen nodded but grew increasingly perplexed. If the sun is currently so stable and conducive to life, why then are you constructing planetary engines to validate the mountain-moving project and preparing to flee? Because it's terrifying, the middle-aged man sighed. If this phenomenon of void-generated energy were to increase exponentially over billions of years, humanity would undoubtedly remain to study it. If it were to double over thousands of years, we might consider staying, as the allure of infinite energy is immense. However, the increase of 3 to 5 times within just a few years, and the accelerating rate of this growth, is alarming. The middle-aged man gazed blankly at Louwen. Do you comprehend how frightening this is? Having a nuclear bomb nearby is already daunting, but now its potency is inexplicably increasing. Louwen nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The middle-aged man continued. Upon learning of this matter, the United Government convened an emergency meeting and concluded that we must escape, and the sooner, the better. The current sun could obliterate the Earth in an instant. If we delay our escape, we may not evade the blast radius. For no one knows how long those unknown energies will hold sway. Now I understand. Rest assured, the sun will not explode. In truth, this swelling energy is the eternal flame, the very unknown energy you speak of. The more robust the eternal flame becomes, the stronger its binding force. So there is no need to worry about the sun erupting unexpectedly. With that, he opened a portal and departed, unconcerned with the thoughts of the 2 men left behind. At that moment, Louwen found himself within the sun. Indeed, the sun was hollow. Inside, he introduced a vibrant little world, which he named the Kingdom of Eternal Light. This realm harbored no shadows. Radiant particles filled every corner, and all life within thrived not on sustenance, but on the energy provided by the eternal flame. Louwen settled against a golden tree, its trunk and leaves shimmering in hues of gold, and opened a chat group. The supreme god of the polar night, wandering little sphere. The sun in your vicinity has been entirely consumed by my eternal flame, and the solar system can now be inhabited without concern. However, it seems humanity is preparing to abandon the Earth. Wandering little sphere, thank you for your assistance. I have observed humanity's actions. I intend to connect with all human consciousness at an opportune moment to reassure them that there is no need to flee, for my identity will surely pacify them, as they have always referred to me as Mother, the supreme god of the polar night. That indeed sounds reassuring. But have you considered an alternative path? Wandering little sphere, an alternative path? The supreme god of the polar night, installing thousands of planetary engines as humanity envisions, then collaborating with me and the Prairie Wolf King to equip you with advanced technology. This way, you could elevate humanity into a super interstellar civilization. Chapter 83. The Super Wandering Earth Wandering Little Sphere. Is that in line with the original storyline? The supreme god of the polar night. Quite similar. Though with assistance from me and Grey Wolf, your installation speed would exceed light speed. Wandering little sphere. Wouldn't that cause destruction? The supreme god of the polar night. Hence, We must enhance you with advanced technology, and you need not worry about energy, as the sun will provide it. The supreme god of the polar night. Initially, I intended to resolve the sun crisis, but ever since this galactic ball bat, unborn, joined the group, I have reconsidered. The wandering little broken ball. Does this name suggest that this individual hails from a world of interstellar civilization? The supreme god of polar night, indeed. Although their world is primarily dominated by extraordinary entities like star gods, envoys, and pathwalkers, technology also plays a significant role. The supreme god of polar night. Once we retrofit the 8 planets of the solar system into planetary battleships, I envision leading the sun alongside these 8 planets into their universe. It promises to be quite an adventure. The wandering little broken ball. I believe that is feasible. The supreme god of polar night. Then it is settled. Prairie Wolf King, are you in or out? Prairie Wolf King, retrofitting planets? It seems challenging, yet achievable. What do you propose as compensation? The wandering little broken ball. Prairie Wolf King, how about becoming my long-term employee? Your primary task would be to provide technological assistance to the members of our group. The wandering little broken ball. In return, I shall offer you a fixed salary of 10 sheep for every Earth day, totaling 24 hours. Prairie Wolf King. Is that true? I am grateful, my employer. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your service. Fallen Angel. Have you already poached the group's leading technological expert? Supreme God of Polar Night, as the former employer. Do you have anything to say? The Supreme God of Polar Night. I can only say that this arrangement benefits both myself and Grey Wolf. The wandering little broken ball. Precisely. Grey Wolf will continue to provide technological assistance to our group members, while I will cover the compensation. Thus, even in the absence of commissions, Grey Wolf will still have mutton to enjoy. As for the seemingly disadvantageous deal involving Earth, it is not as unprofitable as it appears. 10 sheep a day amounts to over 3,000 sheep a year, which, while appearing substantial, is merely a drop in the bucket for Earth. Gaining access to the exceptional technological expertise of Grey Wolf in exchange for a handful of sheep is undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Within the eternal divine realm inside the sun, Louwen perused the shop in the chat group. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, heralding the arrival of Grey Wolf, donned with a safety helmet. He rubbed his hands and inquired of Louwen, "Where is the planet I am to retrofit?" Louwen closed the shop interface, gestured for Grey Wolf to take a seat beside him, and with a wave of his hand, a keyboard, mouse, and monitor materialized before Grey Wolf. Louwen activated the monitor and pointed to a predominantly azure planet, explaining to Grey Wolf, "This is the 3rd planet of the solar system. You are tasked with enhancing the propulsion system based on this planetary engine prototype. Additionally, please incorporate an unstable field to ensure that Earth can accelerate drastically without disintegration or adversely affecting its surface." Louwen settled into his own seat, examining the blue gem in his hand, while I would handle the weaponry aspect for Earth. As for materials, there is no need for concern. With the core of the law of truth in hand, you can proceed without worrying about resource depletion. Indeed, the core of the law of truth originated from the Star Iron branch of the chat group shop. Walter Young, a passenger aboard the Astral Express and the second agent of the law, had his powers listed in the shop as a law core. For his planetary battleship project, Louwen purchased it outright and manually transformed it into the core of the law of truth. Regarding the issue of sufficient points, Louwen himself had the ability to print money, possessing the means to convert energy into points, rendering the quantity of points a non-issue. Originally, the aim was merely convenience, but upon acquisition, Louwen realized the vast superiority of the law of truth compared to the law. The essence of the law of truth's powers lies in its capacity to transcend narrative and the boundaries of civilization, elevating comprehension to the infinite potentials of the imaginary tree. In contrast, the law requires complete understanding to construct an object, with technological constraints not exceeding the current civilization's limits. However, the law of truth operates differently, automatically acquiring relevant knowledge during construction and no longer constrained by current technological ceilings. For instance, while the law would necessitate a thorough understanding of a nuclear bomb structure and principles to construct one, the law of truth could directly acquire the necessary knowledge in its mind and proceed with the construction. If one were to argue that the nuclear bomb's power is insufficient, the law of truth could simply construct an antimatter bomb. If challenged on the basis that such technology exists only in science fiction, the response would be that as long as there exists a narrative regarding antimatter bombs, the relevant knowledge can be obtained and constructed. Though the powers of the law of truth heavily rely on the imaginary tree, it is replaceable. After all, the world tree is also a tree, is it not? Louwen asserted that they are fundamentally the same. Within the eternal divine realm of the sun, alongside Grey Wolf, who possesses the ability to create comical inventions, and the core of the law of truth, capable of conceptual creation, we have Louwen, who is pragmatic, all collaborating on the transformation of Earth. From this moment forth, Earth is undergoing continuous change. The immediate manifestation is that after constructing a planetary engine and verifying the feasibility of the mountain-moving plan, humanity suddenly discovers that Earth has begun to sprout planetary engines. One after another, these engines emerged, first outlined by blue lines, then materializing from the ground up without depleting Earth's resources. Thousands of planetary engines, each exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter and 30,000 meters in height, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Moreover, through investigation, it was discovered that these planetary engines sprouting from Earth were composed of an unknown substance with a strength surpassing all currently known materials, impervious to destruction by any means employed by humanity. Just as humanity grappled with the sudden emergence of these planetary engines, another development intensified their unease. At the equatorial region of Earth, a colossal structure composed of 3 concentric circles outlined by blue lines, dubbed the Battlestar Ring by Louwen, was being constructed at an unfathomable speed, seemingly slow, yet beyond human comprehension. On this day, rumors swirled across Earth, with some claiming that benevolent extraterrestrial beings, unable to bear witness to the destruction of a fragile civilization, were assisting humanity in construction. Others spoke of a deity who loved humanity, unwilling to see them suffer, thus bestowing miraculous aid. Some even suggested that this was our Mother Earth, manifesting planetary engines and star rings to prevent humanity's extinction. Chapter 84. Surplus forces. Although the construction speed of the wandering Earth is astonishing, it still requires many days. Typically, the construction of interstellar megastructures is measured in years, and the current pace of Louwen and Grey Wolf already reflects the results of a post-keyboard console ascension. While the wandering Earth is undergoing vigorous construction, a war has erupted in the Jula Great Forest of the Remura world. Within the swamp territory of the Lizardmen, the usurper son of the former Lizard King, Gavaru, found himself engaged in combat against the vanguard of the Pighead tribe. It was evident that Gavaru's strength was no match for the pig-headed vanguard, and he was swiftly knocked to the ground. Lizards are well suited for lying low. Die. The pig-headed vanguard taunted, raising his great axe to deliver a fatal blow to Gavaru. Just as Gavaru closed his eyes, awaiting his demise, the sound of clashing weapons heralded the arrival of Gabuda, Rimuru's goblin subordinate, who shielded the fallen Gavaru from the strike. This marked Rimuru's official arrival on the battlefield with his subordinates. Are you not the true master of that village? Gavaru still believed that the one who had defeated him, Gabuda, was the mastermind behind the goblin village. His words left Gabuda bewildered, questioning whether this lizard man had suffered a blow to the head. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted within the ranks of the Pighead tribe, as several of Rimuru's ogre subordinates launched their attack. A hemispherical shield expanded, black flames swelling within, capable of decimating large swathes of the Pighead tribe with a single strike. As the glint of blades flashed, Louwen and White Old commenced their unparalleled slaughter amidst the fully armed pig-headed army, their armor shattering like mere paper. The mightiest among them was undoubtedly Rimuru's steed, Ryga, with its area attack skill, Black Thunderstorm. Dark lightning, accompanied by a tempest, descended from the heavens, obliterating vast swathes of the pig-headed tribe, including their vanguard, leaving them in utter annihilation. Simultaneously, a swirling vortex of darkness wreaked havoc, lifting numerous pig-headed foes into the air. The extraordinary power of these individuals was vividly displayed. As the saying goes, when 1,000 men march, they are boundless, and when 10,000 march, they touch the heavens. Though an army of 200,000 is substantial, before Rimuru's subordinates, they were as defenseless as chickens, effortlessly harvested in this unparalleled massacre. Gazing down from the sky, Rimuru, with his expansive black bat wings, felt that his presence was unnecessary, as his subordinates were capable of overwhelming the pig-headed tribe alone. Contemplating the reinforcements from the Chatgroup, he took a moment before ultimately deciding to allow them entry. If it were merely ordinary support, he might have opted to spare them the trouble given the favorable situation. Yet assistance from his friends would also yield points for him, thus their arrival would be beneficial. With this thought, Rimuru initiated a task within the Chatgroup. Flying Squirrel, Dawakian, you may enter, but do not bring excessive forces. The pig-headed tribe is not as formidable as I had imagined. Upon sending the message, the chat group commenced teleportation, not in the fleeting white light of individual transport, but through a portal that maintained an open state for an extended duration. Rimuru extended his arms, and two portals unfolded on either side. From the left portal, the dragon-formed Roko emerged, accompanied by a dozen dragons swiftly soaring out. As they exited the portal, the dragons gathered their breath, unleashing flames, frost, storms, and poisonous gas in a magnificent display, soaring in perfect formation, carving intricate patterns in the air. From the right portal, a pair of golden-armored skeletons marched in unison, their attire showcasing precious magical equipment, resembling an honor guard more than a military unit. Following the golden skeletons was an equally golden palanquin, trailed by an ice-blue insectoid, with a legion of death knights and skeletal mages in tow. Among all the members in the group, Flying Squirrel was not the strongest, yet he made the most grandiose entrance. Stepping down from the palanquin, he approached the already landed Rimuru, where a skeleton and a slime shook hands, marking a meeting between Bone Out Yin and Slime Out Yin. They exchanged pleasantries. Though their conversation was sparse, despite both being travelers from Japan, their eras and personalities were vastly different, leaving little common ground. Lord Ains, do you require my subordinates to lead the charge? Cosseets inquired. Flying Squirrel pondered for a moment, observing the battlefield where Rimuru's subordinates and Roko's dragons had already decimated the pig-headed forces. Since contributions determined points, sending troops to the battlefield now would only hasten the kill count with minimal contribution. Noticing his goblins and the weak lizardmen, he concluded that minimizing their losses would yield greater contributions. Hence, he commanded, protect our allies and strive to minimize losses. In truth, Flying Squirrel believed that eliminating the pig-headed tribe swiftly would also yield significant contributions, but he refrained from doing so. Most members of the chat group, including the leader, belonged to a neutral good alignment, and to avoid feeling out of place, he diligently avoided engaging in mass slaughter. Cosseets heeded the command. To be honest, slaughtering the weak held little interest for him. What the insectoid truly desired was to engage in battles against the strong, like Rimuru and his subordinates. And he even wished to challenge the dragons soaring above, despite knowing he was no match for them. However, these were allies, and challenging them on the battlefield would merely cause trouble for Lord Ains, which was not his intention. It must be said that the forces of Nazarick were indeed formidable, far beyond what the pig-headed tribe could compare to. The skeletons formed a solid line, resembling an iron wall that effectively separated their side from the pig-headed army. No matter how hard the pig-headed tried, they could not budge an inch. The dragons led by Roko continued to fly above, though she now found the battle somewhat tedious. The pig-headed tribe was too weak. Had they not approached with a playful mindset, they would have been reduced to ashes within seconds of the dragon's appearance. However, witnessing the extensive demise of his kin, the hidden pig-headed emperor could no longer contain himself and stepped forth to the front line. Ultimately, the matters of Rimuru's world would require Rimuru himself to resolve, and it was he who must personally vanquish the pig-headed emperor. Chapter 85, The Conclusion of War. As Rimuru confronted the pig-headed emperor, a flash of red light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a tremendous sound that crashed down before the pig-headed emperor. From the crater formed by the red light, the illustrious Glumid emerged, a figure shrouded in mystery. Both sides halted their actions, captivated by this unexpected guest manipulating the war from the shadows. Pointing his staff at Rimuru, Glumid shouted in exasperation, "You dare to thwart my plans." Just a moment longer, and the new demon lord, my right-hand ally, would have been born. His declaration astonished all present, revealing that the affair reached the level of demon lords. For reasons unknown, the disrupted Glumid audaciously revealed his plans before everyone. Indeed, I have been bestowing names and sowing seeds everywhere to ensure the birth of the strongest peace. The ogres from Rimuru's faction clenched their fists, their expressions contorting with rage, as it was this very reason that their homeland was destroyed, leaving only a handful of them remaining. Upon hearing this, Rimuru decided to cease any further dialogue, raising his hand to shoot threads that bound Glumid tightly. Amidst Glumid's cries, Rimuru delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, followed by another strike to his face, sending Glumid reeling back, his bindings snapping under the force. Calmly, Rimuru remarked, "You claim to be a high-ranking demon, yet you are nothing extraordinary." In that moment, Glumid genuinely recognized the chasm between himself and the slime before him. His pleas for mercy were cut short as Rimuru struck him again, sending him crashing to the feet of the pig-headed emperor. Lying on the ground, Glumid seethed with impotent rage. "You bastard, you will pay. That esteemed one will not forgive you." He then cried out to the pig-headed emperor, "Hey, pig-headed emperor, come help me." Pig-headed emperor, no, Crut. The pig-headed emperor was stirred by Glumid calling his name, his eyes widening slightly as memories of their first encounter flooded back. Glumid had not only bestowed upon him a name, but had also provided life-saving sustenance when he was on the brink of starvation. Seeing this, Glumid erupted into maniacal laughter. Turning to face Rimuru's side, "Ha ha, witness the might of this being. Attack Crut. Make him regret opposing me." The pig-headed emperor glanced at the opposing formation. He was more self-aware than Glumid and understood the nature of the monsters before him, realizing that with his current strength, victory was unattainable. He then glanced at the formidable Glumid before him, pondering whether consuming this demon would elevate him to the rank of a demon lord, granting him the strength necessary for a formidable confrontation. Silently uttering an apology to Lord Glumid, he raised his great sword, and in an instant, the once boisterous demon was severed, rendered utterly silent. Subsequently, the pig-head emperor prostrated himself before all, feasting upon Glumid's lifeless body. As he devoured Glumid, the magical essence surged visibly within the pig-head emperor, transforming him from a mere pig-headed being into the pig-head demon lord. In a booming proclamation that marked his evolution, he declared, "I am the pig-head demon lord, destined to consume all. I am called Clute, the demon lord Clute." The demon Cheyenne and Akamaru approached, intent on confronting the pig-head demon lord, but were halted by Rimuru's outstretched hand. Addressing the halted demons, he stated, "I am aware of how to deal with the pig-head demon lord. Leave him to me." "Would you like to enter automatic combat mode?" inquired Rimuru's skill, the great sage. To this, Rimuru conveyed silently to the great sage, "I have gathered intelligence on the pig-head demon lord from my companions. His regenerative abilities are formidable. Even if his head is severed, it will regrow, and ordinary attacks cannot defeat him. Thus, I must consume him myself." Drawing his blade, Rimuru lunged at the towering pig-head demon lord. The clash between the pig and the slime quickly ensued, during which Rimuru deliberately exposed a weakness. Seizing the opportunity, the pig-head demon lord grasped the agile figure before him. "Ha ha ha, I shall devour you now. You have no other means of escape," he bellowed triumphantly. "Before you consume me, I will devour you first," Rimuru retorted, as his body transformed into a flowing liquid, enveloping the pig-head demon lord entirely. "I am a slime," he declared, fully reverting to his slime form. "Guess who will consume whom first? The one who devours the other wins." Furious, the pig-head demon lord howled, tearing a chunk of slime from his own body, accompanied by a plume of green smoke, causing that portion of slime to evaporate. However, in the face of the slime that had already encased most of his form, this effort proved futile, only allowing the slime to cover more ground. Ultimately, the hunger-driven talent of the pig-head demon lord was no match for Rimuru's predator ability, resulting in him being entirely enveloped and consumed by the slime. Onlookers could only witness the pig-head demon lord, initially struggling against the gelatinous confinement, eventually succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing. His skin disintegrated, followed by the consumption of his flesh and bones, marking the end of the pig-head demon lord, who had instilled fear throughout the Jura forest and surrounding nations. Upon consuming the pig-head demon lord, Rimuru reverted to his human form, his physique largely unchanged save for the lengthening of his blue hair. With the demise of the pig-head demon lord, the pig-head tribe, recognizing their fate, laid down their weapons, many either weeping or wailing at the sky. Their king, Clute the pig-head demon lord, was dead, extinguishing any hope for the tribe's resurgence. They faced the prospect of returning to a state of abject hunger, or perhaps an even graver fate. Rimuru soared back to his own ranks, where the flying squirrel awaited, as the forces present had long surpassed the necessary numbers for battle. Rocco, who had been leading the dragon horde, had landed, reverting to his human form. As Rocco spotted the approaching beautiful demon princess, he intended to greet her amicably. But an inexplicable sensation compelled him to glance upwards, mouthing the words, "I see you." In a nearby castle, several men and women gathered around a long table, observing the scene in a crystal ball, revealing the battlefield of the Jura forest. All present were demon lords, and upon witnessing the dragon-turned girl suddenly gaze in their direction, an unbidden shock rippled through them. Without hesitation, Clement shattered the crystal ball. As it fractured, the image vanished, leaving behind a heavy silence filled with labored breaths. The demon lords exchanged glances until Clement broke the silence. What a formidable presence that was. Chapter 86, Demon Lord Malim in the Realm of Wandering Earth. Within the eternal divine domain at the core of the sun, Louwen, sporting pronounced dark circles under his eyes, typed fervently at his keyboard. Ordinarily, his physique would not succumb to dark circles for merely a few nights without sleep. Yet, after days of typing within the sun's core, he felt an overwhelming mental fatigue. Driven by the ambition to construct super battleships capable of overpowering all but the star gods of the stellar iron world, he tirelessly designed and modified blueprints before hastily commencing construction. While Louwen felt no physical exhaustion, his mental state was weary, manifesting in the appearance of dark circles beneath his eyes. In contrast, the gray wolf beside him, preoccupied with contemplating how to feast on today's sheep, typed away at the keyboard, his mind elsewhere, yet his fingers moved with impeccable accuracy. Stealing a moment amidst the chaos, Louwen opened a chat group, immediately noticing the task completion notification, signifying that the battle in Rimuru's world had concluded. Did Duvkin discover anything amiss while observing a particular location before departing my world? The cute king inquired. Indeed, I noticed certain peculiarities, Duvkin replied. Throughout my time, I have been under the watchful gaze of demons and divine spirits, making me familiar with such invisible scrutiny. I sensed something observing the battlefield in your world. However, just as I began to discern more, those hidden gazes vanished, leaving me with nothing of value. Yet, I can confirm that those spying possess greater power than the pighead demon lord you faced. While unexpected, it is within reason. After all, a calamity such as the pighead emperor would certainly attract the attention of powerful beings, the cute king acknowledged. I doubt the matter is so simple. Just be cautious. If any danger arises, seek assistance in the group. We are all friends here, ready to support one another, Duvkin advised. The beings spying are likely demon lords from your world. Speaking of which, cute king, be vigilant. A demon lord named Malim should be arriving in your territory soon. The supreme god of the midnight sun warned. Why would those demon lords focus on this place? Could it be that the pighead emperor incident was orchestrated by them? And the great one Grumid mentioned is one of those demon lords? Your conjecture is quite accurate, the supreme god confirmed. What is the nature of this demon, Lord Malim? Why does she come to my realm? Is it to avenge Grumid? Not at all. Grumid was not one of Malim's subordinates. In truth, that demon would not have caught Malim's eye at all. She hardly regarded him. Her interest in your territory likely stems from a desire for amusement, to engage you in battle. Can I even contend with her? Certainly not. What are you thinking? Malim is not a half-hearted demon lord like the pighead demon lord. As one of the oldest demon lords, her power far exceeds what you can currently muster. What should I do then? Perhaps you could come to my aid. Group leader? Surely, with your strength, the demon lords of my world would pose no threat to you? Although Rimuru had never witnessed the grand displays of Lavin's prowess, he held a deep-seated trust in the strength of the guild master, setting aside the ostentatious title of Supreme God of Eternal Night. The task at hand, transforming a magnificent planet into a planet-sized battleship capable of faster-than-light travel, seemed far beyond what any demon lord from his world could achieve. The Supreme God of Eternal Night, there is no need for me to intervene, and you may not necessarily be my adversaries. Demon Lord Malim actually has a connection to you, he said. The cute king to me? The Supreme God of Eternal Night, more precisely. It relates to the dragon of the middle school era, Veldora, dwelling within you. By lineage, Malim should be considered Veldora's niece. The cute king. Does that mean I could use this to foster a good relationship with her? The Supreme God of Eternal Night. It is highly unlikely. I mention this merely to keep you informed. Although Malim is immensely powerful and quite intelligent, she is also remarkably simple-minded and easily swayed by delicious food. The cute king. Is it really that straightforward? It is indeed that simple. As Lavin had predicted, several days later, while inspecting his domain, Rimuru suddenly sensed a formidable concentration of magical energy swiftly approaching. He surmised that it must be the demon Lord Malim. The immense wind pressure generated upon her arrival distorted Rimuru's slime form. Ahahaha. A pleasure to meet you. I am the one and only dragon demon lord, Malim Nava, known as the Tyrant of Destruction. As the dust settled, Malim's figure emerged, revealing a girl with twin tails resembling airplane runways. Is that truly Malim? Rimuru murmured softly before addressing her. Welcome to the Jura Great Forest. I am Rimuru Tempest, the leader of the Jura Forest Alliance and the master of this town. Now, Rimuru, do you have a group of dragons here? Bring them forth, especially the leader. I wish to greet them and engage in a friendly battle, Malim eagerly requested. At present, Malim only recognized battle as a form of entertainment. Having spied through a crystal ball, She had seen a group of powerful dragons, entirely distinct from herself, which thrilled her immensely. Rimuru pondered before responding, "You must be referring to His Majesty Loco. Unfortunately, if that is your intent, I must disappoint you. His Majesty Loco is not from this world. She hails from another realm and is the Dragon King of that world." Malim's excitement surged. The Dragon King from another world? Where is she? I must find her today and see if she is worthy of the title. A cold sweat appeared on Rimuru's slime form. If these two were to engage in battle, the Jura Great Forest would surely be reduced to ashes amidst their clash. Sensing the overwhelming magical energy emanating from Malim, Rimuru hastily interjected, "His Majesty Loco has already returned to her world, and as the Dragon King, she is quite busy. So she will not be able to fight you anytime soon." Malim seemed somewhat disappointed. "Oh, I see. What about the skeleton and the insect man who were present at the time?" Rimuru recalled. They must refer to the flying squirrel and his subordinates. They, too, are from another world and have already returned. Chapter 87. The Dragon Tamer. Rimuru. "Oh, what a pity. Then let us battle." Malim's spirits lifted at this suggestion. Rimuru surveyed the formidable magical power radiating from Malim, knowing he could not defeat her in combat. Therefore, he resolved to employ the method suggested by the guildmaster. And this demon lord indeed appeared quite easy to handle. "By the way, is this truly your form?" Malim inquired. "Are you the one who defeated Glumid?" "That would be me," Rimuru confirmed, shifting into a humanoid form. "Is this the appearance you mean? Then you are the one who defeated the pig-headed emperor?" Malim asked, circling around Rimuru to scrutinize him. "That is correct." Rimuru began to reply, but before he could finish, his mount, Ryota, leaped from his shadow and whisked him away in haste. "Lord Rimuru, run!" cried several of his ghoul subordinates, charging towards Malim. Great swords and black flames struck Malim, yet the coordinated assault from the ghouls inflicted no harm upon her. In contrast, Malim merely unleashed her magical energy, creating a shockwave that sent the ghouls sprawling to the ground. Rimuru tossed each of them a potion, instructing, "Stay here, I will handle the rest." "What's wrong? Not enough fun yet." Malim's voice deepened, her blue pupils shimmering slightly. "All right, I will continue to play with you. Are you challenging me?" Malim asked with intrigue. "With such confidence, would you care to accept my attack?" As she spoke, a golden ball of honey materialized in her hand. "All right, that sounds rather interesting. However, let us agree that if my attack proves ineffective, you shall become my subordinate." "Understood." At that moment, the great sage issued a timely warning. "Caution. It is estimated that the opponent's magical energy exceeds yours by more than tenfold." Rimuru remained silent, instead rushing forward and forcing the honey into Malim's mouth. Her eyes widened in astonishment, bursting forth with unparalleled brilliance as she excitedly exclaimed, "What is this? I have never tasted anything so delicious." "What do you think, Demon Lord Malim? If you concede that I have one, I can offer you more of this." Rimuru began his enticement. Malim gazed at the honey in Rimuru's hand with a conflicted expression. She deeply desired it, yet the thought of conceding left her feeling unwilling. In that instant, Rimuru popped the honey into his mouth and deliberately remarked, "Delicious. There isn't much left. Wait. I have a proposal. Let's call it a tie this time and let this matter go," Malim hurriedly suggested, anxious that Rimuru might finish the honey. "Of course, that's not all. I promise I will not attack you again," Malim assured, her confidence returning. Rimuru chuckled inwardly. The guild master's method indeed proved effective. Although Malim was powerful, her demeanor resembled that of a child. Today's victory belonged to the dragon tamer, Rimuru. Suddenly, Malim's eyes sparkled as she shielded Rimuru behind her. Rimuru looked at Malim in confusion, following her gaze to see a small girl standing where he had just been. With green hair entwined with two vines and a faint aura emanating from her, she resembled a miniature treant. "Do not worry, Malim. This is a treant. My ally and the guardian of the Jura Great Forest," Rimuru reassured her. However, Malim shook her head, asserting she is not a treant, although she appears similar. Her power surpasses that of any treant by an unknown margin. Upon hearing Malim's words, Rimuru scrutinized the suddenly appearing girl once more, sensing something indescribable about her but unable to discern more. At that moment, the great sage provided an analysis, warning, "The entity before you is not physical but rather a projection of some being, with its true form indeterminate and unidentifiable." Upon hearing this, Rimuru grew cautious. An entity that even the great sage could not analyze was undoubtedly formidable. Just then, the girl spoke. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Rimuru. I am Yggdrasil, representing the supreme god to greet you. Rimuru was taken aback. Are you referring to the supreme god I am thinking of? If you mean the supreme god of eternal night, the magnificent Louwen, then you are indeed correct, the girl, identifying herself as Yggdrasil, replied with a sense of human-like charm. Upon reflection, Rimuru recalled an important detail from the introduction of the group chat tasks. Upon initiating the group chat mission, a world tree would sprout within this realm. He was aware of this fact, but it had slipped his mind amidst the myriad of subsequent events. Without hesitation, Rimuru snapped a photograph and shared it in the chat. Mo King, is this the world tree mentioned in the mission, the one that grows in our world? Supreme God of the eternal night. Indeed, it is. Normally, the projection of a world tree does not take such a form. However, Yggdrasil insisted on localizing its appearance, thus adopting the visage of a tree fairy. Mo King, I see, I understand now. After exiting the chat, Rimuru patted Malim on the shoulder, conjured a sphere of honey, and tossed it into the distance, prompting the demon lord Malim to dart after it. Turning to Yggdrasil, he inquired, So, Miss Yggdrasil, would you care to visit my town? Yggdrasil shook her head, replying that her primary purpose for appearing was to identify a suitable location for rooting. What about the center of our town? Rimuru proposed without a moment's hesitation. Yggdrasil remained silent, while Rimuru's skill, great sage, highlighted the potential issue with this suggestion. In various mythologies, world trees are colossal entities, and rooting one in the town center would inevitably raise concerns about future relocation. Ah, I see I failed to consider that. Miss Yggdrasil, do you have any specific requirements for the location? Rimuru scratched his head and queried. Yggdrasil responded, No particular demands. Any patch of land will suffice. And this area seems quite suitable. Ultimately, Rimuru did not indiscriminately select a spot for the sapling of the world tree and supreme god. Instead, he designated a location within the densest magical essence of the Jura forest, specifically near the cave that once sealed the mighty dragon Veldora. There, the magical energy had become exceptionally concentrated due to Veldora's sealing, creating an environment where even weeds could flourish into rare herbs. After rooting in that fertile ground, Yggdrasil's projection became significantly more vibrant, exuding a less artificial aura. She explained that the advantageous conditions allowed the world tree to thrive, thereby widening the connection to this world. Chapter 88. The completion of the 8-planet battleships. After confirming Yggdrasil's identity in the chat, Louwen sent a new message a few days later. Supreme God of the Eternal Night. Hee, I did it. I did it. Fallen Angel, what did you accomplish? Group Leader. Simultaneously, within the eternal divine realm inside the sun, Louwen was also exclaiming, Hee, I did it. I did it. Grey Wolf shivered in the corner, urging, Group Leader, please calm down. I'm scared. Hearing Grey Wolf's words, Louwen finally composed himself. After a long period of tedious typing, his invincible solar system fleet had finally taken shape. Highland Witch, what is happening, Group Leader? Grey Witch, has our Group Leader always been like this? Invincible Electric Princess, not at all. I remember the Group Leader as a reliable and composed individual. Fallen Angel, perhaps we should ask someone nearby, like the wandering little ball of the Prairie Wolf King. Prairie Wolf King, I'm not sure. The Group Leader just suddenly changed. Wandering little ball. He must be happy. After all, the always invincible Group Leader seemed quite distressed when transforming planets in the sun. Supreme God of the Eternal Night, enough of this chatter. Allow me to introduce my pride, the Solar System Fleet. Supreme God of the Eternal Night, the 8 planetary battleships have been designed uniformly, featuring tens of thousands of planetary engines crafted from the materials provided by Grey Wolf. This material is incredibly robust, and a single engine can theoretically propel a planet to limitless speeds. However, to enhance aesthetics and add redundancy, each planet is equipped with thousands of engines. Supreme God of the Eternal Night. Additionally, I've installed 3 rings, the Combat Ring, the Protection Ring, and the Suppression Ring. Supreme God of the Eternal Night. The Combat Ring is straightforward, equipped with countless nuclear missile silos that self-replenish upon use. The main cannon, utilizing the technology of Asgard's Bifrost, has a caliber equal to the planet's diameter and can even release simulated black holes with mass comparable to actual black holes. Supreme God of the Eternal Night. In contrast to the Combat Ring, the Protection Ring is even more formidable, consisting of 2 layers designed by myself. The outer layer employs the boundary settings of my world, which effectively redirects incoming attacks without causing any harm to the barrier or anything within it. The inner layer is based on the dimensional barriers found in Thor's world, providing sheer durability. Prairie Wolf King. Lastly, the Suppression Ring is my design. serving a simple purpose: to separate the internal and external forces, ensuring the gravitational pull of the planetary battleship does not affect its surroundings, and vice versa. This guarantees that high-speed movement and combat do not cause significant disturbances on the surface, while also maintaining the integrity of gas giants like Jupiter. Void. Such a configuration is truly invincible. Why? But what about the energy source for such powerful planetary battleships? Supreme God of the Eternal Night. That is quite simple. I employed a technology designed by Grey Wolf, which I dubbed the Void Bridge, to transmit solar energy without regard for distance, medium, or consumption to each planetary battleship. As for whether the sun will be drained, the energy consumed is replenished far quicker by the eternal flame under my control, if necessary. I could even ignite a few more stars. Supreme God of the Eternal Night, Thor. Could you ask Heimdall to locate the Chitauri who invaded Earth during the Battle of New York? Thor, given Loki's connection with the Chitauri in the original storyline. My father dispatched someone to search for them long ago. They have been located, but there hasn't been time to clear them out. If you wish to engage, I can provide the coordinates. Thor, speaking of Loki, I haven't seen my brother in a while. I'll seek him out to strengthen our brotherly bond and let him feel the warmth of family love. After sending the message, Thor shared the coordinates of the Chitauri's location with Louwen, who noted that it was over 3,000 light-years away from Asgard in the Marvel Universe. Within Asgard, after handling the administrative duties assigned by Odin, Thor began his search for his beloved brother, to prevent Loki from following the same misguided path as in the original storyline. Thor endeavored to instill familial affection in him, despite being stabbed in the side by Loki's knife on multiple occasions. Nonetheless, Thor held steadfastly to the belief that Loki had indeed felt the love of family. Thor searched tirelessly throughout Asgard, but found no trace of Loki, leaving him puzzled. Where is my brother? Little did Thor know that Loki, unable to endure his incessant interference, had taken the opportunity to escape while Thor was occupied with his duties, vowing to carve out his own path in the cosmos. As Thor continued his search, Louwen commenced the final preparations for the solar system fleet's traversal. At that moment, within the eternal divine realm inside the sun, Louwen stood amidst the projections of the 8 planetary battleships. Clearing his throat, he activated the fleet's internal communication. Attention, all ships. Commence self-checks. However, he failed to notice that while this was a fleet announcement, to the humans on Earth, it resembled a global broadcast. In recent days, the worldview of humanity has undergone countless transformations and destructions. From their perspective, the sun has morphed into an indescribable and unfathomable entity. Subsequently, Earth has sprouted planetary engines and star rings, and the moon, Earth's satellite, has likewise developed these features. Along with a space station that has inexplicably been transformed into a battleship, all surrounding Earth like a protective fleet. They believe this was the pinnacle of their experience, only to witness other celestial bodies within the solar system undergo similar metamorphoses as Earth and the moon. Now, when the majority of humanity hears the global broadcast, curiosity overwhelms surprise. Those dwelling on Earth speculate whether the extraterrestrials who have transformed their planets intend to enlist them for interstellar warfare. They engage in discussions about the identity of the beings that altered their worlds, the nature of the aliens they might face, and the forms that warfare might take. Many have attained an unusual calmness, thinking, let it be as it may, for the sun is no longer the sun they once knew. And both Earth and the moon now feel foreign to them. What of humanity? They find themselves struggling to comprehend their own race, perceiving the current reality as anything but authentic. Most listen in tranquility, as if everything were detached from them, until the will of Earth, Gaia, resonated within their hearts. Chapter 89, Emperor Armor, Merge. Earth is undergoing self-diagnosis. The Void Bridge is functioning normally. The planetary engines are operational. The combat star rings, protective star rings, and suppression star rings are all functioning as intended. Earth has completed its self-diagnosis and is ready for departure. The voice of Gaia, the consciousness of Earth, reverberates in the minds of all humanity, and at this moment, regardless of race, belief, or region, everyone comprehends that this is the voice of their Mother Earth, loving and warm, evoking an instinctive desire to draw near. However, the atmosphere is interrupted by reports from the other planets, their synthetic voices starkly contrasting with the warmth of Gaia. Mercury is undergoing self-diagnosis. The Void Bridge is functioning normally. The planetary engines are operational. The combat star rings, protective star rings, and suppression star rings are all functioning as intended. Mercury has completed its self-diagnosis and is ready for departure. Neptune is undergoing self-diagnosis. The Void Bridge is functioning normally. The planetary engines are operational. The combat star rings, protective star rings, and suppression star rings are all functioning as intended. Neptune has completed its self-diagnosis and is ready for departure. As the 8 planetary battleships report in succession, Louwen begins to command. This operation is primarily a test, with the hostile target being the Chitauri. Hostile data has been uploaded to the celestial computers of each planetary battleship. Preparations are to commence for world traversal in 1 minute. Indeed, all 8 planetary battleships possess the capability for world traversal. Louwen is undoubtedly capable of traversing worlds, and in a sense, the solar fleet can be considered Louwen's kin. The ability to navigate dimensions is achieved through their connection with him. A minute passes swiftly, and as the designated time arrives, Louwen senses a special connection with 8 individuals seeking to borrow his power, and he does not resist. Empowered by Louwen's authorization, each of the 8 planets opens a portal matching their respective diameters, resembling the portals frequently utilized by Louwen. The planetary engines ignite, and the suppression star rings activate, allowing the solar fleet to embark at light speed through the portals with minimal impact on the planets themselves. Witnessing this, Louwen also guides the sun to open a portal and follows suit. In the Marvel universe, within Asgard, the Asgardians suddenly find the sky darkening. Looking up, they see 8 celestial bodies eclipsing the sun, trailing flames as they appear above Asgard. Some astute Asgardians recognize one of the celestial bodies as Midgard, which is Earth. Before they can react, the sky brightens once more, revealing an even larger star at the center of the 8 planets. Positioned alarmingly close, so much so that the distance between them is akin to faces nearly touching. Yet, the gravity of the planets and the heat of the sun do not affect Asgard, as if they were mere projections. In this moment, the Asgardians express surprise and a hint of tension, but not fear. Thor has previously informed all Asgardians that their ally, the god King Louwen from another realm, would be passing through with his fleet. However, none could have anticipated that Louwen's fleet would encompass an entire star system. At this moment, within the realm of eternity, Louwen gazes at the coordinates of the Chitauri provided by Thor, lost in contemplation. He does not immediately command the fleet's advance, feeling that something is amiss. After a brief period of reflection, he realizes what is lacking. Louwen retrieves the core of the Loggiver of Truth, constructing a belt from it. The belt is predominantly golden, featuring a yin-yang taiji symbol in its center, surrounded by the 5 elemental symbols of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Upon completing the belt, Louwen, unperturbed by the presence of the nearby gray wolf and the ever-communicating Gaia, fastens it around his waist, exclaiming, "Emperor armor, merge." While shouting the transformation phrase without transforming may seem juvenile, Louwen's successful transformation alters the scenario entirely. As the mechanical sounds of the armor merging resonate, a golden suit of armor envelopes him, adorned with features reminiscent of a dragon's body, an eagle's wings, a tiger's shoulders, a mastiff's back, and a rhinoceros's legs. With a chestplate akin to a shield, Louwen gestures to create a mirror, admiring his majestic emperor armor with a nod of satisfaction. This was indeed fitting. How could the Sovereign of the Sun lack the Emperor armor? Although the armor's design is an exact replica from memory, its deeper essence is entirely different. Louwen's armor possesses stellar-level combat prowess, primarily reliant on the star he currently inhabits, effectively serving as a uniquely designed cockpit, which suffices for Louwen. Donning the Emperor armor, Louwen sends the coordinates to all planetary battleships and pilots the sun into superluminal travel, with the planetary battleships following closely behind. Louwen harbors no concerns that entering superluminal travel so near to Asgard will pose any threat. The suppression star rings will mitigate such issues. As for the underlying principles, do not inquire. Simply know that the technology of the Grey Wolf is profoundly impressive. Once entering superluminal travel, the fleet does not maintain a steady pace but accelerates continuously. For the solar fleet, light speed has become the basic unit of measurement. When asked about their speed, their response translates to multiples of light speed. Among the 8 planetary battleships, with the exception of Earth, the remaining 7 are equipped with AI designed by Grey Wolf. As those familiar with animated series know, in such child-oriented productions, artificial intelligence in vehicles developing distinct personalities and emotions is quite common, if not inevitable. The solar fleet exemplifies this phenomenon. Louwen does not doubt their loyalty, as the foundational codes dictate such. Yet their vivid personalities inevitably lead to unforeseen circumstances. For instance, the originally orderly formation begins to race as the 8 planets embark on their journey. This competitive spirit is ignited when Venus inadvertently collides with Mercury while the fleet navigates around an unnamed star system. Although the protective star rings prevent any damage, Mercury nonetheless perceives that something is awry. In this vast universe, although the fleet maintains a compact formation, this so-called compactness is merely relative. The distances between planets remain astronomical. The precision with which Venus can collide with Mercury, free from gravitational interference, suggests a deliberate action, and to assert otherwise would be somewhat disrespectful to the celestial computations of Mercury. Thus, the vivacious Venus and the even more spirited Mercury embarked on a playful chase, with other planets, including Earth, joining in, albeit perplexed by the reasons, finding the spectacle rather entertaining. Thus, within the Marvel universe, an abstract scene unfolds. 8 superluminal planets drift and race through the cosmos, deftly avoiding life-bearing star systems while careening through lifeless ones, scattering fragments of local celestial bodies in their wake as they glide away.